son is born, I'm looking into researching with on the computer for the first time now. My wife's computer that my father-in-law gave her. I look at green tea. I look up the Kursk submarine that blew up in the sea, and the Russian submariners died, and that. Okay, then we moved to the suburbs, and in 2001 we moved to this location I'm in now. 2002 I started looking at the after 9/11 I decided to look at the moon landings. 2002. So since then I've been doing the investigation, and I found out that they didn't go. So I rang up that guy Dave. Took about half an hour to find him because he had moved and that. And I apologized. He'd already forgotten about that, by the way. So 1995 to 2002, 7 years, he'd forgotten about it. In my mind like it was yesterday. People just move on, don't they? Yeah, but I apologized anyway to Dave for my outburst. I said, I know more about it than you do now. I know why it's not possible. You didn't give me this information that I have. I know why they didn't go. But you didn't tell me this. That's why I lost my temper. I've known something, but that's something you didn't tell me. But I know now why they didn't go. I can tell you why they didn't go. Why it's impossible. Yeah, man. I felt guilty instantly after finding out. Heartbroken and guilty that I'd slagged him off in that fashion. So I had to phone him up and apologize, and I did. So yeah, it's going to require the experts coming out and telling the truth, and people getting on board and doing the research. They've got to look into themselves to know the truth. But everyone's brainwashed at the moment.
Yeah, but don't you think something big needs to happen? I don't mean big like some event, but some kind of something that'll kind of take it to the next level, basically.
Yeah, modern culture. Yeah, I'd have a flat Earth T-shirt on with the NASA lies on the back, and the Earth is not a spinning ball hurtling through space. And then in the chill out room, they'd be watching flat Earth videos and stuff in the chill out room. Very comfortable, nice, comfortable seating, cotton wool here, then everywhere. Good drinks, and they're chilling out and they're learning about how the Earth is not a globe. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'd be doing if I had a club. If I had a restaurant, it would be a quiz. It'd be a restaurant with quizzes proving that the Earth. How can you prove that the Earth is a ball? You can win this amount of money. That's what I'd be doing if I had the opportunity, which is why I teach it anyway here. And I talk about it a lot. But if I had more money and I could have a club or a restaurant, that's the kind of restaurant I'd have. If I had a Starbucks sort of situation, because they're quite comfortable, these Starbucks restaurants, the themes that they have. Well, it would be that flat Earth theme in a Starbucks, but my kind of Starbucks, if you will. Yeah.
That would be cool.
Yeah. Yeah, 24-hour, non-stop, always opened, always talking flat Earth and space and that. Yeah.
I mean, this is not like the exact same thing, but I remember there was like this coffee shop place in San Francisco where they have like board games, just tons of board games. So you go in there and you pick a board game and, put it out on the table. But it just reminded me of that. Or if you have like a theme, and there's different ways that you can engage.
Yeah. And then people would come in and have their meal and think, is that right? Yeah. And then you'd have you'd have a corner with a TV on and it's flat Earth videos. Yeah, exactly. See, because you can educate them. They'll be coming in. They'll be coming in their drones all night, 24/7.
You get like 10% off if you can answer certain questions. Like,
that's right. Yeah, absolutely. Get a discount on your meal.
On the cups, you could have little statements.
That's right. Yeah. Do you know that we're supposed to be spinning at 1,038 miles an hour at the equator on this ball Earth, and we don't notice it? Yeah, you can wake up so many people that way. And if it picks up and the interest picks up, you can start selling DVDs. Do you know what I mean? T-shirts. Yeah, apparel. Yeah, it's quite easy. No, there's many ways we can reach people, definitely. I take pride when I wear my flat earth T-shirts. Yeah. Traveling abroad and that, or when I'm traveling in Japan and I meet a lot of Japanese and the foreigners and that looking. So yeah, it's flat, man, level. Ball, no. And I do that. I do the ball shape with my hands. I sit because they're looking at me, and I signal the ball shape, and I do an X. No ball. Flat. Yes, thumbs up. And they look at me and they think, wow, wow, yeah, that's right. You've met a flat earther. Right. And he's not scared to signal it either. That's right. Start looking. Yeah, that's Jin, man. I'm looking to see who's noticing. That's what I do. There's a lot of eye contact going on when Jin's out there with his flat earth T-shirts. And I've got that little smirk on my face that I know the truth. I know the truth, look. You know?
Yep.
Yeah. I do that deliberately, man. And I'm smiling. And it dare to research flat earth on my chest. And I look at people and I smile at them. Yeah. Yeah, I love it, man.
Yeah, I mean, I often think about, okay, so yeah, there's all the propaganda and people believe it, a lot of what's told to them and all that, and they'll instantly believe it. People started wearing a mask. All it took was a couple of days of news telling them to wear one, and all of a sudden they're wearing it. But I often think about how quickly can the truth spread? If lies can spread that quickly, then the truth spread as quickly, or even quicker?
You know what? That's a very good question. I think people would be reluctant because, I mean, look at Mark Sargent. It took him 6 months before he said it himself. 6 months later, then it was realized because he tried to debunk it. He said, "Okay, just one name." Yeah, so people are going to go through that, aren't they? That cog this. So it will depend on your state of indoctrination. Now, for me, I've always had nature as number one. And I've never put myself above nature. Nature first, me second. So I've always been in love with nature and earth. I've always wanted to protect it. So I've always been careful when using my car because I don't want to pollute. So if I'm waiting for somebody, my engine is off. I'm not having it running whilst I'm waiting. I don't care how hot it is. That's not happening. Or how cold it is. It's not happening. Right? So, and then if I don't need a car, I use the motorbike. And if I don't use the motorbike, I use the bicycle and the trailer. I always manage myself in that way. I always try to be environmentally friendly. I use biodegradable soaps from the Body Shop on my body. Okay, it costs a little bit more, but then I use it sparingly. I decanter it into other bottles and spread it so it lasts longer. Okay, that's what I do. So I've always been careful with the earth in that way. So when it came to the realization of flat earth, 3 minutes, 5 minutes was fine. That's it. I had no cognitive dissonance, nothing, because I'd realized that the moon landings were a hoax. But what I learned was my inability to join the dots, do the research, and I'm still inadequate. I'm still found wanting. You see what I mean? That's my embarrassment, you see, is what I carry, the embarrassment of it all, of missing the clues. Even when I'd actually researched the moon landings, I still hadn't joined the dots. Of course, if they hadn't have gone, they couldn't have had the photographs. And then I'm learning that satellites are not. Oh, look at me. I'm an idiot, man. Fucking hell. What do I really know? So yeah, I think depending on the individual's level of indoctrination, some people might come to it quickly, others may take longer for that to spread. Do you see what I mean? For example, those who live at the coast will come to the conclusions quicker than those who have spent most of their lives in concrete jungles, cities, towers, skyscrapers, and the like. They might find it harder to come to that truth as opposed to someone living out in the forest, let's say, or out on the coast where they're able to see the horizon and that. What do you think, Gio?
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, people living by the water.
Yeah. They might come to the understanding quicker than someone else. But yeah, would the lie spread quickly? It's a good question. Because would the truth spread quickly? The lie certainly did spread quickly. I was amazed at how quickly that those people wore the masks. And what was shocking to me was I never ever thought I'd see the Westerners wearing masks like the Asians. I never thought I'd ever see that day. Ever see that day.
I know, right?
There
They
we
got
are.
everyone on it. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. And I can understand why, yeah. When I look back at my history of movie watching, because I started to think, what do I know about viruses? Where do I get it from? All from the TV and the movies. So I said, yeah, because I never researched it. It was from the movies. So you watch these movies that are showing you the viruses and how they spread and that, and the hazmat suits. You know what I mean? You know the movies I'm talking about. That's where my knowledge came from. So I thought, yeah, no wonder people could be wearing the mask because they didn't do the research. I researched the vaccines in 2006 properly. That's when I came into the knowledge that they hadn't been proven and everything else. Right. So, and prior to that, SARS virus, but I knew that the mask wasn't going to work. Right. So I thought the virus was there, but I knew that the mask wasn't going to work, and I wasn't scared of it because I'd done a little research then. But proper in-depth research was in 2006. So come to this recent pandemic, I knew it was a hoax. As soon as I heard in November, I heard China virus, I knew it was a lie instantly. Didn't even have to think. Didn't even bat an eyelid on that one. But what shocked me was, like you said, how quickly that lie spread. Because how could it start in China and America have the worst cases? That's impossible. Oh, that's just an insult. That really pissed me off, that did. America has to have the worst cases. It has to be number one in the worst all the time. Why? I mean, if that isn't an insult, obvious lie, why? Fucking hell. You know what I mean?
Well, they were trying to do this for a long time. They did it with the swine, bird flu, mad cow disease, Ebola. They were trying to push people into this state of mind for the last 20 years, and it wasn't until those were all trial and errors for them to see if we would catch on to it. But this is the one that actually stuck, and the way that they did it was showing the people in Wuhan that were, supposedly dead on the floor. People were just dropping over dead from it, and they were getting cleaned up by authority in hazmat suits. And the only way that they actually got this to stick with the Western world is by showing them death tolls, a fake reality of what it was every single day, and blasting people with this propaganda every single day until it actually stuck like it did. But that they've been trying to do this for a very long time, and it finally stuck this time. because of the medical industry and the lack of knowledge that people have today about viruses and germ theory. And, it just goes to show them where their education system succeeded in indoctrinating the masses, and this is going to give them a leg up on their next tactic. So yeah, I mean, they've been trying to do this for a very long time. I'm surprised myself that it actually stuck the way it did. I knew it was a game the second that I heard it on the news, and I try to warn as many people as I could to just turn that shit off, turn your TV off, stop listening to it. Don't follow these rules because they're just hurting you in your stalls like cattle, you know?
Yeah, that's a great synopsis, and it's accurate in what you said. Yeah, that's it. That's exactly what they were doing. Like you said, they've been slowly indoctrinating people into that idea, ratcheting up the fear factor, step by step, increments. Yeah, it's measured, deliberate, measured. Yeah, I mean, when you hear, it came from a wet fish market. Wet fish market. You're getting these viruses. I just laughed. Now what? It's coming from fish now? Is that what you're saying? Come on, man. They couldn't, it just gets more ridiculous as the days were going on. And like you said, those numbers were just not believable for me. Crazy. 900 a day.
But now, if you see where it's heading, now it's monkeypox. It's literally one disease or virus after another, and it's detrimental to the people that actually believe in this. It actually ruins their entire world, their entire outlook on it. I've met people who claim to have COVID and this and that, and I asked them how they got diagnosed. Where they were. I asked them 21 questions, and nothing ever adds up. And they go, oh well, you know what? It's true because I had it. It's true because I had it. And it's like, okay, well, what are you gonna have next? Oh, monkeypox is coming out. Oh, can't come into contact with people. California is already trying to shut down and this and that. And it's like, you people. If California shuts down, oh, that's where Hollywood is. That's where all the rich and famous are. We got to follow them, It's just going to be a domino effect, and people are just going to believe it because the elites are doing it, and it's just sad to me that nobody has caught on. I can't say nobody, but the majority haven't caught on to what germ and virus theory actually are.
Yeah, that's right. They haven't caught on yet. Bloody hell, man. They should have been outraged out there. The whole human race should have been outraged on this one. Stopped you flying. They stole 2 years of your lives.
Yeah, but Jin, do you also think that there was, let's just say, a bioweapon involved, like something actually going on, like not exactly what they claim, not what they claim it was, but actually something else that was actually infecting people or affecting people, I should say?
Nah, I don't believe that at all. I just think it's the regular flu. They've lied, and they've taken advantage of people's ignorance because they've been, again, setting everyone up to fail on that one. That's what they've been doing. Remember,
there's definitely something going on. I mean, I know this is just anecdotal. I'm not trying to use this one thing as any proof or anything, but I was in a grocery store parking lot. I was just sitting in my car, and I wasn't even trying to overhear this conversation. I just had my window down. I was sitting in my car, and this woman was saying, she was a nurse at a hospital. This is kind of in the peak of the whole pandemic thing, but she was like a nurse in a hospital, and she was just describing like, these people coming in and having severe respiratory failure, and so. The idea that it was just nothing but the flu, I don't think that's the whole picture.
I remember early on there were 2 New York doctors, and they were explaining it was presenting like high altitude sickness. I don't know if anybody remembers that.
Were they not? Were they not the? Do you mean the Californian doctors? Dr. Erickson and his partner.
No, these were New York doctors. They dealt with SARS and other things, so they were very familiar with that. And they said that this was presenting like high altitude sickness. Obviously, New York is, not at any kind of altitude.
That's right.
Yeah. Unmute the thing. I guess just we'll just use
keep
code.
it very, very
words.
short indeed.
Or just use code words.
I'll keep it very, very short indeed. Just that the pharmaceutical industry is panicking because of the landmark win by Robert Kennedy Jr. back in May of 2018. Exposing the fact that they hadn't been checking for the efficacy or the actual safety of the. So I think it's damage control, and they have to have everyone believing in that these things work, and it's been proven that they don't work, you see, and that's what it is. So that's what I think is going on, really. It's been a scam from the outset, and I've looked into it big time. CDC stuff, all the graphs show that these so-called diseases were already eradicating themselves through hygiene. These things that come in, the magic liquid that's supposed to have come in and cleaned them up, that was a lie, because it came at the very end. 98% of the disease had already been wiped out through hygiene, good food, clean water, economic rise per family, and refrigeration. So no, man. I don't see any special kind of formula, snake venom thing. No, it's just business.
And I do agree with that. But as far as like a bioweapon, in order for a bioweapon to, and the U.S. government has released this on multiple occasions. They in order to be a bioweapon, it has to be a living organism, or bacteria to actually, inflict damage on a human. So like the anthrax scares and everything. Anthrax could be deadly, but it has to be within close proximity in order for you to inhale enough to actually, get sick. So it has to be a living organism. So if that was the case, it would have to be, practically sprayed, or, put through your ventilation system or something like that. But then there would be a lot more death than there was, being the massive amount of quantity that they would have to, put down on a population. There would have been a lot more deaths. They would have been picking up bodies everywhere if that were the case, because a live bacteria that is disease carrying could be very detrimental, especially if you're breathing it in every second of your life. You know what I mean? So bioweapons haven't really been used all that much, because they are extremely detrimental, and they're very noticeable, that they are being used because of the effects that they cause. So,
yeah, but what if it's something that affects people slightly differently?
Like what? Because and here comes
there's toxins. There are toxins that, like, for example, let's say you give the same dosage of toxin to 100 people. You might have like 10 of them get really, maybe 2 of them die, 10 or 15 get very sick, another 20 get semi-sick. It's like a breakdown of the effects.
And see, well, here it comes back down to German virus theory. If you extract one bacteria that is proven, you put it through the conscious postulates, and it is proven to cause disease, that bacteria will cause the exact disease in every single person or being that it comes in contact with, because it is proven 100% empirically to cause those illnesses. Some people may have a little bit higher of an immunity to fight it, but it'll still cause the disease no matter what. Does that make sense to you? Are you familiar with conscious postulates?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's where the medical industry is wrong now, because they actually don't. That's like the scientific method of viruses and germs and bacteria and all that. They actually don't do that. They don't extract. If I come in with symptoms and they take a bunch of samples, they do not purify any of those samples and extract the exact bacteria that is causing disease. They just see my symptoms, assume that it's this, and they say, "Here you go."
That's right.
That's what it is. They don't take it. They don't take that sample, put it into a lab rat or another human to see if what they think is actually causing that exact disease, and then go, "Okay, now we can make an exact diagnosis of this bacteria." They don't do that anymore. If that were the case,
That's right.
if that were the case, well, then a lot of people wouldn't be up in the air about their diagnoses and this and that. Oh, it's the flu, it's influenza. Can you show me influenza? Is that an actual bacteria? Has it ever been
Isolated?
isolated and purified? No, it's never been done. That's why every year they come out with a different influenza shot. Every year it's a different strain of flu. Okay, well, if you knew what it was, then you'd be able to make the vaccine for it 100% and stop it right there in its tracks. But they can't, because they don't do that. And also, the flu is another subject. It's actually a symptom of vaccines. It's not an actual.
That's right.
It's not an actual virus that is going from me to you to the next person.
That's right.
Viruses don't do that. Bacteria
So
does.
true.
Bad bacteria does, absolutely. That's how people get sick. Living organisms.
Now, I haven't been sick in over 41 years, so I don't get colds. So there you go. 41 years, coming up for 42 years now.
I haven't gotten sick in, I don't know, the last 10 years easily.
There you go.
You have to watch your diet. You have to watch, if you're cooking chicken. Well, chicken is what? It's meat. It's decaying meat. Every second that it's not cooked, it's still decaying. Cooking it stops the decaying process that will help your body process it and absorb the good nutrients out of it. If you're eating, let's say E. coli. E. coli is a living bacteria that is the decaying factor of lettuce. When the lettuce is not good lettuce and it's decaying like that, and you eat that bacteria, you're gonna get sick. Your body doesn't know how to process that decaying, vegetable flesh, so to say.
Yeah.
And so you get sick. It's food poisoning. Exactly what it is. You're poisoned.
Yeah. Well, I've been lucky. I mean, I've eaten lettuce that's partially like decaying, but because there's overwhelming amount of fresh stuff, I just put it all in, eat it, and I haven't come down with anything, so I've been lucky there.
Right, and that comes down to the guy who is actually injecting himself with rattlesnake venom. You can build up an immunity to it. So yeah, if you're eating a little bit of, the bad vegetables a little bit at a time, your body will learn to understand it and fight it off. Where if you just eat nothing but bad, vegetables, yeah, your body's just gonna get overwhelmed and pretty much die from the inside out. That's just the way that it works. But because it's a poison, it's a toxification, and if you take little increments, you can train your body to fight that off. So when you eat a large quantity of it, your body's gonna go, okay, we know what this is. We're gonna fight this shit off because we've been trained to do it. Exactly how it is.
Yeah, the terrain is healthy, good healthy immune system. Here in Japan now, when the Japanese buy sashimi, that's the raw fish. They consume it that day. If they don't consume it that day, then they're not going to eat it raw. They're going to cook it. Now I ate fish 1 week in the fridge, and I ate it raw. My wife said, "Man, you can eat anything." They would never dream to eat fish that is 1 week raw. They'd want to cook that, or maybe even throw it out. But no, me, I eat it all, man. And thus, like you said, you build your immunity, in increments. Then over the years, I've been fine. And then the regular exercise is a must. That's definitely, because through the sweating, all the toxins are coming out. Detoxing there, I love it. I've got 3 layers on to make sure that I'm going to be sweating, man. The sun's beating down. 12 o'clock noon, bad, right there on your head. But Jin's there, pumping away on the push bike into the park, down with the circuit training. Yeah, man. And then back on the bike to get back home. Could be covering like 18 miles, 20 miles, plus a circuit training. 3 times, 4 times a week, plus walking as well, and then stretching in here when I'm on the Discord. So yeah, no, I think the pharmaceutical industry are just worried about the money, and they want everyone invested in that lie that those magical liquids work, when they don't. Do more harm than good. Never been proven to work. Unavoidably unsafe. That's what they are. Yeah. COVID, I see it as a hoax. Sorry about that, but yeah. I don't see it as anything that's going to kill me or my family. Yeah, we catching it even. And then what about the long one? You got that long, they call it long COVID, don't they? Strange.
Jen, I hate to push it back against you, but what do you do with people that tested positive for this so-called fake disease that ended up in the hospital and almost died? Or in some cases, some people died. And that's from my own personal experience. So how do you account for all these cases that have occurred?
Well, how did they get diagnosed in the first place? Yeah, see?
Okay. Yeah. Well, for one, first of all, the first thing they came down, they seem to have the symptoms. My wife lost her taste and smell. She did get diagnosed with a PCR test to show that she was test positive for COVID. I know other people that were also lost their taste and smell, got very sick, ended up in the hospital. Well, how do you account for those things? What are those things?
Well, first of all, the PCR test has been proven to be faulty, defective. It cannot differentiate between the influenza or the COVID. So the PCR test is wrong. It's inaccurate. It's not. You can't rely on it. And that's coming from Robert Malone and others.
That's fine. That's fine.
Misdiagnosis.
Okay, but you got the other. How about the other scenarios? People got really sick, lost their taste and smell, ended up in the hospital having problems breathing. And these are personal people I know personally. It's not somebody I know randomly off the internet. How do you account for those? What is happening with all those people?
It's not
I'm
only
with a section.
it's not only sick people that lose their taste and smell.
You know, I'm 54 years old. I've had the flu, colds, and all this stuff. I've never lost my taste and smell.
No, not everybody, but there
It
are
could
people.
be
Right.
something.
So,
There
what
are
other
there,
diseases
there are
besides
numerous
COVID you lose
accounts
your
of
taste and
people
smell?
that there are numerous accounts of people who have lost their taste and smell without being sick.
It could be also something we can't really mention on the live stream to do with cell towers.
So you're saying cell
Yeah.
towers broadcasting a signal is giving me flu-like, cold-like symptoms, causing me to lose my taste and smell.
Possibly, yes.
Possibly. What's your evidence for that?
I'll send you some data.
Okay, possibly and reasonable are two different things. I have
Okay,
5G
so
towers all over the place, and not everybody comes. I mean, they've been around for a while, but if it's something that's being broadcast daily all the time, I have a 5G phone, then it would be something that would be consistent, which means that would be persisting constantly. But it's not. It comes and goes. You have a fever, comes, it goes.
Frags, you know why they have a placebo group?
Okay, placebo group. Okay.
Oh, no,
They try to determine whether it's effective or not. So yeah, what's the point?
You've got to have a placebo group, yeah, to compare.
here's the issue. When you hear something on the news, right? Oh, these are the symptoms of COVID. These are the symptoms of COVID. These are the symptoms of COVID. These are the symptoms of COVID, right?
Yo, I don't know if we should be talking.
Okay, well, so when you're told something over and over and over and over and over and over again, right? The mind is able to manifest its own symptoms, and this is known to be a fact. We have hypochondriacs who think that they have something wrong with them all the time, and then doctor gives them some sugar pills, and oh well, I'm good. These pills are working great, right? When you're told something over and over again, and these symptoms and this and that, do you think that the mind can manifest its own symptoms like that?
I mean, I'm not saying that it can't, and I get how the placebo works, and you can manifest symptoms accordingly. But if you're not sick and you're not thinking about anything being sick, and you manifest symptoms, then I don't know if you could argue that it's the placebo effect. There must be something else going on. Second, if it is a tower that is producing these symptoms, as you guys are, as somebody's arguing, then it would be persistent. It would not go away. Like I had COVID. I got supposedly tested positive for it. I had symptoms for a while and it went away. I don't think the cell companies turned off a cell tower. Same thing with my wife. She lost her taste and smell. It persisted for about a week or two and then it went away. So if it's something that's constant, that's being bombarded constantly, then you would think that those symptoms would continue and not disappear.
You're creating a straw man. The tower's signals can be increased or decreased. So at the end of the day, you'd have to get an EMF reader and measure it and see if it increases.
Well, that's a good point. You should see a surge. But then what you're saying then, if they turn up the symptoms, turn up the increased intensity of the tower, then you should see a surge increase in cases of COVID around that same time period. There should be a correlation.
Yeah, that's what would have to be done, yeah.
So have you proven that that's what's occurring? So you have to show that they're turning up the frequency and also showing that there's an increase in COVID cases around the same time.
That's correct. That's what would need to be done, yes.
I'm asking, is that's what's been done? Has anybody done that? Has anyone proved that?
I think there's people looking into it. I'm not sure if they've done that specific thing.
Well, there is, and I have been trying to find the study. 5G was originally introduced in Wuhan, and then the the other large scale turn on was in Italy. Now, Wuhan obviously started with the first cases, and Italy had a complete shutdown almost immediately. And then while we're in shutdown, around my area, when nobody was allowed to leave their house, I was leaving, and the electric companies and the telecommunication companies were out day and night putting up new towers. And then shortly after that, right down the road from my house was an old folks home. And I think like 80% of the residents there ended up dying. So I don't know if that's a direct correlation to what happened. I can only speculate because I don't really exactly even know what even happened, but that could be a logical speculation to me.
Well, here's another component of the 5G. 5Gs work horrible in buildings, especially with thicker walls, and I've seen this happen on my phone. I've gone into a building before and completely lost cell service. And so I would switch it over to, which I can in my phone, switch it over to 4G. As soon as I switch it over to 4G, the signal comes back. So 5Gs have a hard time penetrating buildings. That's why there's more towers, because they have a hard time penetrating buildings. So all you'd have to do to protect yourself from 5G is get inside of a building. So people that, let's say, in nursing homes or in a building, you think that they might be less susceptible to the 5G signal.
Yeah, but there could be other signals that they're combining, like whatever they're calling 5G, the like millimeter waves, that could be being used for the actual cell signal. But whatever the new equipment that they've installed could have various other frequencies that are kind of bundled with the 5G label, but might actually have other frequencies that they're using as well. It's another.
Now that could be true, and I'm not denying that's not to be true. Then you would have to say the cell companies that are building the towers, either they know about this or they don't. If they know about this, then they must be in cahoots with whoever's pumping this out or doing it, or there must be something else that they're using it for, and you're just getting a byproduct of it. So which is it of those?
Yeah, or that the equipment is made through certain proprietary companies, like it's all compartmentalized. And then once the cell phone company gets that equipment, they're just installing it. They don't actually know all of what it's doing, meaning that the company that actually makes it is
That's true.
It's possible.
So really, it's a speculation. So you really have no idea. Just speculation at this point.
About a connection with the frequencies and
With what you're saying. Well, with what you're saying, that there's some other level of frequency that we don't see or know, and that these components or these equipment are pumping out. You don't know if it's some nefarious thing occurring, or just sometimes you do know about it and you use it for something else. You don't know any of that. You're just kind of speculating.
well, I mean, I have my viewpoints on it, but I right there I was just throwing out general possibilities.
Okay, well that's cool. I mean, it's fair. You can throw out possibilities, but is it reasonable? Does it make sense? Does it fit within? I mean, I work with a telecom company, and the techs have to know a lot of how things work from the beginning to the end, within that. So it's hard to say, I mean, I don't know if there's any sort of proprietary things that we don't know, that the people that are working on it don't know about. It could be possible, but I think it's highly unlikely. It'd literally have to be a huge conspiracy or something like that.
Well, we know governments are working together to hide the true shape of the earth, so there's that.
Okay. I've heard that before too. But is it reasonable to think that everybody's in cahoots?
I mean, would you say MK Ultra was a conspiracy, then became reality?
Well, then you'd have to argue that they're still using MK Ultra. I'm not saying that the thing didn't occur, and I think there's evidence that it did. The next question is, are they still using it?
But what about Operation Mockingbird?
Either way, either one. What's your evidence that they're still using those mind control things in society today?
I mean, Operation Mockingbird, you could definitely tell. Not too long ago, they showed the news all repeating the same agenda.
Well, I mean, I could see that to a point, but there could be a reasonable explanation for that. There's a news wire. Everybody's reading off the same news wire. Versus just instead of trying to go out and investigate themselves, they're just regurgitating whatever's being pumped out. I mean, it's easier for someone to just, I went to the local weather station, visited my wife, or we got invited to go in, and they talked about how it's, that they want to be able to do their own weather prediction, but it's easier for them just to pick up the phone and call the local National Weather Service and just get it off the air than actually go in and try to find the models, do it themselves, look at the radar. It's a lot easier for them just to get it from the National Weather Service.
Yeah,
so I would say that a lot of news is something along the same lines.
Yeah, I would
I'm
say
just saying.
the weather will be something, yes, that somebody will probably repeat. Now, the same line over 50 news stations, that's a little bit trippy.
Well, for one, they're owned by the same company. A lot of them are owned by the same company. So, like when I get a communication from my company, it goes out to all the employees, So it could be something similar. I don't know. I mean, they may tell them where to get their. If I'm told only where to get my news source from, I'm not saying it's right. And you might be right. I'm just saying, but there could be some just normal explanations for it than some government conspiracy. I'm not, and it could be a government conspiracy, but what's the proof of that?
I mean, they said that they did that many of times. So what to say?
Oh, no.
Okay, so if they said they admitted to the fact that they do this, why would you think they change?
Well, that's why I asked. I said I didn't say they. I said they could have been using it back in the day. What's the proof that they're continuing to use it? But using the news cycle and they're all repeating the same thing isn't necessarily proof of that. I mean,
well, I mean,
if a news source, if I report a news story, let's say about something happening here where I live, and I'm the source of that story, other news agencies just repeating what I say, is that truly, would it truly be that? I don't know. It's just a good question. You can't assume.
I mean, what make you assume they're not doing it? I mean, if they admitted they've done it, and I mean, they tell you they're listening. They tell you they weren't listening to your conversation yet, and not looking at your not looking through your camera while you were not aware, and then it comes out that it did. What makes you think that they're still not doing it?
No, and I'm not saying that the government's not doing things nefarious. I mean, I used to be deep in the conspiracy world, so I get what you're saying, and I don't trust the news, so I don't think that I'm just blindly accepting what the news is saying. I don't watch the news half the time. I watch a lot of alternate news sources, something that's not on the mainstream. So I don't follow mainstream news sources because I don't trust them. But the other side of the coin is, I think the problem with conspiracy theories and the conspiracy world that I'm starting to recognize, we start throwing the baby out with the bathwater, and then everything becomes a conspiracy. And then if everything becomes a conspiracy, you can't trust anything. And then if you can't trust anything, how do you come to know anything?
If you don't have firsthand evidence, all you're doing is trusting other person. So that you really won't be able to know anything. You're gonna take whatever they say on faith that they're telling you the truth.
But if I trust the source that someone's telling me something, like my wife, if my wife tells me something, I'm going to trust her as a source. I mean, we try, and I never experienced. I mean, she tells me an experience she happened on the road. I have to trust her. I mean, you would have to argue that everybody along the chain, other than people you have direct contact with, are lying, which means you can't trust anything. I'm not saying you should trust blindly, and I'm not arguing that either. I'm not arguing that you should blindly trust, but you'll run into problems when you start not putting certain level of trust in certain things. I mean, like right now, I've had arguments on here about history. Okay, you can't know anything past a couple hundred years. So you can't trust. Then that means you can't trust anything at all, and anything that that's ever been written. Because then you can push it back. It pulls it even further closer. Like how far can you know anything past 100 years? If you got to be personal experience about it, then I can't trust anything that somebody tells me. It becomes a solipsist when you start going down that road.
I mean, it becomes trust. I mean, you will have to trust what they're telling you. That's all you have to do. I mean, it's just like I said, it's just a trust thing, not a knowledge thing. A knowledge is always firsthand experience or whatnot.
Okay. So you have no knowledge that I'm telling you I'm driving down the road behind a Ford F-150. I could read off the license plate, but I'm not going to. It's gray. So because you didn't firsthand experience what I just told you, you don't have knowledge of that vehicle on the road.
Yeah, but that's not going to affect my. That's not going to. Yeah, but what you're saying is not going to have any bearing on my life. But the government today and humanity at the moment is under tyranny. At the moment, we're under tyranny. So
Well, hang on a
obviously you've got
second,
to
Jim.
No,
start
hold on a second.
Jim. Hold on a second. Now, what if that F-150 that I was just telling you about was pulling into the nuclear silo, about to put a key in the key into the switch and push a button to launch a missile to where you're at? That F-150 would have very much impact on your day-to-day operation. Yes, it would.
I mean, the thing I will have to trust that you're actually looking at an F-150 that's going that.
That's
direction,
provable,
right?
though, isn't it?
How's it proven? How's it proven?
Exactly.
How can I prove to you that F-150 was just there? How can I prove that to you, Jen? I could take a picture, but you would say, "Oh, that's photoshopped." So now what?
Well, you can send me a photograph of that situation, time
You would still have
stamped
to
at least,
trust them, though.
and that's the best you can do. Yeah. Other than that, I'd have to be there. Okay, and that's fine. The point is, even if my wife said she's got the cold, do I believe her? I have to see those symptoms, and I will tell, not just by what she says, the action therein. If she's got that, not that she does get sick, she hasn't been sick in years, but if that was the case, I would see it with my own eyes, evidently. There, it's happening.
What if for some
So
reason she was on
you have
vacation,
to
Jen?
trust.
Yeah, you have to. That's my point. Certain things you have to trust.
Yeah,
There's a trust factor in all of it.
that's
And if
correct, and we do where we can. We do where we can. Things like COVID and all that shit. I'm not going to trust that. That doesn't do. It doesn't get my trust. I need more evidence than what's out there, even anecdotal.
Okay,
Sorry,
Jen, I'm gonna
so it
tell
is.
you here. You don't know me. You don't know from me from a hill of beans. So you're saying what I had, what my wife had, was not COVID, even though I told you circumstances that seemed to match up
Yeah,
the symptoms of that. I did not have COVID. So you're saying I'm lying.
I'm saying that you're mistaken. It was just a regular cold, and the new name of the scene at the moment is the COVID, which is a hoax.
Can you show
So
me
it is.
over
That's
the course?
all.
Can you show me over the course of long as people have had colds that they've lost their taste and smell for months on end?
I have posted. I have been posting material to that end. So if you look into the live text, you can click on it and you'll learn. I've been
Can I
posting.
just ask real quick, Paul? Did you get a test? One of the nose test up the nose?
Yeah, I did that. I did.
And your wife did too?
Yes.
Okay.
I've been tested twice and got. Go ahead.
And did the loss of taste and smell come before or after you got the nose test?
Before.
Okay.
And also, here's the way the test works. Now, the solution, you never touch the solution. It never goes into your mouth. The only thing that goes into your nose is the cotton swab. So you'd have to argue it's the cotton swab that's transmitting some kind of chemical into your
Yeah, it is.
system.
I'm arguing.
Okay,
that.
so you arguing that? Okay, but how do you get your taste? How do you lose your taste and smell before you even do the test?
Yeah, I'm not necessarily saying that well, I think there's multiple things going on with this whole thing. I think one of the things is involved with the testing, but it's not the only thing that has been causing the spread of what I'll call more a bioweapon rather than a flu-like thing.
You know, one of the better arguments I've heard, and they actually did the breakdown, and even using one of the treatments for it as a proof, is that it's snake venom. That's actually what they're doing, is using snake venom, and it's actually
Right.
the monoclonal antibodies is used for snake venom bites, and a lot of the symptoms, since it is hitting your nervous system, you know, like with your taste and smell, it's like a snake venom affects your central nervous system. So I think that's a better argument than saying it's a cell tower.
And
From
those
what I've heard.
also, yeah, those venom peptides also cause loss of taste and smell in the nose and in the mouth. Like that's one of the symptoms of venom poisoning is a loss of taste and smell, often for a very long period of time as well, for like 6 months or 8 months in some cases. Yeah, and the acute shutdown of the organs that certain people were having, and yeah, there's a lot of interesting. And yeah, the monoclonal antibodies, which is basically an anti-venom treatment. But yeah, there's a lot of interesting connections and correlations. Even the owner of Moderna just created an anti-venom company. Like in these last 2 years, they literally launched a new anti-venom. It's like, really, Moderna of all things, they're getting into the venom business. It's a little strange.
Yeah, what's going on there? Anti-venom now. What's going on? You see? Can you see the agendas? They're creating all this stuff. It's all man-made. It's all man-made modern stuff. Never happened way back, 1,000 years ago. No one's having this problem. You see? So of course you can't trust. Of course you can't. We're living in a modern world where deception is abound. You have to stick to the old-fashioned, regular exercise, eat healthy, and don't do drugs, don't do junk. Move on, man. That's what I am. Like I said, I'm going to live a life where I don't need to go to the doctor. I'm going to prove these scumbags wrong. I'm not looking for any medicine before any medicine's coming in. Natural, homeopathic style if I get sick. You watch. Watch how I'm going to have them over a barrel. I'm not going to change my lifestyle at all. Yeah. When I'm 80, I'm still going to be able to do chins and sit-ups and leg raises. That's my target now, 80. Right. So let's see how fast my body degenerates as I get older. See, that's what I plan. I'm planning that. Modern world, where they're just creating the diseases for you to believe in. And any of you who have had your jabs, your immune system has been compromised. Because you guys are just getting way too many jabs to exist on this flat earth. We don't get that many in Africa, in Europe, in Britain, New Zealand, Australia. You guys are getting 72 plus. What a mad number. 72. 16 doses. First question, why do I need that many and the Brits don't need it? Your counterparts in Europe. What's going on there? You can't work that out. That's why you're getting all these ailments, because your immune system has been compromised from birth.
Jen, this is kind of a U-turn in topic. I mean, but it was actually something I was going to ask you before, and we just moved on, but it was still in my mind.
Yeah.
What is totally changed the topic? What do you think they told the astronauts, the Armstrong and Neil Armstrong and those guys? Do you think that they just sat them down and said, "Hey, you're going to lie about this, and you're going to be famous, and this is how it's going to go"? Or do you think they like did some kind of mind trickery? It was something I was going to ask you before, like what you think they actually told those guys, and whether those guys are just bald-faced lying, thinking that it's like kind of like a military operation that, that they just have to keep that story going, the way that they kind of convince military personnel to do that kind of stuff. Like, what is your viewpoint on kind of what they told those guys?
Yeah, I'll go with what you just said there. I think, they had to toe the line, probably threaten their families. Do you know what I mean? Threaten to kill their families if they let out the secret. They're carrying a secret for sure. No doubt about it. And Gus Grissom was very vocal, wasn't he? He was totally not going to toe that line. That's why he died with Chaffee and the other guy, all three of them in that capsule, in that fire. 100% for oxygen. So no, I think the threat was there from NASA.
Yeah, there
I've
was
got a take on that, Gio.
Oh, go ahead, Napalm.
Yeah, I got a take on that. So think about the time frame, right? We're talking about the 60s. We're talking about the height of the Cold War. We had the Cuban Missile Crisis, right? We've got this threat just offshore, the possibility of missiles being installed in Cuba from the Russians. You've got Russian, or at least this is the story, right? You know, the story is Cuba's in cahoots with Russia. They're just outside our border. We're starting to, we're starting to do things in quote unquote space, allegedly, us and Russia. So you take some of your top military pilots. You've got guys that are bought into the system, that are willing to die for their country, right? That have been thoroughly trained, ready to go. And the pride that most military people have in their country, they're willing to do anything up until death to protect and defend their country. So they get sat down, and they say, hey guys, we have this mission. We need to beat Russia to space. They're already off our shores. They're close. This thing could boil over at any minute. They could be the first ones to space. That's going to be a strategic military operation. We can set up bases. We can have dominance, blah, blah, blah. We want you guys to be a part of this mission. They go through all the training. These guys are thinking most of the time they're doing everything involving the training within NASA. They think that they're going. They're thoroughly convinced that not only is this going to be one of man's greatest achievements, it's going to be strategic for the United States in order to protect the people. They find out last minute, kind of just like what was portrayed in Capricorn 1.
Capricorn 1, yeah.
They find out last minute, hey, we can't actually do this, but we need Russia to believe that we did. This is the only way that they're going to back down. This is the only way that we're going to find this military superiority. Blah, blah, blah. Now you need to do this for the country. We know that you've done everything. You guys have done everything you needed to do to train for this mission. This is our fault. But we need you to do this thing. And all they had to do was basically perpetuate the lie. Hey, we're going to take care of you. We're going to take care of your family for the rest of your life. No need to worry about any of it. But what you need to do for your country now is what we tell you. And that's all. Simple.
Yeah, but Russia was well in the lead with the space race anyway. America was ranked last in everything when it came to that stuff. Russia was superior in that sense. But I think America knew that Russia was lying. They were working together there. Sputnik, remember Sputnik as well? They had Sputnik up there supposedly sending a signal out.
Right. I'm not saying that Russia wasn't possibly faking their stuff and the US wasn't possibly faking their stuff up until the moon landing. What I'm saying is, the question was, what did they tell the astronauts, right? And I think that's what they told them specifically is a story similar to that.
Right. Yeah. So in that way, like they could almost, these guys could be, in a sense, coerced into feeling like heroes because now they're doing the thing for the safety of the country, even though it's a lie, but they might be convinced that there's like a valid reason for it.
Right. It's not just a lie. It's a lie for national security, which would be much easier for these military guys to buy into than, hey, we're just faking this space thing. Right.
Right. Yeah. And then it's more of a military operation for the safety of, their families and the, national security. And so that they would feel like there's some valiant, heroic part of it as to why they're doing it. Yeah. As kind of a military operation.
when I look at the American astronauts, they didn't seem to be that formidable, powerful men, to be quite honest. They look like donuts, most of them. They, you know, they didn't look.
Well,
they didn't look like the top of the crop. Not at
It's
all.
I think it's been.
it's
I
my
think it's in
understanding that
America.
Armstrong was a pretty decent fighter pilot. Was my
Yeah,
understanding.
he was. Yes,
Wasn't he a
he was
test
that.
pilot too? A test pilot, Armstrong?
Yes, that's right. He
Yeah,
was.
yeah. So he had pretty good credentials underneath his belt, and I think all of them did, as far as that sort of thing was concerned.
Think about this
Yeah.
though. Think about this. Picard went up in the early 1900s.
1931.
So I would think, yeah. So that was like, 3 decades, almost 4 decades previous to the moon landing, so called. But so I think they did send them up in like high altitude, and showed them probably some of the stuff they actually have up there. I'm sure they have some badass stuff up there floating around, built off of Picard, just built off Picard's idea. I've seen some pretty badass. It's in one of my videos. Some pretty badass, even private capsules, man. They're all chromed out and they look badass there. They probably have stations up there, maybe 100,000 feet or something. The way Neil described the void up there, I mean, think about it. That's before the amateur altitude balloon. I mean, that's exactly what we see, a black void. And he described it real good. So I do believe they spent some time up there and shit. But yeah, they at the last minute they told him, that we feel for your safety, man, but we got to do this. Yeah, and like what the guy just said, it was pretty good, explaining, this is for the good of the country, and convinced them it's patriotism without even really having to threaten them. But they'd one more thing, they'd already set an example with White, Grissom, and what you call it. And so I don't even think they really had to make the threat. I think that went without saying, right?
So I can understand at the time they could get that past people and get them to be all patriotic and all that sort of stuff. But then now you got to continue the lie, don't you? So initially I can see that story flying, like, national security, you got to do this for your country and whatnot. And I can quite easily see these men signing up for that sort of mission. But then once that is done, how do you then continue this story? How do you get other people on board?
Well, this is how
continually.
Because so when they showed them the best of what they had, they made them, they pretty much give them clearance. They give them the top clearance, and they had to sign off. So like I said, all the details was probably in what they signed off to get the clearance to see the best of what they had to offer at the time,
I'm talking about now or since then, Brian, like all the rest of the people that have continued the lie. Like at the time when they first
I think
did
it's the money.
it was for national security. So to get the people on board to actually go along with that with that lie, I can see that a very viable path to go down and get people and getting people to sign on for that, I think would be relatively easy myself. But then since then, you've got all these other people that they have now had to sign on board. So it's
right. It's the same situation, man. It's the same situation. They're going up there and to them attached capsules, man. They could have some giant fucking attached capsules up there floating around way up high, and they're having to sign for clearance. And you see them sometimes. They're in good moods, and she's like, "See, look at the hair." I mean, they're even acting like it's fake. It's an inside joke. But when they sign for that clearance, you can go up there and see all that shit. They're spending some time up there, which is probably breathtaking, and they're finding out the truth. And by signing that clearance to go up there, man, they're signing their life away pretty much.
Life away, yeah.
To have top level clearance, bro, it's pretty much written that you're dead if you talk, right?
That's if there is such a thing up there, because you don't know that's up there. Purely speculation on this part, isn't it? I mean, capsules up there looking down on Earth. We don't know that. I mean, I don't believe that's up there. Not at all. Just don't believe that's up there.
I'll post a
That would be
picture of
great. Maintenance. They can't be up there indefinitely. They need maintenance. Come on, man. There's a lot to ask.
Why would they
there.
need Why would they need maintenance? Why would they need maintenance? Seriously.
What, a capsule? A capsule just sitting there?
Yeah, fucking.
Attached to a.
You don't think they have
Attached to a
materials?
helium balloon?
Yeah, you don't think they have materials?
Attached to-
Yeah, sure. You don't think they have materials that can withstand certain pressures? They have U2 went up 100,000 feet. That's way out of sight from the ground. That's way up there. You know, you're in the black once you get to about 80, 90,000 feet. You're in the black.
Up. It's only 24 miles up, 20 miles. That's all. Not that far, mate. I just don't believe there's anything up there.
Well,
big ass. Sorry.
Yeah, well, you're entitled to that opinion, man. I could show you one of the capsules, man. I got to dig it out of one of my videos, but it's badass.
Yeah, you can show it to me, but like I said, man, no, I don't believe that that's up there.
Well, they made it just to not send it up there, then.
As far as
Hey, Brian,
think about it.
Brian, you think there's a space station up there with people in it?
I think
Yeah.
I would call it. Yeah, sure, man. But not. I'm talking about up there floating around though. I'm not talking about
how's it staying?
250 miles orbiting. But
how would you then believe it would be staying up there?
that could be where they're fucking filming the shit on the wires. It's possible. Probably not, but it's possible. But let me say one other thing. Let me say one other quick thing. Just think about it. The first American satellite was that big ass. I forgot Epic, or I forgot the name of it, but it was a big ass round ball, like 50 yards tall, and it was a balloon. They say they filled it up in orbit. But so the first satellite was a balloon that they bounced signals on, a big old Mylar balloon.
You talking about the Russian Sputnik? Not that one, surely.
I'm talking about America's first satellite where we bounced signals off of it. You didn't see that picture of that giant fucking satellite? Our first one that they bounced off
I know
of?
the one you're talking about.
That's the giveaway, bro. That's the giveaway. That's pretty much, to me, the giveaway. Before they even thought about hiding anything, they pretty much showed what's up there and what they're bouncing shit off of. Balloons.
Just quickly, Brian, I've sent you a couple of links in your DMs because you're a battery man. So I think you'll enjoy what I've sent you.
Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Did y'all see me on Quantum Erasers yesterday?
No. Did you?
It was last chance for the last call for Ether. And so I went on there and just, argued for it. I told him, because like I said, I'm open-minded, so I'll keep open-minded and say, yeah, maybe the Ether. It would sure explain a lot. It sure would kill the globe model, but it's possible that that it doesn't exist too, But I'll put up an argument for it, But I tried to keep the peace as good as possible. Betty helped. Yeah, go check out the second half of Quantum Erasers when I joined. It's pretty good, man.
What does last call mean? After this, they
Well, yeah, he did the first. He did the first call. He did first call, I guess, the other day. Or, I guess that's what he named the show for the Ether. And like I said, I kept the pieces best to my ability. I'm not really that good at that, but I did my best, and Betty helped. But so I tried to formulate a hypothesis out of the Michelson-Morley, and I said a couple smart ass things that kind of triggered him a little bit, but then he calmed down, and so did I. But because he started talking about Compton scattering, and I said hypothesis, please, because he had asked me for a hypothesis for Michelson-Morley, and so I tried to formulate one, and I tried to formulate one just pertaining to the subject. So I told him, I said, he asked for the dependent variable, and I said stars rotating, and then he asked for then I wanted to give him the hypothesis, and he's like, no, give me the independent variable first. Independent, and I was, that's when we got into it a little bit, but then we calmed down and he let me finish, and I said, okay, so the independent variable would be is the telescope moving? All right, the telescope, I wanted to do it the other way, but he blocked me from it, so I had to go opposite, and and make like a globe Earth type of formula. My NOAA was the telescope moving is not causing apparent star rotation. So yeah, that was my definitive variable. Is the telescope moving is causing apparent star rotation, and my null is the telescope moving is not causing apparent star rotation. He's like, "What do you can't do that. What are you going to move the ground?" I said, "Maybe. Let me fucking finish. I might. Let me finish." And Betty's like, "Yeah, let him finish. Let him finish." And so I said, "Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna look at the star through a telescope, and I have to angle it. I'm gonna fill it with water, and see if I have to, and then slow down the light and see if I have to tilt it more, because if the light's already on its way to the telescope and I slow it down to the water, I won't have. If it's the star moving, I will not have to move my telescope anymore because the light's already left the star and the star just keeps right on moving. But that light's already left the star and it's on its way. But if it's the telescope moving, or me moving with the ground basically, but still it's still the telescope moving. If it's the telescope moving and I fill the telescope up with water and I do have to adjust it, that means the light is basically moving with the star. I mean, we're the ones moving, and I'm having to adjust further because I'm moving away from the star. In other words, by slowing the light down, if it's already left the star, let's say whatever it is, the projection of light, the propagation or particles, whatever, it's already left the star at that point in time, and the star just cruises on its merry way, while I'm stationary on the ground, and it's slowing the light down. I don't have to adjust the telescope. It's already coming that direction. It's already left the star or propagated from the star, however you want to look at it. And it kind of ended there. Like it would just kind of shut it down. I didn't really push it much further, but to me, that's it ain't a great. I mean, it ain't nothing great, but it's still viable, barely, according to the strict rules of natural science. Because I do believe in a lot of the stuff they say, and I didn't want to go there, just like die, just breakneck freaking defending the ether, because I'm not, I'm on the fence. I'm open minded. I let him know that, and we calmed down. It wound up being a pretty good show, man.
Hey Brian, can I clarify that that's a hypothesis for Airy's failure, not Mickelson?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I figured everybody'd know that. I should have specified though. But for Mickelson Morley, I would say that it'd be the same independent or dependent variable star rotation, apparent star rotation. And then you can use man-made shit in your independent variable because that's part of the experiment. And you have to use man-made equipment to manipulate manipulate the cause. But it's just that the dependent variable's got to be natural. And if it's not natural, this is why I agree with it, because if it's going to be strict natural science, like proving a cause, if it's not something we can witness without causing it ourselves, then it can't fall under that strict category, because we'll never really know 100% if it's not natural, and we can manipulate it, like fully manipulate it. But he even gave some slack and agreed that there are other ways to prove shit besides natural science, with technology and all that. But anyway, I pressed him a little bit, as much as I could get away with. I kind of like him, man. Even he jumped down my throat for a minute, but I kind of pushed him, for it. I just think it was a good show, man. It ended good. Oh, and I showed the video, man. I showed that video, or I posted the video. He wouldn't play it, but I described it, where the water, the vacuum tank underwater, he unhooks it from his pump and has it sealed, and he opens the valve underwater, and it gets a little, like almost about a third of the way full, and he closes the valve and checks, and there's still no pressure, and then he opens the valve back up underwater, and it is just bubbling vigorously. Like I thought it was maybe the water boiling, but the pressure didn't go up. And plus, at the end, there was like just just a tiny little bit of air, like a little tiny bubble. And I mean, and he was like, whoa, trying to hold it underwater. He said it's just trembling with force under there. It's like it's just powerful vibrations, man. And it was awesome to even hear underwater. And like I said, it's bubbling profusely. So I had to ask, what are them bubbles? Because the guy in the video said that they're bubbles of nothing because it wasn't gas, and there's no bubbles coming up to the surface. It was just bubbling inside the container vigorously, and then they just disappeared. So it's either bubbles of nothing, or I said, it might be the ether. If there is such a thing, then this is, I think, the best demonstration we have to show it, because here you have bubbles of either nothing, or Bubba said maybe it's a element that's lighter than hydrogen, that we haven't really completely identified, or maybe we have and it ain't part of the convention. But one last thing, it could be, because I don't believe that it's particles bouncing around. I think that it's flexible, it stretches. I think the air, when it expands, it does just that. It expands, it stretches, it's flexible, it's fluid. So I don't believe that even in the air up high where the pressure gets down low, it's cold. Everything balances itself out. It's colder up there, and there's still air up there. It's expanded, and it's just, I don't believe that it's going to fill volume by bouncing around. I don't believe that. I don't believe I'm not like a materialist where everything's a particle. I think, yeah, you get just molecules and all that. But oh yeah, one other thing I talked about, I was contentious about light not being a wave, or because he was saying that radio waves are particles. And I was like, what? I told him, I said, when he started explaining the double slit, I said, yeah, or photoelectric effect and the double slit, I said, look, man, I said, all it is an arbitrary number that they assign light. They took the smallest little discrete chunk they could get, the quickest little flash of light, assigned it a number, right? And called it a particle, so they can put it in computers and make devices and shit and programs. You have to have you have to quantify it to put it in a computer. That's why they have to quantify everything. So they made light. They have to make everything a particle to be able to program it, simulate it, measure it. So everybody should at least understand that so it's not really a massless particle, because that's crap. Everybody knows it ain't no I mean, when I think of particle, I don't think of something massless. But like I said, I told him that, and it went over okay. I told him it's my opinion that air is flexible, and light is pretty much so then it shows up as a wave. So you fire one little spot of light, one little quick blink of light, and you give it a number, and then you see that it just forms a little spot on the back screen, and then you keep doing it with more little flashes, and yeah, it's going to show a wave, because that's what it is. It's electromagnetic waves, basically part of the spectrum. But yeah, check it out if anybody gets a chance. And thanks for posting them videos, man. I'm gonna check out everything about batteries you come across that you think's neat or cool or new. I would appreciate it. That's my hobby. One other thing, I guess, since nobody's responding, like I told him, it's a good topic, man. I said it's a fun topic, because it gets monotonous. And then he said something. I said, yeah, well, maybe fun's not the right choice of words, but it's an interesting topic, and because he had extra views. And Nathan Oakley, for even when he's going ape shit and acting like a fucking spaz to other flat earthers, he still gets a lot of views for that. It's an interesting subject because it's cutting edge, and it's like still up for debate. of what's going on and how to prove it and all that. So I was just proving a point that we can have the conversation without fucking going ape shit and dogging each other out. And the way Nathan acts, like did anybody see the last Nathan Oakley show about the ether where it wasn't Dyslow? Was that New Perspective? Who is going?
I think it was Dyslow because earlier, like yesterday, Dyslow came into the chat here, and yeah, he was kind of telling us what happened, and yeah, he did say that he spoke up, and he said that it went pretty, it got kind of went off the rails for a little bit there. He said,
Yeah, it's worth watching, man, but you're gonna cringe, I don't see how, like, they all back him up. It's like, and like Neil and Chocolate, they all back him up like it's retarded to discuss the ether, like it's new or something. It's it's not new, and so I've actually by putting that video out, I've showed physical evidence of it. So now you actually do have to call it nothing or accept that it's ether or name it something else. I don't see any other options. Now that I've visually represented it, it's not air. There's no pressure, and it's not. And the tank fills up with water at the end. There's no air, so it wasn't air in there bubbling profusely. Plus, air would have come up to the top, and it didn't. So pretty much, you're going to have to call it nothing. Instead of just bringing the argument up, like, do you believe in nothing? Look here, you see this technology? You think them are bubbles of nothing? I mean, I think anybody honest has to answer that question. If I bring it up, since I've visualized it, you think that's a fair request and debate? That I mean, not just them, but anybody. If Globers or anybody, if I bring up that video and show them. And ask them what it is. That's a fair question, right?
I'm not sure of. I mean, I haven't seen the video, but I'm not sure about.
Listen, it's a short video. I'll go ahead and post it. If you want to just see right down to the point, it's only like a 2-minute, 50-second video. But if you want to just get right down to the point, it's only like 30 seconds. So just go straight to like 50 seconds. If you want to just get right down, if you don't really want to watch the whole 3 minutes, just if you want to see what I'm speaking of, I'll post it. It'll take me about 20 seconds. Hold on.
Sure. Yeah. No. What I'm saying is I'm not sure if the claim necessarily is that the ether is gaseous. But what you may be demonstrating, sure, is that there's some sort of nothingness or something, or some sort of rarefied gas or something along those lines. I don't think that that's necessarily the claim of most ether proponents, is that that the ether is like a rarefied gas. To me, it's more described as an energetic background, quote unquote, medium, right? So,
absolutely, and I would agree. It is energetic medium. It's just it's obviously lighter than anything that we have on our list of elements, if it exists. But like I said, we can see it if it's everywhere. It only shows up. See, I also showed a shock wave that's visible that follows the plane. It's a big old circle that hangs out in front of the tail. Now we know the air ain't doing that. The air don't behave like that. And anybody who knows everybody knows that air flows past the wings and all that. This wave's following the plane, and we know we can't see sound waves or radio waves. So, I showed that too, and just concluded that, this possible ether, the possibility of ether, this is how it becomes manifest. So it's not non-manifest. This is how we see it, is in very high energy situations. Like I said, that vacuum chamber takes a shitload of energy to make the vacuum. And like I said, underwater, man, you should watch that video. I just posted it, but it's powerful, man. Like it trips him out the way it's trembling underwater. And also at the beginning, he says, he tries to sink it. People thought it was gonna sink or something, but he's trying to sink it. And he's like, whoa, because it's so buoyant. And he's like, it's more buoyant than I don't know if he measured it, but he said that it's more buoyant. The vacuum's more buoyant than air-filled container. And according to the buoyancy equation, I mean, I don't see how it's displacing the same amount of water. How can it be more buoyant if it's a sealed container, whether it's vacuum or not? But that showed you that it is an element. It is a background that's everywhere, pretty much. It's because it's more buoyant than hydrogen. So, but it only reveals itself in very high energy type situations, man. Like I have a couple other examples too, and even maybe the lunar wave could be an example of it becoming manifest. Just ideas, man. But that's bubbling. It's some kind of medium, whatever it is. It's a lot of it. I'm gonna tell you that. It bubbles like insane. It probably bubbled enough to fill up probably 20 of them fucking vacuum chambers if they weren't just nothing bubbles. If it was taking up space the way regular gas does, it probably could have filled up 20 of them chambers. It's just boiling like insane. It's intimidating. It's awesome to see. Like it's like, whoa, that's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I'll have to take a look at that and see kind of what's going on there.
Yeah, if you want to, just go to Livestream text. I just posted it and just skip to 50 seconds, and it'll take you about 30 seconds to see it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'll do that at some point. I'm doing work right now, but I will do that. So what do you conceptually think of when you hear the term ether, right? You just kind of leave it as a open interpretation, or do you have some sort of definition that you would kind of go with, or an idea
To be
of what?
to be perfectly honest, bro, I could go either way with it, man. I think both sides have a good argument. I could literally go either way and feel decent about it. But I'm open-minded. So I think it's probable. I'm probably like 50, 59, 41 maybe. It just seems to me, I mean, and I asked him, why is it so contentious? It's like if it exists, it literally is a heliocentric model killer. I mean, I made one other good point. I don't want to forget this. So they explained the Michelson-Morley by saying that the arm moving with the Earth compress. They call it
Contraction.
yeah, exactly. Length
Right?
contraction. But
Yep.
here's a point. See, people don't think, man. And I try and say this shit, man, and people don't. So here, this is fucking common sense. If it's the length contracting, okay, what did it just decide to contract when he turned the fucking light on? No, if they aimed it that way, when they built it, the motherfucker, when they were setting it up out there or whatever, and gauging everything and lining it up, it had to already be contracted. It ain't like it just contracted right when they turned the fucking light on, right? I mean,
Well, I think that's kind of their idea, right? Is that the movement within quote unquote space time causes this contraction, right? But the problem with that is, if everybody's concerned about empiricism, what was the apparatus that measured this contraction to begin with, or is it just a plug equation to kind of dismiss the results of the test because there was no actual measurement of the physical contraction of the apparatus. The physical contraction of the apparatus was assumed so that the results would work in favor of, you know, the Einsteinian camp. Let's put it that way.
Right. But I can kill that dead by saying, yeah, it had to already be contracted before the test. You know, as soon as you set it up, before you even fucking calibrated it, if that's the direction it's facing, it ain't like it contracted right when you turn the light on. If it's contracting due to the momentum of us moving in that direction, then that's what they attribute it to. Then it already had been contracted before they even calibrated the damn thing. As soon as they put it there and named it that way, then it's contracted. It can't start contracting right when they flip the switch. You see what I'm saying? So I kill that dead in its tracks with common sense and logic.
Yeah. To me, that one's easy, right? They really have no proof or justification in any empirical sense of the the physical contraction taking place, right? It's purely mathematical. So I work as an accountant, and many times when, let's say, things are not necessarily balancing as far as the books are concerned, we have what we call plugs that we plug in $1 here or a couple dollars there, depending on the variance that would be acceptable, and we just call that a plug number, so that the books balance. And to me, the Lorentz contraction, that transform equation, is a plug number in order for the relativity aspect of it to work. So
Yeah,
I don't know why anybody in their right mind would get behind a plug number as long as the equations work, and then somehow also get behind this plug number proving that there is some sort of physical contraction that would be taking place due to bendy warpy space-time, or whatever the official story is about that. So.
It took them 25 years to even to have an answer for it with relativity. You know, it had physics upside down. You know, and to me, science is slammed on brakes since then. We haven't progressed much except for artificially with like computers and bullshit technology. We haven't really, you know, all those old speed records still stand. It's like, or they did for almost, unless somebody just recently broke it. But no, I don't want to get sidetracked. I want to say, yeah, they're doing the same thing now with dark matter. It's a filler. You know, it's some bullshit, bullshit explanation with mathematics to balance their globe.
Balance their books. The problem is, right, so in accounting, right, we have things that it's immaterial, right? So depending on the amount of money that we're working with, if I'm working with a company that, you know, is dealing in the billions of dollars, something like $100,000 plug is an immaterial difference, right? So we can make adjustments of hundreds of thousands of dollars when we're dealing in the billions and trillions, meaning that's kind of immaterial, right? But if I'm dealing with accounts where you know, the total amount of revenue within a company is $100,000, then, you know, $1 or $2 is an immaterial difference that we can make plugs for to make the books balance, right?
Like fine tuning it
due to rounding, right? But when it comes to cosmology, how can you have a plug number that's 96% of your total overall revenue, right? You know, that would be like me plugging $1 trillion in so that we have $1.5 trillion and our books balance. That doesn't make sense.
It's actually, you're even being generous with that number even.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
But I get the point, man. But I was going to say, they, you know, so right back then when Michelson explicitly made the device and did the experiment to measure the Earth's absolute motion in space to see whether it's moving or not. He's a geocentrist. Okay. And they added the ether. Okay. They're the ones who wrote that paper, not him. Okay, they added the ether. They called it the luminiferous ether because it's the only thing they could come up with, and they which was basically a straw man to the experiment. Then they even had to make it stationary, and so he never agreed with that. he went to his deathbed not agreeing with them results. But then they gave him the Nobel Prize and shit, But he still went on to prove it and wrote his own paper with the Michelson Gale. He had his 2 cents in there, and showing how he proved the necessary measurements for the ether, like 6/6 of it. But like I said, the ether was basically just a straw man, as the globes had to make a straw man and then bend it and call it stationary. Which why are you even bringing up the ether if he's trying to measure the speed of the Earth's absolute motion? Why are you even bringing up the ether? And I'll be like, all right, because there's got to be something to measure against. I'm good with that. But why are you claiming that it has to be stationary? So they kind of non sequitured and straw manned and made fictitious shit up, like to contract the fucking apparatus. I mean, they literally jumped through hoops like circus monkeys to explain that shit away. It's insane how anybody, but the way they recite it, if you never heard anything to the contrary, they make it sound believable. But once you see and read the papers and see what happened after and find out all the explanations, once you hear our side of it, or any geocentric side of it, the real take of what happened, then and you still believe it, then I have no hope for you. And then they're like, it works, it's like, yeah, if you're gonna model something some way, if you're gonna plug in, equations to something and model it that way, then you have to use them equations to do the measurements, or it won't match. So yeah, sure, they're gonna try and use the model to prove the model once again. They'll be like, look, see it matches, it fits. We use it for this and that. Yeah, because that's how you fucking modeled it. You have to use them calculations to make it work because that's how you modeled it. It doesn't prove nothing. I hate when they do that, try and use a model to prove a model. They do it all the time, and it's crazy. So in other words, if I like in my front yard, if I model it out to be like a hemisphere, and I put a big concave light up at a certain height, where just proportionate, like Dr. Zach did, and showed the measurements working out perfect, just with the light bending and or changing angles, and not the ground. And I could do my front yard like that, and then measure the angle, and then move like 20 degrees, and say that I'm and calculate it as a sphere because it matches the angles toward the edges, and then when I go to do any more measurements, once I've modeled my front yard as curved and as being like 60 feet or something per degree, then to validate my map that I made out of that, I have to use them calculations, or it won't fit. To make the measurements fit. If that wasn't a good example, but what I'm saying is, yeah, if you're using equations to model something using calculations, then you have to use them same calculations in the measurements to make them match. Doesn't prove them. It makes your model work, but it doesn't prove that that's reality. I thought I had a good idea to equate it, but I think you get the picture. I think everybody does who heard it.
Yeah, it's you come up with all the parameters create your model and then say that your model proves the parameters, kind of thing. It's like proving your model works because your model works because you created your model, but you're not really tying it back to anything
It gets even
concrete.
better than that. It gets even better than that because then I go to use front yard celestial navigation, right? And I'm using 60 nautical feet per degree, and to do the math, I'm using like the Habersign formula or whatever, just 60 nautical miles per degree to line it up, and I literally measured them angles on my flat front yard, but I'm using that as proof. See, look, see, it doesn't match a flat plane. You know, the trigonometry doesn't match when you get out at past 1,000 miles. It starts getting off, and it gets off more and more the further you go. So that proves it's a sphere. I mean, that proves the ground is changing angles. No, it could be the light changing angles. So what we got to do is look at the light, and I think we could all see that it's not parallel. It's not. But that's a whole different topic. But to sum that whole point up is that, so I'll go out and measure the angles on my flat front yard, apply the Habersign formula, which is spherical geometry basically, and say that proves that my front yard is spherical when I got the measurements from my front yard, which is flat. But since I modeled it that way and calculated it that way, that's how I have to equate it when navigating. It doesn't prove it, but that's how I modeled it, so I've made it work. You with me?
Yep. Yeah, this happens happens a lot, especially, you know, if somebody's like, I'm going to prove that the Earth is a globe by using the parallax of the moon. And all they do is the distance between the two observers. They're like, all right, let's go ahead and figure in the curvature of the Earth within our equation. Boom, boom, boom. It works. The ergo, Earth is a globe. And it's like all you did is you factored in the curvature of the Earth within your calculation. So then that gets you a result, and you make certain assumptions. So since you use the curvature of the Earth and you made assumptions, now the Earth is curved. You know,
Right.
Makes no sense. And the Habersign formula, exactly. That's basically a transform equation, right? It's like, let's take reality. Let's use a transform equation, and since our transform equation maps reality to a sphere, then ergo the sphere is reality. No, that's not the way it works.
Square and the cosines basically, man, and averaging them, because you got to average the just the equator is the only latitude line that's 60 nautical miles per degree, right? And so you have to average it basically, and you have to do it, three-dimensionally, spherically. You average it out, because unless it's a star that's on the equator, looking at your right ascension or your azimuth, whichever one you're going by, pretty much the same to me. But you have to do that equation to get to show the miles. But really, all you had to do was just average out the distance. If you got the angle, then technically you shouldn't even really have to do that. I mean, if you know it's 60 nautical miles per degree, why do you really have to apply that equation? You got a certain angle, and you know which direction it is. But there might be a reason, but it seems kind of like an unnecessary step just to try and prove a ball. But like I said, I just showed in my front yard where the angles from the light changing angle from the lens above it. Dr. Zach, whoever doesn't know what I'm talking about, he used he set up some pegs and used a concave lens and factored it out, or he what do you call it, scaled it, and sure enough, the concave lens at the certain size one gave us just that, gave us the same angles. It scaled to the T. It scaled, and but I do know the math, so I do believe that the further you get away, the more explanation you would have to have. So it's the light changing the angles is a perfect explanation, just as good as the ground changing angles. The thing would be was how could we prove it? We got to prove curvature, physical curvature, and I don't think they've done that yet. So it's still a debate in my mind, still open for debate.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, ultimately, regardless of all the other things and the topics and everything that we delve into, which is great because it's great to look at these ideas and critique them, come up with new ideas, or find better support for existing ideas. But the overall thing when it comes to this topic is curvature, empirical measured curvature. That's the cornerstone. That's the linchpin within this whole discussion. That's ultimately what it boils down to is, do you have an empirical measurement of the claimed curvature rate? I don't think that's been done. I haven't found satisfactory evidence for that. And a deflection away from that to other things that have many other variables that come into play, right? Many other ways to wiggle around what the resultant tests may be, specifically optics, right? There's many things that can take place within observations when it comes to looking at things at distance through atmosphere. Just way too much that takes place with light, right? So ultimately, for me, it boils down to the empirical measurement of curvature at the surface.
Yeah,
I don't think that's been done.
No, it hadn't. The best they have shown is obstruction, which I don't know, maybe shouldn't speak for everybody, but we've all seen days like that, and it's it's just the behavior of light to us, the horizon and all the obstruction, and when we see flat for as far as the eye can see, or the telescope or camera, then it's just the way the medium ether band, shout out to Plain Truth, is behaving that day or that time of day. To them, they need that and Earth curve. So no, we don't need Earth curve. We just have the light, the behavior of the light in the medium. We don't need nothing on top of that. That's going to dictate what we see, and it's going to show obstruction sometimes. And I've not seen many time lapses where you don't see a little bit of both, really, unless it's just ate up with miraging. But almost every time lapse, you're going to see it dancing. You're going to see stuff in the background dancing. But it usually moves pretty consistent together. Usually the background will go up and then down. Dance around a little bit in high speed time lapse. But the way they have their refraction, it's got to be compounding. So it's got to consistently, 7/6R is a consistent equation. And it's a good chunk of percentage, if you ask me. And in Alberuni, I got the main surveyor's number still. Even adding the 7/6R, it's still you come up short. And but you know they have to do that. But that depends on, like, say, take the black swan for instance. If we did a time lapse of that, it would have to consistently the background raise up to conform with Earth curve. It'd have to raise up to get not even together even one bit. The further we see, the more it would have to raise up, and it would have to do it with mathematical precision, damn near to even come close to matching the equation. Because the 7/6R means that basically the further you're seeing, the more curve. Because in regular refraction, we see like the both oil rigs come up and down equally pretty much for the most part. You know, it might be a little bit of fluctuation, but for the most part, we're seeing everything move up and down, dancing around with a little bit of difference, but nothing consistently mathematically compounding, moving up and down further in the distance.
There's way too much that takes. Yeah, there's way too much that takes place in the atmosphere, right? And it's certainly not. There's no silver bullet equation to all the variables that take place within the atmosphere at any given time, right? That can distort, bend, and warp the image that's being presented to us. Plus, there's this thing of perspective, which the Globers like to take immediately to some sort of orthographic, linear, direct relationship, which isn't necessarily the case. I think one of the big things, and I need to try to work this out if I ever have time. One of the big things I think they're missing is that ultimately the light that comes into the human eye, or if you're dealing with like a camera or anything like that, you're dealing with convex and concave lenses, right? So when you set up this orthographic view and you feel like you can just draw lines like little strings to the points of all of these things as they go away in the distance, and somehow that translates exactly to the angular relationship that you have with your eye. What's not being taken into account is the fact that we see in spheres, right? Like everything that we see is in some sort of spherical orientation. That's why we get the appearance of the ground ramping up towards and or near your eye level, and we get the ceiling ramping down towards and or near the eye level, and the walls do the same, right? So what this is kind of a spherical view of the world, and somehow that needs to be applied to this rudimentary orthographic, purely linear function that the Globers are trying to use to disprove how perspective can do things like make things appear to disappear from the bottom up. And there's just I feel like there's a lot more work that needs to be done within that area, just in general, not necessarily to prove flat Earth, globe Earth, any of that. I think it's just an area that we've kind of taken for granted that we understand, just enough of these principles to get close to what is taking place. But I feel like there needs to be more study into how all these angles are coming into the eye with the curved lens of the human eye, that, taking that into account, how the world presents itself in this kind of spherical nature to us. Because ultimately everything that's presented to the back of our retina would be a two-dimensional image that our brain renders in 3 dimensions. I think there's just a lot more work that needs to be done in that area, just to establish kind of the true laws of perspective before we even start to layer on any type of refraction. And one thing that you mentioned as well is the 7/6R. This is a sliding scale that can basically, no matter what observation you take place, that you can see, no matter what the conditions are, no matter how far that horizon appears to be, you can just slide that scale and make the Earth basically increase the radius of the Earth to meet what your observation is
Right. You can
is
go
seeing.
to like 4
Yeah.
over 3R if you need it, or 2 over 1R or something. So yeah. Oh yeah, I wanted to make a comment. Like, so we're not seeing a sphere, we're seeing through spheres with our eyeballs.
Yeah.
But I think I got a better
Yep.
way of explaining what I meant by how it's got to be consistent. Like if we see the oil rig and the horizon is sometimes blocking some of it, it's never blocking as much as it's supposed to. Even with the 7 over 6R, it falls a little bit short, but it gets closer. Okay, so it has to refract with precision. So it can't all just move up and loom. It's all got to do it in rhythm of 7 over 6. So the horizon, instead of moving up and we just still see a blocked oil rig just higher in our frame of view, the oil rig has to raise up, and then the horizon has to jump back behind the oil rig, or it has to stay down. The regular horizon that's usually blocking it has to not go up with the oil rig, and then the horizon way in the background, however many miles that is, 20, 30 miles, then has to come up. So it has to do it in mathematically, but in reality, like, we see a little fluctuation, but for the most part, things come up and down together in time lapse. It doesn't happen in rhythm. Is that a better explanation, you think?
Yeah. I mean, what's taking place is especially when you see things like turbulence, right, which can cause waviness to your image. There's distortion that takes place, and in order for us to observe something like the black swan, like you said, the not only is the oil rig being lifted up, but then behind that the horizon is being lifted up, and both of these things are being lifted up in some way to present themselves exactly what it would look like if we were on a flat plane. You know, it's not like the horizon behind the oil rig is being lifted up like extremely high or is way too low, but the oil rig is presenting itself high. It seems to somehow just lift up and present itself in that oil rig image as if, you know, everything is following not just the same curve, but you're talking about much further distances that would present themselves as if it was following the exact same curve rate as all of the other light, which to me just isn't theoretically possible.
Yeah, maybe once in a blue moon if they're lucky. But yeah, so the horizon that's blocking the oil rig, it has to stay down, and everything else has to come up and in rhythm to flatten it out.
You're having to do this push down, pull up, you know, all these weird contortionist type things that the light would have to be doing, but somehow presents us a perfect image as if there was no curvature to begin with, right? Like
Yeah. And in reality, when we go out there to video shit or even just see it, we know when we get out there, you know, with our eyes, the horizon is it's not clean. It's just basically a focal point. You know, with your unaided eye, you know, you can't really make much out the horizon. You know, except big shit. But anyway, it's too far away. But we know that we're gonna see good that day. You get excited when you get out there and you see how crisp and clear of a day it is. You know, where it's not muggy or it's not refracted up looking. You know, it's nice, clear, visible days we see like that. And in their model, that's the time when it's crystal clear and we see way further. That's when it has to be all refracted up. You know, that's exactly backwards. That's when there's less refraction, when we see crystal clear, and we see a long way on days like that. Sometimes they come in spurts. sometimes it's usually there's an inferior mirage, to my experience. Usually, but some days you get obstruction, and then some days you get where you see a whole long way. But like usually it's predominantly inferior mirage on the horizon. But you once you zoom in, then you see everything better. But you can't see the inferior mirage with your naked eye on the horizon. You can see them in the roads and shit like that, but on the horizon you can't. You gotta zoom in to see the inferior mirage.
Yeah, what I've noticed is there always seems to be some sort of miraging on the horizon, and what I've also noticed is that me going out there on days where I'm looking at a temperature, let's say it's 85, and I'm looking at pressure readings and the clarity of the day, meaning cloud cover, lack of cloud cover, all of that. What I've found is that I get no consistency within observations, just trying to solely look at these conditions on paper that are taking place. Like I can have the same conditions on paper, right? Same temperature, same pressure reading, same visibility, same position of the sun, and get a completely different observation. Like there's just so many things that seem to come into play, the factors that are taking place, right? Water temperature seems to be the same, but I don't know, maybe there's a pocket of cooler, warm water in between what I'm looking at on this day as opposed to this day, or maybe there's a pocket of, slightly lower pressure or temperature differential in between, through the optical corridor between the observation that I'm having. So to me, there is no silver bullet, and when people try to talk about refraction as if it's something that we can just apply to explain an observation, there's no empirical data for the measurement that garnered them that equation for standard atmospheric refraction or terrestrial refraction. Like,
I like
show
that.
me the data. Show me
Corridor.
the data.
That's a good way to put it, bro. Corridor. Like even when you go up in high altitude, you see the everything shrinking into a corridor in the distance. Because it only goes up so high and it turns to black, like with the high altitude weather balloons and stuff. But I want to say one more thing about everything's counterintuitive. Like I said, a day where it's crystal clear and we see further, and we know we are before we even zoom out, and just hoping there's no mirage, basically. And we know that day we're going to pretty much see further. We got a good idea of it anyway after doing it for a while. But my point is so they're backwards on that. So that on the crystal clear days where we see forever, that's when there has to be all the refraction going on to explain the black swans and all that. But also, like with their refraction, they only do measurements and stuff, and the least refraction during the heat of the day when the sun is beaming, heating up the ground and heating up like the top layer of water and evaporating, evaporating the most water. And then when it cools down and levels out without big red beaming on everything, that's when they'll say that there's the most refraction. So everything about it's counterintuitive, man.
Yeah, I haven't seen any empirical data, and I put forth a challenge to Paydenessa Shill when he was in here one time. I said to him, if refraction can explain something like the black swan, meaning that what is taking place there is strictly based on the fact that there's some sort of refraction that is allowing us to see an image that appears to show that the Earth is certainly relatively flat and completely blows away the claimed radius value. If you're saying that's refraction and you understand refraction, let me put forth a challenge to you. And he said, okay. I said, I will give you the spot in which I'm doing the observation, the target in which I'm observing. I will give you the time and the date of every single specific measurement that you want me to take: pressure, temperature, water temperature, air temperature, all of that stuff. And could you present to me what the image would look like? And then I said, you know what, let's do this the opposite way. If I can present to you an image that I take on a specific day, and I'll record all my readings, I'll video it, and I'll give you a snapshot from that video, could you guess all of these factors that are taking place based on the image that I'm presenting to you? Meaning, can you tell me definitively what these parameters are for refraction just solely based off this photograph I'm presenting to you?
Yeah, they've been challenged. They've been challenged that before Rumpus. Like I think they on Flat Earth Debate, a long time ago they challenged Rumpus with that. I think it was Ranty maybe might have. But
really?
I've seen a few people throw out that challenge. I've seen Travis from the Plain Truth throw out that challenge to him. And yeah, they're just using it. Basically, that is their forecaster. What they can see with not even their natural eyes, but with the aided eye through Zoom, then they're going to tell you the conditions after they find out the measurements. Then they got to tell you the conditions. They can't. They've tried that, and I think, and I've never seen it succeed. But yeah, it's another error bar. They just use that.
I heard such a great analogy last night on another server about refraction, right? So the claim is, right, light bends, right? So light can bend. So the claim of refraction is basically they got this slider bar where they can make refraction pretty much wrap around their whole entire ball if it's needed for an observation, right? So the claim is light bends, therefore this equation that's exponential off into infinity as far as light bending. And the analogy that was given in the server was, that's like me saying, I have a friend who runs fast, therefore my friend can run a 3-second mile.
Yeah, that's funny. That's funny. I was gonna do a meme with
Like
my
people can run
P1000.
fast, right? Do you agree that people can run fast? Okay.
Yeah, people can. Yeah.
Then you should accept my claim that I have a friend who runs fast. He ran a 3-second mile.
Yeah, it's
You
like
know?
this. Yeah, it's like this. Your friend runs. Let's say I'll change it up a little bit. So he runs a 4-minute mile, right? So if you let me see the terrain that he let me measure the terrain that he of that particular mile, and I'll tell you his time. I mean, I'll tell you the terrain. You already know his time, but I'll tell you what that terrain is. No, wait, I'm close. I'm so close, man. But so if he runs a 4-minute mile, but you don't know what the terrain's going to be for that mile. So, but you can do this. So just judging by it, no. So you just tell me the time, and I'll tell you what the terrain is. I'll tell you if it was uphill or downhill. Just tell me the time. So we know that he runs a 4-minute mile every time. And so if he ran it in 3 minutes and 50 seconds, then yeah, that the terrain's downhill that day. Or that mile was downhill. If it takes him 4 minutes and 10 seconds, yeah, then there was a little bit of slight uphill running, because we know for a fact that he runs the mile in 4 minutes.
Right. Right.
They're saying they know the globe is radius 3959, so all they need to do is find out the distance, and then
but the analogy
and then they could tell you how much refraction there was.
Right. The analogy of people running fast, right? Since we know light deviates from normal, people run fast. Therefore, there's no end to the deviation that light can take. Therefore, there's no limitation as to how fast people can run. It's kind of the analogy there, right? Like people
Oh
can
yeah,
run
I
fast.
got it.
Therefore, any mile time that I tell you should be acceptable because you know people can run fast. A 1 second mile.
Right. I caught that, but my point was they always want to know your viewer height and the distance to shit, and then they'll tell you how much refraction there was. That's because they know they're a certain size. So that's why I just changed it up a little bit. So we know that we have it measured to the T. We know the size of the earth. So we know the time it takes the guy to run the mile. So all we need to know is the time. We need to know the final outcome, and we can tell you what type of mile it was, whether it was a flat and level mile, a uphill mile, a downhill mile. So it's just an error bar. They just use it to make it match, basically. You know what I'm saying? I was gonna make a meme with my P1000 and take like a slinky and wrap it in like aluminum foil and paint it black, and where it like bends down, and have it all the way zoom out all the way, it protrudes out, and with a little extra lens, the slinky looking like a longer lens and bending down, and me and my wife, basically the meme's gonna show a picture of the backside of me and my wife, arm in arm, looking at the P1000, and on the screen, that's what we're gonna be seeing on the screen of the P1000 is our own asses. And I was gonna set it up to make a meme like rumpus, Earth, Glober refraction, and because Rumpus had made that claim, that you could see your own ass in a telescope if you could see far enough. You could, on some days you could see your own ass in a telescope. In other words, no matter what we show them, they're gonna just use that refraction, like you were saying. So even if they have to see their own ass in a telescope, they're gonna use the math to work it out. But that would have been a funny meme. So me and my wife looking at the camera, and the camera's filming our own asses, the backsides of us. I don't know. I didn't describe it too good, but it was funny in my mind.
Yeah. Basically, you could see the back of your head if you slide that bar far enough.
I think you still make the meme. That shit sounds funny as shit.
Right?
Elba wants to
Oh,
see
limp zoom lens, fucking all extended out and curving down and limp and shit. Like Jack Sparrow's fucking telescoping Pirates of the Caribbean. I think it was like the third one. His eyepiece, when the dude, the other captain, pulled out a bigger fucking eyepiece, and then the next time they were on the horizon, Jack Sparrow had to updo him, so he pulls out one so fucking long it can't even support itself. It's fucking bent over and shit. Y'all remember that?
No, I haven't seen the movie.
He just had to one up him, right? It was funny in the movie, one of the Pirates of the Caribbean movie. But it reminded me, this little kid. I was even a kid, man. I was about probably 12, and this little 7-year-old's playing foosball, and it was me and a few buddies, and we had quarters. He's just playing with a napkin and shit. So we let him play for a minute and everything, Watched him, messed around with him, and then we're like, all right, man, it's our turn, man. We got quarters, and he wouldn't move, man. And so I pulled him, I lifted him up and pulled him. He's like, I'm gonna go get my big brother. And I was like, dude, go ahead. I got a big brother too. He's like, how old's your big brother? I'm like, 18. Mine's 60. I just bust out laughing, dude. Like he's trying to outdo me and done turn his fucking back up into a fucking old man and shit. At the time, old. I'm not going to be able to talk for a minute, but if anybody has something to say, even if I don't respond, I am listening. Just letting anybody know. You ain't talking to nobody just because I ain't responding. I'm going to be down, not able to talk for a few.
So, Elbow, question for you. Has the has the ether dragon been slayed?
I mean, I don't really. Could I say this? I saw the video. I mean, he has a point where it says that medium is a substance. I mean, that's understandable. But I mean, per se that he slayed just the ether dragon. I don't think so. I mean, it's just I didn't see the follow-up video. Was there another video yesterday or something?
I don't know. I think there was some discussion yesterday. I haven't heard all of the discussions from yesterday or the day before, but I did see the presentation.
Yeah, I saw it too. It said a lot of what Winston said was going to happen. He's saying the false dichotomy, then they're saying about the science. Yeah,
I mean, the way it was hyped up, I was expecting QE to come in with a flaming sword to slay the dragon, but it was one of those little plastic cocktail swords that you put the olives through, I think.
And no listing of names. I thought he was gonna list some names. He said he was gonna come cut throats, heads, and shit. But
yeah,
nobody did.
I mean, my disappointment with the overall presentation was after the fact, right? If you're directing this at certain specific individuals, I mean, the discussion really popped off initially between him and Dicelo, and Dicelo was in the room. And when you opened up the room for questions, if you're not going to unmute the person who you're solely directing stuff at, is it really a debate?
Oh, I didn't know he was muted. I didn't pay attention.
Yeah, muted in the room. I was muted in the room as well. I mean, I came super late. I probably wouldn't have spoke up at all to begin with, but yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. You know, if you're gonna throw out this presentation and you want it to be a killer end all be all, are you not wanting any refutation, or does the refutation need to come solely in a similar format where somebody else can put forth their presentation with nobody open within the room to rebut the argument?
Man, I don't think I ever heard QE lead anybody rebut any argument. To start with, he's always like overspoken or starts muting if you have muting powers. I haven't seen him gone to any actual debate, really.
Yeah, that is kind of a good point. I don't know if I've ever seen him in a room where he doesn't have the ability to not only mute but ban. Which is fine. It's whatever. But I like John. Not a fan of QE, but I like John, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I do.
I just thought there would have been a little bit more to the presentation, right? Like just saying that light isn't a wave or EM waves aren't technically waves doesn't really dispel the whole entire argument.
He wasn't going to let me. He muted me, and Betty she wanted to hear what I had to say because so far, I was playing by the rules. I gave a viable dependent variable, and then I gave a viable independent variable, but I was supposed to give the hypothesis next. And I was like, dude, why don't you want to hear the hypothesis? What, he's like, because I want to hear the independent fucking variable. And I said it's the telescope moving that's causing the apparent star rotation. And my null would be that the telescope moving is not causing the apparent telescope rotation. So it's going to prove something one way or another. But he wasn't having it. And he's like, you can't move, you can't manipulate the ground or something. And I was like, no. He's like, what are you going to do? Manipulate the ground? And I'm like, maybe, let me get to that. You don't know what I'm going to do. I'm laying it out, And I thought I told him beforehand, I don't believe this shit. I'm just, just putting it out there as to formulate a
brainstorming.
Yeah. Just throwing it out there to just come up with a way to see if we could do this scientifically. And I felt like I come up with something decent, So the ground doesn't have to be moving for the telescope to move.
What was
it
this?
It could include the ground moving, but that's what I'm trying to prove, And that's why I had to use Aries, because that involves the moving or not moving telescope.
I mean, you could use a skateboard to mimic a ground movement. But I mean, was this on Saturday or this Tuesday? Was this Tuesday?
Yeah, I think Brian was talking to him yesterday, maybe.
Okay. Oh, in the FED or
yeah. I mean, he like I said, he muted me. He wouldn't even let me give my hypothesis, and because he didn't like my independent variable, which doesn't matter if you don't like it. At least hear me out. But but Betty talked to him. I think everybody wanted to hear where it was going, so he unmuted me, and then he calmed down. I calmed down a little bit too. I was being a little bit sarcastic, because at first he asked me for when I brought up Michelson-Morley, he's like, give me the hypothesis. That's not an experiment. I was like, oh well, a test. He's like, it ain't a test. And then 10 seconds later, when I was asking about light being a particle, I asked him how you prove, what did science prove that light's a particle? And he said it wasn't exactly like that, but he brought up Compton scattering and the photoelectric effect. And I said, what's your valid hypothesis? And I was throwing little shots too. I was like, oh yeah, so it ain't scientific, But he fucking went off for 1 second. He's a dick. But I mean, at the end of the day, man, I like what he does, but I just think they need to loosen up a little bit, in my opinion. But fuck it, he is what he is. He's an older fella, pretty set in his ways, military. But it sure is aggravating when they fucking treat us like that, But I knew what to expect. And it wound up with a happy ending, man. I was able to keep the peace and still throw in a few little shots back at him and agree on what we do agree on. Because ultimately, you can't prove the ether. I mean, at this point, we haven't yet. If you're going by natural science, I got to ultimately agree with him. So if I'm being honest, I got to say that, yeah, we haven't proven it. And it could be though, man. It's possible to discuss ways to try to prove it, you know. But so we agree on some shit and don't agree on others. But me, I'll keep an open mind. Good
Well,
show, man.
I know.
Witz says that. I mean, he don't think it's a scientific. You can't. It's not scientific, and it's not a natural science. But he says that it's an immaterial thing. But then he can't call it a medium because, again, medium definition of medium is a substance. We wish that's it.
Hey, wait, you didn't see my video?
Here's the problem.
Real
Right?
quick, I'm gonna post a video where you can see the ether. You can just skip forward to 50 seconds for anybody who wants to see it. It takes 30 seconds long, and if you want to see what the ether looks like.
What were you gonna say?
Wait, so you're saying the ether exists?
Yeah, I'm saying if it does, this is it. I'm showing you. If anybody who asks, they want to see it. I show two ways it's manifest, but the one way is good enough. You know, I got a couple I didn't even put in there, but it's energetic. Anyway, just skip to 50 seconds if you don't want to watch the whole 3-minute video, and skip to 50 seconds, and you'll see either the ether or nothing, one or the other. I'll post it real quick.
So here's one of the issues you run into, right? Is trying to define things. You're kind of stuck with using terminology that refers to the material world, right? In order to try to give some sort of definition or allude to what you're describing, right? So if you call something a medium of, let's just say, energy, right? If people are hung up on the term medium as medium being something physical, right? Then it really boils down to what is the definition of energy, and is energy something physical, or does it have to be something physical, right? So unfortunately, trying to explain an idea that is non-physical, you are kind of stuck with some sort of terminology that refers to the physical to begin with, right?
That's why I had to show that it was physical. If there is an ether, this is it. It's something. And I don't really, I don't think I could define it, but with help, if people would help me, you know, we could probably put our heads together and come up with a definition. But even still, I'm gonna consider that it's something else. But it's got to be something, because there it is in front of your face. That's to end all the bullshit. Like, show me the ether. That's why I showed it, so nobody can be like, you can't show me the ether. It's not in existence. It's not manifest. No, there it is. You know, we can argue what that is, but I've got it visual for everybody to see. If anybody would fucking go watch it. So he wouldn't play it on his stream. I direct messaged QE and I fucking you know, put it in the Ballbusters chat, and he asked to see it, and I said, okay, you asked to see it. I just posted it. I'd already had it posted, so I said, I already posted it. You want to see it? It's posted in a live stream. Just skip forward to whatever I said. But he's like, no, I'm not playing a video. I was like, dude, it's 30 seconds, man. 30 seconds. I'm not playing it. Just post a picture and describe it. I'm like, wow. So I did just that. Don't ask to see something if you ain't willing to look at it, you know. But nobody contended it. Because now you can ask the question, do you believe in nothing or all that? But if I show you something, you're going to call it a nothing bubble? You know, that's the other option. Not air. And it's certainly there. Takes a lot of energy to manifest it, but we can show it with, you know, pressure waves when they break Mach. That's not a wave of air. Air don't behave like that. We don't see radio waves. It just follows the plane like a big fucking shield, and it's visible. So it's high energy situations that to even be able to see this stuff. So I just said I'm speculating. I can't prove it scientifically, but I'm speculating that if there is an ether, that's it, you know. And it's maybe it's a medium that's way lighter than hydrogen that doesn't fit in our convention of the periodic table. It's unnecessary, but it's what fills in the spaces when we pull a vacuum. Because like I told him, I don't think gases are particles bouncing around. I think it's flexible. It stretches. I think when you draw a vacuum, you're stretching the air. Like when you send a balloon up, it expands. I don't think that it's particles bouncing around. You know, that's just my personal opinion, and that's what I told him. But nobody contended it because they seen it, and they'd had to say that it's nothing because they just seen it. So okay, that's nothing. That them bubbles are bubbles of nothing. Okay, fair enough. But they didn't claim that. I was, you know, pretty liberal on my claims. You know, I didn't want to claim nothing for certain. That's my stance. You know, I believe it probably it explains a lot. Part of me believes there's an ether, probably a little more than half, but there's a big part of me that is good with the convention, with most of it anyway. It works real good. And as far as there is evidence, but just I don't know. I'm on the fence, but I'm more leaning toward there probably is an ether background. I think that probably is something bubbling. So it probably is something and not nothing.
Mic check, mic check. So many people here. Why you guys all quiet, man? What the fuck going on?
I hear you.
I just got done talking. Hey, does anybody know Dieslow's his Discord name?
Yeah, nigga, it's Dieslow.
Dieslow.
It's Dieslow.
Dieslow.
I think it's just SLO. I don't think there's a W on it.
I can't find him.
Yeah, it's Dieslow.
Wonder why I can't find it. Won't come up on mine. I wanted to send him this so in case he's in a
Did you
situation.
put the @ symbol beforehand?
Oh dang, man, he's gone.
Well, I want to send him this video so when he gets put in that situation where they want to see it, so at least give him something to show, so he'll have something to debate about. They got him nipped right in the bud when he can't.
Oh, you talking about that ether shit and that thing that he's going through with Nathan Oakley and them motherfuckers over there?
Yeah. So I wanted to make it a debate because it's an interesting topic to me. I could go either way. I think there probably isn't either, but I'm not sworn in blood on the shit. You know,
What
I'll
I
hear
don't like,
everybody out.
what I don't like is the idea that if you can't quantify it, somehow it doesn't exist. I've
Yeah.
always been against that idea because I understand that there are a lot. And as a matter of fact, I'm under the impression that most things in reality we don't comprehend it. We just categorize it, right? Like a dog,
Right.
a cat, a dog, and a cat. They're not dogs and cats. That's what we decide to call them, but we don't know their
Or
purpose.
yeah.
You know what I'm
Or
saying?
or if it's a convention, we like quantify shit so we can measure it and make devices and put it in computer programs and simulate it. Yeah, we got to quantify it, or else we wouldn't be able to put it in computers. So yeah, I feel the same exact way, bro.
To me, the whole atomism thing, it has its validity, right? But it to a certain degree, because it completely discounts intuition, and intuition, I would say, is one of the main factors of anyone conducting any sort of intellectual process, right? Any sort of scientific process, you must count on somewhat on your intuition, but there is no way of quantifying my intuition with the next person's intuition. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Even with light being a particle, a massless particle, that to me, that when I hear particle, that automatically has at least some mass. But I told QE on yesterday's Ballbuster show, I was like, look, they had to give it a discrete amount to be able to put it in computers and make devices and simulate it. So they just come up with the smallest little speck of light they could they could blink, the quickest flash of light they could blink at the back screen and give it a value, call it a particle, so they could compute it so it fits in their fucking artificial world. But it's a convention. They've made it work. You know, these devices and shit work. But that don't mean that light is literally a photon. Yeah. I'm on the same page as you pretty much, man. But he didn't like that. But I wasn't. You know, we wound up getting long enough to make it through the show. You know, I was as peaceful as I could be. You know, it was a pretty good show, man. He was pretty cool.
I caught the
actually.
after show yesterday, and it was pretty crazy, man. I think QE was going crazy on Dice Lord, a few of them, because they was talking about that, and it just I don't know.
Wait, on Ballbusters?
No, I don't think it was Ballbusters. I think it was the after show. The after show.
Yeah.
The Nathan Looking after show.
Quantum Eraser show, I think.
Yeah. Yesterday on Ballbusters, I was on about 20-30 minutes in. He finally unmuted me. I messaged everybody who was on the panel, you know, unmute me. But I'm even in some of his videos, dude, like a few of them. It's like he won't take me off mute. But anyway, he did. That was cool. And he flipped out on me one time, but Betty talked him into letting me say the rest of my hypothesis and all that because she wanted to hear it. And then we wound up getting along for the rest of the show. And he apologized at the end for being a dick. And I was like, me too, because I kind of threw a couple little side little jabs, little gut shots at him too, being at his show, you know. So I apologized back. We made up, and I was as neutral as possible. But I told him I'm not really a big, I'm not 100% sold on ether, but you know, here's a picture of it. If you want to see it, here's a picture. And then I said I got a video. He wanted to see. He's like, "What's the ether? Show it to me." I was like, "I already posted it," and he wouldn't even play the video. Like it's just 30 seconds, you know. He's like, "No, I'm not playing a video." Like, well, you asked to see it, but so I just described it, showed a picture, described it, because you got to have that. I don't even have a debate. You got to be able to show it, in my opinion. So I showed it.
I like Quantum's information. I like his information and how he does his research. I do appreciate that, but I do not like the personality. And I have a feeling that that's the way that man is. So I do not like his personality. I don't like how he conducts.
You're wrong about that.
Yeah, me neither. That's absolutely how he is. So he's an acquired taste, you know. He's going to clash with a lot of people, and me mainly. Like it's a miracle that we made it through to the end of the show with both of our personalities put together.
It wasn't always like that, bro.
So I think
I've been told that he definitely wasn't that aggressive when he first came in and started doing.
He's smart, dude.
You know what it is?
Oh yeah, I agree.
I've heard about him. I've heard about him in like Christian groups and whatever, and they supposedly accuse him of doing the same thing. I think it might be a little bit of arrogance, right? Maybe some people that have low self-esteem, where they find themselves in a situation where they're being praised almost. Maybe their self-esteem tends to go a little bit more than normal. It goes above, and they start acting out in a different way.
Yeah, plus he's all ex-military, he's disciplined. But I will give him this at least. It reflects in all of his presentations and everything, the strict discipline, and at least he, but he doesn't hear himself double speak, and even in the show he double speaks by asking me for a hypothesis and then trying to prove something with Compton scattering and photoelectric effect, which is not scientific experiment.
Yeah.
But I let him slide on. I made a little comment, but I think he's I think that's why he backed off, because he might have realized that, damn, I am kind of. But he said you can prove things other than science, through technology and stuff like that. It ain't got to be just science. So he actually loosened up a little bit, man, after we had a clash, a momentary clash toward the beginning. You go watch. It's a good show, man.
Proof is a tricky thing. I think proof is personal to each individual. I think the least you could do is show evidence of something, but to prove it, I don't think anybody can force proof upon anybody else, because a proof is proof or evidence might be subjective.
I actually asked him a while back why he's so aggressive, and his excuse was something about, well, you don't know, Ryan. You haven't been around long enough to know like what it's like to deal with all these Glovers and how dumb they are. And I said, yeah, but is that really an excuse to be an ass to every single person that claims they're a Glover?
Not even just Globers. Regardless of whatever they hold their beliefs, I don't think you should be judged on that. But he does that to quote unquote flat earthers too. I've had plenty of arguments with him, and not over disrespectful, just for disagreeing with him.
You're right. You're right.
There,
He's
it doesn't.
arguing with me and plenty others too. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there doesn't seem to be a line between disrespect or bashing. Any kind of disagreement seems to be a hint for him to block you or mute you or something. So he doesn't seem to be very tolerant.
Remember Anon? Anon was trying to say, show me the photon and shit like that, because I still to this day haven't found what they're calling a photon. But like I said, they had to quantify it, so I understand that. But I want to say this: who y'all think is worse, Nathan or QE? Because I think Nathan's a bigger dick than QE. But
I actually like no. You know what?
I like them both, dude. But they're assholes. But I
know
like
what distinction between both of them. I think Nathan Oakley is genuine, right? He does lose his shit sometimes, but he is able to recognize he's able to recognize his shortcomings and apologize for it. And plus, I think he's very honest about the way he handles his business. Right, but QE,
QE is apologizing his own way.
Yeah, but hold on. The difference is, I don't think Nathan does it because of ego. Sure, we all have our little egos that we have to maintain or whatever, but I don't think his outburst is because of ego. Now, on the other hand, QE, his outburst seems to be about ego. It seems to be about, oh, how dare you fucking contradict what I'm saying. That's the difference.
An angry side to it.
He did give me an apology yesterday, man. He gave me a sincere apology at the end. I didn't ask for it or nothing, but I thought that was pretty cool, man. He pumped the brakes a little bit, so he's got some humbleness in him. But yeah, Nathan, that was pretty big of him what he did. But then he went right back to jumping on Daslow and the other guy who was debating him, and he was holding Daslow's argument to the guy behind Daslow, like about the manifest. Like this guy, even Chocolate brought it up. Chocolate's like, yeah, that was Daslow. This sounds like Daslow, but this is somebody else. It was Daslow who brought up the unmanifest. But Nathan kept
the non-manifest thing about the ether that is non-manifest with me.
Yeah, and Nathan kept holding him to fucking Daslow's argument, which to me was but I hate when he treats the own team like that.
Aren't plenty of things that are non-manifest, like thoughts, ideas? Aren't those non-manifested, but still very much real?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I know this thing about how reality isn't real is a bunch of crap, right?
that's why I wanted to send this to Daslo, so next time he's in that situation, he at least can show it and have and put it over on them. You asked to see it. I showed it to you. Now, is that bubbles of nothing, or is it something? So at least he can show it and have a leg to stand on instead of saying it's unmanifest. Because no, if there's an ether, then that's it. You know, we can see it. It's not easy, but it takes a lot of energy. There's a few different ways that it shows itself. So I just wanted to make sure he gets this video, man. I can't find his ass on Discord. They take it to space, and they got a good argument against that. Like nothing, like, man, my phone's going crazy. But so QE actually covered that argument. Like if I'm in a vacuum chamber and I throw a baseball, what's going to stop it? You know. But and plus there's still a little bit of air. However tiny it is, there's still air in there. So they covered that base. But so, can y'all hear that? Can y'all hear my phone doing that?
That's what. Did you spell the name right? Because I have him on my messengers. It's simple. It's just Dieslow. Dieslow.
You want the copy ID? That might be easier to type in if you've got the developer option.
What was that?
I said it might be if you haven't typed his name in or you haven't spoken to him directly that it's just not in there. Because I know sometimes the search doesn't pop up unless you put the @ symbol ahead of time, but I can copy his ID, like the full number, and then post it if you'd like. If you still can't find it.
No, all of a sudden there he is, and fuck, he's messaged me, for fuck's sake. There's his name.
There you go. See?
It's so weird, dude. I spelled Dieslow yesterday or the day before after I made the video. I just wanted to make sure he's seen it because my channel, you know,
That
only
happens
has
to
a
me
few.
all the time, and I get so frustrated with it.
It's the search algorithm. Fucking Discord search algorithm is absolute trash, bro. Because you put any letter on YouTube and they will give you the suggestion right away. But in fucking Discord, if you don't type it exactly the way it's written, the algorithm is fucking trash.
Mine's backwards, but check it out. I was trying to get him this video so he could show them on Nathan's show, man. That's when I was like going crazy trying to fucking get him a message, man. But I put in DIESLOW, I put in DIDYESLOW, I put in everything. Now all of a sudden, he's at the top of my screen and he's got incoming messages to fucking me. I gotta check him real quick.
I think they're actually having a conversation about that now, Brian, over there science versus pseudoscience.
Yeah, I just told Daslow, yeah, man. So I just he's like, thank you, and I'm like, I just wanted to get that over to you, and so next, so you have something to show them or so you have something when they tell you show it me. I said it the way Nathan says it. When they say show it me. But yeah, I mean Nathan's a dick, QE's a dick, but I like them both, man. That's their personalities, and that to me they've earned it to a certain extent. But it sure is aggravating listening to them doggone people just trying to give their opinions and shit, especially with Austin, who claimed right off the bat, that he's not claiming it's science. It's just and here's the thing with me. I don't know why they're so fucking against it. What harm does it do to us? It destroys the globe model if just the argument itself. So in other words, not saying that it provably destroys the globe, but if it is true, then it does certainly destroy the globe. So the idea of it.
That's what it is, Brian. It's the if part of it. I think they don't want to be placed in the same position that the globe in, where you have to kind of trust these things that are untangible and unverifiable. You understand? That's why I think they go against it.
Mickelson Morley, though, man, like whether you want to claim it's a valid experiment or not, it doesn't matter. Interferometer is we use them every day on planes, and they are very, very fucking accurate and pinpoint. They're real tech, for lack of better words, they're real accurate or technical, precise, whatever, with detecting motion, and they drift when they're just sitting still. So to me, that Michelson set out to prove the absolute motion of the Earth in space, or the speed of the Earth. And he's a geocentrist, and they had to straw man and they had to bring up ether kind of as a straw man just to abolish it and call it stationary. It's like a double straw man. They had to throw ether in the experiment when he was just trying to get the Earth's absolute motion in space. But that's fair. Maybe he needed a medium to compare it to. But then they had to call it stationary. So it's like a double straw man in a way. But then Michelson wound up, not a decade later, whatever, Michelson-Gale experiment, where he got input on the paper, and because he never agreed with the Michelson-Morley, the paper and the results. He never agreed with them. It was deathbed. So I studied into this big time. But the thing is if it is true, if we can look in further and agree to it or prove it, it's the technology that proves it. Just because it ain't science. Even QE said yesterday that there's other ways to prove things through technology, and like that's how he claimed Compton scattering and the photoelectric effect. So yeah, so there you go. So Michelson-Morley, maybe it wasn't a scientific experiment. It could, to me, it's borderline being able to formulate it. But even if it ain't, it's technology. It's reliable technology that's picking up a drift. And to me, just the idea of it is a good argument for the flat Earth. It's a tough one for the globers to get around. If it's true, they're dead in the water. If there was a way to prove it, if we could join forces to prove it, that kills the globe on its face. So I don't understand why they're so against it. It's anti-globe. So you got to think, if you're on the side arguing with the globers about something, maybe rethink whatever it is you're arguing. If the globers are agreeing with you, and you got flat earthers arguing against these globers, and then you're arguing with them too and agreeing with the globers, at least give what you're arguing at least special consideration due to the fact that your comrades, your brethren, are debating these ballers every day. The real debate, well, I don't want to dog him personally, but
you seen what's going on with Dan the Waterman now and the Bev server?
Oh man, I had a buzz.
Dan the Waterman, right? When he first came out.
Yeah, I had a buzz the other night, dude. I was going ape shit on Dan. Dude. I'm looking like I'm scared to even relapse that.
he's kind of like I don't remember it from when he first came out, but now he's like sarcastic and stuff. I don't know, maybe he's a little bitter because people are not embracing him like before. So he's a little, every time he's on Bev's show, he's a little sarcastic, and they're always fighting and catting and whatever. So I don't really know what's his deal now.
Yeah, to me, anybody who, well, I don't know, man. He could be all right. He's just a little stubborn, but ain't we all? I know I can be, especially when I'm buzzing, man. I don't get that way very often, but
he's giving me more like Jake the Asshole vibes.
Yeah, I know. And anybody who all they do, if they make all these videos dogging other flat earthers, calling them shills, they're more than likely, if there is shills, which there might not even be, but if there is, then that's the fucking shills, the ones accusing everybody and causing the division in the first place, in my opinion. If all you're gonna do is divide the community and get content trying to dog out your brethren, the people who are in this with you, and just because you don't agree with them on shit like maps or something like that, and you're gonna dog them out, call them a shill and shit, then that's probably, if there is shills, then them are the shills. But probably they ain't even shills. Probably just,
you know what the hardest thing will be for anyone, bro? The hardest thing will be to actually prove what we think, because unless this is the way I see it, you could do math until the cows come home. You could come up with any kind of formula, but in my opinion, unless you actually go and scan the whole Earth some way, maybe through air or something, scan it, write it down, take notes, you could never know what the shape of this fucking thing is. You know what I'm saying? Even if you charter some sort of helicopter or something, I'm pretty sure there are plenty of private lands out there that I can't even fly above. I'm pretty sure. And what does that mean? If I can't fly above it, I can't measure it, I can't know the shape of the whole fucking Earth.
Let me back that up. I agree with that 100%. If I'm being honest, then literally I don't know what this place is, but I would bet my life just about that we're not spinning. And I'd bet just about everything, not my life, that it's not a ball. But I know for a fact we're not spinning through space. I know it ain't a ball spinning through space. But I'll say this. I'll even leave a 1% reservation that's even possible, because I try to keep a complete open mind. But I like to argue it against it. I like to debate. But I don't think anybody knows what the whole world is. But here's my point. Is not just a few months ago. I forgot exactly when it was the last time I've been there, but the first time I went, I go down this road. It's called Racetrack Road, and it's just a long straightaway. It's a little uneven, like with hills and shit, but no turns hardly. That's why they call it Racetrack Road here in the city I live in. And there's a pretty new neighborhood up in there. I was doing a job, and I take a left off of Racetrack Road. I drive a couple miles, and then I come out, and the road I came out on is like about maybe 100 or a couple hundred feet from the next to the street that I drove in on. I'm like, dude, in 2 miles, literally maybe a mile and a half, maybe 2.5, but probably around the average about maybe 2 miles, maybe a little less. But I literally got turned around and didn't even know it. I mean, literal 180. So I got completely turned around without even knowing it in 2 damn miles. So who the fuck knows what direction they're fucking going over 50 miles or 100 miles, but across oceans, it's a guess. If you ask me, it's depending on the heavenly bodies. So if you don't know what they are for sure, and I don't think nobody does, then you're never going to know for sure what this place is, and certainly not know how big it might be.
I have a few ideas. This place might be either purgatory or it might be hell itself. Hear me out. People have this idea of hell. Of course, the idea was given to you by you know who, right? The idea that there's this place that is like burning and you're gonna be there forever. But if you know you're in hell, right? If you understand that you're in hell, you might be able to do something to either alleviate the pain while you're in hell. Because I don't think there's gonna be a big neon sign saying, "Hey, welcome to hell, everybody," right? So if there is a thing called hell, wouldn't it be best for you not to know you're in it? And in this place, we seem not to know, right? We don't seem to know who we are, at least the majority of us. We don't know who we are.
What hell are you referring to?
Hold on. We don't know who we are. We don't know when we are. You know what I'm saying? And we don't know what this place is, even when, what time, even if there is a conception of time. We don't seem to know very much about this place.
I don't talk religion. I mean, I'll talk it every now and then, but I won't debate it. It's stupid even listening to people debate religion. They're like, dude, it's your belief. How you going to debate your beliefs? And it's stupid. But I don't, I quit going to church and shit as far as the institutions go. But I believe this place is created. I think it's the creation itself is in the just how complicated, man, I'm having trouble with my words today, but just how complicated everything is and how freaking impossible, like Mother Nature and God's creation, it's hard to pin anything down for certainty, proof. Like Mother Nature does not like to be pinned down. There's always other explanations, it seems like, for everything, for not just flat globe, but trying to prove anything. It's so hard because
But at
there's
this
always.
point, how do we even prove nature, though, Brian? Like, have you ever asked yourself, if we've been lied to about so many things, about everything pretty much, at what point we distinguish what is actually nature? I mean, is the sun, is it nature? Are the clouds, are they nature? Is rain nature? Or are these things somehow not nature, but we've been in it so long that we just assume it is nature?
Yeah, but no, I'm just talking about how fucking everything is so complex. Like just the stuff that lives inside of us that has to be, it's in a harmony. Everybody's got their own little whatever inside, their own composition of bacteria inside their body.
Yeah,
And,
dude, it's like cities.
it's trying to
We
break
literally
them
have
down.
like cities, like bacteria cities in our
Yeah,
bodies that they move around certain things. That's some of those little guys are in charge of taking blood from one place and putting it in another. It's like a city being run. That's how I think this place was designed. Like it's
yeah,
designed a little bit like on like how we work, right? Like how trees grow and stuff and all. I mean, it is a very interesting place.
just one cell is more complicated than every supercomputer on Earth. There's more code, and one cell of one fucking limb of one species, much less a whole fucking system or a whole animal. I mean, dude, they'll just trying to decode this shit. They'll never be God, whoever, whoever God is, whoever the creator is. I have my own version of him in my head, and he's who I pray to, but he is way above us. So this place is kind of what we make of it. I believe in free will. I believe, maybe something, I believe we can't, everything ain't particles, like you were saying earlier about love and things like that. Like it's real, but everything, there's more to it than meets the eye. And I believe as long as we're here, we'll keep learning more and more and more and progressing in whatever direction we head. So I think if it was like spiritual, if everybody was more spiritual, we'd have more power. Like we'd probably have more, we'd have developed like more like psychic abilities if that's the route that we went. I think there's different types of technologies and stuff, different ways of progressing depending on the people. And I think we're going like an artificial type of route, like with computers and all this shit, and with quantities. And I just think it's one type of technology. And I think this place resets. I think it's a natural balance that balances itself out. Because if one thing doesn't work, like entropy has to work the way it does, or the shit wouldn't work. And they're trying to describe it falling apart as soon as you leave this place and go to other planets where a teaspoon of something weighs 4 billion tons. It's like, it's a big dream. I know I'm scattergunning, but I've given you as much as my philosophy, kind of like a little quick rundown of the essay.
All right, it's all cool, bro. Listen, I'm there with you, bro. I've asked myself the same questions. We are all very. I think all of us that are in these debates, we're all, I wouldn't say confused, but at least curious about what is actually going on with the nature of our reality.
Yeah, we all have that in common for sure, man. And we probably all was into I mean, if I think most of the people in this debate on both sides was into like through the wormhole and the universe and all that stuff before waking up or not waking up. I think you know, we all curious about our realm, and we all like science and stuff. You know, when we got older, most of us anyway. But yeah,
I don't doubt that at all. I actually have a theory that the people on these debates, like I have a theory that we are the 5% of the whole. I don't know if you've heard of the 95% of people are no, 85% of people are followers. 10% of people are doers and go getters, and 5% of people are observers. I think we might be in that 5% of the people that observe a little bit more than other people, right? Because we observe things, we tend to ask a little bit more question and be more inquisitive about everything than the regular person.
yeah, I always felt different, like I had a calling or something, man. I always felt like I had some kind of calling, man. And I felt like even though I was asleep and everything, there was like a couple things I never sat right with me, like rockets in a vacuum, whether it's real or not. You know, I had problems with certain things. Like I knew even back when I was younger, I knew there wasn't nuclear bombs and fucking. I didn't see the way our government didn't even get a vote from the Senate or Congress or whatever, much less permission from the president when they bombed Libya. So I knew that there wasn't no nuclear bombs in Iraq, and I seen them bomb fucking Yugoslavia and rename it Serbia. Like I was trying to find Serbia on a map, and I after looking at it enough, I'm like, this was fuck. I found out it was Yugoslavia. I'm like, we just had the Olympics there in like 1984, and this was like however long later, decade or whatever later, and we rename it so we could bomb it, and we're calling them Serbs. These are Orthodox Christians who fought alongside us in World War I and World War II, and we're bombing the shit out of them. And then called their president Milosevic like some because we didn't want Europe to unite, probably, you know, whatever the military has going on, they kept it unstable. They didn't want him, probably because of money or something. He was probably going against the national. He's probably going against the gold standard or whatever. I mean, I always seen through a lot of bullshit. So it made sense to me when I woke up, like why there's always shit that didn't sit right with me, you know. But I believed we went to the moon until I seen the footage. Like I thought, man, shit, we went 50 fucking or 40 years ago. Like, of course we went to the moon, dude. Dumbass, we got bases on the damn moon, dude. We went 40 years ago. You think we don't have bases on the moon? They just can't tell us. And this is before I actually seen the footage. Once you see the footage, it's a damn fucking joke, dude. You shouldn't have to argue anything. Just look at it.
I'm a natural builder, right? I've been building shit since I was, single digits, since I was like 8. I just take wood, metal, whatever, and build something beautiful out of it. So I have the ability to understand patterns, see how things fit. As soon as I saw the moon lander, I was like, oh no, hell no. This is not the way you build things, right? You don't build something that's going to go to outer space. It's something that has to be highly pressurized, the way that they build that thing. And as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh no. If this is the shit that they're saying, no, this cannot be true. And that whole story to me just crumbled.
Yeah, and everybody I showed, dude, laughed at it, dude. But most everybody never seen it. Like, we never seen it, dude. You show these bumbling fucking idiots. It's embarrassing, dude. Watching them, dude goes to said this same shit the other day. Dude goes to drive a stake in, and the hammer slips out of his hand and hits his fucking own foot, and then he can't even pick the fucking thing up, dude. He backs up and lunges down. Takes him like 4 tries, dude, where he backs up an extra 4 steps and goes and lunges way up in there just to be able to pick up the fucking. I'm like, pick the fucking hammer up, dude. Are you kidding me? It's literally embarrassing, dude. When I seen it, dude, I'm like, holy shit, all these years I've been, you know, telling people we have bases on the moon. That's just, you know, it's confidential. They can't tell us. It's national security. Just assuming that, because I'm assuming we went to the moon, and because I never seen it. But once you see it, you can't unfucking see it. And then seeing the thing dock with the module dock, it's a joke, dude.
I know that's right.
You seen that floppy door, that little floppy door of the guy coming out? That shit was hilarious.
Yeah, you shouldn't even have to come up with any proof or anything. Like, dude, I'm not gonna explain any proof. Just look at this shit. It's like, just look. You know, it didn't age right. It's fucking
But
old.
that's the problem. That's why intuitively to me and to you and to a lot of
Hey,
people,
you
it
gotta
doesn't
start
make
over,
sense.
bro. You wrote bottom.
Intuitively, we can't
Hold on.
explain it. But for them,
Start over.
it seems to make perfect sense.
Start over real quick. I want to hear what you had to say, but you broke up the first half of what you said. I want to hear, but I want to hear it. Can you start over?
All right. So this is what I'm saying about intuition. Intuitively, the movement doesn't make sense to us. To a lot of people, it doesn't make sense. But to the majority of the people, for some reason, their intuition doesn't kick in like ours.
It's crazy. I heard a dude out here earlier talking about pictures from space and satellites. I'm like, dude, we fucking I showed the Himawari and the Discovery and all this shit. I mean, just the Himawari. It's supposed to be a real picture of Earth. When Paul in the plane looked into the shit, he left a link to their own website where they don't even lie. They fucking admit that it's a fucking collection of data sets overlaid on the 2012 NASA Blue Marble. It says it right there in their website. I've showed them all this, and like 2 weeks later, it's like they never even seen the shit, and they just start arguing it again. And 2 weeks later, a month later, it's like, dude, I showed y'all a video where this guy did extensive research, showed how Discovery and Himawari shit lined up, and then how Himawari is admitting, not even hiding the fact that it's basically just a program. It's just like a supercomputer that takes all the data, the NOAA, and then the plankton shit from one side. They overlay all the data sets onto a fucking pre-existing picture. It even says the 2012 NASA Blue Marble. I think it's 2012. I'm pretty sure, but whatever it is, it's overlaid on that, and it's like, I don't know, like, are they might really be brainwashed. So whatever you believe about the Earth, you know, how can you not understand what I'm showing you? It's not a riddle. It's not fucking, you know, shady shit. Here it is. This is from the horse's mouth saying that it's fucking not a picture from space. It's an overlay. And they still try and argue it. It's unfucking believable. It's suspicious.
From what I come to understand, their tactic is it doesn't have to be true. It just has to be somewhat believable. So they'll try to pass off some stuff like that and hope that you don't do the homework, because most people, you know, can't even be bothered to read their Bible, let alone, you know, actually research, you know, what's going on. So they're depending on your laziness. I've heard of people that'll like cite their source, and then you go read their source, and it has absolutely nothing to do with what they're talking about, but they're just putting down a source hoping that you don't read it.
Yeah, but why are they defending NASA, man? Why are they defending? But it goes past the shape of the Earth. I'll shut up. But one quick thing. It goes past the shape of the Earth. Like, look, I'm showing you glitches. Like, you're claiming this shit on the ISS, and I'm showing you hundreds of fucking, not hundreds, but dozens of fucking mistakes they made, green screen errors, dumbasses upside fucking down with their face getting red, their dumbasses stuck upside down and just sits there like, you fucking retard, dude. Untangle yourself, man. And you show them a guy grabbing at nothing, and then the green screen glitch, and then a guy floating by, and obviously they had a bad day that day because the guy in the background who floats by got a harness. He's hanging by. Then another guy bends over and you see fucking the wires through his shirt. Then another guy, you see a guy grab his wire when he goes to do a flip or some shit, and the guy grabs his wire right there. And I mean, and then you see a fly on the space station. And then they come out with an article 2 weeks later saying there's fruit flies on the ISS. You know, experiment. Like, you're 2 weeks late. You don't. But why are they sticking up for this obvious shit? Are they not seeing what I'm seeing? Like, I can understand the shape of the Earth argument. I'll keep going with that. But why are they defending NASA with their fucking life when we're pointing out the bullshit? And we're not saying everybody who works for NASA is fucking in on some kind of lie, but the head ups there are fucking, and whoever else knows are is fucking or not being honest.
I think I know why. I think I know why they fight against it. I think they are scared because think about this, right? Think about they feel very secure about themselves about knowing what their nature of their reality is. So as soon as you take that away, what is there? So I think that's
Fear of
what
the
they're
unknown.
fighting. Exactly.
I think it's
They are
fear of judgment.
terrified.
I think it's
When
fear
you-
of judgment from the Most High.
It's refreshing when you're not held down by a model anymore. It's actually a breath of fresh air when you get to think of what things could be, and we get to have these talks and philosophize on what's out there, man. It's looking up at the stars. It's like, it's what was meant to happen. It's just, you could. But as far as acting like know exactly what shit is, and shit weighs 4 billion pounds, like I said, for a teaspoon of it, and it's just, I could go on and on and on, man. I'm gonna try and pass the mic a little bit.
Well, I think the media is always down with the military-industrial complex, and I think NASA is the propaganda arm or the public relation arm for the military-industrial complex. Because I think if Kennedy would have said, "Oh, we're going to go to the moon and do the other thing. Oh, by the way, the other thing is we're going to fund the Nazi rocket program, and we're going to bomb like brown people back to the Stone Age for like the next, I don't know, like forever." It's like, we need some money for that. The people would have been like, "Wait a minute, what? What'd you say?" But no, he said, "Yeah, we're going to go to the moon and do the other thing." Did anybody ask what was the other thing? So no, you didn't ask. Okay, well, kind of like contract law, you accepted the contract without, full disclosure. So shame on you. Maybe you should have asked, "Oh, by the way, what's the other thing?" "Oh yeah, we're going to fund the Nazis, Operation Paperclip." So that's what I think.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. It is already well known that these people they don't work together. They are the same. Media, military, government. These people are the same people.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the people in these debates. Like we're debating the flat Earth, and just looking past that. Why are they seeing past this obvious bullshit? Or it's either for a while there, I thought maybe they're seeing different shit. Like maybe YouTube. I thought for sure. I was like, dude, I'm talking to these people almost every day, and I know besides a couple of them, they're not retarded. They I'm having coherent conversations with them, and I'm debating with them. Okay, on the shape of the Earth, a good debate. But when it comes to what I'm showing them, why are they defending NASA? I ain't even talking about the people necessarily who work there. These people in these debates, they've got to be seeing something else. YouTube has literally got to be showing them something different than what I'm seeing. I see a guy drop a screw, and I hear it. I watch him fumble. I hear the fucking screw hit the ground. And fucking, I have this conversation, and then I could show them, and they start going off on me. Like, what are they seeing? Something different? Look, just because I don't see it frame by frame hit the fucking ground, you know what you're seeing and hearing. It ain't like that's a one-off. There's other things where the guy drops something, and reaches down. His natural reaction was to jerk down real quick. That's happened a few times. Like, it's crazy. Like, these ain't one-offs. And so I'm thinking these people, a lot of them are pretty intelligent, not a whole lot of common sense, but still like mathematically smart and got good eyes, I would think. But obviously YouTube is showing them something different than it's showing me, because I can't, I don't consider myself special. It's no special ability to see through this bullshit. It's just common sense.
Maybe you do have some special. Maybe you and the rest of us have some special ability to see this bullshit as it is.
Gotta be,
man. They're being weird. No, we're not special. They're being weird. Come on.
You see, this is the issue, right? I understand what it means to say that we're not special or they're not special. But some people, they have to be different than the rest of the people. Because it's been known in history that it's the same pattern. 85% of the people just don't ask questions and do as they're told. 10% of the people are innovative and creative. 5% of the people are observers. This pattern has been repeated in every civilization, in every period in history. And it has nothing to do with the 10% being more special than the 85% or the 5% being more special than the 10%. I just think it's the way it is.
Well, when it comes to people who are like more awake than others, and I'm not talking about wokeness, I'm talking about waking up from the daydream that, we've all been in, experiencing, hey, we're not like woke, like awake like yesterday. We're like in a process of waking up, like we've been sleepwalking for years, and not everybody's on that same level. Not everybody has that same level of experience. So, it's like you're playing Mario Brothers, you're like beating Bowser while other people are still trying to figure out how to get past that first, bad guy.
Is it possible that same ability that you just described, is it possible that is what makes us special? Our inquisitiveness?
Well, when you say special, like I think about like a scientist might say, well, that experiment worked once. Do you think it'll happen like 10,001 times? Like I think that's a special inquisitiveness that most people don't have. Most people would just say, oh yeah, it worked once, so it'll probably work every time. Right? So when you're talking about special like that, like, yeah, I think we're the type of person to ask, the deeper questions. Most people just say, hey, what do you want to eat tonight? And hey, what do you think about the weather? And we're like asking like fundamental questions about the existence of everything, right? So that's
that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's what I mean. That most people they get up, they work their 9 to 5, they come home, they do whatever they do around the family. On the weekends they go out or whatever. But that's as much as their life goes. They don't really ask questions. They don't really care. As long as they have money to pay whatever bills they get during the month or whatever, they don't really ask anything. And I think that what sets us apart from
you're
the
echoing.
85%.
You're echoing pretty bad, man. You're Matrix. You're echoing. But I want to say this. So like this one guy comes in this room a while back, and he says, he's kind of new, I guess, and he's says he's skeptical, or he's open-minded and he's skeptical. And so I just I said, we'll give you a test, see if you're really skeptical or if you just think you're skeptical. So I looked up a harness, and posted it in Discord, and I showed him this video of the guy. It's the same one where the guy is reaching for nothing, and I explained to him that when we're arguing with these guys, they the best they come up with is the guy's grabbing at a spider web on the ISS. He grabs at nothing. He was supposed to be grabbing the hat, but they had a bad day with their software, and the green screen glitched, and it was a different background. Then the guy who floats by in the background is literally wearing a harness, and I say, "You see that guy? See this? They had a bad day." And I was like, I was testing to see if he was open-minded or skeptical, like he says he was. He's new, and he says he starts making an excuse like I don't know if that's a harness. I'm like, dude, looking, that's when I pulled up a harness. I was like, look, you see this? It's like one of the harnesses for I forgot, but they go around your waist, and it's like it's exactly the harness the guy's wearing. I've got it pulled up on screen and how much it cost and different colors and shade. There's S&M just different hanging cable hanging collar, and it's exactly like the guy's wearing. It's a belt with a harness suspension coming out of his rear, which they were probably supposed to block it out. That's the day they were having trouble. He won't even admit it's a fucking harness after looking at the harness and looking at the guy floating by and seeing all the other stuff going on. I was like, see, dude, you're not, you think you're a skeptical person, but you're not, bro. And but I don't get it. Like, what, this guy's fairly new to the debate or something. He thinks he's skeptical. That's fine. But after he sees this stuff, Why now? This ain't about the debate. This is just about me showing you something, showing you a guy on a harness floating by. You know, why are you denying a guy floating by on a harness? What the fuck? It's what we just seen. Is he seeing something different? Because I just showed him a guy floating by on a harness, showed him the harness, how much it costs, and different styles, and he won't agree what his eyes see.
Well, brother, are you a Bible believer?
I mean, my own version of it. Yeah, I believe the Bible, but I
Sure. So the
believe
Bible
that.
says that. Sorry, just real quick. The Bible says
Okay.
that people will be willfully ignorant. You know what that means, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I didn't ever
Cool.
read that.
Right. So that's what's going on in a lot of cases. I think people are just blinded by their own bias, right? So there's lots of times when you talk to someone and they have this like goggles on. Like you ever met someone who was drunk and they said, "Ooh, look at that girl," and you're like, "Bro, take off your beer goggles. Look at her again." And it's like, "Oh, I thought she was like an 8 and she's like a 2." It's like, "Yeah, you better, think clearly, bro." Well, that's kind of what's going on. People have their worldviews, and their worldview, their ideology, like control them to a point to where you can predict what they're going to say before they say it, because you already know what type of person they are.
Yeah, but that's mental. Look, man, if somebody shows me something, whether I agree with the final result or whether I think I can explain it some other way, a harness is a fucking harness. You know what I'm saying? Or a guy grabbing at nothing is a guy grabbing at nothing.
Yeah, but you don't have a reprobate mind, bro. Like your mind
That's
is
what I'm talking
clear and
about.
functional.
That's what I'm talking about, Brian. I think the ability to recognize inconsistency and press forward, right, and keep on asking questions. I think that very same thing is what separates us from the 85%. That little bit of inquisitiveness is what drives us.
Look, when we're talking about some of these people, like Scott Veach, his dad worked for NASA. His uncle was a Mason who was an astronaut, according to him. So, it's possible that Scott Veach still works for NASA. He's on the, the PR, the public relations side of NASA, right? So, oh man, I just dropped my drink, all that water, all the lemon. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, but so wait, Veach works for NASA, or are you saying because his dad worked for NASA that he's
I'm saying his dad worked for NASA, his uncle worked for NASA. It's, it's probable that he works for NASA too. It's definitely possible.
Yeah, I guess it is, man. I was thinking even this. So there's only like however many thousand. Let's say it's a pretty big world. So let's say in every city there's like 5 globe salesmen. Maybe maybe not so much now, but let's say a few years back, there's local globe salesman in every city, like there was Bible salesman, dictionary salesman, whatever. So, and there's how many cities just in America? Like, let's say there's maybe even let's say 5 per state even, and so just in the USA that's like 250, and then you take the whole world, that let's just say like 20,000. That's like about like them, like maybe maybe this is all the world's globe salesmen or children of globe salesmen and children of astronauts. It's like, dude, are they got to be invested in this somehow to be just unseeing all the stuff I've showed them? It's just weird, dude. So you're saying that if they let their mind see what we're showing them, then that'll go against their kind of deep down scared. It'll mess up their worldview to even consider seeing what we're showing them. Is that?
It depends on who you're talking to. If you're talking about normies, that's a different conversation, right? It's brainwashing. But if you're talking about anti-flat earthers, which is a very small minority of people on the internet, right? Then these people are different than the normies, right? These people have seen the evidence and have completely rejected it and have this protective mechanism where they say, I'm not crazy, so you have to be crazy. And that's a defense mechanism, like a lizard's tail falling off, if you could think about it like that, right? You eat the tail, I'm out of here, right? So that's what they're doing. It's self-preservation when they say that you guys are crazy, therefore everything that you say has to be crazy, even though that's logically inconsistent, right? That's the genetic fallacy. But they don't mind committing fallacies as long as they get to hold on to their belief, right? It could be as illogical as they need it to be, just as long as they can say, I definitely don't want to be judged by a creator. I don't want to look at any kind of evidence for a flood, even though it's all over the world. I just want to ignore the mud flood and the Tartarian people, and it's all crazy. Everything's exactly like we were told in school.
Yeah, that's a good point, man. But it's like, some so they have some good points, man, and I've got to accept the argument for what it is, and offer a different explanation. But still, I'm seeing the evidence they're presenting, and some of the evidence is
What
decent,
good
man.
point?
No,
What
I'm
good
not
point have
saying
they?
that they have proof. I'm just saying that it's a good debate, and some of their evidence is better than others. So I look at the evidence for what it is, and whether I believe it or not, I still accept it for what it is that my eyes see, at least. But here's the point I was trying to make: is damn, wait, this is a good point too. I accept it, but oh yeah, but sometimes when we're showing them stuff that's good evidence and obvious shit. It's like trying to talk to a fucking donkey, dude. You said a lizard, that's a good analogy, but sometimes it's like literally trying to talk to a fucking donkey. I'm showing them something, and we can't even agree that it's a
Donkeys are
harness. I mean, not always, and not all of them, but sometimes it feels like that, like literally, like I'm
I think it's
showing you
more like
something.
the mule. Like I think you're thinking like the mule. Like, come on, mule. And the mule's
Yeah,
like, fuck no.
yeah, stubborn mule. And I ain't saying that about all of them, but when I show them something, they don't even see it and won't even agree that what we're seeing. That's why I was thinking maybe they're seeing something else. What are the chances in them seeing something different in a video than me?
The odds are
Slim to
1,000,000,000
none.
to 1. They're just in denial. That's all it is.
So let's say that you're like the leader of the homeowners association, right? And one of the rules is you can't feed like stray animals, right? And you catch me in my own property, like feeding a cat that's like skin and bones and dehydrated and like obviously near death. And your perspective is that this is gonna, cause problems. This idiot's over here feeding strays. He's gonna lower our property value. But I'm like, man, this cat's about to die, man. I'm gonna take him to the vet, but first, I want to feed him and water him to make sure that he makes it to the vet, and hopefully, he'll survive and I can adopt him out, right? But you're like, you're violating contract, and this is contract law, and I'm gonna sue you, and different people have different perspectives, right? It's like you just invested like $500,000 into your house, and here I am over here like lowering your property value after we have already agreed with contract not to do that, right?
Yeah,
But
but
from
you
my
can
point of view,
at least both agree it's a cat. Like, you know what I'm saying?
it's a good point, bro.
Yeah, good luck with that. That is the problem, right? Is that we're all talking about eggs and they're all talking about chickens. And they're never going to understand because they're not thinking in the same mindset.
I
They
don't
do that
think it's
deliberately.
thinking, bro. I think that's that's the part where we are erroneous. We think that they don't think I think if let me start over. I think that the people that are in these debates that have been on these debates for years, I think they you could tell that there are people that have deep thoughts, right? That they're able to process things differently, no matter what side they're on. Because I'm pretty sure a layman could just pop up in these debates and keep up with us. I doubt that very much. So I think they've made a choice. I think they saw what they saw. They understood the implications, and they made a choice to defend their sanity.
There you go. That sounds like about a good explanation to me. But the thing that Godrockin was saying about, it says in the Bible that he will, that they will be of a reprobate mind. That's the truth, bro. It's like really scary when you think about that and you really like look around. You think, wow, this is really coming true. It's like, it's terrifying.
Yeah, the whole reprobate mind, like eventually, like I think people get like so brainwashed and so conditioned and so fed full of bullshit that like you can't teach them anything else. It's like, if anybody's familiar with politics, like Republicans think that liberals are stupid and liberals think that Republicans are racist, and they can't, some of them are so extreme that they can't hold a conversation. Right? In reality, we're all the same, and this is a divide and conquer strategy, and people have been like brainwashed to think that all Republicans are racist and liberals are idiots. Right? It's not actually true. We all need like, shelter, some sort of income, we need the basics, right? We're all the same, actually.
And
It's just we
everybody
have different
deserves humility.
ideas.
I hate when they broadcast it out there like as if nobody, like certain types of people don't have humility or intelligence. It's like ridiculous. I mean, I get the stereotypes and all, but gee whiz.
So I don't think we need to really worry about the Globers so much. I know that when you're debating, first of all, you should keep cool and calm and collected. They want they're basically doing the Compton slap. Anybody who's familiar with UFC probably knows what I'm talking about. A Stockton slap, excuse me, Stockton slap. And they're trying to get you livid, right? So you make like piss poor arguments. So when you're debating with these people, you're not actually talking to them, right? Because their mind is nowhere near comprehending what you're saying. Like they're not trying to listen and steel man your arguments, right? They're trying to think about what they're going to say next so that they can crush you, right? So make sure you're speaking to the audience when you're having these debates with people, because the audience is the only people that are like open-minded enough to listen. If you're talking about a guy who's been debating against flat earthers for like 7 years, you're not going to get anywhere with that guy. But you could use him to ping pong arguments off of him that the audience can hear so they can make up their own mind. And that's the goal, really, isn't
I
it?
think those kind of people are perfect to convince the regular people. As soon as they see that they keep on defending nonsense and they have no common sense, I think that they're excellent. Like people like Brenda. Oh my God, Brenda is excellent for the person that is in between. Because as soon as she starts with her nonsense, it's very clear.
Yeah, I completely agree.
She?
Except for that part.
Oh yeah, bro. I listen, man. I didn't choose violence today. Right? I chose peace today. So it is she today.
I'm just messing around anyway.
That whole topic in itself is like a whole. That's an entire reality bender for people like us, right? Because if you want to live your life the way you want to live it, fuck it. As long as it doesn't hurt me, I don't give a fuck who you doing, who you screw, right? But as soon as you start trying to make me think a different way because it makes you feel better, then I definitely have a problem with that.
Well, even that I don't mind so much, but when you try to teach my kids about it, that's a problem.
Right. So I've heard one person say that, I completely respect your freedom to identify any kind of way that you feel that you need to identify, but can you respect my freedom not to change my whole dialect and my whole, philosophy on pronouns and everything? Can you just, leave that up to me? Because like I changed my name on here. I used to be known as Hank. But if somebody calls me Hank instead of Larry, I'm not going to be like, how could you? Why would you? Or if you call me an imbecile or an idiot or whatever, right?
Holy shit, yo! I knew it. I was like, yo, I fucking know this fucking guy, and I'm like Larry, but I don't know this name, Larry. Hank Hill, bro. Damn.
Yeah. So I mean, I don't care what people
everybody's
call
having
me.
trouble with that.
It's really none of my business, and I think that everybody should just kind of look at it that way. Like, it's none of my business how people dress or what they do in their bedroom. And it's also nobody else's business what I call people. Because, like, I could call the president an idiot, right? Or somebody could call me an idiot. Like, so? And moving on, who cares?
I mean, exactly. Like I remember when I was young, like they used to have this thing say like sticks and stones will break your words, like, but words will never hurt you. But now it's like words are like literally like making people cry, and she's like, "What the fuck?" Like, I don't understand that. Can't you just like let it fly? You know, just rub your shoulders off, let it go. I mean, I don't understand why that man. It's
Let me
weird
explain
now.
their argument. Their argument is that trans people have a really high suicide rate. And when you don't accept their transition, your words are violence, because when you say that, it makes them want to kill themselves. And it's like, well, you can't really use a threat that you're going to hurt yourself because I said something, right? But at the same time, you don't want the cat to starve, right? So, you might do something a little different so the cat doesn't die. And I kind of see that argument. That's why I don't like throw it in their faces. I'm not going to be like, you're not what you say you are. I'm not going to challenge them on it. I'm just going to let them be, because I don't want them coming up to me and saying, well, actually, I do want them coming up to me and say the
Challenging
Bible's not
part
real.
is the challenging part of it part of the argument, though, because okay, hear me out. If what I say makes you do something to yourself, I mean that, bro, that implications of that would imply that people in general have some sort of control over you. Wouldn't those be symptoms of some sort of psychological trauma? You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe what we should be doing is just helping these people, right, and not offending them, but also not saying that what they're going through is somehow by everybody calling him or them whatever they want to be called, that is somehow going to fix whatever is going on under the, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's say everybody does accommodate the persons, right? Do you think it's going to stop there? Do you think that the underlying problem that they have will just manifest in somewhere else?
Let's say they come up, all right, just hypothetically speaking, they come up with a fucking argument for the globe that there's no getting around tomorrow. Like, it's just the best evidence. They flew Nathan Oakley and fucking Jaron and up to fucking or orbited around the moon or something. I'm just saying, just hypothetically speaking. No, I can't use that. I got to use, just say they come up with evidence for the globe, but and there's no getting around it. But still, that doesn't. I mean, the shit we've seen with NASA and ISS and stuff, that still exists. So that's why I'm trying to separate this from the globe argument. Like, even if they had this crazy prove all globe argument, which they think they do, but they don't. But that still doesn't change the fact that NASA's showing us bullshit. That I don't. How could they not see a glitch in a fucking screen? You know,
I get what you're saying. That even if they prove it or somehow is reality tomorrow, what NASA was not showing us part of that reality. NASA was showing us a stage portraying that reality, not the actual reality.
And then the website for these satellites, the Himawari, is not even denying the fact that they're overlaying everything on the 2012 Blue Marble. Like, their own website is telling them that this ain't a real picture. It's a fucking data set overlaid on an old fucking picture of Earth.
It's actually very interesting. They don't deny anything, Brian. They don't. All that they tell us is that scientists believe and they suggest, right? And we take that shit as 100% concrete. But they don't really lie to us about these things. They let us know what they're saying. Is the problem is that we have these things that we imply things sometimes, right? And people automatically assume, and their brains just go with it. They just make up a story in their heads.
Right, but like Blue Marble Science, when I first showed them this over on Jose's, he's like, I guess it's his brain, trying to debate, and he's like, no, he's like, look, that says the color data set, right? The color data, and I'm like, dude, the 2012 color The 2012 blue marble overlaid on. Who cares if it's a color data set? Like they're capturing it in black and white and they're getting the color. And no, it's saying that it's overlaid on an old model of Earth. Who cares about the color? They're not even hiding. They're openly admitting what this is. And I don't know, man. It's just frustrating.
I'm glad you found that, right? Because they used to use that against me in like 2015. And I would be like, what if, they're just taking the data from the ground and, simulating it once every 10 minutes with a supercomputer over, a spherical map. And they were like, yeah, that's possible, but how do you know that's what's happening? And I'm like, well, I don't know. I'm just saying that it doesn't necessarily mean.
Yeah, their own website admits it. Go to Paul on the plane.
I got that now. It's easy with hindsight, right? But I didn't have the hindsight back then.
What's that website, Brian? I'd like to go have a look at it.
Himawari, man. You remember saying that though, right? The color, saying that just trying to, like I said, it was just in the heat of debate, like coming up with a possibility. You said the color data set, but no, it's the old blue marble. I showed it y'all on Jose's. You want me to pull it back up?
I just want to see where
yes, please.
Yeah, I'd like to
do that. Because if the Globers are honest, and you show them this, and they make the same argument over and over again,
their brain won't let them remember it, bro. I think it's possible anyway.
Well, some of these people think that men can get pregnant, so you got to take it easy on them. It's kind of special.
They've overlaid, outlines of the major land masses because those things are not very prominent. They're hard to see on a satellite picture. So just to make it more obvious to people that are looking at it, yeah, they do things like that to it. But they tell you they do that, and obviously there's not a line drawn around Australia or Japan.
It says it's a collection of data sets overlaid. It uses the word overlaid on the 2000. I'm not sure it's 2012, but it might be the 2004 the blue marble. But I'm in the middle of pulling it up, so hopefully you don't say anything that.
What comes down from Himawari is a whole bunch of different wavelength pictures each transmission. Because some of them, some of them look at water vapor, some of them look at clouds, some of them are wavelengths that respond to different things.
Would it be possible to use ground-based radar to get that same technology?
Not out in the middle of the ocean.
Right, the middle of the ocean, they use the simulations, and he showed that. He picked like 5 random days, and the shit out in the middle of the ocean is it's the weather simulations. They have it going all the way up to like 20 whatever, like 50 or 20.
All right, so would it be possible to set up some balloons out there and have the balloons constantly refill when they get too low and just diffuse when they get too high and just have them perpetually.
Did that with ISS, man. We did it live. Passover over Colorado, they did it live.
I'm just trying to ask this guy, if you don't mind, bro. What does he think?
Yeah.
Do you think it'd be possible that we could do this technology from ground or balloon base?
I don't know if it would be impossible or not. I won't say it would be impossible. I would guess that if you wanted to devote enough money and effort to it, but you're talking about an awful lot of balloons.
Not necessarily.
And I don't know how to keep one stationary.
Oh, that's pretty easy. So I talked to the hot air balloon people, and they said that how they navigate up there is there's certain jet streams. So if they want to go a certain direction, they enter that altitude that jet stream is in, and that's how they navigate around up there. And I was talking about if they made like a satellite connected to the balloon, and the satellite, if it's getting too low, they could crack some water, create some hydrogen, and go up a little more. But if the balloon's getting too pressurized where it's about to pop, they could release a little bit of hydrogen and go back down.
I'm not aware that they're using hydrogen
in balloons. They've been doing it since the 1860s, bro.
Are you sure weather balloons are using hydrogen? Maybe.
I'm not sure that they are, but do you think it's a possibility?
Well, I think the energy required to generate hydrogen like that is enormous.
No, I've done it with a 12-volt battery.
Yeah, I got a silly question.
Okay, all right.
This.
Generate enough to fill up a hot
silly.
air balloon then.
But I'm curious.
And how do you
if we
pressurize it?
filter, do we not filter the hydrogen and the helium from the air down here at the level of the ground? Isn't that where they get all the gases?
That's
That's
where you get. That's where you get a lot of. That's where you primarily get nitrogen and oxygen. Because
right, but I'm
what
saying
the atmosphere is made out
but
of.
up at upper altitude, you're saying that they can
helium.
do it there.
No, you don't. The helium's not. It doesn't come from that. We get helium from natural gas wells, basically.
So you're saying that it's not mixed into our atmosphere that we breathe all the time?
Well, it is, but it's in very, very tiny.
Right. But I'm saying it's still contained, right? So
yeah, there's a little hydrogen and a little oxygen, or a little helium, and a little argon, and a little, this and that in the atmosphere. But
so let's say NASA did use helium to get hot air balloons up there. Wouldn't it be easier to just, while they're up there, just grab some more of that gas that's up there and filter it out while they're up there? I mean, doesn't that make more rational sense than they just keep buying it?
Well, how do you extract the helium from? If you wanted to get it out of the air, how do you do it?
In carbon dioxide. I mean, it's the same kind of problem.
Say what?
You scrub it, you filter it.
I don't know of a technology that would work that you could hang under a balloon to do that with.
Air.
Huh?
There's a company called Prax Air. They filter gases out of the air at ground level, and they sell them to people. That's what they do.
Absolutely. Air liquefaction plants.
Right. So I'm saying, like, if we can get helium and things like that from natural sources down here, then obviously helium doesn't always rise straight up to the top, does it?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so then I don't know. It just kind of like it puts a dent in all this theory that this, and this is true, and this. You know what I mean? It's just more evidence to me that they're full of shit, that they're lying to it.
There's probably an air liquefaction plant not too far from where you live. Most cities.
There's one literally 3 miles from the house. Yeah.
Yeah. Why don't you go down there and ask them to show you how they extract helium from the air?
Well, that's a good idea. But I could probably look online and find the answer to that.
No, just drop in and talk to the guys. They'll explain it to you.
Good idea.
What'd you find, Brian?
I didn't prep any yesterday. She told me not to.
Okay. What do you think it means, Brian?
So I just posted another one. So the NASA Blue Marble Next Generation brings out a new Blue Marble composite monthly. So that's what the NASA Next Generation Blue Marble Next Generation is. They do new Blue Marble composites monthly. So Rob Simmons worked for them, and he was a whistleblower, right? He come out and told y'all.
You're talking about the guy. You're talking about the guy that
The whistleblower.
I don't know if you want to call him a whistle. Well, if you want to call him that, but I don't think he was blowing the whistle, was he?
Well, yeah, he was Blue
Is
Marble
he the
Next
guy
Generation.
is he the guy that said it's a composite? Of course, it has to be.
Photoshop. It has to be.
Photoshopped. Is that the guy? Yeah. Okay.
That was the older Blue Marble, the one that was
Why does
on
it
the
have
out.
to be?
Right.
If we got the capability to go to the moon and, you know, 1,000,000 miles towards the sun, why does it have to be photoshopped?
Well, because it was detailed images made by a satellite in polar orbit. So that thing is taking a swath of the Earth every 90 minutes, and it's just taking a little chunk of it. You got to put all those together like a mosaic to turn it into
for
a
the
full image.
Himawari, but think about it. The Himawari.
But the Himawari is not that. The Himawari is sitting out there in geostationary orbit.
Right, exactly, and that's what I showed you, where it's using the underlying next generation Blue Marble Next Generation data set, and then I showed you what that is, and that's the one.
That's the
like
underlying.
Ron Simmons. So why would they use the Blue Marble Next Generation, one of their monthly composites, when they're 1,000,000 miles away? It should be
They're
the
not
NASA
1,000,000 miles
Next
away,
Generation
Brian.
using Himawaris. I'm saying
They're not 1,000,000 miles away, Brian. They're in geostationary orbit, which is 22,000 miles out there.
Yeah, what is it? Epic. It's 1,000,000 miles away. So another thing we did, and we did it with Kosho, and sometimes he'll admit it, sometimes he won't. But we showed that hold on. No, let me say we lined up we pulled two pictures, one from Epic, one from Himawari, and they're like almost 1,000,000 miles apart from each other, and the moon is eating up one of the shots for the Himawari, I think, and the moon's in the photo, and the same exact angle, same zoom, same angular size. The Epic had the same exact picture that Himawari did with the exact same angle. The moon wasn't in it, and it's like if it's 1,000,000 miles away, it'd be impossible for them not to see the moon and the Himawari satellite if they're getting the exact same angle with the exact. Anyway, it's the exact same picture. It ain't rocket science, but so it took me a minute, but I found them and posted them both, and we went over it. And I mean, anyway, dude, I've been nagging Glovers for like 2 hours. You've been listening the whole time. You just now joined.
No, I haven't been listening the whole time, Brian.
Oh, okay.
I just joined. I literally just joined.
I got you. Okay. Dude, that is so weird. I thought about you, and that's the first time I mentioned your name in a week. And you joined. That is so crazy, dude.
I was just thinking the same thing, Brian. I was like, oh shit, this guy just came in, right? We was just talking about the Glovers and all that shit. It's weird how that happens.
Well, you can hop over on Terry Davies' stream. I was just on there. We just wound that up about 10 minutes ago. So
That's fine.
that's where
But
I
what
was.
do you think about, you know, the two Earths being the same size from like 1,000,000 miles away?
Well, you can make it any size you want to, depending on how much magnification you got on your camera.
Okay, so there's an explanation for everything. It doesn't have to be true. It just has to be somewhat believable, right?
Well, if you're calling me a liar, I don't think I want to talk to you anymore.
I'm not calling you a liar. I've just noticed that every time I talk to you guys, it's always like the same tactics. If we make a point that's a really good point, you guys say, oh, well, it's negligible. But
Okay.
if you guys are off by like a margin of error, like an order of magnitude, like you guys say that it's negligible. Like,
All right. Well, you made a great point. Pretend like I didn't say anything. I'll re-answer the question. I don't have a fucking clue. How's that? You happy now?
yeah, man,
Yes.
I was pretty happy.
Good.
So you got to end it with sir. You got to end with sir, and I'll be happy.
No.
Somebody got through.
Look, I just, I noticed that you guys have like best proofs, like Aristophanes. Like if we were making an argument that, hey, if you put a stick in the ground and you drill a well, and that's how you know you live on a flat Earth, you guys would be like laughing your asses off. Like, what are you, some kind of caveman? I mean, what were you, like pre-Bible goat herders? But it's okay for Aristophanes because it goes along with your agenda, and I just see that sort of stuff as zero scientific or knowledge based value whatsoever, because it's based on assumptions. But your preconceived bias allows you to count that as evidence.
As long as there's some sort of Greek character, yeah, they'll take their suggestions, like Aristophanes and whoever the other guy, Aristotle's, but any one of us come up with anything, right? With a P900, which is more advanced than whatever they must have had at that time, it's probably nonsense. You know what I'm saying? They love
That's
the
a bit
character.
unfair. Isn't that a bit unfair, guys? I mean, the only reason we keep bringing up Aristotle is because when we bring up Luna ranging and bouncing lasers off of the sun,
It's
you
not
guys
just
say,
Aristotle.
those are.
It's
Just let me
Einstein.
finish. Just let me finish. Just let me finish. You guys keep saying those are things you can't do. We should bring up experiments you can do at home. So we bring up experiments from 2,000 years ago because that's something anyone can do. But it's not to say that's what we do today to find out the shape of the Earth. We do geodetic survey and we have satellites in the sky. But you guys say things like we can't go to space. So we give you these simple methods.
All right. But these methods that you're talking about, every single one of them comes with a certain character attached to them. Ergo Aristotle, fucking Galileo. They all have a story. They all have a character that you also have to acknowledge with the story.
We don't have to, though. I could just tell you put sticks in the ground and never mention Aristophanes' name.
Let
I
me
don't
ask
have
you
to
this:
say
do you
his
think
name.
there's any globe earthers that question whether Aristophanes existed? Because a lot of them question whether Jesus existed. And Jesus has way more first-hand primary documents, 5,000 Greek New Testaments alone, 99.6% accuracy between those Greek New Testaments. And they were written down 100 years after the events happened or less. But people don't question whether or not Aristophanes existed, not on the globe side anyway. Don't you think that's kind of biased?
I don't know. I mean, for me, if Aristophanes existed or not, I don't care. Maybe you have a point. Maybe other Globers don't question it and they question Jesus a bit more. I don't know, man, but I don't know what that has to do with the argument. For me, what's important is the method. That you can do it, you can repeat it, and it's easy to do. It doesn't matter who was the first
Yeah, but it
person to
doesn't
come up
prove
with it.
anything. It's based on assumptions, bro. Yeah, you could do it, you can repeat it, but Carl Sagan himself said that you could do it on the flat Earth and it would work the same way on these conditions. So it doesn't
If
prove
Did he
anything.
really?
If you only do it at one point.
No, he said that you could have a closer sun and a curved Earth, a flat Earth, and it would still give the same results. You want me to post the video?
Yeah, please.
All right.
Yeah, but would you post the whole
I find it
video?
very difficult. I find it very difficult to believe that that you haven't heard of people talking about that or haven't seen the video that he's about. I find it very difficult, Blue.
Why? Why
Well,
do
I
you
don't
find
really
that
care if you
difficult?
find it difficult or not. I don't know what video you're talking about. So if you
Yeah,
don't want to
please
post it,
post
don't post it. I don't care.
Yeah, but I just hope it's like a video of him speaking in length and detail, not like a
Well,
12-second clip.
you can find the original, right? I can't give you the original. This is just something I happened to catch the other day when I was watching YouTube. But I mean, I wish that you would watch it
Is it
and
the one
notice that
you
he
just
says that it
posted
works
now?
on a flat Earth.
It's the one you just posted now?
Yeah, just post.
Alright, give me like 5 minutes.
But even Neil deGrasse Tyson said that it works on a flat Earth if you assume that the sun is closer and the Earth is flat. I mean, I could give you memes showing how, the table is flat. Your kitchen table when you put some beer cans on it, right? I mean, that doesn't prove the shape of anything. Let me see if I can find those memes because they're pretty. And if you got a little bit of intuition, you can kind of see it plain as day.
That's probably the thing that they lack, or they probably don't trust their intuition.
I think the Muslim guy we're speaking to is a pretty smart guy. I can't ever remember his name.
Right.
But
So
by and
I
large,
just
numbers.
watched it. Thank God this is a really short clip, and nowhere in this clip is Carl Sagan saying that Aristophanes' experiment worked on the flat Earth. What he said is, if there are no shadows at both points on the flat Earth, it's fine. And if you have shadows at both points on the flat Earth, that's also fine. But the issue Aristophanes had was, how can you have a shadow at one point and no shadow at the other point on a flat Earth? And the reason is because Earth isn't flat. Nowhere in that video did Carl Sagan say the experiment works on a flat Earth.
That's right.
All right. All
It's
right.
very-
Look
it's
what I
just-
just posted.
You should.
If that's,
Did
true, I
you post another
apologize.
one?
If that's true, I apologize. I may have heard what I wanted to hear. But look at what I'm posting right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you ought to watch that again.
I might be wrong. That's a possibility, for sure.
But did you post another one or
Well, there's a longer version, but I want to ask you guys, like, do you see what I just posted?
yeah, you posted a lot of stuff. I see it.
Look at the GIF.
Yeah.
Where are you posting, Hank?
Livestream.
Voice connect. Sorry, live stream 1 text.
On the first one, the one on the lamp, all those shadows will point back to the sun. That doesn't happen on the Earth. On the second one, the one on the bottom, you guys are intentionally lying with that one because the sticks are not perpendicular to the surface.
Sorry,
So-
the sticks aren't perpendicular to the surface. How you say
Bottom
that?
one, well, the third one you posted, the bottom part of that. That one's cheating.
So the stick isn't perpendicular to the surface.
That's correct. The stick to the left is especially leaning. You can see it in the picture.
Okay, I'll give you that.
So I mean, you can fake the results by cheating, but okay.
So what about the GIF?
Well, that only works with 2 sticks. You put a third stick into this, and it blows you out of the water.
So did Eratosthenes go to 3 places?
Eratosthenes already knew that the Earth was round because he saw ships go over the horizon. He only needed to measure it. To measure it,
No,
you
he
only
didn't
need
know.
He did know.
He didn't know the Earth was an object that
He
is
did
round,
know.
like a
He
sphere.
did know. He did know. The Greeks
So
knew.
he knew that because he saw ships disappear from the bottom
Yep.
up.
He also
Are you
saw
familiar with Skunk Bay?
Skunk Bay.
Skunk Bay time lapse?
Hey man, we've been arguing with NASA for 6-7 years almost, bro, and this is like from 2015.
Well, yeah, and we debunked it in 2015, but you guys still bring it up 8 years later.
You guys haven't
What did you
debunked.
debunk?
Just
Eratosthenes.
sophistry. All has been
Eratosthenes has not been debunked in 2,000 years. You certainly didn't do it 8 years ago.
Well,
Well,
I'm
the other
quite
reason
sure that Carl Sagan disagreed with you.
What?
Well, I think you ought to watch that Carl Sagan clip again.
Well, I need to watch the whole thing. I apologize if I was producing something that I thought I heard,
I think you
but
should
that
watch
is
the
the
last
case
part
of people that are biased.
I think you should watch the last part where he says
Sagan
the only
thing
way
is
this can happen is
implying-
the Earth is curved.
Wasn't the whole Carl Sagan thing that he was implying that it might be possible on a flat Earth?
No.
Yeah, if I remember right, he's saying that with a local sun, it would work on a flat Earth. But
With
since they
2
know that
sticks only.
since they know the sun is so many millions of miles away, then no, it couldn't work on a flat Earth. So trying to it's kind of a straw man of the flat Earth model.
For the Eratosthenes experiment, for the Eratosthenes,
Hold on.
For the
Let me say this one thing. I think they're conflating the so-called flat Earth with a giant sun millions of miles away. The problem is, what if it was a small local sun? That's what he was talking about. And then in that case, it would be possible.
light rays come in parallel. We can show that. You can demonstrate that quite easily also.
No, they
Except
don't.
for
That's
crepuscular
true.
rays.
They don't come in
Except for
parallel.
Yes, they
crepuscular
do.
rays.
You can demonstrate
No,
that
they don't.
easily. Yes, they do. You can prove that
No,
with
they
the
don't. And I showed you
Yes,
with light shining on the bottom of
you're
clouds.
wrong. Nope, you're wrong.
Bro, with the,
you can prove
why are
that
you
with
interrupting me,
you
bro?
can you're because you're misinterpreting your.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to respond without having to yell over you, please.
Well,
Anyway, I
you're
posted
wrong
the
because
video.
You can prove that.
Say my evidence at least.
I have seen your evidence, and you're misinterpreting it. What you
Dude,
can prove
shut
that,
up and let me finish my fucking point, and then respond, please. Fuck. Anyway, I posted a video with like half a dozen examples with the sun above the horizon, like a positive angle in the sky, shining light on the bottom of clouds. And I showed a video with the, according to y'all, a shadow on the bottom of a cloud with the sun above the horizon. And that means the light can't be parallel if it's shining up and down.
well, in the meantime, though, you can do a really simple experiment with when the moon is above the horizon during the day. Not right now because it's still probably too, but you can take that and a soccer ball or basketball, put them both in line, and see that the phases on both are the same. The light from the sun comes in.
I did just that. I put a soccer ball in the tree, got up under it, and sometimes it does line up. There's a time during the month where
it lines up all the time.
Hold on. Why are you ignoring what I'm saying? I'm not talking about locally. I'm talking about looking off in the distance at what the sun's parallel rays are supposed to be doing. And you're saying they're parallel, but they're hitting. It's shining and casting shadows down and up.
You have to line the ball up with the moon.
Parallel light can't do that, bro.
You have to line the ball up with the moon to get them both in the same orientation. Right?
I did. I got up under the tree and put the ball right next to the moon.
Can still refract in all directions, dude. What the hell are you talking about?
Did you line your ball up with the moon? I don't think you did.
Why do you think I got laid on my back up under the tree? It's a small tree. I laid on my back.
We got a Glover who doesn't believe in refraction here?
Well, you got a flat earther who can't do a simple experiment with lining a ball.
Why are you ignoring why are you ignoring my evidence? You said the sun's light's parallel, but it's casting light two different directions.
I've seen your evidence, and it's generally bollocks, but okay.
It's simple shit. You got a sun sitting above the horizon.
So is the ball with the horizon. So is aligning the ball up with the moon.
Yeah, you know what? I'll give you this. That was with my phone, and the moon wasn't very visible. But the reason I did it is because it didn't line up. But sometimes it does. In fact, it does a lot of the time. But every month there's a couple days where it's off. You know, it seems like I ain't measuring it every month, but
it only works. It only works about half the time and maybe even a quarter of the time, because you have to have the sun and the moon both above the horizon visible to you. So it doesn't work during the new moon. It doesn't work during the full moon. It only works during the times when the moon is visible during the daytime.
Yeah, well, I just showed a video, my modern day debates intro video, where the sun is sitting on the horizon and the moon is lit up on like a 60% opposite, almost a polar opposite, but not quite. And then the sun goes down just below the horizon, and it's lined up even worse.
Hey, paid master
let me post a picture.
Go ahead, Napalm.
But he'll forget. I'll have to repost it in 2 weeks. He'll forget that I showed this and just go right on leaving here thinking that he never even seen it.
That's what he does. Paid master Shill, do you have any light source that you can provide that does not have divergent rays coming from it?
Lasers are pretty damn good.
Do the light rays from a laser diverge?
Yeah, slightly. So what?
Okay, so do you have any example of a light source that does not have divergent rays?
What's your point?
Well, you're saying that the sun rays are parallel, right? So is the sun a source of light that has non-divergent rays?
Well, you see, the thing is we're quite a ways away from it, and they come in. The sun is only like half an arc second wide, so they're basically parallel.
Basically parallel or parallel? Because there's a difference.
Parallel enough within a half an arc second, yeah.
So what is the degree of?
That's what he's saying.
Yeah, I'm saying they're basically parallel. You see, the problem is you guys as science deniers, you have to say, well, everything has to be perfect and everything has to be absolute, and it can't.
Show us the science, bro.
So science, we're asking for the science.
It's basically parallel.
Basically
parallel.
Yeah.
That means kind of not.
Yes. Once again, you guys are going to be
Anything
science
that's not
deniers.
parallel is just not parallel.
Well, instead
Anything.
of
So
claiming
this
that
is
we're science
once
deniers,
again,
that we're
science
science
deniers have
deniers.
to prove in absolutes.
Sorry,
That's one
sir. Can you show us?
You have to deal in absolutes, don't you? It has to be perfect.
Well,
Everything has to be
either it is or it
perfectly done.
isn't. It can't be
No,
both.
that
Are
you
you
don't
not
understand.
familiar with the violation of non-contradiction?
You're not familiar.
You
You're not
can't do that.
familiar with science. Then the fact that nothing is perfect.
Why even say
Who said
basically
something's
parallel?
perfect?
If
Either
it's
it
not
is or it
parallel,
isn't.
Right
It has
now,
nothing to do
no.
with
Right now,
perfect
you're
there.
saying that if they're not perfectly parallel, they're not parallel at all.
So would you say the Earth is basically flat?
No, the Earth appears to be optically flat, perhaps at times. If you climbed out on, if you lived in Kansas and you climbed out from under your rock, looked around and said, Earth flat. Yeah, I could see that.
But overall, it's basically flat.
No, actually, you can measure it to be curved. It's really quite simple. Simple tools.
Can you provide me with a
Simple
direct?
math.
Can you provide me with a direct measurement?
Yeah, Eratosthenes.
Of curvature?
Eratosthenes.
No.
George,
I said
George
a
Snatchik.
direct measurement.
That is Eratosthenes.
George Snatchik did it.
So Eratosthenes is not an indirect measurement; it's a direct measurement.
What's a measurement?
Sure.
What do you want? I mean, what's a direct
Well, I
measurement? Define direct
specified
measurement.
direct
Define
measurement.
direct measurement.
Yeah, basically taking what you're measuring and laying a measuring device to it.
Oh, so you can
Direct
only measure
measurement
with
is
tape measures?
I just posted the moon, the direction of the moonlight and the direction of the sunlight. That was a direct measurement. And then I posted the video that it came from because there's a lot of other evidence from it.
You understand that actually measuring something with a tape measure introduces all sorts of errors, right?
So measuring something with a tape measure introduces what? What error?
Oh my
what
God, are
error
you
would you
seriously
find
asking me this
within
question?
a ruler? What error would you find within a ruler?
So when you measure something, you can measure something perfectly accurate 1,000% of the times. Is that what you're saying?
Within a acceptable variance for sure.
There we go.
With
Now
an
we're getting into
acceptable variance.
There
That's
we
a
go.
good point.
What's a better way?
No, hold on a second. Stop. We're actually getting somewhere. Someone understands the fact that when you make a measurement, it's always within an error bars. So we're getting someplace.
No. This does not go against a.
That's what they jump
direct
on.
Measurement.
You being honest and giving an honest answer, and they jump on it.
No, I'm not.
No,
I'm actually congratulating someone for
It does not remove the fact that it is a direct measurement and not an indirect measurement.
Oh, so why are direct measurements so much better?
What's better than a tape measure? Just so I know.
Yeah.
What
would be a better way
you can
to
measure lots of
a
things.
2x4?
You can measure lots of things more precisely than with a tape measure. That's why we invented them.
Different tape measures measure differently. Like if I've been on construction work,
so the question
where one guy
stands.
measured it to be, to a 1/16 of an inch to his tape, and he called down to his cut buddy, the guy that's doing the cutting, and said, "Hey, make it 11 3/16," and he gets it up there, and it shows to be 11 1/8. So there's the difference in the two tape measures.
So what was the comparison
I
between?
guarantee the tape measure is either rare or fucking a misprint.
No, actually, the whole point is there are tolerances. There are tolerances built in. It's not built in. It's
We all
inevitable
agree with that.
you get
We all
error
agree with that.
tolerances.
We're not saying that doesn't exist. We're talking about the act of directly measuring. Now, if your measuring device is off from what you would consider to be a good margin of error, right? You're still making a direct measurement with an inaccurate measuring device. Would you agree?
So you'd rather make an inaccurate direct measurement than use another procedure that would be more accurate but not direct.
Provide me with
the point is you don't measure the Earth with a ruler.
Provide me with an indirect measurement.
You're not going to measure something as vast as the Earth with a fucking ruler.
His point is that first-hand measurements are more reliable, and you're
Are
arguing
they?
just common sense, bro.
Are they? So you're gonna when you go to measure? When I say if I ask you how far it is from New York to
No,
Los
you're
Angeles.
devolving the
Stop,
conversation, arguing
Listen to me
stupid
once.
shit, dude.
Listen to me again. If I say what's the distance from New York to Los Angeles, and you look on the map and it says I don't know what is it 2,500 miles, whatever it is. Did someone go out there with a 12-foot ruler and measure it?
No,
they
but ideally you have the most direct measurement
Some of
possible.
them.
Otherwise, you calculate, make a bunch of assumptions, and that's the show. The calculation could be good, it may not be good, but if you're making assumptions, you could be off in some way unless somebody
No, listen to me. Guess to me
to
again.
that city and
Someone
kind of gives a more direct thing.
Someone did not go out there with a ruler and put it down. Whenever you place a ruler, whenever you move it from one to another, you introduce the error. You know, where does it? You know, where does the ruler end? Where do you start it again? And you do that, you know, millions of times, you're going to get millions of errors. This is simple.
Quit devolving the conversation. Let's
And why are you
This
talking
is
about
important.
rulers?
This is
Nobody's
because
doing that.
you're talking about direct measurements.
Right,
Bro,
and the ruler is a
why are
direct
you going on
measurement, but
about
we need
rulers?
some way to verify this calculated assumption because it looks like you guys went with the ball and calculated and assumed the distances from
What
there.
I'm saying,
Some
what
of
I'm
the
saying is
distances are halfway good, some of them not so much.
this is showing the problem with your so-called only direct measurements are good because
Okay,
direct
let me
measurements
point
in
out your
this case
problem.
are not good.
Let me point out your problem. You're saying that Aristophanes knew the Earth was a globe because ships went over refracted horizons.
That's one of the. No,
How does
hold on a
that make
second.
any
Stop
sense?
with the refracted horizons bullshit.
What do you
Second of
mean?
all,
That's what you guys say. Is
that's your claim, though.
refracted or not?
And now the horizon ain't
well, how
refracted
much?
anymore?
Fuck, how much refraction is there?
An order of
Infinite.
magnitude worth, apparently.
No, not an order of magnitude at all. No.
Yeah,
No.
the
1/6
horizon
R,
is 10
Oh,
times
stop
1/6
it.
of the Earth's
Now we're gonna
radius
get
of refraction.
no, stop it. The other way they knew that the Earth was round is they could see different stars as they went north and south in their empire.
I can see different lights over my head
Bad
than I walk across
assumptions.
Walmart.
No, it's not. Again, and
Yeah,
so
you can.
So I'll tell you what. Then, so you're saying because he knew the Earth was round and he measured it. He measured it accurately.
He
So he measured
calculated
a
it based
shadow.
off of assumption. He said, this has to
Good
be the
assumption.
tip of a ball, and I'm going to calculate from that assumption. It's
And
not
he
a
made
measurement
Hold
where
on.
he get
quite
to this
directly.
Earth or anything
You
direct
said
like that.
you said he measured it accurately,
Yep.
right? So his measurement compared to what for accuracy purposes?
Our current measurements, our current
Yeah,
knowledge.
well, show me some evidence of that, please.
What?
Of his measurement.
Sure.
Show me our
Go look
current
it up.
measurements.
Google it.
Show me our current measurement. Who measured it recently after Aristophanes?
But here's
I
the
measured
thing.
it last week. I measured it last the equinox. You can do it
You
too.
don't want to
You
talk
can-
about a refracted
And which
horizon.
would you get?
You don't. No, hold on a second. Stop. We're not talking about refracted horizons right now. We're talking about measuring the sun at solar noon.
Wait a minute. You can't have your cake and eat it too. If
What
the
do you mean?
horizon is refracted, you
The
know
sun-
what I mean. You're trying to say that the light travels straight, but no, it spreads out. And
Actually, when
the
it comes
refraction
straight
happens
down,
sometimes, but
when
now
it
it's
comes-
not happening now that you need it. You can have
the
it
sun,
whichever way you
no,
dance.
no, I'm not talking
Take
about the
a stance,
damn
brother.
horizon.
Well, let him
I'm not
explain
talking about the. Hold on, stop.
Hold on, let him explain that.
Stop.
interrupting me.
I'm not talking about the horizons. You guys always like to talk about the horizon because that's maximum refraction. You misunderstand the amount of refraction that happens. In the meantime, at solar noon, the sun is coming directly down. Refraction is at a minimum to non-existent at this case.
Right. And if we measure it, we can
That's
get a
why
height.
we measure it.
Wait a minute,
at
not
that
right.
point.
Is there a difference
calculated
in
height.
temperature between the heliosphere and then it gets cold and then
Oh
it gets
fuck!
hotter and
Now we're
hotter?
gonna get in. Now we're gonna start throwing. Now we're gonna start
Wait a
throwing
minute.
in.
Wait.
Stop! No, you stop. I'm being
Everybody.
interrupted. We're gonna start throwing in the kitchen
Hold on,
sink now.
everybody. Man, y'all are all talking at once, man. Y'all got to take turns, man.
Let's
But wait
start
for me.
throwing.
Wait
Let's
for me
start throwing
because
in the
look,
kitchen sink.
7/6 is
You were the
about
one who
18%.
interrupted.
Hold on, over 20 miles, you're invoking 7/6R, which is about 18%. So my model, if I equate 18% error to 20 miles, dude, my shit is astronomically within them tolerances, man.
That
So
doesn't
you're
make sense. Okay.
I mean,
What we're talking? Why were you talking?
7/6R
We're
is
talking about
18%.
three different things in one conversation, and we can get to no conclusion that way.
That's why when
Well,
you use
y'all we're all talking at once.
that's why when you use a sextant, you don't shoot stars that are below somewhere 15 to 20 degrees to the horizon because of
No.
refraction.
You're invoking a 18% correction to your horizon over 20
that's why-
miles.
that's
but not
why-
but hold on, but you're not correcting the refraction of a body that's thousands of miles away.
That's why
insane.
we don't use stars that are 15 to 20 degrees to the horizon when we shoot celestial nav. Above that, you can basically ignore refraction.
Between you and the
Brian.
sun at solar noon, is there variances in temperature, pressure, and
Here we go. Let's
medium?
throw the kitchen sink now. Let's throw the kitchen sink in there.
So now let's
It's a
say, are you
question.
trying to say that there is significant refraction at noon when the sun's directly overhead? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm
No.
asking if there is any variance in temperature or medium
Of course
between
there is.
you and the
Of course
sun.
there is. Of course
Are
there
these
is.
are these variables within refraction that we use when looking towards the horizon?
Now the angle of incident where the sun, where the
I'm
sun
just
is
asking.
where the sun is intersecting that gradient at a perpendicular or 90-degree angle, there would be practically no refraction.
So when
What about
I'm
the
making an
temperature?
observation over 17 miles at the surface,
We're not at the surface. We're looking, coming straight
Okay,
down
okay.
through the
Well, how about the
atmosphere.
main?
What do you mean
How
we're
about
not
the
at
main
the
surveyor?
surface?
You understand?
He's
You
already-
understand Snell's law at
We're
this
not at
point.
the surface? What do you mean
Wait,
we're
what
not
about-
at the surface? Where
What
are we?
about the
We're
main
not looking
surveyor
at the.
doing?
Get off the horizon. We're not looking at the horizon. We're talking.
No, hold on, man. Quit interrupting me, Bert. How about the main surveyor? He's up a few hundred meters out of the refraction zone. and he's still- hold on,
Brian, we're
hold on.
talking about Eratosthenes, Brian.
I
We're
know,
not
but listen,
talking
you
about
just
the main
said- no, you
surveyor.
just made
We're
a
not
point.
talking
Stop.
about both on the horizon.
I'm
We're
not
talking
gonna
about
interrupt you. I was almost done,
Eratosthenes.
dude.
Stop
Anyway,
throwing. Stop
Refraction
throwing.
didn't have anything to do
Howard,
with Eratosthenes.
Howard, you just said down by the horizon. I'm telling you, your own guy.
No, I
main
didn't. I
surveyor.
said
I'm
we're
letting
not
With
you
these
talking
say
red
about the
it.
herrings.
Let
horizon.
me say
You guys
5
are
more
throwing
words.
all
I'm
the.
done,
You're
dude.
throwing all the bullshit in the kitchen sink in
Dude.
here.
Dude, shut the fuck up when I just let me say my 5 words for fuck's sake, dude.
Said
Anyway,
one
he
more.
went up out of the refraction zone and he still had to invoke 7/6R and it was still under
I don't
and it
care.
still
I don't
wasn't
care.
enough. It
We're,
was still
We're
up
I
not
by
don't
talking
care.
400.
We're
about the
talking
main.
about Eratosthenes.
We're talking about this things that come
You
straight
just
down.
said that doesn't happen out of the refraction zone, and I just gave you an example, Howard,
fuck
of your own
me.
guy
I
having
don't
to
care.
use it out of the refraction zone. I know you don't care.
He's surveying the Earth. He's not
Why
surveying.
can't Globers
He's
let
not looking
anyone
up.
talk? You guys are so
What do you mean we
fucking
can't let
Well,
Globers talk?
it's not
You
that
good ones
it's not that I
interrupting.
don't care. Here's the thing. It's
Fine,
not that I
I'll
don't
settle
care,
you guys
Brian.
here.
When we're talking about Eratosthenes, we're talking about the sun directly overhead. We're not talking about anything down on the horizon or what
I'm
might be
sorry.
at
If you
15
believe
degrees.
Aristophanes, then you're an idiot. I don't give a fuck. If y'all are gonna interrupt a whole bunch of madness, like you gotta know Aristophanes is a bullshit type argument to be making. You don't understand this guy was disproven sevenfold? The fuck is wrong
You
with
guys
you?
Do
brought it
what?
up.
Yeah.
Why
Yeah,
are you
you're the one who
arguing
brought it up.
Aristophanes just to
You guys
interrupt
brought up
someone who actually
Eratosthenes,
saying
not
smart
us.
stuff to talk about Aristophanes? Fuck you.
It's Eratosthenes,
So
and
did
I don't give a
you
fuck
guys
what his
brought him
Spanish
up,
name
not
is. Fuck,
us.
that dude is
93 million miles
irrelevant.
away? Let's start over. Did Eratosthenes assume that the sun was 93 million miles away?
Eratosthenes did
No.
assume that the light rays were parallel.
But he did not assume the sun
Okay,
was
but
93 million
are
miles
they
away.
actually parallel?
Yes.
They're close enough.
Almost.
So how can you have straight rays of light that don't spread out, knowing about the inverse square law and the physics of light, when it passes through different temperatures and mediums?
Because they come
All
in
that
parallel. It's
all that variance
demonstrable.
is going to give you is a fuzzy shadow edge. It's not, so it's not,
Oh, see,
a microscopically sharp edge of a shadow. That's the only difference.
that's what we say about refraction. That it only causes things to like wobble just a little bit, right? So now you're invoking like what's called the turbulence model, right? So that you can keep your Eratosthenes thing. But hold on, relax. But when we're talking about the black swan, now there's all sorts of crazy refraction, even though it's all the
Excuse
same.
me. Excuse me.
That's on the horizon, dude.
Is the black swan at the horizon, or is the black swan coming down 90
Ah.
degrees? You see, you
Does
guys are
light travel
invoking.
through the atmosphere in both?
One
Does
second.
light
It's
travel
coming.
through
Are you
different
familiar with
heat and
Snell's
different
law?
layers?
Are you familiar with Snell's
Yes,
law?
I'm familiar with Snell's law. I
And it's
understand
just
about
saying
why
the
are
just
you?
the
Then why do you
horizon.
keep
How come the
talking
black
talking
swan
about
about
it?
be out of the
temperature.
horizon?
Does the
Brandon
light
Cage is
pass
23
through?
Throw in the kitchen sink. Come on, keep throwing in the kitchen sink.
Hold on.
Well,
Relax.
it passes through dog hair
Hold
too. There's
on.
dog hair, and maybe we should
Hold
investigate
on.
that. And
Just
dust,
a second. Does the
Hey,
light
that's
pass
still
through
the
the
big turns, Howard.
heliosphere?
pine
And then pass
trees.
through deep space, which is cold, and then pass through what's it called, the thermosphere, which is hot again, and then pass through a cold bit of space, and then gets to the Earth in your model where it's hot again.
Yeah, and what if it's passing through all those layers, normal to each of the layers, Larry?
Does different temperature cause
What if it's
refraction?
passing? Listen to what I'm saying.
Different temperature cause
What if it's
refraction?
passing? What if
Does
yes?
temperature
If
differential? Okay.
listen, what if that light ray is passing directly through normal to those layers? Then it's not seeing any change in density in a direction that would cause refraction.
Talk about the thermal aspect, which is y'all's
That's
favorite
what I'm
aspect,
talking about.
and you're pretending it doesn't happen.
That's what I'm talking about. It's exactly what I'm talking about. If the
Yeah, where
density
the rays-
if the density is changing normal to the direction of the ray of light, it doesn't have any refractive effect.
We're not talking about density. We're talking about temperature causing refraction.
What does temperature do?
Temperature
Why-
changes density. That's what we're talking about.
Temperature by itself won't do shit to light.
All right, so how much density is there in the heliosphere compared to the deep dark space?
Here we go.
Yeah.
Why don't you
Yeah,
throw
we
some more?
can't get anywhere. We're not going to get
You're
anywhere.
aware of the pressure of the pressure gradient, right?
Well, we bring in the kitchen sink too.
There's a density gradient in the atmosphere. You're aware of that, right? Light's passing through that density gradient all the way to the ground, right?
How are you calling refraction the kitchen sink? What are you talking about?
Can either NASA or Blue Marble explain the difference between sunlight passing through the various layers of the atmosphere when it's directly overhead and
Now there's
light
a
passing
pressure gradient
through
and a density gradient. Sorry.
and light passing through, say, an optical corridor between me and a object that's 17 miles away?
Yes.
Can you explain to me
Yes,
the difference
I can.
between these two?
Light coming straight down through the atmosphere is coming normal to the density gradient, perpendicular to the gradient. It's not seeing a change in density as it goes straight down through it that direction. When you turn the opposite direction, now you've got a gradient that's the opposite way. Now you've got a gradient that's 90 degrees to it. Now you're looking through a gradient that is higher pressure, the lower you go, and lower pressure, the higher you go. Light is going to bend down in that situation.
There's a pressure gradient and a density gradient?
You can't have one without, well, not
Okay, cool.
necessarily
No,
true.
I understand that.
But
so let me ask you a question. You said that it's coming down normal, right? Meaning it's directly hitting these layers, right?
Perpendicular.
So you have no deviation from normal when it impacts these various pressure differentials, right?
Right.
Right. So let me ask you a question. If you're not directly under the sun at zenith and you're slightly off,
yeah, then you've got a slight refractive effect.
then you've got refraction. So refraction occurs at any point past a zenith when you're regarding the sun, right?
I can't disagree with that. That would be true.
Yeah, with the increasing effect as your angle increases.
Now the question is, how much effect does that have?
That would be a good
I don't
question.
think it has much effect until after it goes about 1,000 miles, and then but after 1,400 miles, it's off by 1 full degree for a flat compared to a globe. So you got to go like 2 days travel in a car to even get a 1 day difference, or like a 2 week travel by boat for the y'all talk about the angles and for the flat Earth for to deviate 1 full degree. You got to go 1,400 miles away from the sun to get a 1 degree variance. So you don't think refraction, a little bit of refraction could happen over 1,400 miles to account for 1 degree? When y'all use 18% over 20 miles?
No, we don't use 18%, Brian. Where are you getting that from?
7/6R, not 18%, but close to it.
Do you know, Brian? That's a convenient way to account for refraction, but that's not the correction. That's not the correction is made to the radius of the Earth. The difference.
I know.
Let's take an example. I've got it up on my screen right now. Something
I
I've been
understand
working
that.
on.
I understand.
If you
It's
take a
making it
12-foot, viewer height, and look out at the horizon, and don't include refraction, you need a dip correction of about 3.7 arc minutes. If you
let me tell
include
you
refraction, listen to me. If you
go
include
ahead.
refraction at 7/6R, it changes that number by
Pass this out a million times.
0.3 arc minutes, Brian.
Yeah, but it's still a percent. Okay, well let me put it to you like this.
Not 18%.
Hold on, let me put it to you like this.
0.3 arc minutes.
I heard you. Let me make a point real quick, a counter. So, here's my problem with the model is we look at Skunk Bay and other time lapse, and for the most part, we see things moving, for the most part, uniformly up and down. There's a little bit of variance in the distance, but it's every which way. Okay, for 7/6R to be true, it's got to mathematically precisely refract, so the horizon in front of the oil well rig has to stay there, and the oil rig has to come up, and then the horizon 20 miles or however many miles back behind the oil rig has to be the new horizon. So it's all got to do its own little thing. But in the real world, refraction, everything pretty much for the most part goes up and down together off the distance with a little bit of variation. Your shit has to be mathematically precise to make it work. And that's just fucking error bars, all that is.
Brian, everything does move up and down together. The object and the horizon, everything is moving together.
Right. So the blocked oil rig should have moved up as a pair. In other words, the horizon and the water and the oil rig should have both moved up. Still should have
And
been
it
blocked.
did. That's why the horizon is behind the oil rig, Brian.
Right.
Right. But no, if it's blocking the oil rig and if the water in front of it's blocking the oil rig, it moved up and the oil rig moved up, then we should see a blocked oil rig just higher in the picture. We should still see
you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. Now you got to do the math, Brian. You got to do the geometry.
Right, that's why I said the refraction's got to be
when the
mathematically
effective
precise.
radius of the Earth increases. You got to look at the geometry involved.
I understand the argument, but I'm saying that's why my point is it's got to be mathematically precise. That refraction has to be mathematically precise, and that's not what we see in reality. We see everything for the most part going up and down together. Everything.
Why does it have to be mathematically precise?
Because the oil rig, the water that's blocking the oil rig has to refract a certain amount, and then the water behind the oil rig has to refract a certain amount, when what we see in reality is what we should see is the water blocking the oil rig. The whole picture should go up, and we should see a blocked oil rig a little higher in the picture or a little lower in the picture.
No, Brian, not at all. Not if you're talking about a refraction effect, which effectively flattens out the surface of the Earth. The oil rig's no longer blocked.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying in reality. I'm not saying in your model. And I'm saying the way your model
That is in our model and in reality, Brian.
Your model, the refraction happens mathematically precise, is my point. You don't at least
what are
see
you talking about mathematically precise, Brian?
I just realized something so silly that he said.
One more try, dude. One more try. Okay, what we see in reality is everything moving up and down together for the most part.
Exactly.
So if something's being blocked in the distance, okay, then it's going to be blocked a little bit higher. Everything, the water blocking it's going to move up, and what's being blocked is going to move up, and then it's going to move down together.
No, Brian. The geometry is changing.
What happens is everything refracts the exact mathematical amount to make it work.
Everything is refracting together, Brian.
How
refraction is effectively flattening the curvature of the Earth.
Which doesn't match reality.
That means the horizon is moving away from you.
You said refraction is causing the flattening of the curve, dude.
That's what it appears to do. It's the same. It's just like you're flattening out the surface of the Earth.
That's not what's happening.
That's exactly what refraction
I'll
does.
listen to this.
Yo, these people have effectively taken our story, which is that it's straight and that it looks curved, and they've reversed it into their story.
It hasn't changed not one bit in the last 5 years I've been listening to it. That's been the argument from day one.
Always has been.
Oh, well, you
That's not
forgot
true.
when
You guys
they
used to
hold
say
on,
the
Howard.
Earth's over the
You weren't
horizon,
here when
and
you
that
weren't here
proves
when
that
they
the
used
Earth
to
is
measure the
flat.
horizon and then tell you how much shit was looming, and they could tell you
The part
exactly
that
how many. Hold on, they tell you how many feet something was looming by measuring the horizon. You weren't here for them days. I got videos on it where they would literally tell you how many feet something was looming. Okay, so no, this ain't always been the argument, but welcome to reality.
yeah, the part that's changed is the flat Earth argument trying to adapt to accommodate what we see.
Yeah, that's changed since I've
No,
been
y'all
here.
literally quit. Everybody quit doing presentations saying how much something's looming above the horizon because now you change your argument to now it's the horizon refracted black swan. And now you have it refracting mathematically precise, like I said, and that doesn't match
See,
reality.
yeah, there's no precision. There's no precision in wavy lines, Brian. And the black
7/6
swan is a
R is a
perfect
precise
example.
amount,
The
bro.
black swan.
7/6.
God damn it. The black
Go
swan
ahead.
is a perfect example of what we're talking
So
about.
is Eratosthenes.
Here's what we see when we go out and do photos.
No.
It's a nice clear day.
No,
We
it's
know
not.
if there's no mirage. Usually there's a mirage. You can't see the mirage with your eyes. You got to zoom in to see a mirage. But usually 9 out of 10 there's an inferior mirage on the horizon. But then on a clear day, and you're like hoping there ain't a mirage on a crystal clear day, you know you're going to see far. That's when we get these black swan days. And your reality, that's them clear, nice, picture perfect days. Is the days that there are refraction, and it's mathematically it's 7/6 R. It's an exact amount. That doesn't match reality. Like
No,
I said,
Brian.
everything move up
Just
and down.
a
That makes
number.
perfect sense. No, that was it right there, Brian. That was it. I heard that. Fucking shit.
Brian, it's
Because the
just a
farther out you
number.
are on a clear day, if you're seeing farther, then the amount of refraction in the distance should be increased. So you wouldn't be seeing the black swan. That makes sense.
But I understand you make 7/6 R work. I'm not arguing that. I'm arguing that doesn't match
No.
reality because refraction happens.
It probably
in
doesn't match. It probably doesn't match reality. In all likelihood, it does not on any given day. 7/6 is just an average number. If you don't know for sure what the
So what was
refraction
the average
is,
number the day that Aristophanes
that's
did
what
it?
we use.
What is
So
the scientific
Aristophanes made its
experiment?
measurement.
What is the
Two
scientific
people talking.
experiment that established the 7/6?
Many, many, many empirical observations.
No empirical observations as far as
Whoa,
looking at the
hold
big
on,
picture.
hold on. He said
You see one?
empirical observations. So what is the scientific experiment that gives us this 7/6 R? Meaning what
Yeah.
tests were done for different pressure and temperature variations
Obviously,
that led us
this is based on empirical data collected over
what
hundreds of
empirical
years.
data?
Take temperature, take pressure, measure the
air bar.
atmosphere, your
Air
visual
bar.
corridor.
Isn't
To
that
look at
what
what you see. It's what do you mean? What empirical data?
Empirical
Well,
data
it's
what
not-
we're
it's-
scrutinizing right now.
Your empirical data would be a known point that you can observe day after day after day from the same
We're
point.
arguing that known point, Blue. That's what's in contention is the known point.
Yeah, what's known to be the normal within that observation point, right? So
average.
if I look at the same thing every day for a whole entire year and I get varying results as to how that image presents itself to me, varying on all different days, right? So what is my normal that we're
The
comparing
one
to?
in the middle. The one in the middle.
The average
The
of
one
all
in
of
the
that
middle. So
on an average day.
if there is always refraction taking place, then the normal, right? So if we have sinking refraction, we have looming refraction. If it's a constant sinking refraction, but then we also have looming days, right? Then do we assume that the normal is sinking refraction?
No,
Or is there any
you also have
establishment of normal, meaning we've removed or eliminated refraction from our observations, which would give
you
us
never
our
eliminate
normal?
refraction. You measure your conditions and you see what you're seeing based on those conditions. You record all that data and you compile all that data and you come up with a result.
Can you point me
For
to
1 year, but then the next year, since things tend to change positions, it would be an entire different set of calculations. And then the year after that, you do the exact same thing, and it will be a different calculation. And then the next year, and before you know it,
we're not
1
observing
year
it.
will correlate with each other.
Yeah, it's pretty much zeroed in. I would say. I would say that it's pretty much well known by now.
zeroed in as if I presented you with an image, you could then reverse engineer that image. If I gave you a distance that I'm observing something and the height of the object that I'm observing, if I gave you an image, you could provide me back the empirical data that I recorded as far as temperature and pressure are concerned within that optical corridor.
Sure.
You could?
Yeah. I would don't see why not. I mean, you're just talking about predicting. You're just talking about providing me, an object in the distance, the known elevation, known observer height. Give me the water temperature and the temperature of the atmosphere through the corridor.
No. I'm not giving you any of that.
And predict what you. Oh well.
I'm not giving you
we got to
any
have
of that
that.
data. I'm just
we got to
giving
have
you
that.
Here. I'll record it. I'll record that data. But what I'm providing to you is I'm going to provide you an image. I'm going to say, this is from a 3-foot observer height of viewing over 17 miles. Now give me all of the data that would give me the observation that I am observing.
No,
so then
that would be a whole nother ball.
Wait a minute.
There would be a table.
You want to just give us the observation, and you want us to come back and tell you what the barometric pressure was, what the temperature was, what the humidity was. You want us to tell you all of that from that little piece of information.
You guys have empirically figured it out, right?
That's absurd.
Really
That's absurd.
It would be a
that's
table.
what you say is happening.
That's absolutely ridiculous. What we can tell you is what the coefficient of refraction is on that day. And that's all we really care
and what
about.
that works out to be, hold on. So what that works out to be, judging by 7/6R, which doesn't match reality, then I keep saying 18%, it's more like 12%, but that means things are refracting at about closer to 9 inches per mile. That means everything's refracting, accruing in the distance.
You guys would get off the damn horizon.
12% bigger, so everything's refracting at about 8.5 inches per mile squared. Standard.
I keep hearing somebody in the background. I keep hearing somebody in the background refer to Eratosthenes. Refraction is not an issue with Eratosthenes. Now we can move on.
Right.
What?
So saith the king.
Well, because the light's coming straight down. We're not dealing with the horizon again. You guys are fixated on the damn horizon.
No, I'm not. I'm going over the fucking 7/6. Okay, the standard
Which is a
refraction.
horizon.
Nothing to do with Eratosthenes, Brian.
He can't let me finish it. Kill him.
Eratosthenes has nothing to do with refraction.
Yeah, I'm not talking about Eratosthenes.
Well, that's what we're talking about. You want to be in the conversation or not?
That you veered the discussion into a discussion of 7/6R.
Black Swan and everything.
I find it funny
a horizon view.
That 7/6R was established by some empirical measurements with pressure and all this kind of stuff. But then when I say, hey, I'll present you with an image and you should be able to regurgitate back all this empirical data that you guys gathered in order to be able to
understand there's more than one. You understand
Right.
there's more than one. You understand there's more than one variable in this equation, right?
Yeah, I do.
So there
and
would
should be able
there
to
would be
provide
a-
all of those variables.
There would be
so that
a
it
multi.
matches.
There would be
the
a
picture,
multi.
right?
There would be
We
a
can't
multi.
Have the table.
There would be a
Give you
multi.
the one variable that
Do you
matters.
have
We
the
can give
table?
you the index,
Do you have the
the
table that was established
coefficient of
to?
refraction. That's what we can do with your data. We can
There would
give
be.
you
We'd
the
be able to give you a
coefficient of
table.
refraction.
Well, without
We
that,
need a
we'd
lap-
probably get a table.
No,
of
we'll give you
information.
the lapse rate. Hold on, we'll give you the lapse rate, and you give us the distance and the viewer height. How about that?
There we go.
Don't
I'll
need
give
to.
you all
Walter
the data.
Billings
You
already done it
tell me.
for you.
Again,
Just
and you
plug the
get right
numbers in
back
at
to the
30
Tell me
fucking
the
seconds.
horizon. We were talking about Eratosthenes. You diverted back to the horizon. We try to go back to Eratosthenes. You go right back to the
Yeah.
fucking horizon again.
Why
Well,
do
you
they
just
say
keep
to
trying
talk
to
about
divert away from
Eratosthenes,
this
I wonder?
because you're pinned, right?
Quit
So
No, I'm not.
saying
Man. You just don't
You
understand
guys seem to be
refraction.
Quit
you guys seem
interrupting
to be
with
afraid of
Eratosthenes,
Eratosthenes for
Faye.
some
Hey,
reason.
maybe we should all talk
Why
at
are you
one.
afraid of it?
Hey, maybe we shouldn't all talk at the same time.
Yeah, I know, but he keeps interrupting with
Let
Eratosthenes.
Napalm
When I'm
let
talking
Napalm
about
go, 'cause
refraction, I'm talking about
Napalm's got the
refraction.
point.
We were
My
talking
whole
about
point
air
is
capacity
everybody a
before you
heads up.
diverted us to refraction.
Just giving
My whole
everybody a
point is
heads
this.
up. I'm just gonna mute whoever interrupts. Okay, go ahead.
There you go. All right, here's my point. So 7/6R means the globe's like 12% bigger. So 7/6 is a rate. It's a mathematical rate of curvature. So that means your refraction has to be mathematically precise at about 8.5 inches per mile squared. But when we see time lapses, for the most part, we see everything refracting up and down together. We don't see accumulating in the distance. I mean, there's little variations, but for most time lapses, for the most part, things move together. That's my whole point. I don't know why y'all having a hard time with that. You're saying your refraction is mathematically precise.
Dude, he immediately left when I said I was gonna mute anyone that interrupted.
Because that's all he does.
They know what's coming. They know what's coming.
Yeah, that's horseshit too.
I wasn't even gonna. I try to moderate fairly. I don't know. Whatever. I just was trying to help.
I'll come back.
Dude, I think Paid was killing the conversation, man. I think Blue, it was a back and forth. You know, we were starting off right at the end of everybody else's, but we had a little rhythm going. But every time Paid joined in, he joined in just to say, we're talking about Eratosthenes. And I mean, just trying to devolve the conversation. That's my opinion. Yeah, I think it would have went fine with Howard, Blue,
All
and
right.
me.
Well,
And
he's
maybe,
gone. So.
It's most likely what he's paid to do, though.
All right. Well, he's gone. So.
hey, DJ Witsit, did you get my DM?
Yeah.
Anyway,
I just
if you go to 50 seconds, man, if you don't want to watch the whole few minute video, but I gave if they ask to see the ether, the guy in the video calls them nothing bubbles because it's not air, puts the vacuum chamber underwater and it doesn't, all them vigorous bubbles, you know, he's like, wow, because it's shaking with energy under there, and then it fills up about a third of the way. And then he checks the pressure gauge and it's still zero pressure. So that shit bubbling ain't air. And then it's bubbling like vigorously. If it was air, it would have filled up like 20 of them chambers. But then when it gets all the way full, there's just a tiny little bubble at top showing how little bit of air was in there the whole time, barely any. And but it's boiling, and he has to call them bubbles of nothing. And so if they ask to see it, now you could show them and say, so do you believe these are bubbles of nothing? Or is it a medium possibly less dense than hydrogen? You know, just possibly less dense than fucking hydrogen that we ain't accounting for in the periodic table because it's not really in the convention, but there we're seeing it. We're seeing it manifest.
Well, if you're a coincidence theorist, you'd say that's a nothing burger.
I saw that video with the absolute vacuum and the bubbles in the water. Yeah, that stuff. Like, what are those bubbles? Good question.
Send it to me, bro.
Blue
Somebody
Marble
please
says.
send it to my DMs.
Okay. Blue Marble says it's water vapor. So
No,
that's
but
not.
no, because he checked the pressure. That's what I thought too. I thought it was boiling water, but it was boiling way too fast. But no, that's why he stopped and checked the pressure, and the pressure didn't go up any at all. Water vapor is a gas and would have raised the pressure. But that and also water vapor would have bubbled out. Any gas would bubble out of there, and it wasn't even making it to the top of the chamber. It was just, dude, it was boiling like a fucking maniac.
Well, he
It was
hasn't
crazy.
responded. He hasn't responded to the check the pressure part, but he did say that any high school kid knows that, so he probably wins.
Well, they don't think that, you know, gas or water vapor is a gas, so don't expect them to answer with any kind of
Substantive
legitimate. Yeah.
Yeah, this new version of stupidity that they have where they just deny reality. Crazy.
Yeah, that's not really too new. They've been doing it for years. For years. Hey, you know
Well,
what's
yeah, but they've really stepped it up this last few months.
Yeah, but hey, I was talking on 24/7 yesterday, and what I think the craziest part of all this is like the anti-flat earthers that have been on here for years and years, they still argue like the stupidest globe arguments. Like if you Google like 10 ways we know the Earth's a ball or the Earth's not flat, and like you'll get stuff like you'd be able to see Mount Everest across the whole Earth. They still argue that.
Paige just literally came in with the seeing the curve over the horizon shit. He literally, we did what you're saying. Literally just happened. Like
we've been over this a
years
million
ago.
times.
Right, but I'm saying like, okay, I'm saying on a bigger scale here, like if you critically think about that, like whether you're a glober or not, you're like, oh, well, that's not actually proof of the globe or anything. Like you wouldn't be able to see through air forever on a flat Earth, especially with something changing angular size relative to its distance. I mean, obviously you can't see forever. My point is for you to be in here all day, every day for 7 years, 5 years, and still defend that argument. I mean, really just think about that. That's crazy.
That's a good point. I'll give a prime example. I just had it's like about every couple months they'll start claiming live pictures of Earth from the Himawari, and I have to keep pulling up the Himawari's webpage, and I know what they're going to say to it too every time. So I pull it up and it says the underlying data is overlaid from the NASA on the next generation, the Blue Marble next generation data set, and I know they're going to say, well, it's the color and infrared. So before they could even say that, I went to the NASA Blue Marble, the next generation Blue Marble, which is where Rob Simmons worked, and it says on their website, I had to post that too because I know what they're going to say, and it says that they come out with a new composite monthly. So the Blue Marble Next Generation team comes out with a new Blue Marble composite monthly, and they give that to the Himawari. Shouldn't it be the Himawari giving the picture of the Earth to the Blue Marble team? But they'll bring it up about every 2 months, like I never even showed it to them. It's fucking insane, dude.
Well, like, yeah, okay. That's pretty crazy too. They do that where you'll refute their argument and then they'll come back a day later and say the same argument as if the whole conversation didn't happen the day before. And that's pretty crazy. But I'm just saying, like, to say that you should be able to see infinitely, like you should be able to see across the whole Earth. That is such a low level argument that's so easily refuted. So I don't know, like if you really soak that in, that they've heard flat earthers rebut that 100 times. So it's like, can you really expect to have fruitful conversation when it's all said and done if someone is willing to still say that the Earth's not flat because we can't see Mount Everest across the whole Earth? I'm just kind of making a point. Or like whenever Zanuck says, what's your number one proof of a globe? And Zanuck says, horizon drop with altitude. That's impossible on any shape other than a sphere. Like, what? You know what I'm saying?
The refracted horizon?
Well, it just doesn't even matter. The point that doesn't matter. Like on a flat Earth, the horizon doesn't rise to eye level. It just rises towards eye level. Like flat earthers should stop saying that. They should stop saying the horizon always rises to eye level. It actually doesn't. It rises towards eye level because you're going up above the ground. So it's beneath you. It just rises towards eye level, as it should always be going down in all directions on a globe. But anyway, you see my actual point though. It's like if you take that in on a big level, it's like you can't expect to have like honest, fruitful conversation if someone still says that. Or like the fact that the sun sets debunks the flat Earth. Like they still say that. Like, come on, bro. Like, what? Like, have you ever seen street lights?
Like, dude, you can't even see the man. I wanted to say this earlier. I might be a little late, but you can't even see the whether there's inferior mirage on the horizon with your naked eye. You have to zoom in because it's fuzzy. So they think they're going to see Mount Everest from that's insane, dude. They think that these zooms are reality, but these zooms are aided optics, right?
And I'll stop harping. I don't want to take over the room or anything. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to make a bigger point. I'm not trying to just like bash them or anything, but it is a noteworthy point. Like they won't bring up these arguments most of the time, but if you put them on the spot and ask them, they have to defend it. Like they feel like they have to defend it. So they have to defend every quote unquote global argument that the mainstream pushes, even when they're just absurd. So it makes
accuse us. It's what they accuse us of, dude. It's fucking weird, dude. It's literally weird. Where I can make a video of them doing it, and then fucking I'll listen to them and then not join, but just listen in the background. And they say that's what we're doing. I'm like,
Yeah.
oh my god! Finally, I can't take them. I got to join and remind them of all this shit.
Yeah, like flat earthers. I know people that disagree with many of the flat earth arguments. Like, I know flat earthers that are like, I don't like that one. I don't say that. I don't defend that. I disagree. I can see what they're saying for the globe, and I disagree. Like, you never really get that from them, I guess is all I'm saying. That's kind of interesting, right? I think that really elucidates the underlying problem. It's not really about the specifics or honest dialogue. It's about like walking the party line, like whatever the script is. Like when National Geographic said that they debunked the flat Earth by seeing the boat with its little banner, right? But the horizon is behind it, and they clearly like set it up to where it's like an optical illusion with the spacing of the lines and all this stuff. It's like, dude, I don't know. I've never asked them, but do they admit that that was like dishonest and clearly doesn't in any way debunk flat Earth, or do they try to defend?
You'll never see any stripes missing from fucking 2 miles away, no matter how low you get. They had to lie. It's
But the
fucking
horizon
bullshit.
behind it, though, right? So it's like the crew of the jet is blocking it. You can see the horizon behind it. But anyway, I'll stop talking.
So basically, what that proves.
Oh, that's a good one, dude. That's a good one.
What that proves is that things can disappear from the bottom up without the horizon, without Earth curvature. Because if the Earth curvature is the horizon, and these things are disappearing from the bottom up, that's actually evidence for us.
That's correct.
Yeah,
just like the Skunk Bay that nobody wants to talk about.
I think that's the best tactic, just so you guys know. That's my advice. Like, when you're talking to, like, the real staunch anti-flat earthers, which, I mean, don't get me wrong, I do the other way almost all the time. I've just decided recently that, like, you can just boil it down to, like, the stupidest mainstream globe arguments and put them on the spot, and they'll defend it. And that really kind of exposes the situation to any third-party listener, right? Where it's like, oh, wow, so you're just lying.
I don't know if you heard my point. Well, it might have been right before you joined, but I want to reiterate it because one dude caught on. But sometimes I got to repeat shit because I ain't good at explaining. But it's a good point. Is that the 7/6R? This is how they say standard refraction. So they use it for almost every calculation. It still usually ain't quite enough. But that claiming 7/6R means that the refraction has to be happening mathematically precise. In other words, it's got to be accruing in the distance, like a little bigger than the Earth. It's about 8.5 inches per mile squared. It has to accrue. But in reality, we see Skunk Bay, and for the most part, we see everything moving up and down together, especially in the local foreground or in the midground. But it fluctuates a little bit. But for the most part, things move up and down. And in their model, it's got to consistently accrue over distance. So the horizon that blocks the oil rig, in reality, it would just be a little bit higher. It would move up, but it would still be blocked. If it happened, if their model happened the way reality worked, we'd still see a blocked oil rig. It'd just be a little bit higher in the photo, and it'd go up and down. But in their shit, everything's got to refract the right amount. So the oil rig has to go up, and the horizon in the foreground has to go down or stay the same, and then the horizon in the background has a mathematical amount, a precise amount has to refract up to be 7/6R. So they're claiming an exact mathematical precise amount of refraction consistently instead of what we see in reality.
That's the part that they were really interrupting you, and I was like, why are you doing that?
Yeah, when you start making a valid. Go ahead.
Good. Okay, well then they said that he made a comment, Howard did, that that's in the refraction zone. He's like, why don't you get up out of the refraction zone? So I immediately responded with the main surveyor who got up out of the refraction zone, I think it was like a few hundred meters. That might have been probably 500 meters or 200 meters, but out of the refraction zone. And he said, that's not what we're talking about. And but the point is I got the main surveyor's stats, and he did the Al-Biruni test, and even up out of the refraction zone, he still had to invoke, even in the middle of the day, he still had, when refraction's at its least, he still had to invoke 7/6R, and it wasn't enough. Still, it was off by 5%. It flattened it out, and it's just a big. I don't know. It's all suspect.
Yeah, whenever they say that's not what I'm talking about, you need to reiterate, yeah, that's why it came out of my mouth, because all they're doing is they're trying to accuse you of a straw man when you're making your point. As
So
if you're
5%,
misrepresenting their argument when it's your argument.
5% on a globe, like that's a lot of distance. It's funny when you hear the arguments and they start talking. It's just a little bit. It's because it's big. It's just a little bit. You only see a little bit.
Oh, you just reminded me. So it is about 18% average because the Alberuni, he did that test over the period of, I think it was about 10 days. It might have been like a dozen days or 8 days, but it was a big group of days. And so it's the 12% from the 7/6R itself and the 4 to 6% that it come up short. So yeah, it does what. So I wasn't wrong saying 18% correction. Thank you for that.
Well, 7/6 is basically 1/6 more, which works out to roughly 18%, roughly.
Okay, then we're going to bring it up to 23% because they were short with an average measurement of Alberuni up out of refraction zone in the middle of the day, and they still come up short by about 4 or 5%. So
And you notice when you brought up that percentage, Brian, when you brought up that percentage difference, he wanted to immediately shift it to it's only 0.2 arc minutes, right? Kind of like 1,000 mile per hour rotation is really only one rotation per day.
Yeah, exactly. Whichever sounds smaller.
Yeah, that's double speak,
right? Unit still bring up.
Double speak. That's double speak. So that's basically what it is, right? You're saying no, it's not one rotation. It's not 130. I'm saying sorry.
Yeah, he's talking about arc minutes, but that don't apply to the. We're talking about the radius of the Earth. You're bringing it. You're adding.
Another thing.
No, not you. I'm saying it's 7/6R. In other words, R is 3959. So you're adding 1 and 1/6. So if you went down if they wanted to give it more curvature, they'd say 5 or 6/5R would make it even bigger. And 4 or 5/4 would be even bigger than that. You know what I'm saying?
I think we should.
Another thing they do, just real fast, another thing they do is when we're talking about the sun coming parallel, the light coming parallel from the sun, they say that the sun is only like 5 degrees or whatever they say, arc minutes or whatever. The sun is actually several times bigger than the Earth, so the actual size of the sun is what actually matters about the sunlight going in a straight line. But they're talking about the apparent size because it helps them with their argument, which is another way of using double speak.
Yeah. So what I was thinking, I think what we should do as a community is kind of step our game up. So I'm trying to think of ways to do that. And I think that we should really put our minds together to think about demonstrations that we should do. And so one of them, I think that ripping motion away from any person that thinks the Earth's a ball is a big deal, right? If you can pull the motion away from them, or they have to admit they can't prove the Earth's moving. And I think we should set up a demonstration where we do what Einstein was talking about, referring to the Machian principle when he wrote to Ernst Mach about how if you have a system that's spinning, whatever's inside of it will have a translation of motion to it, meaning you would get precession and stuff like that from a system moving around it. I think we should set up a demonstration that shows a hollow sphere or whatever it is moving around, and then actually detect and measure the translation of motion to the inside of the system, just to show indisputably that would happen.
That's a great idea, man. We need I even have a small camera, one that's made for looking in nooks and crannies, and I got a bunch of PVC and connectors, so because I got the extra PVC really from jobs, but I put them together to show that pressure gradient over 70 feet inside of containment, but I have a bunch left over. So, and a bunch of attachments where I was going to do a greenhouse. We could make a big sphere out of PVC and use that little tiny camera for a small perspective. That's a great idea. But that's really a big idea, but that's kind of like a start to it. And I'm game. I like demonstrations. It's all about demonstrations to me.
Yeah, I think if we just do that and just let them freak out over there, whatever, who cares? Like, if someone that's new to the conversation sees that, they're going to be like, wow, I never thought about that. I didn't know that that would happen. So, wow, maybe we are just watching the sky move over the earth. Like Left Lane says, my only argument is that you're lying. No, man, we all know it's not true, Left Lane. I just call people out when they do lie. So the main argument is that your radius value's been falsified. Here's the main argument, Left Lane, okay? All empirical evidence, all of it, shows us that the default position is that the Earth is a topographical plane that's stationary. That's what all the evidence shows us. So we
no,
have
it doesn't list it. Sorry.
That's what all evidence.
You're just lying your ass off when you say that.
So,
you know
so no. See, now Left Lane, you see how you don't have anything to say about how NASA immediately jumps in, doesn't respond with specificity, just says I'm lying. Left Lane's fine with that.
He calls you a liar. That's all he ever does is evolve the conversation.
Well, that's all you guys do is lie your ass off.
That's okay, though. That's okay when he does it, though, Left Lane. But I'm going to finish what I was saying, okay, NASA? I'm saying he just immediately jumped in as a rebuttal, calling me a liar for an actual argument. So you see?
Oh.
But
no, you didn't have an argument.
Okay.
All you just said is that all you ever said, what you just said is a total and complete lie, and you fucking know it. All evidence does not
come up with a demonstration.
All evidence.
Is that a lie thing that we want to show?
I'm being interrupted. Thank you very much for white knighting for him. All evidence does not show that the Earth is
okay. So
flat and stationary.
If you hadn't interrupted me, right, then I was going to go into specifics. But what I actually said was that all the empirical evidence shows us as the default position that the Earth is like a horizontal plane that's stationary. Now, like the globe's position is, well, it's just so big it looks flat. You can't see the curvature. Well, it's just that the geometric horizon is never actually seen. So you can never actually see the real curve of the Earth. You can only see like an illusion of it. And that you could never prove that it's moving because it's so big and based on like the angular motion, you would never actually feel it. So you can't actually prove that the Earth is spinning in that sense.
Actually, we can.
And the Coriolis don't work because the atmosphere moves with the Earth.
Coriolis does work, and that's why hurricanes spin. And you can't.
Then why do people say that the atmosphere moves with the Earth? Why would they say something?
It does. Basically, it does.
Hey,
That's why we don't have 1,000-mile-per-hour winds at the equator usually.
Well, you're assuming that it's moving.
No, it's actually moving.
You're assuming the Earth is moving.
No, we know the Earth is moving. We have.
It doesn't have 1,000-mile wind at the equator because it's not moving.
It doesn't have because the atmosphere moves with the Earth.
I think there'd be something that's completely unfalsifiable. Anything we come up with, they have some bullshit
pendulum. Build a Foucault pendulum.
Yeah, so the Foucault pendulum. So the Foucault pendulum Coriolis is clockwise, and the hurricane Coriolis is counterclockwise. So
Wait, wind is just the movement of the Earth?
That's because the hurricanes go around a low pressure center.
So
hey, look, you don't just chase. Why are you just chasing him in the weeds though? Because, like, my point is just objective. So we can pretend that my point's not objective, but it is. And I just said the objective position of the globe Earth, which is that it's so big you can't see the curvature. You never see the actual geometric horizon. You never actually see the real curve. Just an illusion of it. That's objective. It doesn't matter what NASA says. That's objectively the globe position. And objectively, you can't tell that the Earth is moving because of relativity and because it's so big and its angular motion is so slow relative to the size. Now, this is objectively the globe position. Now, they have explanations of why they think that's the case, and that's where the debate ensues. But if a globe earther cannot acknowledge that, they're just being dishonest, and they're just going to drag you through the weeds.
Calling you a liar. So his stance was instead of all that, which is the honest globe stance, he calls you a liar. But he's also saying that there's a low point for the storm. But them storms come off the coast of Africa, and they move northwest. Coriolis would have them move northeast, wouldn't it?
No.
Oh,
see, that's again, though. That's like
look again. To the right.
Coriolis would have the storm move away from the direction of spin. Any storm that is going into the direction of spin can't be Coriolis. It has to be something else.
the direction of the storm is not due to the Coriolis. The rotation of the storm is due to Coriolis.
Yeah, but if it's moving north, y'all say that everything moving north is going to deviate to the right. So it's spinning in the opposite direction, rotating opposite to the Foucault pendulum. They can't both be
Because of
Coriolis.
the
Plus,
trade
it's going in the wrong direction, bro.
Okay, first of all, the trade winds in that case are because there's several different bands of trade winds. That
So not
particular band,
Coriolis.
that actually it is Coriolis, but it's because the heat
Oh, is it
rises.
trade winds or Coriolis, bro?
Actually, because it
just
rises, the heat.
Yeah.
There are different bands in the atmosphere. And then what was the other one?
Okay.
Oh, because it spins the opposite direction than the focal pendulum because it's going around a low pressure center instead of a high pressure center.
Brooke, I'm
But
tempted
you're
to
trying to
I'm
invoke
tempted to
many
set up the
causes,
pendulum
and when
show
we
you
spin
this.
a tennis
I
ball
know.
that is covered in water,
How
the
fast?
water goes away from the direction of spin if you're talking about any sort of spin drift deflection by Coriolis. So you're invoking way too many causes. We can't know if Coriolis is even a thing or if it is just pressure over a flat plane. You're invoking
But this is
Coriolis
all
like
in
the
Tennis
the.
ball
Earth is
spinning
spinning.
has
So
This is
that's
nothing
all
to.
in the
Your tennis
weeds.
ball spinning has nothing to do with
This is
Coriolis.
all
Woman.
in the weeds. You're talking to NASA
Yeah,
Pay
it is.
Chill in the weeds. Why? When I made
No,
the
I'm.
actual now he has to interrupt.
Your argument is that your argument is that we don't see.
At what
and we
point in your
don't
life
feel.
was it that you got such an inflated ego that you think that you
Me,
can
the
literally
inflated
just
ego
talk?
wits it. Me, the
You can
inflated ego
literally
wits
just.
it.
You
Me,
can literally just.
I talk over you, right? Okay, fuck off.
Quit interrupting,
That's what
please,
you're
man.
doing. That's what you're doing. Yeah. So, anyway, the bigger point is right when how do we prove the Earth's moving? If you want to get into the weeds about the Coriolis and storms and look what happened in South America, you're not going to get anywhere with an anti-flat Earth. You're not going to get anywhere anyway.
Go back and listen. Go back to other
That's why
episodes.
we
Hey,
build.
he don't never start talking on his own.
That's why we build.
Your cue to start talking is whenever somebody else starts talking. You know that, right? You never start talking
Brian,
during
you
a
talk
count
over me.
or
You talk
wherever in
over me all.
response.
You talk over me
Okay,
all
let's
the time.
just chill
Brian.
out. This is the thing.
Only way I
Does
can
that
talk,
justify
bro,
that
is
you get to
here.
talk over him, though?
Yeah, let's just all not interrupt. That'd be great. Left Lane, I don't want to hear you jump in and be biased because we both know NASA's the one that has been interrupting everyone.
I'm not trying to be biased.
Okay.
I don't know why you're trying to say that I am. I would like for us to kind of focus on a little something and
Right.
each other
I
talk
agree.
and have
I
a
agree.
discussion.
I agree with Left Lane. So I'm just saying, let's not defend what he's doing. Please calm down, NASA. Flat Earthers don't interrupt the Globers as well.
Bullshit.
Okay, see what I'm saying? You have a problem. You have impulse control issues. So
no, I don't. I have a problem with you lying your ass off all the time with it and getting away with it.
I'm literally saying the actual globe position, which is that the Earth is so big you don't really see the curve, and you never see the actual curve of the Earth.
That's why
from
we
the
build
Earth.
instruments.
So
okay,
I've got
okay.
a thing about motion. I would like to. It's going to be 2 or 3 sentences, statements with a question at the end. So we talk about.
I'm gonna have to
So we
Please
talk
don't
about.
interrupt him. Please don't interrupt him.
So we talk about the motion of the stars indicating that the Earth is rotating, and how we should feel the rotation. So if you look at the stars and how slowly they move across the sky as being an indicator of our motion, can you not imagine that motion is so slow that you wouldn't feel it?
Okay, so
yes.
Yes, exactly. Be honest, flat earthers. Be honest, man. So you understand the globe position, and yes, it has logic into why they say you don't feel it because it's the angular motion being so small. Then you can get into the semicircular canals of the vestibular system and da-da-da-da-da. Okay, but this is just the point is that we need to just have the objective conversation. Objectively, the globe says that it's so big you just don't feel it. But what do they invoke for the evidence that the Earth is moving? Because I've yet to hear one that's actually exclusive to the Earth moving. So they have an explanation for things. They assume the Earth's moving, and that's why we see this. But it doesn't mean that's actually what's causing it. And even Einstein himself would tell you that the pendulum and the gyro do not exclusively show that the Earth is the one moving. We should make them. You understand that right there? Just real fast, Lemon, you can go. That right there drives them crazy. You don't have to go into the weeds. They'll never concede that. They'll never admit it. They'll never be honest about it. So just talk about that. That's all you have to talk about. You don't have to talk about the specifics, because I'm just saying they're dragging you through little trails to try to derail and have crazy.
Well, part of this is just thinking about this in the right way. We're thinking that the false cult pendulum is showing some sort of rotation of something. Okay, is it the rotation of the Earth or the space over the Earth? Number one. Number two, the way that the Globers think about the false cult pendulum is a little off. They say that it should go back and forth in a straight line if the Earth isn't moving. They say that it progresses in some sort of spirograph motion because the Earth is rotating beneath it. Does that really follow? As far as I can tell, no. Space could be moving over the flat, motionless Earth and give something similar to what we see with the false cult pendulum.
Yeah. See, that's the bigger conversation, is like, try to get them to be honest about it. So that way we can have an honest conversation, and you'll find out you can't do it. So you don't need to go into the weeds. Like, objectively, the pendulum does not prove that the Earth is moving. And even Einstein himself said that, because if it's the system outside the Earth moving around the Earth, then you would have a translation of motion from that as well, meaning that they are equally viable in this sense, right?
And because of relativity, we have equally viable options. The Earth could be spinning, or space over the Earth could be spinning. So which option appears to be more consistent? As far as I can tell, the Earth is flat and motionless. So the most consistent interpretation would be that space is moving over the flat, motionless Earth, giving us what we call Coriolis, giving us pendulums, whatever.
Right. So this is what, back to my bigger point, which is the position we're in is all the empirical evidence shows us that the default position is that the Earth's not moving, meaning on a very basic level, we don't feel the Earth moving. It's never been detected to be moving, like exclusively. We've never been able to actually prove that the Earth's moving. We can't feel it. Like the default position when we fly planes or fly a drone or fly a hot air balloon or we travel, whatever we do, we treat the Earth like it's not moving. So just even that doesn't prove one way or the other, but objectively, that's our first step. That's our default position for both sides. For both sides, that's the first place that we're at, no matter what you think the Earth is.
Yeah, and if I think the way that the Globers try to get rid of this preferred position that we appear to inhabit by saying, oh, everything is moving and things are so far away you can't tell that, everything is moving. It's just the false appearance of rest. But Varshni's quasars appear to, put, a lie to that formula and show that it's false, because he looked at the redshift of various quasars and they appeared to put us in the middle. Malcolm Bowden talked about this in his proofs for geocentrism. Now, Malcolm Bowden is a geocentric glober, but at least that's showing that we're in the center and not moving. And so if we're in the center and not moving, at the very least, we're halfway to the flat Earth with geocentrism, and so the only motion that we know of that can give you, the sun, moon, and stars returning over and over and over again to more or less the same position in the sky, as far as we can tell, is something circling around us while we're motionless and at rest. So at the very least, it's geocentric. And once we get to geocentrism, the ball, tends to fall very shortly and just go toward, something flat and geocentric.
That's right. So that's where we should focus, right? Like if we were going to be tactical as a community, we should just talk about motion first, because, dude, they're not going to let that go. They're not going to, they're going to argue the curve of the Earth and refraction just as desperately as they're going to argue that it couldn't be geocentric. Because once they have to admit that we can't actually prove that the Earth is moving, that really removes the whole illusory credibility of the model, where they pretend it's definitive scientific fact and there's no way around it and everyone knows it. So when you really pull that away, if they let go of any of the mainstream model and have to admit that it's actually not proven, it could be something else, then that's the whole battle. We win right there. We don't have to get into the specifics, because that means, okay, you're on our side. The current model is not proven. It is not true. It is not necessarily true. The current model
and we need
could
to
be.
ask ourselves, are they trying to prove something, or are they trying to make it unprovable by saying, we're moving, but we can't tell that we're moving? That's unprovable. what provable evidence do you have that says, okay, we're moving, as opposed to the opposite, which is like, we're going to make it unprovable by relativity and mind killing nonsense to the point where we can't tell, whether we're moving or not. I mean, which is it going to be? Are we going to prove that we're moving, or just make the ability to prove that we're moving impossible? Which is it going to be?
Yeah, like I think this, see, it's very eye-opening to someone that's never heard of it. Like, if you have to be dishonest about it, then there's probably something sketchy going on. So the Globers need to admit it. Can any of them do it right now? Probably not, right? Can you guys admit that? Okay, yeah, that there isn't actual exclusive evidence that the Earth is moving, and when we see the pendulum or we see a gyro, that could happen because the sky is moving instead of the Earth.
So I put a GIF in chat that illustrates what we say is happening with the Foucault pendulum. Can you provide an illustration of what you're saying might be causing it? And two, also, you've got the weights, the centrifugal force, things weigh different at different latitudes. That would happen on a rotating sphere. And there are other things that are
Do
like
they really?
something.
I mean, how much?
Yeah. Like,
Before
I don't know.
it's
It's a measurable amount.
You think
that
it
you
is,
can
but
weigh
you
things
set up a
at the
pendulum,
equator
Howard.
and weigh
Like
things at 45 degrees.
0.03%
Well, I mean,
or something.
it's measurable. Yeah, it's
Yeah, I know. I
measurable.
thought it would be too, man. So I was ready to give the sign of my latitude to see how much it's supposed to spin, but it never done the same thing. And a couple times it started just spinning in a circle. Okay, so set one up. Set one up. Set you up a Foucault pendulum. Just find the highest stable tree you could find. And when there's zero wind out there, you can put up a couple pieces of plywood down at ground level to block the wind if there's a mild wind. If there's a lot of wind, don't even try it. But it's wildly inconsistent, man.
But wait, let me just help you out here, Left Lane. Again, what I'm explaining to you, like what Einstein said himself, right? You see right here, like Blue Marble saying false. This is what I'm saying. You don't even have to get past this. They won't be honest about the first step. I think that's all you shouldn't even let them get past that. You shouldn't pretend they deserve to go further than that, because they don't. Okay, so Einstein himself said that if it's the sky moving, it goes the same way for the weight. Okay, Left Lane? Like if you have a translation of motion and centrifugal force coming from the sky, then there would be a relationship between your position inside that system and the motion, including quote unquote weight, because of the centrifugal force.
So Left Lane, what you get is basically the sky is moving, right? It's pushing on you. When you go eastward, you're going against this push, and you get Nyatva's, effect where you weigh differently. So depending on where you are in this moving sky, you're getting a different weight. You don't like that explanation with the flat, motionless Earth, or what's the problem?
I can't conceive that being a thing. The way that I understand physics, and the way that I understand physics,
I'm gonna set up this pendulum live.
I'm a layperson, and everything I've got is rudimentary on this stuff, but it's pretty basic, most of it, and I can't imagine how something in the sky would cause something on the surface to weigh less at one place than it does at the other.
Okay, so your incredulity doesn't change the objectivity of the fact that you would have a centrifugal force from the sky moving. And if you disagree,
not to mention, energy from the sky. Oh, sorry, I thought you was dumb. Energy from the sky strikes down and cuts trees in half like every day around the Earth. I mean, just that's talking about clouds, and much less that energy as it gets higher up.
Do we have any?
That's not relevant. No, NASA, we're not.
Yeah, that was a little off relevant.
Do you have any evidence of this, or are you just spouting this off?
See, NASA wants to jump on that. You see what's happening?
I just want evidence.
NASA wants to jump on that because
I want evidence.
He doesn't want to address the actual point, which is that Einstein himself said that if the sky's moving, you'd get the same effect, which means whenever Left Lane says he can't conceive of it, well, okay, I'm sorry. Maybe think about it a little bit more, because it's equally as simple as if the Earth was moving. It's just that in reverse. Okay, so like admit it, or I personally am not going to be engaging with people. Like It's just dishonest and it's a waste of time. It's disrespectful to the other person to just be
So
dishonest to
you
them and
have
waste
no
their time.
evidence of the
You
sky
can't
push.
illustrate. You can't illustrate with any degree of logic how something outside a reference frame moving can cause the weight of a rock on the ground to weigh less or more.
Okay, so you don't understand it, but don't tell me that I can't explain it because you don't understand it. Because again,
Well,
what you're
explain
doing.
it. Show it.
Hold
Show
on,
it
we
to
tried that
convince
too, and
me.
it doesn't work, bro. Mr. Drop and Survive went to 5 different places. Well, he was going there anyway. He got a digital scale that weighed to the 100th of a gram and showed that too is wildly inconsistent. These are fantasy, bro. These ain't as consistent as y'all think. They're stories, bro. If you ever try some of this shit instead of just talking about it and regurgitating and repeating it, you'd see. I'm about to set this pendulum up live just to show you that it's not
How
what
long?
they supposed to say. It's a story, bro.
Brian, you can't do it with a little pendulum. You've got to have a 30-foot cord and a 10 or 20 pound weight at least. You can't just
Have you
do
done
it with a
it? Have
little
you done it,
pendulum.
Left Lane? Have you done
No,
it?
no, I've watched it. I've just watched the illustration and them talking about how to set it up
Okay.
and what it needs to be to produce results and
Right, but
things
why
like
are you
that.
so confident in it though? Like, don't you agree that first-hand experience would make you a little more confident? His only point is like,
Oh, yeah, I could do
I
it,
thought I had to go
but
60
there's
feet. I thought I had to go
there's the
60 feet,
one
bro.
guy. There's the one guy that did it like in his stairwell. He he had a really long string and he set it up in his basement and he put like the string hanging, dragging through a pool of ink, and it actually produced the angle according to his latitude, just like it's supposed to.
I already did it at 30 feet, man. I thought I was supposed to go 60 feet. I thought that's what they said when last time I did it. And they're saying that I'll put the string. I got a 360-degree swivel. I got 100 different size lines to choose from, but I'll get the very lightest line that'll support this heavy ass lead weight, which I have 4
I think it
different.
would be great, Brian.
you shouldn't be doing it
I would encourage
I've
you
already
to.
done it, dude, twice. But I'm just telling you,
Yeah.
Yeah, but
you're gonna
this is the
have
thing, you
it.
shouldn't do
I'm
it
telling you right
outside.
now, before I even do it, I'll do it.
Shouldn't do
You're
it
gonna
out.
have an experience. You're not gonna believe your own eyes. Trust
But
me.
you shouldn't do it outside, Brian. And this is my opinion. Flat earthers shouldn't do this. Like when they bring it up, like I don't dispute the possibility that there's some correlation between latitude and a precession of a gyroscope once you move it. But what you need to understand is the trick, which they didn't come up with their own script. They just read Google. So the trick is to get us to deny things that actually
Austin,
are evidence for us.
did you just see Mitchell from Australia went to the space science lab in Australia in Sydney and did a 4-hour video and the pendulum didn't move even a speck, and then they called him out and said
He
he's
did not
lying.
do a 4-hour video. He didn't do a 4-hour video.
No, he observed it for 4 hours, and they said he was lying. He didn't watch it for 4 hours.
That's
So he
what he
went back to do it.
claimed.
Listen,
the
he went
video
back.
was cut.
God
Well,
damn, dude! Can I finish the
it's the
story? I'm trying to
nitpicking
tell
as I'm nitpicking. What's the main point of the video, Brian?
Hey, Howie,
No,
I
the
already
whole
live around
point
the
is he
corner from
went
that
back.
place
They
that
called him
Mitchell
a
went to.
liar and everything else. Mr. Sensible
you?
called him out.
Yeah.
They called the place apparently because he went back to do the whole time lapse because he's laughing at him and the exhibit was closed. He said it's broke.
Well, the thing is, I can think of the wind pushing me down on the scale with a bit more force and me registering a slightly different weight than if I'm going with the wind versus against the wind. The wind in this case being more than just the wind that we breathe and blows against us during a storm, the wind being the ether, the substance of space. So I don't understand, Left Lane, why you're having a problem visualizing this. If the wind can push us down on the scale a little bit more, then the ether of space, which is behind the wind, could do the same thing. What's the problem?
I think if it would have that much of a physical interaction, that it would blow our hair back.
Howard,
You would feel it. You would know it.
do you think he was lying and he didn't observe the pendulum not deviating? Or do you think it was
I
broke?
think he went there, but what happened when he went there is under question. I'm going to go around there and actually find out what actually happened.
Well, I'm telling you what
Yeah.
happened, dude. I told you all this, but it's like nobody wants to hear what I'm saying.
Yeah, but the thing is, when he went back and was paid to go back and actually do a 4-hour video, a time lapse, 4-hour time lapse, Conveniently, the apparatus was apparently broken and out of service.
That's hilarious, bro. Yeah, he already did it once. Okay, listen, I don't know him that good, but I know him pretty good. He's not a liar. He's gonna give evidence that he gets, and
Oh
he
no,
was
he's a
tickled.
lying. He's a lying sack of shit.
See, we don't even know for sure that it
He
was
was
set up
let me finish, man.
as
He
a
was tickled to
static
death.
display or it was
I
an actually
already told him
functioning
this shit, dude.
pendulum.
Listen, I've already told him this shit. I'm a hands-on guy. Y'all know that. I've already set this bitch up. I'm about to set it up for y'all live. Okay. I got plywood to block the window. There's no fucking wind. But listen, so he was tickled to death that it didn't deviate. Okay. Tickled to death and fucking excited to make the video. Then y'all come and call him a liar and say, well, he didn't show the whole 4 hours, even though you could see shit change and you could see the shit changing speed and everything and not fucking changing one bit. But
Well,
since y'all
I'll
call
find
him a liar and all that, he goes back to do the 4-hour time lapse and the exhibit's closed. You know what? And everybody's saying it's broke. It says it's out of service.
Well, I'll
That's
find out actually what
bullshit.
happened when
The
I go.
pendulums are not consistent.
Brian, this is the thing, dude. They don't have any intention to like honestly get to the bottom of anything you're talking about. They're just desperately looking for a way to dismiss it. So, you know, you shouldn't really capitulate to that.
bottom of it.
That's projection, man. That's
What?
projection.
How am I projecting? I don't know anything about this. I don't.
Y'all are trying to dismiss the Foucault pendulum is a positive evidence for a rotating planet. You're trying to dismiss it.
No, it's not, bro.
Yes, it is. It's 1850.
Einstein said that there's no terrestrial
Einstein didn't.
test.
No.
Really?
So I just
Optical.
now explained
Einstein
that
said optical.
Already said that there's none.
Einstein said
my
optical.
Okay, so now watch. This is where you interrupt me some more. So this is what we were talking about earlier, where you'll expose what they say, then they'll come back the next day and say it again. So yesterday, NASA interrupted me when I was talking about this and said, Einstein said optical, you're a moron, you're a liar. And I said, NASA, that's a different quote. We're not talking about that quote. We're talking about a letter he wrote to Ernst Mach. And I explained it in depth. And even
you haven't read that letter, have you?
Even Bacon vouched for me that he had read it and looked into it. Now, NASA has come back the next day and interrupted the same topic and said the same thing, which is that he said optical experiment, which is a completely non-related quote that he preemptively presupposed was being talked about. Now, think about the psychology of this. He's come in again and done it again, even though he was exposed the first time.
I've read the Mach letter, and guess what? He doesn't say what you say he does. He knows the Earth.
He said, I'll quote him, bro. He says, when it comes to the detecting the motion of Earth, we've already said that there's no terrestrial experiment.
No, that's not
it. Yeah, I butchered it.
Optical.
Okay. Listen, here's the deal. NASA, stop saying lies. Okay. So when you say that he said optical, that's one quote from him talking about Michelson Morley. He said, I've come to the conclusion that no optical experiment can detect the motion of the Earth, although it does revolve around the sun. That's one quote. Another quote is he says that there's no terrestrial experiment that can detect the motion of the Earth. These are two different quotes. So whenever he says terrestrial and you jump in and say it says optical, you're wrong. That's two different quotes. Thirdly, that's not either one of the quotes we're talking about. We're talking about a letter that he wrote to Ernst Mach about the Machian principle and how if the sky was moving to a fixed reference frame of the Earth, you would have a translation of motion and it would drag the pendulum around as well. You would have the same effect, and I must integrate this principle into relativity to be able to propose it. So these are three different
the sky
things.
would have a pull and tug on the objects, even if it's separated by some sort of containment. It's like space would pass through the solid object if it was a glass ball enclosing the inertial, still unmoving surface, and it would pull and tug on the air over the surface and cause what we call Coriolis and other inertial effects. And so at best, the false Colt pendulum appears to show that something is moving. The question yet again is it the sky or is it the Earth? Now, if you're coming from this framework where space has no pull and no tug, then the only option available for you, yes, would be the Earth moving, but it looks like the sky pulls and tugs on things like
No.
molasses with a slight inertial pull, and it's causing these effects. So that is
Evidence for
not
this,
the only explanation in town.
evidence for this, Lemon? Where's your evidence for this pull?
Wait,
this
no.
sky
Before
push?
NASA, before you start talking that NASA, the room needs you to admit that you were wrong when
No,
you
I'm not wrong.
interrupted. When
That's
you
not going to happen.
interrupted. Wait. So that's why he's not going to get to keep talking then, because I don't. This isn't my server, but I do know that it's not okay for people to intentionally be dishonest and drag people through the weeds. It's
You're
very
intentionally
disrespectful.
dishonest with it. You're
It's
intentionally
very
dishonest with it.
It's okay. Now we're giving you an opportunity to be honest. Okay. So 2 days in a row, you jumped in and interrupted and you said that he said optical experiment. Now I explained to you that was a different quote and that's not what we're talking about. Would you like to admit that you were wrong when you continuously interrupted saying he said optical experiment, but that was a non sequitur? Would you like to admit you were wrong, please?
No, because he did say optical experiment, and the quote you have isn't even about the same subject.
Okay, so whenever
you misread his mock letter.
What?
You misquote his letter.
Hey, buddy, NASA, you're gonna admit it, or you're gonna stop talking.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
because you're lying.
I'm gonna admit that you actually have found
Left Wing,
an
you think this
acorn.
is unacceptable behavior, whether you're a glober or not? Okay, so you jumped in and interrupted.
The Earth is
and
moving. You know it. The focal pendulum
okay.
has been known for 100 and almost 200
now
years
you're
now
trying
to show
change
that
the
the Earth
subject.
is rotating. Everybody
Now
knows
you're
this.
trying-
You're misinterpreting what Einstein said once again to try to disprove the focal pendulum.
Hey,
It's been known since
you have a
1851.
preferred interpretation that you're
Lemon,
not willing to
where
check
is-
and
where's your
reimagine toward another
Where
interpretation
is your
that is not
evidence?
proof.
Where's
There's
your
another way to interpret the false cult pendulum that you are not acknowledging
Where
via
is
the
the
Machian
evidence?
principle, where the sky pulls and tugs on
Where is
objects
the
and
evidence
has
of this
inertial
pull and
effects
tug?
while the object is motionless.
Where is this
See,
evidence
this is what
of
I'm
the
saying.
sky
Wait.
pull?
No,
Sky
no,
push?
we're
Wait,
not
hold on, Pete.
skating
Hold on,
past
Pete.
it.
Where's the
Hold
evidence
on.
of the sky push?
No. Lemon said something about the Machian principle and the push and pull of the sky. The Mach. You talking about Ernst Mach that
Yes.
the speed of sound is named after? Okay.
Yes, same dude.
You're breaking up.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Does
It's all
anybody
good.
have evidence of the sky
No,
push?
NASA. Here's the deal. Yesterday, you jumped in and you interrupted a
Where's the
conversation I
evidence
was
of the
having.
sky
With,
push?
hey, NASA. Yesterday,
Are
you
you going
jumped
to give
in.
me evidence of the sky push or not?
You see what's happening, dude. You're interrupting me.
I ask a simple question. What's it? This is the
I know you
question.
guys may think that this is tedious, but I'm going to do this. Okay, so
What's it?
yesterday,
Where is the evidence of the sky push?
NASA, if I have to mute you, I will.
You'll mute me
So-
because I'm asking for evidence of the sky push and you refuse to give it to me?
No. Before we get there, we need you
before
to
we get there.
please. Yeah, because we don't want to have to do this every day, all day, like we didn't already have the conversation. So please, will you stop jumping in and interrupting, saying he said optical experiment when that's an entirely different quote and that doesn't have anything to do with what we're actually talking about? And you just talk over everyone to say he said optical, you're so stupid, you're so dumb, you're lying, when actually you're the one being dishonest, because that's not what we're talking about. Can you please walk that back and stop doing it? Please.
Can you please reread the mock?
Can you acknowledge what I just said first?
I acknowledge what you said. Can you admit that you are misinterpreting what Einstein said yet once again?
Yeah, I'd like to
so-
see this quote that Einstein said, then we
Okay.
can all see it.
Yeah. Okay. So, just real fast, NASA, have you read it? Since you know I'm misinterpreting it, have you read it?
You posted it earlier. You misread it. You've also misinterpreted. I mean, you're pulling one line out of what he said out of context and out of reference. Einstein knew the
No.
Earth was rotating. He said so in many different
Okay.
quotes.
So, NASA, I'm trying to help you out here.
You think that
Einstein
Einstein thought?
separate?
You think that Einstein thought that the Earth wasn't rotating?
No one said that. That's called a straw man. So
No, it's not called a
now-
straw man.
Yes, it is. So this is the thing, NASA. You're talking about the memes I made with the singular quotes from Einstein, and there's two quotes. Yeah, one he says there's no optical experiment that can detect the motion of the Earth, and the other one he says there's no terrestrial experiment that can detect the motion of the Earth. These are two separate quotes, though. These have nothing to do with what we're currently talking about. So when you keep saying that, it's dishonest. Now you're saying that I misinterpreted it.
Einstein at least twice.
Okay. So your actual argument is that you're assuming I misinterpreted it because you think I misinterpreted the other ones, but you don't actually know because you haven't read it yet. Is that
I've
correct?
read it. In the meantime,
you read it. Really? What's it talking about?
You think that Einstein said the Earth isn't rotating?
You see how he's blatantly lying right now? Does everyone see that? So you haven't read
I'm
it,
blatantly
NASA, and
lying.
everyone in this,
So again,
everyone in this
so
room
what's your-
knows that you
what's
haven't
your
read it. Everyone
What's
in
your
the room
evidence
knows.
for the sky push?
I want to know if you think that we don't know, because
Yes,
everyone in the room
we
knows that
don't
you
know.
haven't read it. So when you say I misinterpreted it, right? That means that you know the accurate interpretation and you see that what I said it says is wrong. So have you actually read it?
Well, I got a phone call.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm over the line. I'm over it. It's a waste of everyone's time and energy. If you guys want to continue to talk about it, that's cool. But I'm not listening to someone do that anymore. It's disrespectful. A grown man doesn't get to do that to someone else in real life, only on the internet. And I think it's I've had enough of it. When I'm in here, I'm not dealing with impulsive interruptions, intentionally being dishonest. He said I'm misinterpreting it. He's never read it. Okay. Now the other guy said he wants to see it. That's cool. I'll try to find it for you. I think it's on my phone. It is a letter that Einstein wrote to Ernst Mach in 1913. Bacon even went and looked into it after a couple of days, came back and said, I had to admit I was wrong. You were right. So that was honest of him. So, you know, even the Globers will tell you if they actually understand. Anyway, it's a letter from Ernst to Ernst Mach talking about the mocking principle. And he says, I have to apologize to you for any ridicule you may have gotten on my behalf, because it turns out that your principle is very true. And that if there was in fact motion around the earth, of like if the universe was moving around the earth, then we would have centrifugal force and a translation of motion that would drag the pendulum around as well. And I must integrate this into my relativity theory. And you will shortly receive confirmation for the brilliance of your idea. Now, this is what Einstein said, and it has been like hidden, and it was very hard for me to find it, and I actually got to where I found the literal copy of the letter written in German and translated by numerous different German people. So there's the whole actual situation. That's why it gets frustrating when someone jumps in and says, he said optical experiment, because they just have a script.
Have you considered? Yeah, I was just about to comment on that. Have you considered that there's a possibility that these people are getting paid, and their mission isn't to have a conversation. It is to simply disrupt the conversation. That is their sole mission. Therefore, they will use whatever illogical, irrational tactics they have to. Have you considered that?
Yeah, but I don't think he's being paid. No. Like, I think that people just do that. Like, there are people that just, they have no moral compass regarding like being blatantly dishonest and deceiving people and trying to trick and lie and make them look like they're wrong. Some people don't have any moral conflict with that. It's typically the type of people that think there really is no such thing as morality, and it's all subjective. There is no right or wrong. So, no, I don't think he has to get paid to do it. I think that some people enjoy like this environment where their real name's not out, and they can talk to people so disrespectful with no consequences, and they can be blatantly dishonest, and if they just keep screaming, if they just cuss and talk over you, then they get away with it. That's why I don't think we should allow it anymore, and that's me for both sides. If flat earthers do it, they shouldn't be allowed to do it either. That's what I think. I don't think he's getting paid.
I agree with you. I think it's like a character trait, right? And we shouldn't really like ban or mute character traits. If he wants to talk all that nonsense, let the whoever's actually listening, let them hear so they could discern for themselves. I'm Larry, by the way. You're coming in broken now. I don't know if you're trying to speak or something, or you're hot micing.
Okay, I don't think that we should let people do it if they're gonna just talk over everyone, though. Right, so, and I get it. It's hard sometimes not to, and I know some people are like, Austin, you talk all the time, and I'm sorry, that's true. When I'm in here, I do talk a lot, but like I get why it's hard. Like you want to respond, and then as soon as they're done, you're trying to jump in right when they get done because someone else is going to say something, but you want to say something, and so I get it. But it's like that's okay unless it's an intentional. Like as soon as someone talks, you just start talking over them, and both sides do it, and I think it's pretty disrespectful and not fruitful. So I'll stop monologuing now. Just can we try to respect each other and be honest? If someone brings up a subject, talk about the subject. Don't just start screaming a script at them, interrupting them. And don't just talk through them, and don't just talk just to hear yourself talk. Like, try to be respectful and have a good conversation back and forth. That would be great.
That's why I hardly talk, because I don't like to interrupt.
Me too.
Yeah, I'd like to read this letter one time.
Yeah, let me see if I can find it. I'm on my phone outside, but I might have it.
Oh, that's okay. If it's on the internet somewhere, I should be able to find stuff.
It's super hard to find it. You can find it. It's in a German professor's book, and he has the letter in the book and then comments on it. But that was the only place I could find it. Like, you can't find an English translation. It's like hidden. So I'll find it for you just to save you some time.
Translated it already, right? What is it?
Yeah. I had numerous people translate it to make sure it was true. Flat earthers and not flat earthers.
How
and
long?
Of course,
how long
Google
is the letter?
Translate.
If it's short,
just like
you
2
mind reading
pages.
it yourself? Ah, that shit is that's too long.
No, it's short though. It's like really spaced out handwriting on a page. It's not very long at all.
Well, if you don't
But
mind, if anybody else minds, just read it out for us.
Boy, I'll have to find it. So just give me just a sec. I'll find it.
I would also like to point out that when we talk about Southern Star Trails, they always say that they're going in the opposite direction. Is there any Globers here that would confirm or deny that? The Southern Star Trails are going in the opposite direction than the Northern Stars? So I've like argued with people they're blue in the face that they're not actually going in the opposite direction. They're all going in the same direction. The stars rise in the east and set in the west, except for the stars in the lower region, like below Polaris, right? They're actually going in the opposite direction. So, despite that little caveat, right? I'm not talking about those stars. I'm talking about most stars that just rise in the east and set in the west. They're not actually going in the opposite direction at all. They're going east to west. Any Glober want to disagree with that? Mic check.
You good? You good? You coming in good,
bro? I hear you
What's
clear.
that? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I've noticed that that's something they will not relent on, that the stars are spinning in the opposite direction in the southern hemisphere. Like, no matter how much you explain to them, it's like a clock. It's like a transparent clock. When you look through it from the front, it's going clockwise, but when you turn around and look at it from the other way, it's going counterclockwise. And I would say that's a perfect analogy. Go ahead, bro.
All right, I'm gonna just a sec. I'm about to drop it. My headphones died, but okay. So first, I'm gonna read this quote from Ernst Mach, and to get context. You guys can hear me?
Mm-hmm. Loud and clear, bro.
Okay. So, quote from Ernst Mach. The inertial effects of any system are the result of the interaction of that system and the rest of the universe. According to this principle, which has never been denied, except for Globers now, in an empty universe, there would be no inertial, Coriolis, or centrifugal accelerations. In gravitation, physicists Missner and Thorny Wheeler proved that the inertial forces produced by a gigantic rotating bubble, equivalent to the rest of the universe, spinning on a stationary Earth, produce the same Coriolis and centrifugal accelerations as the conventional ones of Newton with respect to fixed space. Ultimately, the result of the Foucault pendulum experiment leads to the same. Now that's Ernst Mach. Now I'm going to drop the letter from Einstein to Mach. Everyone understood that though, right? Pretty point blank. Yeah.
Yeah. Where'd you drop the first part?
I'm going to the server on my other phone, so just like I had to go screenshot it from my presentation on Globebusters. I mean, I'm saying that all the Globers understood that though.
Yeah, yeah, it said that like if the universe was rotating around the Earth, there would still be centrifugal force, is what you read.
Yeah, Coriolis and centrifugal force. All right, so here's the letter, the actual letter in German. And then here's the translation. Okay. So again, that's the literal letter from Einstein that he wrote to Ernst Mach, June 25th, 1913. Okay. Here's what it says. Highly appreciated, dear colleague. These days you may have received my new work about relativity and gravitation, which has been finished after endless struggle and torturous doubts. Next year, at the solar eclipse, we will see if the light rays of the sun are being bent or curved. If, in other words, the fundamental underlying assumption of the equivalence of acceleration in the frame of reference on the one hand and gravity field on the other really apply. Your happy investigations on the foundations of mechanics, Planck's unjustified criticism notwithstanding, will receive brilliant confirmation. Now, I just read what he said. He's saying this will receive brilliant confirmation. For it necessarily turns out that inertia originates in a kind of interaction between bodies, quite in the sense of your considerations on Newton's Pell experiment. The first consequent is on page 6 of my paper. The following additional points emerge. Number 1, if one accelerates a heavy shell of matter, S, then a mass enclosed by that shell experiences an accelerative force. 2, if one rotates the shell relative to the fixed stars about an axis going through its center, a Coriolis force arises in the interior of the shell. That is, the plane of a Foucault pendulum is dragged around. It is a great joy for me to present to you this, especially that criticism by Planck's, which we know surely was published unjustified. With the highest honor, greet you heartily, your devoted Albert Einstein. Thank you heartily for the translation of our book. Albert Einstein, Pseudoscientist, 1913. Okay. There's no way around it.
See, I'm reading, and I've got it loaded. I've got the document. I found it, and I've got it loaded to view later. But it sounds to me they're talking about the axis of rotation through the center of the body itself, as in the Earth. Not just that the Earth is sitting in the middle, sitting still, and the universe rotating around it. I'm kind of getting a little bit different interpretation of that. But I'm going to look at it and pick it apart and see what I come up with.
Okay, yeah, maybe just look at it and try to make sure you fully wrap your mind around it. So what it's really saying is that there's an equivalence principle that both, like you would get centrifugal Coriolis effect with a fixed frame of the stars or a fixed frame of the Earth, just like Mach explained. I'll drop the from Mach.
What did you find, Harry?
Let me just try to sum it up real fast. What I heard him say was that all motion is relative, and if you have a spinning Earth, you're going to see these, effects. But motion isn't the only thing that's relative. Forces are also relative. So if it's the sky spinning instead of the Earth, then you're also going to see these effects. That's what I heard.
That's what it says. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And it point blank says like that the pendulum will be dragged around in both quotes. And this is, of course, to, you know, to get rid of the nonsense where Globers act like the fact that they can get a pendulum to precess proves that the Earth is moving, and there's no other way that would happen. Explain it then. Okay, well, Einstein just explained it. So I don't see, like I said, Bacon was honest about this. And so I appreciate that he was honest. He came back and was like, and he didn't want to be honest. When I first brought it up, just like NASA was doing, people just like instinctively assume that I'm misunderstanding or it can't be true because it's uncomfortable. That's not my problem. Like when
So
you
wait a
actually
minute.
look at it. Good.
The founder of the Bavarian Illuminati was honest, but these people that were on here are like 9, 9, 9.
Yeah. So anyway, it's not proof one way or the other, but it's like if you actually have the capability to have critical thoughts and you're honest, then you would have to admit, like, oh wow, I've never really considered that. Like, it really, we could just be detecting an effect of the sky moving around us, right? I mean, that's just an honest person's take. Now, if you look at the Elias effect, it's very interesting. Now, the Glober's response, we all now, and look, dude, after I say what their response is going to be, they'll still say it like we don't know. They say, oh, that's not real. That guy made that up. It's never been replicated. There's no blah, 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 blah. Truth is, he did it numerous times himself. And even Harvard has touched on it since then. Okay. But despite that, just if we're going to look at it like, okay, if this is true, if this effect is true, instead of arguing about whether or not it's true, let's just, intellectually dissect what the ramifications would be if it was true. And that is that during the eclipse, the pendulum starts to go the other way. Now, if it's the Earth spinning, that would require the Earth stop and then spin the other way, if that's what's causing the pendulum to precess. Right? Now, if it's the other option that Einstein and Mach have laid out, that it's actually the sky moving and then there's a force that happens translated to the Earth from the sky moving, well, then an eclipse changing what happens makes it a little more sense, because that is an effect in the sky that could alter the field of force of the sky and then translate to the Earth. So if Elias effect is real, a spinning globe cannot explain it. A spinning sky can explain it. And Einstein himself tells you they could both be the case.
Was somebody asking before about southern star rotations or something, or talking about
Yeah,
it?
whatever we can
that
do
was
to get
me.
away from this thing.
But let's talk about that when it's done with his presentation, if you don't
No,
mind.
it's fine. I mean, they can't answer it, so they want to change the subject. But I'm just
No, I didn't want to change the subject. Somebody else did.
Just a friendly piece of advice, because I don't want to just take over the room. But as a Glober, you should be honest about this. Just be honest. Like, if I was a Glober, this is what I'd say. I'm like, okay, yeah, I do understand the principle. That does make sense. So technically, the pendulum doesn't prove one way or the other. It's interesting idea, but I think it's spinning. That's what I think. But yes, to be honest, it could happen one way or the other. The pendulum doesn't prove that the Earth is spinning. That's what you should say. You should be honest and say, well, they're equally viable.
There might be different interpretations of this document once it's picked apart and understood in a different manner, maybe. But I don't think you should dictate what you think people should say.
No, what I'm saying is that's an honest position. So I said, I think you should be honest.
So if the other guy also agreed, the Bavarian Illuminati guy, if he also agreed with it, maybe there's not a misinterpretation at all. Right? Well, wait. No, that doesn't make sense. Scratch that.
Well, so Mach's wrong. Einstein's wrong. This professor that wrote about it's wrong. No.
The thing is, the understanding that I've got. Yeah, the understanding that, I misrepresented my idea of it. But if the sky is moving and the Earth is stationary, I do not understand how it could affect anything on the surface of the earth, as in pushing or pulling or dragging, or
Right.
if it was affecting it in a physical manner, I would expect to feel that myself, just like we talk about we should feel the earth moving. But you know, if it can affect it in that way, I think it would affect everything, and we would see everything doing
That's
things
why
that we
trees
don't see
shake.
them
That's
doing.
why waves happen.
No, that's not why. That's not why that happened. Left lane though. Here's my question, man. So why is it that you aren't being fair and applying it the same way to the other side? Meaning, if your excuse is, well, we don't feel the Earth moving because it's so slow relative to its size, then why is it that you wouldn't apply the same logic to the sky moving that slow relative to its size? How come it's
No,
just
that's true.
inconceivable?
No, you've got a point.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and you've got a point too that you would think that if there is this force that's causing the pendulum to do what it's doing, or the gyroscopes to do what they're doing, you would think that you might feel it, even though it does kind of have a little bit more of an excuse as far as it being subtle in what it's doing. If you're talking about spinning in all these different directions and being upside down relative to right side up throughout the entire day, that's when I think that our side has a little stronger point as far as like, wouldn't you feel that force? Like you would feel literally, you would think intuitively that it would almost be like suction cups on your feet, pulling your legs down rather than just the weight of your leg. You would feel a force pulling it down for that kind of extreme to be possible.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I think that's why I was saying, Left Lane, I wanted to do like a demonstration where like we actually replicate, like he uses specifically a hollow shell as an example, Einstein does. So we'll just do that. We'll just take like a hollow sphere shell and we'll spin it, and we'll show that what's inside of the shell will be affected by the exterior spin. Right. So that way everyone can have like a visualization and understand it.
What's that called again? You were going to post it. I never got it. The effect of something outside.
The mocking principle. Yeah, I just posted the I posted the letter and the translation.
Okay,
So
good.
great memes, yeah.
I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair, actually, that on our side that somebody that has come to the understanding or feels like it would only make sense for it to be stationary, for us to say that, oh well, it really could just be us moving instead of the sky moving, because, and this is an old argument or one that doesn't get addressed enough, but just the idea that we're going in several different vectors with the sky still with a time elapse showing perfect concentric circles. It really baffles me that there's a calculation that convinces people that it's still possible we'd be going 67,000 miles per hour around the sun and still have no change in that time elapse. If you bump the camera just slightly, as if it's not completely stationary when you're taking those time elapse photographies, it messes the whole thing up. So how is it that we're going all these different vectors and still have this perfect concentric circles?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. The other thing, which I brought this up in a different context as well, but this might be even more relevant given this letter and the interpretation of the letter, at least, is its ramifications for the Cavendish experiment as well. Because if there is a kind of subtle tug or pull in kind of some kind of circular motion, then of course that would affect every experiment that relies on that plane.
Yeah.
I think as far as the Cavendish goes, that when the Cavendish is in a neutral position and you know, with the balls moved away from the little balls, and the laser still intact and operating, that the little balls sit perfectly still no matter what's going on around them, is a good indicator that there's nothing else influencing their movement besides moving the big balls into their proximity.
Except for electrostatics, right? Magnetism, maybe.
Yeah, they just don't. They just try to
No,
act
the
like
isn't it dielectric or something? The word for something that's
dielectric and
non-magnetic.
dielectric and electrostatic are the same thing. Those are interchangeable.
So then is the ether possibly intrinsically, of course it would be, intrinsically connected to this electrostatic force that you can't really ever eliminate?
Yeah, yeah, of course. I mean, one could argue that's the primary occupation of the ether is the dielectric field.
So what if the
Did you ever
apparatus
pull up
was?
the? I pulled up that other Einstein quote. I don't know if you need it or not.
It's
I
hard to get a
posted
word
it
in.
about the terrestrial.
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead.
what if the apparatus was in neutral and grounded, like in Blues? He had like more or less a Faraday cage with the top
Cavendish.
foil lining. The compartment.
Cavendish didn't do any of that.
So the problem is, it doesn't matter what Cavendish did, right? He's saying that someone else did it, but the problem is that there's no such thing as a Faraday cage that can actually establish like zero, like attain zero effective electrostatics. Like if you buy the most expensive Faraday cage in the world, which we both know Blue did not do that, right? But if you bought the most expensive one in the world, it still very point blank tells you that it doesn't fully eliminate it. So that's the point, is that you just need the smallest thing there, because the effect is very minor. Like Cavendish himself had to go super far away from it in a shed, like away from it, and use a telescope to look at it. Like he used a telescope to look at it from super far away to see the barely it moving at all, because it's such a small amount. So like just having a small amount of electrostatics is all that's needed. So like that's the point.
But I thought there was materials out there that weren't affected by either electromagnetism or electrostatics or whatever.
No, there's not any matter in the whole world that's not affected by electrostatics. So like typically we use things as insulators, like rubber, right? Like they say, like you'll be fine in a car because lightning will strike, but you got rubber on your tire. Because rubber's an insulator, right? You have wood, you have glass.
I've been struck, by the way.
Yeah, everything has a charge.
Yeah, all that stuff.
was-
Wood. You've been struck by lightning?
Yeah, the car, not me, but the car I was in, yes, got struck directly, blew holes in the road underneath the car.
Wow, that's crazy, bro. I bet that was wild.
It was a trip.
So here's the thing about the alleged Faraday cage around a Cavendish experiment somehow eliminating electrostatics. If eliminating electrostatics was actually taking place, all of the material within that cage would cease to exist, right? Because all intermolecular bonds are inherently electrostatic in nature. So if you have electrostatic bonds within the matter contained within the Faraday cage, you're not eliminating electrostatics if that matter is existing in its original form.
Exactly.
Well, that's a good point. That's a great point.
Like matter itself wouldn't be matter. Like it wouldn't stay together without the electrostatic bond. And the air inside the Faraday cage is still electrostatic. And the Faraday cage admittedly can't even fully eliminate it anyway. And the Faraday cage itself is electrostatic. And the strings are electrostatic. But yeah, like you said, it's a great point. It's a good way to put it. So like the matter itself is held together by electrostatics. So how could you ever possibly eliminate it?
And the effect you see before you supposedly eliminate the electrostatics, the effect that is generated is exactly what they're trying to test for, right? So that's, I mean, you have that effect with the electrostatics. Okay, we have to eliminate it to get rid of the effect that we're observing somehow, or at least enough to make it seem like it's steady for a certain amount of time or whatever, and then we're going to assume that it's gone, and then just the slightest detection of that same effect, now we're going to call it gravity.
Yeah, and that's another good thing to point out. Like that's what I want to. I'm gonna also do this demonstration, like Cavendish, where we actually manipulate electrostatics and can show that the effect changes based on how much electrostatics there is. So you can actually show that there's a greater effect as you increase electrostatics. So what that proves is that you've manipulated the independent variable of electrostatics, and it's changed the outcome. It's changed the effect, right? Meaning that we know that electrostatics causes the effect of attraction. We can actually show that. So we have like tangible proof of what is causing attraction. So
And then
what's the rebuttal?
And then what needs to take place is we need to redefine the electrostatic force and the universal law of gravitation, the force of gravity, and we need to redefine the force of gravity as the weak electrostatic force in the same way that we categorize a strong nuclear force and a weak nuclear force. We should do the exact same thing with electrostatics.
That's a good point. Like, I mean, all the Globers understand, right? Like, if we actually, because you know that's what's going to happen, right, Globers? Like, if we increase electrostatics, the effect is going to be stronger.
I would like to add on to what Napalm just said. I think, we talk about the second law of thermodynamics and pressure going from high to low and charge going from high to low and, all that stuff, temperature going from high to low. I think also, and I understand the electrostatic aspect of this, but I think also, objects rise or fall at equilibrium based on relative density and buoyancy. I think that's the fourth leg of the table. Because it is true, like every time, no matter what. And it's not a scientific experiment, but it is true. Every time you have an object in a medium, it's going to rise or fall depending on its relative density.
Yeah, and density and buoyancy, right? The relative density is a stronger acting force than the weak electrostatic force, which we would inherently call gravity.
Buoyancy
Are
and
those direct
density doesn't
parallels to the
produce
nuclear, strong and weak nuclear force, though, in the way you're saying? Is that something that could be shown that's what they're actually meaning by the strong and weak nuclear force? Or would it
I
be
don't
a
know
different?
for sure. I'll have to dig into that to see if that is the case. But I just know that we do define a strong and a weak nuclear force.
Right.
The thing is, these nuclear forces are what holds atoms together, but apparently don't really have anything to do with their position. I mean, cumulatively, you got mass, but I don't think that they would have anything to do with whether or not they would go up or down. That would depend on them being in a gravity well.
Well,
So
that's
the
where we're
static,
saying electrostatics comes
Go ahead.
into play, right? Not nuclear force.
Well, see, the electrostatics, and I'm just thinking, if we had an apparatus like the Cavendish, and you could electrically isolate the big balls from the little balls and put some kind of a battery and attach the negative to the little balls and the positive to the big balls and see what that did. I wish we could. That might have been something.
Yeah, but
You'd probably get a spark gap in between them, man. You'd probably get a spark
If you got
gap
them
in there.
close enough, if you got them close enough, they would spark.
Yeah, but
Probably weld together.
electrostatics has nothing to do with nuclear forces, and most of the matter and energy and bonding power we get within atoms comes from the strong nuclear force. The electrostatic force compared to the strong nuclear force, it's not even in the same ballpark. All the electrostatic force does is allow the electron to orbit the nucleus. But the nucleus is where most of the mass and most of the energy is within an atom, and that is governed by nuclear forces.
All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature.
And the
what?
electrostatic force is defined by Coulomb's law.
Yeah, but who was that? Someone just said something real fast.
All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature.
That is not true because they are nuclear forces.
It objectively is true. So I just
true
now
at all.
verbatim quoted Purdue University.
Well, whatever that quote is, it's wrong because nuclear forces are a thing, and I'm sure Purdue University, does experimental nuclear physics. I'm sure there are nuclear physical experiments performed there. So I
Non
don't even know what
sequitur.
that quote is.
So let me say it again.
Well,
So
post the quote. Post the quote.
Okay, so just type it in. All
All right, let me
molecular
Google
and
it.
intermolecular attractive forces. All molecular and intermolecular attractive forces are electrostatic in nature.
In nature. All right. Let's see what comes up.
Anyway, go ahead,
All
Nathan.
right.
Just had to address the misinformation.
Yeah, I don't know if I had any more to add, but yeah, the the electrostatic force, what's called an electrostatic force, is defined by Coulomb's law and Coulomb's constant.
Oh yeah, but I don't disagree with this. This is true. All molecular forces, all molecules are bound by electrostatic forces, right? So it could be hydrogen bonding, ionic bonding, covalent bonding. I don't disagree with that, but those are molecules, not atoms.
Yeah.
A
That's not
molecule is a
intramolecular.
collection. Yeah, a molecule is a collection of atoms, such as a water molecule. So the
So right.
hydrogen bond.
So we
Hang
can't
on,
get rid of.
I'm not done. I'm not done. Please let me finish. So the hydrogen atoms and the oxygen atoms are bound by electrostatic forces, but within that oxygen atom, the dominating force are nuclear forces. Molecular forces and atomic forces are very different things. But I totally
Yeah, but
agree. Molecules are bound by electrostatic forces.
Hold on. His point was that
So my point
we
was
can't get
being
rid of
that-
electrostatic charge, and it's a good point because if we could get rid of electrostatic charge, if it's electrostatics holding shit together, then you're not getting rid of it all, are you? I'm not saying
Right.
that's what's causing it. My point, or his point was, is we're not getting rid of all electrostatic charge, and that's good proof. That was a great point. I don't know why you're arguing against.
Witzit proposed a kind of doing something similar to the Cavendish experiment, right? But also introducing some electrostatics to it to see if there is a stronger draw towards the two masses drawing towards one another, right? And if this would be the case, then that would kind of be proving that you're manipulating the force in which is attractive. And that's where I said maybe we should then redefine the universal law of gravitation and the force of gravity as being a weak version of the electrostatic force, meaning kind of similarly in the way that we define a strong and a weak nuclear force, we can define a strong and a weak electrostatic force, thus eliminating the name gravity and just replacing it with the weak electrostatic force.
Yeah, if you want to rename it, that doesn't really change much. But at the end of the day, molecules and atoms are not the same thing. A molecule is a collection of atoms, and I agree, molecules are held together by electrostatic forces, but atoms themselves are held together predominantly by nuclear forces, number one. Number two, there are situations where you have attractive forces present in the absence of particles that contain electrostatic charge. So if there's
No
no
such
electrostatic, I'm not done. If there's no electrostatic charge, you have no electrostatic forces at play, but we still see attraction happening. So that shows you that it's not just electrostatics that causes attraction.
Right.
So there's no point
you're just
changing
making
the name.
assumptions about particles on the
I didn't make-
subatomic scale. So no one cares. That's pseudoscience and non
What
sequitur.
assumptions?
All matter
Show me
that
how-
exists is
show
held
me the
together by
assumptions.
electron. See, you complained about interrupting. So all attractive forces that hold molecules together are electrostatic. Just because you're claiming something on the subatomic scale does not change. Sorry about it.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
so
And so-
I agree
So the
with you. I
strong
agree
force,
with you that
the strong
molecules are held together by electrostatic forces, but molecules are not, the smallest level you can get to. They are things smaller than molecules called atoms. Number one. Number two, if you feel, these subatomic particles are assumed. You show us how we're just assuming these things. Show us how we just assume the electron and the proton and the neutron.
Well-
Like please.
well, you're going to
elaborate.
get
So
off
the phenomenon is real, but your
Hold on.
claimed interpretation of it's not real.
Right. We're
So
going to
the-
get off.
Why is it not
these.
real?
I want to go
strong
back.
force is electrostatic.
I want to go back to where Nate said just redefining the universal law of gravitation into the weak electrostatic force doesn't.
We got to
change.
rescale everything too.
No, we don't have to redo anything, right? Because it all still holds true. What it does in redefining it as a weak electrostatic force is it removes the assumptions or implications as to the causal nature of what we call gravity, right? So it eliminates the supposed causal nature of what we call gravity.
So if gravity
But
was
what-
electrostatic, wouldn't charged particles fall faster and slower than neutral particles? I mean, say
No,
there's a
no.
Yeah,
there's
that's
a bias in
a good point.
electrostatics.
Well,
There's
actually,
a
yeah, if you
bias
increase it
to
enough, then it actually
That's
will.
a
That's why
very
you can
good
make
point.
things
It's
no,
electrostatics
incoherent. It's all
set different.
incoherent, bro. If it's all incoherent, it's going to fall at the same rate.
well, if it's incoherent, then it wouldn't operate either because electrostatics works on a positive versus negative. There's a bias involved. So
Once again, when you actually increase the electrostatic charge, you can make things float. Thanks for.
Yeah, but
again,
what about
only
things
if
that
it's
don't have electric
right.
charge? That's the point.
Neutrally charged particles shouldn't
Yeah,
fall at all.
they
Then
exactly.
positively charged particles
But
should fall to negative. Negatively charged particles should float away from negative. If it's
No, there's positive energy up above the Earth, and then the surface of the Earth is negative.
Incoherent, bro.
Try
If it's
again.
incoherent,
so
it's all going
positive
to behave
particles could
direction.
float and negative particles should track, but
Yeah,
and
if it's
neutral
an
particles shouldn't
incoherent
do.
charge, if it's incoherent, then it's going to have.
If it's
It's
incoherent,
going to
it won't
flow
work
in
at
one
all.
direction. So if you reverse the charge, it's going to flow in the opposite direction.
If it's incoherent, it wouldn't work at all because it's what?
Here's an
Incoherent.
example, bro. Let me give you an example. You take
Gravity is
about
quite coherent.
100 little magnets, and you just jumble them together. Then there's no more repulsive force. Everything you put near it is
Fine,
going to have
then you're
weak attraction, and nothing's going to repel. So if you are able to reverse the incoherency, then it's just going to be opposite direction.
well. If it's incoherent, then it won't work. You're talking out both sides of your mouth. You want a coherent
Yeah,
force,
yeah.
and you want it to be incoherent
You're
when
right. I
necessary.
stated that wrong. No, it's not incoherent when you reverse it, but it's incoherent on the way down. So things do rise differently when you reverse the charge.
He's giving you a good example there, NASA, where he's saying if you take a whole bunch of little BB magnets, right? You can get them as kids' toys, and you have this mass of all of these little BB magnets. You don't have a defined north and south pole based on the mass of those little BB magnets. But what you do find happens is that both the north pole and the south pole of a defined magnet will be attracted to that mass equally.
Hey guys, I'm posting a GIF, and I'm curious what the globe earthers think of what I'm about to post.
Then what about
And
non-ferrous
then as
materials?
far as reverse, when you reverse the charge, NASA, when you reverse it, then it's not incoherent. So you're going to need different charges for different things to rise up. That's hence different. Different stuff rises up in the what you call it in the chamber. What's that thing called? The Tesla coil, or not the Tesla coil, but the Van. What's the thing with all the voltage where you could shoot air?
Van de Graaff generator.
Yeah, with the Van de Graaff generator. So different materials rise differently because that's not incoherent. So it makes sense. You got to.
So is it
What do you guys think
magnetic
about
or
the
is
GIF
it?
that I just posted?
Is it magnetic or is it electrostatic? These are two different forces.
You know the difference?
Well, I mean, so what is it? Is it magnetic or is it?
Electrostatic just
Static.
means it's not in motion, bro. It's all the same shit. It's just different.
Electrostatic means it's not in motion. That's
It
what the
means
static part means.
electricity not in motion, basically, right? Static, not moving.
What do you Globers think about what I just posted?
It's interesting.
GIF
Nice
of
little
the
parlor trick.
Asian. Is it a parlor trick?
Yeah.
Right. So is gravity going to pull mass down?
Yes.
Like it's supposed to?
Uh-huh.
Right. So how come the mass, which
Because
is
because there's an electric charge pushing it up. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So is electrostatics like stronger than gravity?
Way
Yeah.
stronger.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
we all agree to
It
that.
also
Like,
operates at much shorter distances, though.
that's nothing new, Larry. You ain't bringing anything groundbreaking, man. Like that's
I mean,
expected.
I don't know. I think that GIF should win him a Nobel Prize now because he's disproved gravity with that one GIF. He's
Sure.
disproved
Well, what's being
400 years of
demonstrated?
science.
What has been changed in between the PVC pole, is which I'm assuming it is a PVC pole, and the little streamer thing. What
They've
has
been
been
charged.
inherently changed within these objects?
They have more
They've been
negative charge.
charged. Yeah, they've been, quote unquote, ionized.
Right. So prior to them being quote unquote ionized, did they still have an electrostatic nature to them?
Did you see him rub both of them with that lamb's wool thing?
Yeah.
I definitely did. So prior to the rubbing with the lamb's wool,
Mm-hmm.
is there an inherent electrostatic nature to both of these objects?
There's also an inherent, yeah, maybe you could say this, but there's also an inherent gravitational nature. They're made of matter. Just because we see, the thing float above the PVC
Now we're
pole
getting somewhere.
doesn't all of a sudden mean gravity has been
You
thrown
keep
out the
saying
window.
gravity, bro.
You know?
Dude, we're talking about real charges, real forces. You're just saying gravity.
And
Just
we're
the
talking
fucking
about
word, bro.
gravity as well.
We're talking
Nate,
about causes of why things do shit that make perfect sense. You're just saying gravity. We're
Gravity
trying to get
makes
rid of that.
sense,
hold
Brian.
on.
Why do you want to get rid of
Nate,
gravity?
Nate. Remember we talked
Uh-huh.
about just redefining gravity. Nothing changes. We're just redefining it as a weak electrostatic force. So now say what you said previously, but just utilize the term weak electrostatic force.
But this is the problem.
It's incoherent.
Napalm. Yeah, hang on. I just want to respond to Napalm. This is the problem, Napalm. There's situations where we see attractive interactions happening in the absence of charges. So they are particles that don't have mass or have a neutral charge, but they still exhibit some sort of attractive interaction. So there we
get
know.
that.
I'm not done. There we know there's a total absence of any sort of electrostatic interaction. So in such a situation, I can't use the term weak or strong electrostatic force because this interaction is not electrostatic in nature. It's gravitational.
Dude, what's causing shit to roll uphill? Like in certain places on Earth where there's crazy magnetic fields, the compass, you could put a level on it, and they tried to say it was illusions and shit. And I bought that, dude, even though I had a buddy who said he fucking tested it. And now I done seen a guy get out, put a level on the road, and as his car started rolling away. But dude, you got shit, going opposite direction. What's supposed to be going downhill if it was just gravity, but no.
That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, Brian. But
What
I would
else
like
could it be,
Napalm to
bro?
respond to what I said.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you repeat it again, Nate? Sorry.
Okay, so you want to say that if we should just call gravity the weak electrostatic force, but they are observed situations where we have interactions between particles that don't have mass or have a neutral charge. So we know that in these situations, there are no electrostatic forces in action, but we still see some sort of attractive interaction going on. So how can I call it electrostatic if there's no electrostatics happening?
Are you talking about on like a subatomic level? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, if you want to go subatomic, but you could even use light, for example.
Well, Nate, if you listen to what I said,
can push and
Nate,
pull and be attracted to things, but light has no charge and light has no mass. So how would I talk about electrostatic forces in such a situation?
So when I said we're replacing the universal law of gravitation, that name, with the weak electrostatic force, did I mention anything changing within the equation?
But I'm not even talking about the equations. Like, do you understand what I'm saying, Napalm?
Oh, do you comprehend what I'm saying though?
I comprehend exactly what you were saying. You were saying that we shouldn't call it gravity. We should call it the weak electrostatic force because you feel all interactions are electrostatic in nature, right?
Right. So when we're talking, when you're asking me a question about the weak electrostatic force.
Yeah, but listen, this is the kicker now. All right. So
What are
I
we
totally
dealing
understand you.
We're dealing with the same things we're dealing with gravity. We're dealing with masses, right?
Mm-hmm.
Two masses.
But this is the problem. This is why I know you don't understand or you're not hearing what I'm saying.
I'm hearing. The problem is you're trying to interject something that's massless.
Yeah, they are massless things in the world. They are chargeless things in the world.
How does gravity explain something that doesn't have mass?
Causing an attraction? Because of the equivalence principle between mass and energy. Mass and energy are the same thing, and they are both affected by gravity. That's why you cannot use electrostatics to explain how interactions happen between.
How do you know there's not a relationship between electrostatics and whatever this massless particle is actually doing as well?
Because this massless particle doesn't have a positive or negative charge, so it doesn't interact with the electrostatic force.
What does it have?
Electrostatic
If it
forces,
doesn't have mass,
electrostatic
so we
forces only
can't
exist as
we
an
can't
interaction between charged particles. If there's no charge, no electrostatics. That simple.
we can't okay, so if you're saying we can't define it with mass and we can't define it with charge, then what are you defining this particle with?
And how is gravity
What
affecting
do
the
you
particle
mean?
directly?
Because this particle is traveling through space-time, and if space-time gets bent by
What's
Wow.
the
traveling through space
Here we
presence
go.
or
There's another
if
what
connection possibly to the ether
come on,
causing the
guys,
same thing.
you can't.
hold on.
Mhm.
What is traveling through space-time?
This particle, this massless particle,
So what is the particle consisting of?
energy. It's pure energy, pure kinetic energy traveling through space-time. It's just momentum. There's no mass.
So does electrostatics not deal with energy?
Electrostatics is a force that describes an interaction between charged particles. If there's no charge,
How
there's
is
no
charge
electrostatics
defined?
at play. Charge is just a
Is
property that matter can have. Not
based
all
on what? It's
not all
energy?
matter based. What do you mean based on what?
So is this energetic in nature?
When matter, what do you mean by is it, and what exact are you saying? Are
Well,
charges energetic in
I'm trying to
nature?
figure out this
Uh-huh.
massless particle with no charge that has energy that you're
Yeah,
claiming, right?
yeah,
So if it has no mass and it has no charge, but it has energy,
yeah,
how is that energy
yeah.
established, metered? How do we know that there's energy there? What are we measuring?
Because we can measure it. You know, there are different types of energy. And energy travels between matter as forces, right? And these forces come in all shapes and sizes. You have nuclear forces, gravitational forces, electromagnetic forces. You know, these are all different types of interactions. Not all forms of energy are electrostatic. Some are nuclear. You guys need to start admitting that. You know, electromagnetism isn't the be all and end all of all things. They are things that don't involve electrostatic energies, interactions, or forces. And this comes about when you have particles that don't have charge, or they have a neutral charge, or they're massless.
So a particle that has a neutral charge contains no energy.
I never said that. It does have energy, but the type of energy it has is not
What type of
electrostatic in
energy?
nature. It could
So
be
let's take
nuclear energy. It could be gravitational. I've given you the different types, bro. That's what I'm saying. You need to start
gravitational
admitting
energy.
that
What is
nuclear energy,
gravitational energy?
gravitational energy is a type of energy interaction defined by, you know, your metric stress tensor. And this is seen when we see space-time being bent by mass or energy being present within a gravitational field.
We see
Interesting enough, I just looked
space-time.
up, and what you're talking about is neutrinos, and neutrinos are actually affected by gravity and the weak force. So maybe an
Yeah,
interaction with the weak force
thank
being
you.
actually
You
a weak. But that if he's right about the weak force actually indicating something more about this weak electrostatic force,
No, do you
then
know
that's
which weak force they talking about there? The
the
weak
weak nuclear
nuclear
force,
force.
right?
Yes, it has
Yeah,
nothing to do with electrostatics. Thank you for
I know, but I'm
mentioning
saying maybe there's a
neutrinos,
redefinition
because
possible there.
neutrinos are a good example of particles that don't interact with electrostatic or electromagnetic forces. It's gravitational and nuclear in nature. The energies and the forces and the interactions that particle can be subjected to. That's a
I was
very
just
good
saying that
example, Dave.
if he's right about the weak nuclear force possibly being a representation of this weak electrostatic force, then that would be a
That's not
parallel
what
right
he
there.
said, though.
That's
But that's not
what we
what he
started
said.
talking about.
No,
Well,
what
that's what
he
he said.
said
He
is
redefined
the way
the
we
weak
have a
nuclear.
strong and weak nuclear force, we could also have a strong and weak electrostatic force. He's not saying that the weak nuclear force is the same as the weak electrostatic force. He's
Well,
just
we
trying
were
to make
exploring whether they could
these
be talking about the same thing.
comparisons. How? All right. I mean, let's go down that rabbit hole. How is the weak nuclear force possibly the same thing as the weak electrostatic force? Like, go on. Floor is
Yeah,
yours.
that's something we're exploring. I don't have a theory about that, but I just thought it was interesting that was kind of proposed, and then you were talking about gravity being the only thing that could affect it, but the weak nuclear force can. So, is there a parallel there?
No, that's not what I said. What I said is we see attractive interactions, things being attracted together that don't have charge. So that tells us it's not electrostatic forces at play. The weak nuclear force doesn't cause attraction or repulsions. I feel you don't even know what the weak nuclear force does. Do you, Dave?
No. I'm saying that's why I was challenging that idea, because he was talking about redefining the weak nuclear force, and I was wondering, is there a direct parallel that can be drawn between that and something that we might call a weak electrostatic force?
Well, the problem is Nate is trying to draw some sort of parallel between the universal law of gravitation, which deals with masses, and the proposed theory of relativity by Einstein, which says that gravity is caused by the bending and warping of space-time. So you can't equate these two to be the same thing.
And if space time really was hijacked, and if ether was hijacked and called the fabric of space time, and it's really just the fabric of the ether, then that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, but you guys are running away from the initial claim being made here. The initial claim that Napalm made was that we should just redefine gravity as the weak electrostatic force. My pushback on that is that we see attractive interactions between particles that don't have electrostatic charge.
That's
so
because
in such an
wait,
I'm
hold
not
on,
done.
Nate,
I'm
before you
not
go
done. No,
forward.
I'm not done. I was talking. Please, bro, please. I was talking. So in such situations, we can't talk about electrostatics. So that's why you can't replace gravity with the wording or the naming of the weak electrostatic force, because it won't apply everywhere. It doesn't work.
I said the replacement would be within the universal law of gravitation. So how is the universal law of gravitation relevant to a massless particle and the bending and warping of space-time? How are these two things synonymous?
Because the universal law of gravitation gives us a good approximation of the bending and warping of space-time by mass or energy. It gives us a good approximation. It's not a high-level approximation, but it can
I think it's a
you can go from
reification of
relativity.
concepts.
What do you mean?
Yeah, Nate, you'd have to agree. Let's just say that sometime in the future you find out that we're right about this, and that you have to redefine all these things. Then we have to start looking for ways to figure out how these things are actually, if they weren't just reification tests set up with neutrinos that can't be seen and are massless, and all of a sudden now we can claim that gravity is affecting them. Then we would have to figure out what if that's true, then something else is affecting them. So we're trying to come up with ways that, if we're right, these things could be redefined.
Yeah, I mean, fine.
What
Like
I mean by
I'm not trying to get it. I'm not trying to get in the way of that thing. I'm not trying to stop you guys. Come up with new ideas and things. All I'm trying to say is you got to do it carefully and properly. You can't sit here and say we're going to call gravity something else when they are things we've observed in the natural world that prevent that from happening. I'm just trying to make sure you guys don't make the wrong moves.
Yeah, but your side already kind of has done that with moving away from the mass attracting mass, which would be the universal law of gravitation, and substituting that with the bending and warping of space-time, but then still keeping the mass attracting mass universal law of gravitation.
Yeah, what's wrong with us having both? We want to keep both. Well, I don't see what the issue is.
Diametrically opposed.
Why do we have to pick one? They both work.
One's
Then
space.
don't equate them to being the same thing, which people
They
do
are
all
the
the
same
time,
thing.
which is why the conversation
They're
around
not
gravity
the same
always
thing.
gish
They
gallops
are the
around.
same thing, though. It's just one is more
Wait a minute. How
accurate
could
than the other.
space be the same as four space?
How
Either
could
there's
what?
3 dimensions or 4 dimensions. They both can't be true at the same time. Law of non-contradiction.
I don't understand what you just said. How could
So
what?
when it comes to pay attention, when it comes to Newton's gravity, right? There's X, Y, and Z axis, right? When it comes to Einstein, there's X, Y, and Z plus time coming together as space-time continuum, or the fabric of space-time, right? They both can't be true. Either it's a 3 or there's 4, but it can't be both.
Yeah, so we know that with Newton, he was wrong there because Newton felt that space and time are absolute, and space and time have an effect on matter, but matter doesn't have an effect on space and time. He was wrong, But just because he was wrong about that doesn't mean we throw the whole universal law of gravity out the window. He just had a
It was
idea
replaced
that
by
was wrong.
Einstein.
Hang on,
It was
hang on.
replaced.
Bro, you spoke and I didn't interrupt you. Come on, man. So just because he had an assumption, that was actually an assumption he had that he never subjected to experimentation or to some sort of test. Newton just assumed and decided space and time are absolute, and space and time affect matter, but matter doesn't affect space and time. He literally just decided that. Einstein was the first person that waited for actual observable evidence before making claims about the nature of space and time. So when he came and said
What
space and
was his
time
evidence?
are not absolute and they're relative, and space and time affect mass, and mass at the same time affects space and time, this was based on observation.
37 minutes past the hour, caloric.
What was his evidence? That he saw a star on the other side of the sun refracting through the heliosphere?
Whose evidence? Einstein?
Yeah, you said Einstein waited on his evidence for space-time.
Yeah, the sun thing came after he formulated his theory of general relativity. That was just, the first strong piece of evidence confirming that. The observations he saw were primarily the Michelson-Morley experiments, but also the ideas of Lorentz transformation. And the idea, the null result we got for a quote-unquote luminiferous ether existence.
So you keep acting as
So
though what we're highlighting is probably is not an issue, but it is an issue. You are subscribing to two contrary theories of gravity, contrary to what academia is actually doing. Now, it may be the case that academia is actually contradicting themselves also, where seated Newton with Einstein and also still keep Newton, but then sit around and turn around in the next breath say that Einstein has replaced Newton and that Einstein
How are they
is incompatible
contradictory?
with Newton.
How is
Yeah,
it
like
contradictory
Okay,
specifically?
37 minutes past the hour. Because
Mhm.
Isaac Newton's law of gravity serves so well in explaining the behavior of the solar system, the question arises why it was necessary to develop a new theory of gravity. The answer is that Newton's theory violates special relativity,
Yeah,
for it
so
requires an unspecified action at a distance, quote unquote, through which any two objects, such as the sun and earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response will require the gravitational interaction to propagate at infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity.
everybody knows
Britannica.
that. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, like
So
this
That
isn't
I
if
don't
everyone
groundbreaking
see
knows
stuff,
anything
that,
wrong
Gregor.
with that.
that demonstrates that
Yeah.
Einstein is contrary to Newton. That's
No,
why
you
No, that
misread it.
Einstein
demonstrates
abrogated
you don't know.
Newton.
You misread it again.
Not.
You're misinterpreting it like a normal flat
You're
earther.
just
Yeah.
giving unjustified negation retorts. I just clearly read the text.
like an
You act
untrained
as though you want the truth, but when the
like an
truth is read to you word for word verbatim by your sources, you
like an
deny it. You're
untrained
just contradicting yourself.
like an untrained person, you're reading something from an expert and misinterpreting it. I
And
understand.
all you're doing is condescendingly mocking me now. That's not an argument.
No,
Well,
it's
dude,
actually a very good argument.
well, dude, it's just you're wrong. You're wrong. No, you're wrong. We need to get down into the crux of the issue and talk about it
Yeah.
and make a determination. We don't need to just you're wrong. No, you're wrong.
Howard's
That
right.
doesn't get anywhere.
Let's get our elbows greasy. So Gregory, you read this quote, and according to you, this quote shows that there's some sort of contradiction between the universal law of gravitation and special and general relativity. Could you go in depth as to what this contradiction is and why it's a contradiction?
I don't
That
need
was
to
my
go
question.
in depth. You want to
You
demand
don't
more
need
and more
to?
and more and more. I already know this tactic. You want to demand more and more and more and more and more. You want me to start
No,
talking
if
as
you
though I'm a
understand
PhD
it,
in physics.
if you
Hush. You want me to
yes,
talk as
but don't
though
hush
I'm a
me.
PhD in physics instead of just paying attention to the quote right here. The quote
Well,
clearly says that Einstein is contrary to Newton, and it was substituted by Einstein. That's what the quote says. You want to read further?
so
Go ahead.
Well, I know. We want for you to demonstrate what you're saying.
But it doesn't
Could
even
you
say
elaborate
that.
on it?
That's your misinterpretation of what it says. It
That's
doesn't
You
say
want to
that.
whistle
Yeah,
past what I just said. You
Yes,
want to
because
whistle
it
past what I
doesn't
just
say
said
that.
and demand that I give a PhD level of knowledge instead of addressing the quote here.
So you're saying you don't have the
You're
intellectual
still avoiding
capacity
it.
to
Again,
accurately
you're
determine
still
what
avoiding
you
it
just
again.
read. I'm not avoiding it.
You still
Say,
are.
let's talk about it.
You've yet to. You want me to explain more.
Exhibit your understanding in describing what you just read.
I don't need to explain more. Address the quote.
So you don't understand what it says.
all right. I'll address the quote, Gregory. So when Newton came up with his ideas on gravity, right? We were not able to test things to such a high precision. So if you testing things with basic instrumentation and tools, for all intents and purposes, the force of gravity almost seems to work instantaneously. But when you now test these things at a higher level, you realize that isn't the case. That gravity doesn't propagate instantaneously between two objects, and it's limited by the speed of light. Does that make sense to you? That's what that quote is saying. Newton thought gravity happens instantaneously. This was Newton's idea. If the sun disappeared right now, Earth would be flung out of its orbit immediately. But that isn't the case. If the sun disappears, it's going to take time before we feel the loss of the sun's gravity. That's all relativity says. Things don't happen instantaneously. Everything is governed by the law of causality, and the limit of causality is the speed of light.
Fine,
You
keep
understand what I'm
your
saying, Gregory?
Einstein and Newtonian gravity at the same time. Fine. They're both
Yeah, no,
unsubstantiated. One
but
is
do
an
you
unsubstantiated
understand what a?
notion. The other is a reification fallacy.
Actually, no, they're
But
both very
do you
well proved.
understand? Yeah, but do you understand what I said, Gregory?
Fine, keep both your gravities. One
What do you
is an
mean, fine?
unsubstantiated
There's only
notion.
one
The other is
gravity.
a reification fallacy.
No, there is only one
Yeah.
gravity. They're described differently, but there's only one gravity. It's the same thing described two different ways.
Fine, say they're the same thing. It's unsubstantiated and a
No, it's
reification
not.
fallacy.
It's not
See
unsubstantiated.
to me,
We
wait.
have
To
a link.
me,
We have a link. Hold on 1 second. We have a link posted in the chat by Blue Marble at how many posted 38 past the hour of him replicating the Cavendish experiment. It's not
So
unsubstantiated.
how do we measure truth? Do we measure it by because I said so, or do we measure it by values?
How about by evidence? And he has none, and we have a ton.
That's not what
Yeah,
you're
but
saying,
Gregory,
though.
No, you measure by the evidence, and gravity is. We have evidence of gravity. The Cavendish experiment is evidence of gravity.
well, let's keep it
Special
even simpler.
relativity
Let's
has
keep
been
it
tested.
even.
Do you know the
Just
difference
keep
between
it simple.
truth, proof, and these things, right? You understand,
Well,
like electricity
Newton.
can't be completely understood, even though we know we can use it to make things. We can use it to power things.
Yeah. Well, Newton can
Sitting
be
there and insulting his
described by
intelligence
simply
and saying that because he
listen.
doesn't have a degree is bullshit, and you know it. It's a bunch
Yeah.
of crap, bro.
what?
Come on, give me a break, man.
Who
I'm
said that?
saying that
It's
Newton
character
can be.
defamation, and it's bullshit.
Can he hear me?
I
Newton
don't
can be
know.
described by dropping a rock and measuring how long it takes to get to the floor and how far it travels. That's
Who picked
Newton.
up the rock?
But yeah, it doesn't matter. But Einstein required vast distances to demonstrate light, the starlight refracting over the sun. You know, that would be, an example of Einstein
Oh no.
theory. So I mean, it's like both of them are describable, and both are talking about gravity.
You said a key word there. You said theory.
Yeah, well, scientific theory
Stop.
is
A
pretty much
scientific.
etched in stone.
A scientific theory, not just a theory. A scientific theory. They actually have different definitions. When you say the word "just a theory," it proves that you just don't know what you're talking about.
Here we go again with that. You don't understand.
It's correct. If you're
Well,
going to say
it's just
if you're going to say just a theory, that proves that you just don't know what you're talking about. Because a scientific theory is a very powerful thing. Can make predictions. It is accumulations.
yeah.
So
Yeah,
let me ask
and
let me
Newton,
ask you a simple question: Is the only evidence, right, experimental evidence, or I guess you could say, really the only observation of Einstein's theory of the bending and warping of spacetime? Is this the only thing that kind of solidifies this? Is
first
light
thing.
is light refracting around a star? Is that?
That was the first
No,
thing.
no. Yeah, there's so many, Napalm. So many. It will
Okay.
shock you how many times people have tried to prove Einstein wrong and failed. You know, there's
Okay.
so many
So
experiments
that
that have been performed to falsify, such
give me
as the
an example of
pound
one.
Repka,
I
all
think
right, the
it's funny
pound
that we're
Repka
arguing about Einstein.
experiment. Have you heard of that one?
No, but if you type it in the chat, I'll look into it.
All right, cool.
Well, there's
I'll
that.
do it.
The first one was the star light on in the the eclipse of 1911, I believe. Then there was the
In
precession
Brazil.
of Mercury, and then there was the precession of Mercury. Those were the first two big ones.
Uh,
And just
wasn't the
recently,
precession of
we
Mercury
found
the first
gravity
one?
waves. I forget which one was which. I thought.
Yeah, I think like when he came up with the equations first, he immediately went to see if it would solve for the problem of the precession of Mercury's orbit, and it did match. But it was just like they already knew the difference, so it wasn't like a prediction. It just showed that
And it wasn't
was more compatible.
It wasn't very newsworthy either. Everyone said, "Okay, so what? Precession Mercury, what 4 arcseconds a century? No big
Tracking mass gravity verified, discovered.
Yeah, like Newtonian wasn't compatible with the observation of Mercury's orbit, and relativity was, but it wasn't a prediction because we already knew that. So yeah, that's why I don't think it counts.
Well, there's the stars being the light bending by the star, being by the sun during the eclipse, is generally considered to be the early proof.
How
Of
was mass
refraction?
attracting mass discovered?
You understand that what math is a language, right?
Mass attracting mass. How was it
Mass
discovered?
attracting mass. What do you mean how it was discovered?
How did you verify that is a
Oh, how
law?
was it verified? The Cavendish experiment.
Explain the experiment, please.
Oh fuck!
oh
No,
my
you
God.
Google it.
You move two big masses close
It's amazing how you
to
people
little
come into a
masses,
forum and refuse
and
to
the little
speak.
masses move.
Button, you want me? It's on a. Yeah, you got the little masses on a torsion bar. You put the big masses in front of them, and the little masses move toward the big masses.
That's it.
There.
That's all. That's it. It can
What
and,
is the
and it can be
independent
measured.
variable?
It's all.
What's that?
What is the independent
Here
variable?
we go with the independent variable again. Yeah, Google it
Oh,
now.
here we go with
Sorry,
the
guys.
actual nature of a scientific experiment to ascertain knowledge of
We're
cause
going
and
to deny
effect.
that
What
one
was the
too.
independent
You
variable?
can move the masses to
Yeah,
manipulate the gravity field. You move the masses to the other side of the bar. They move the other direction.
the
That's how you
reality
move
of it that Cavendish is the epitome of a legitimate scientific experiment, and you can whittle at it, you can throw darts at it, but it will withstand. It is a good scientific experiment.
We shall overcome. Great. So the
I
independent
say we
variable
repeat it and
is
see if we can get the
Move
same
into the
effect.
torsion bar.
You don't even
no.
control for the variable of electrostatics. So
Actually, you do.
sorry.
You ground the damn thing out, and you can put it
No,
inside a
you're not
Faraday
even
cage if you want.
understanding the implications of your own assertion. If you assert
Electrostatics
the
is still there.
notion that mass attracts mass, then you are asserting, you are implying the independent variable is mass itself. So you need to change the quantity of mass.
Oh, they do. Yeah, use different sizes of masses to track the bars. Yeah,
And what was the result?
it's still attracted mass. It's tracked according to the base. Yeah.
So they manipulated the mass of the ball?
Yeah, I mean, lay the mass, move the ball to the other side, and went the other direction. Put bigger
No,
masses.
increase the mass of the ball, not move
Okay,
it to
fine.
another place.
Well, move it to the other place works too because it goes the opposite direction.
No, it
He
doesn't.
didn't
Yes,
change the mass. He had some Page Shill's making shit up. He didn't change the mass. He
You
used
change
a
the mass.
specific mass.
Well, you can change the mass. I mean, so what?
Not
You
move
move the
it
mass
to
around.
another location.
Actually,
Change the mass of the ball.
Okay, so what? Somebody did it with turkeys
So
and chicken
when did
wings.
you
It
do
still
that,
works.
and how?
Yeah, you could do it with turkey and chicken wings.
Turkey and
Frozen
chicken wings work
turkeys
too.
and chicken wings
But the
produce
chicken wings,
positive
Did you do
results.
that, and how?
the same way, the same experiment. It's been
I have a question for
replicated.
the Globers. If I
You
increase the
replicate.
electrostatic charge, what will happen?
You ground the thing out so you don't.
But hey, I
Yeah,
asked you a question.
you try to eliminate
Hold
that.
on, y'all. Cavendish did not ground his fucking experiment. Excuse my language.
I don't think it was necessary.
Okay,
Sure
but wait,
do.
I'm asking you guys a question. Can you actually answer the question? If I increase electrostatic charge, what would happen?
I don't know. Why don't you do the experiment and find out?
So you have no idea? Does it?
Actually, we
Does any
do,
other
but why don't you like do the experiment and tell us, since you brought up the hypothesis?
I'm gonna do it, but so you don't
Fine.
know. Does anyone else know?
You're not gonna do the
No,
cabin.
well, I mean, the only thing we can say to that is Blue did take great effort to eliminate any effective electrostatics by grounding
That's
the
not my
apparatus.
question. I'll ask the question again. So, if I was to increase electrostatic charge, what would happen?
Probably
That's a
nothing.
good question.
Probably
That's a
nothing.
good question. Yeah.
Probably nothing.
Yeah, because the thing's grounded and it doesn't really, mass attracting mass electrostatics.
We weren't testing electrostatics.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you grounded
Okay,
out.
so I guess you guys aren't capable of answering simple questions. But
Well, there's
the answer
Blue.
is
He
if
can
you
answer
increase. No, he can't either. So if you
Yeah, he can.
increase if you increase electrostatic charge, it increases the attractive force. Correct?
Maybe, or it could decrease them, depending on how you
Oh,
charge.
it's wrong. So this guy's about to
Blue do
change
it.
all of electrical field theory. But so can you
You're out to
enlighten
change
me how
all.
increasing electrostatic?
You're here to do
All right, I'm gonna
anything
get out
you
of here.
can.
All right, talk to you.
You're here to do anything you can to diss the Cavendish experiment. I understand that.
All you did was rumpus him
Well,
and not let him
Blue is
finish
sitting
one
right here.
sentence.
Let's let Blue
You
respond.
haven't formed one argument yet and didn't answer any of his questions.
Cheese blend with melty nacho cheese sauce and double the seasoning. And it
For her mic and Gregory.
Hot mic, Greg.
I did use two different masses. Got exactly the same result.
Yeah, don't address the point.
Well, what about when you use sand, Blue? Didn't it stall?
I've never seen it stall, Brian. That's your word. You keep making it
Well, I
up.
have you.
I don't know
I
what
have
you're
it in a
talking
video. You showing it stalling.
about. You again.
You
That's
got
you
bad
making
memory,
things
bro.
up, Brian.
You're gonna start wanting to punch me in the face, bro, just because you ain't remember
That's you making things up again.
Bro, I got you. Want me to do? I got to post it. I want a direct apology, bro. The sandbag stalled.
The sandbags didn't move, Brian.
Yeah, stalled. Didn't move.
Not supposed to move.
Don't they have
They're not
masks? Don't
supposed
they have
to.
masks on?
It's a damn sandbag sitting on a table. It's not going to move.
Didn't the sandbags have masks?
Yeah, the sandbags have a mass. Obviously they do.
Okay.
But the sandbags didn't move. They didn't stall. What are you talking about?
You said that the bags they were
I
in
had-
were attracting electrostatics because they were like whatever.
They were affecting
And
the
then
electrostatic charge on the that was the surface charge that was sitting on that wood. Yeah, they did that.
So every time something moved the way you didn't
But
want
I
it
could
to,
do
it was
that with my
electrostatics,
finger.
right?
I could do that with a metal ruler. That's how I figured out what was going on to begin with.
You might, maybe. I mean, I'm not saying definitely not. I'm just trying to question it, And I just wanted, I got all this set up, man, and you kind of encouraged me to do this, and it's a matter of time. But because you were right, because when I was trying to get you to do more and more material, you're like, build the damn shit and test everything you want, and I'm like, you know what, I should, and I got it. I got the balls and all that, but I gotta figure out what materials and shit. I just got to get motivated. But I appreciate the construction and everything you put together, man. I would like to see a lot more materials, but you did a couple. But you did have a few things.
I tried two very different masses on the torsion balance. The first entire series of tests were run with a 330 gram mass on each end of the balance. The next two test series were run with 780 gram masses on the balance. So yeah, I did it with two different masses.
That's one independent variable, wasn't it?
Yeah, the distance between the masses is another independent variable, which you can treat as a control variable if you properly position things. Always know exactly where you've got things positioned. That becomes a control variable at that point. The fact is, when you don't have the large masses anywhere near the thing, it just sits in the middle and doesn't move.
That is an interesting point that I always bring up. If there were all these other influences, what if it was this and what if it was that? To watch the apparatus in neutral and those balls sitting perfectly still indicates to me that nothing's fucking with it.
Yeah, but don't get mad when I say this, because Blue, you was joking, but you did say at that point in the experiment, before you did worked out some kinks, you said at this point I can absolutely prove that mass repels mass,
I
because
said
it
that
literally
very
repels.
jokingly. Yes, Brian.
I know
I
you were
said
joking.
that very
You were
jokingly.
joking, but they did repel though, right?
Okay, so you're relating an anecdotal story about me telling a joke. Okay, I don't know
Yeah,
what,
but hey,
what
so
that
you
actually.
understand that the mass has the electrostatics. So adding the greater mass is,
No,
intrinsically
you
adding
don't.
electrostatics.
You don't really understand what was going on with it.
How about instead of
Good
slandering
response.
his understanding, you actually address the argument he said to you?
I even agree that it probably was electrostatics that made it repel, and then you put up like the copper shielding and
Yeah.
stuff. Did a little this and that. But that's my whole point. Is it might be all electrostatics, and you got it just right, and it's just what little bit of weak force. I'm just saying maybe. I ain't saying for sure, because I want to do it. But you did get a couple kinks, a couple anomalies.
It's just
with
objective that the
electrostatics.
matter itself is held together by electrostatics, and there's no Faraday cage or grounding that's going to completely remove it, and that's just objective, and that's an attractive force. So thanks for playing.
If you want to talk about strong and weak nuclear forces, that's something entirely different with it.
Why are you changing the subject?
I'm not.
But the electrostatics within the apparatus were constant. They weren't variable. I mean, everything inside the apparatus held at a constant could be considered a control variable.
Okay, yeah, but this is the thing, right? So we have a force present that we can actually prove, and that we know is there, physically can prove it, and it's an attractive force. Prove that electrostatics is there.
Yeah, build a Cavendish and demonstrate what you're talking about.
Yeah, you're welcome to do that.
Oh, so
I'll
wait,
send
are
you
you
the
guys saying
drawings
that
if you wanted to
electrostatics?
dictate what I did.
You understand it takes a difference in electrostatics to get that attraction. The fact that that electrostatics exist in wood and lead is okay, but who gives a shit?
So what was
Doesn't mean that
different
they're
when they
attracted by
repelled? What was different when they repelled, Pete? That's sure. What was different the time they repelled?
What do you mean when they're repelled?
You just said they had to
Brian.
be different. The charges had to be different for them to
Yeah.
repel.
Or
So
attract.
Brian,
And the repel are the same.
NASA, hold on.
I'm just fucking with
they
Pete
were-
for butting in.
They were different at that point, Brian, because I didn't have a Faraday shield built into the system yet. Just the wood. You can't ground wood.
Yeah, but what
It's
I'm
like
just
trying
asking.
to-
And this is a serious question.
It's like that guy that was holding the PVC pipe doing that little electrostatic experiment a while ago. It doesn't make any
Yeah,
difference
that's
that he's holding on to it. That static charge will still sit on that damn thing. And it will do
This is
that
a
on
legitimate
wood
question,
too.
though. What
Anything
made
that's
them
a good
charge
insulator,
opposite?
that's what will happen.
I'm asking, this is a legitimate question, but I'm asking what made them charge oppositely. Page just said it had to be opposite charge, which opposites attract. What made them charge with opposite charges? That's my question.
It's a surface charge sitting on that wood. It can develop any kind of surface charge. It could be a positive charge, it could be a negative charge. You don't know what it's going to be. It will develop.
No, Peyton, that's a shield to stay out of it. This is your conversation, man.
It will just develop. Period. That's what happens. But that's why we ended up that's why I ended up putting a Faraday shield in it, because as close as I could, I replicated what Cavendish did, but it was impossible for me to totally replicate what Cavendish did. Cavendish had a wooden cage too.
You should have went to England.
Yeah, I know. And I should have built a shed, and I should have done the whole thing outside without any temperature or
You're
humidity
so lazy,
control.
man. Just getting so lazy these days.
Yeah, I know. I should have done all that stuff.
And using that
But-
laser was cheating too. You had to sit there and look at it.
Made sure you had the same color socks on that Cavendish had on.
Inadvertently, sometimes your own best intentions get the better of you. You take the table that thing was sitting on, for instance, that wooden table. Now, Cavendish buried 4 posts in the ground and set his. I had my suspension system very similar to what he had, but mine was sitting on that little table. You guys all saw that. You see it in the video. What's on the bottom?
I did see that. I'll be honest, I've seen that. But let me at least make one point.
It's sitting on a concrete floor, right? You think, okay, well, that's close to what Cavendish did. The problem is I put leveling feet underneath the damn thing. Those leveling feet are plastic, and they've got felt inserts in them. So I effectively very well insulated that table from the concrete electrically.
Fair enough, but let me make one point that's at least a fair point. Okay, so we were getting movement with electrostatic variations of sorts.
Yeah, and I could make it do different things depending on where I grounded the case or put a ground on the case.
So why did you say that? Why did you say, or was it Peyton Asashil who said that if I varied some electrostatic charge in that experiment, what results would I get? Was it you or him who said nothing would happen?
Well, it's not designed. It's not a Coulomb experiment. It's not designed an experiment that is designed to measure electrostatic attraction or repulsion. The mechanism doesn't exist to actually do that. If you get any electrostatic interaction in it, it's because something has gone wrong. You have not managed to get everything at the same potential, which is the objective. Now, the wooden case was a problem because probably because of the finish I put on the wood. I saw the effect is right after I built it. It didn't do it, but as time went on, before I actually started running the test, I could see that the balance appeared to be exhibiting effects of electrostatics because I could take like a steel ruler and lean it up against the case in various places and get the torsion balance to move a little bit. And that's exactly what I was doing with that sand. I was making sure that I could make it move that way. That way, when I put the shielding in it, I could make sure that it didn't do that anymore. And it didn't.
You said it was the wood that made the balls repel. That made the balls repel. But can you explain why the charge on the wood would make balls in two antipodes repel?
Well, I'm not sure if one side was if one side was attracting it or the other side was repelling it. It could be either way. The surface charge sitting on that wood can vary all over the place. You don't really know what it is. It's very, very hard to even measure it. To even think
At that point, did you have the lead balls grounded?
Yeah, I did.
You for sure.
Yep, everything was grounded, but the one thing that wasn't was that wooden case.
So the lead balls had no charge at all because it was grounded, right? That's your claim, right?
Yeah, that had always been grounded.
But just because the wood built up a charge, how would it impose an opposite charge on the lead balls if grounding them gets rid of the charge? It's a fair point, Blue. I ain't trying to give you a hard time. I'm just saying.
Well, a positive charge would attract a neutrally charged or negatively charged item. Either one. Doesn't necessarily have to be.
But wouldn't you have to have a positive charge? Oh no, I see what you're saying. So a positive charge will attract no charge at all and a negative charge.
Yeah, it's possible to have that happen.
Yeah, I do need to do this experiment because I do have a lot of questions, obviously. And I'm going to give you a little bit of a hard time, you know that. But I think that what you built was great. And I just would like to see, I mean, I'm not convinced that it ain't just manipulating electrostatics and getting them just right. Maybe you're right. Maybe it is just matter attracting matter. Or maybe it's just certain things. Maybe it's certain things. I mean, I'm gonna for flat Earth and for the sake of everybody, I'm gonna try and get motivated to finish this test and just vary the shit out of it and just vary electrostatics, vary different materials, and try and get a final answer. I'm not gonna do it quantitatively. I'm not even gonna try and count anything. But when I do, I'll get with you on that. But my first phase is just gonna be just varying all kinds of shit, man.
Well,
and I hope you're still open-minded for a discussion. You know, after I do that.
Trying to get usable data and trying to get a decent, accurate measurement of the gravitational constant is a very difficult thing to achieve. I can tell you that for sure.
Yeah, Mother Nature don't like to be found out.
Yeah, if you're not interested in a terribly accurate result, don't waste any time. Just get guitar strings for your torsion wire. That's what I used for the entire first series of tests. Was that steel string? Guitar string works fine. It's not as stable as the tungsten wire is, provided you're willing to let the tungsten sit there for a couple of weeks and work itself out, relax, and all of that. But that would be my suggestion. Just use regular guitar strings. Carbon steel wire works fine.
I got a bunch of different wires and lines, and I was just
watch out with fishing line, because that stuff is unpredictable as hell.
Yeah, I bet, but I can get that. I can get that the lightest. I can probably get the fishing line the very, very lightest to support the weight. Well, I don't know if that would help. I don't know if that would help. Maybe on the
listen. I'll tell you right now, it won't need to be the lightest you can think of. The Young's modulus for that stuff is about like 2 gigapascals or something, where steel is 72. So it's already going to be super sensitive.
Aren't some guitar strings braided?
I use just a plain steel string.
Okay.
He's
You
thinking
don't
about
want to use
piano.
those round strings.
Yeah,
That'd
piano,
be way too big anyway. Way
Okay,
too big.
I know some of them are braided.
In fact, just I ended up using .007 and .008, what musicians would call a 7 gauge or an 8 gauge wire. Try to find those. That's not easy to find. That's super, super light gauge. That's the E string on a guitar.
And the first 3 strings are braided, but not the G, E, and B.
Right. Those are wound strings, not braided, but yeah.
Wound, okay. Round braided.
Well, I mean, you can pull them apart.
Yeah, it's got a bronze or brass winding on it.
Right, but if you pull them apart, they're still...
It's a solid steel core with a winding on it.
I'll end the whole thing with this. Okay, I'm coming with some contention. Okay, to me, it seemed like you did a lot of varying, not a lot, but varying of electrostatic, and it was doing some movements and everything, and then you got it fine tuned. I act like it took 100 steps, but a few steps, and then a couple, just a few situations where the movement wasn't proper because of electrostatics. So electrostatics was obviously influencing the experiment. It just seems like when you got it all perfect and fine tuned, and then it did just what you want, then then there's no more electrostatics. Now it's mass attracting mass. It just seems a little bit biased, but like I said, that's just me giving my my point of view, my possible point of view. How about that?
Well, got to that point, Brian, with 330 gram weights and a steel string. Then I changed it to beryllium copper and ran 3 or 4 more tests, although that thing wouldn't settle down. It drifted a lot. So I didn't like having to constantly, between tests, go back and recenter the balance and stuff like that. Then I changed to the 780 gram weights and the tungsten wire. But all of those tests are in that report. With all those.
And one final question. I mean, is it fair to say that apparatus is sensitive enough to where, because of at your latitude, because of the Earth's rotation, it really, maybe I could argue that it should never really sit still at all, because it's way more sensitive than the human vestibular, way more sensitive. So why would it ever stop at all, ever, if the Earth is rotating?
Well, because the rate of rotation doesn't change; it's constant. There would be nothing to make it want to continue moving.
Yeah, it's not bumpy. It's real smooth.
It's making Foucault move. Why wouldn't
they just said the rotation sped up like a week ago?
But if it's moving, if it's a rotation, it is acceleration.
The movement of a Cavendish pendulum is horizontal, not in the vertical plane.
Right, but you're at a strong enough latitude. I mean, if you were just away from the equator any at all, we should see something. But it's just so sensitive of a machine. I mean, it's at least a good point to bring up that it should detect the Earth's rotation because circular motion is an acceleration.
Wait. A Foucault pendulum, I don't care what latitude you're at, will not swing all by itself.
No, it'll sit still.
It's a plumb bob. It will eventually.
Right, but it's not nowhere near as sensitive as the.
Yeah, but still, Brian, it will not continue its motion indefinitely. It will.
So the little bit of force
is
a little bit of force is enough to divert these heavy ass Foucault balls that has all that momentum going back and forth. It can move that.
That's the thing, Brian. The ball is not diverting. The base is what's moving.
But it's a gravity. It's a gravity pendulum. I got to go here in just one second. It's a gravity pendulum, Brian. It's swinging vertically. The Cavendish torsion balance is a horizontal pendulum. It is not swinging the same way.
Well, but still on the North Pole.
To that.
So on the North Pole, it would have the best chance of detecting the Earth's rotation. If it could detect Earth's rotation, the North Pole would be its best chance, right?
A torsion balance like that one will never measure Earth's rotation. It will never see Earth's rotation.
So Earth's constant acceleration.
Yeah.
Earth doesn't constantly accelerate.
It's a constant acceleration.
I argued, and they said that my vestibular system is barely not quite sensitive enough because it's like 0.2. It's like almost sensitive enough to feel the Earth's rotation, but not quite. But the Cavendish is way more sensitive to forces.
Right.
The Earth spin is supposed to be a force, right? It makes things lighter at the equator, so it's definitely an acceleration, right?
Right. You're saying a lot of things with that response. Let them respond.
Yeah, well, my question is,
okay.
It's a force, right? It's making things lighter at the equator, right? That makes it an acceleration, right?
Okay, but Brian, when you're doing Cavendish, the acceleration is going to come from the force you are creating between those masses. When you're talking about Coriolis, the Coriolis acceleration doesn't care about the mass of the object you're using. You have that; it's a tiny acceleration, but it's going to be the same acceleration regardless on what object you're using. So you don't need like an enormous amount of mass to create a significant acceleration. It's going to be that acceleration no matter what you're using. Now,
please open your mind when I say this.
Brian, I got to run.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
We'll continue.
Wait, one more thing, Blue.
I got a place I got to be. So.
All right, thanks for the chat.
All right.
All right, thanks for getting that.
Hold on, one thing. One thing. Okay, so if I move the Cavendish setup from the equator to the North Pole, okay, if I move just anything at all, it's going to be like a percentage lighter because of the Earth's acceleration. So on the equator, hold on, Paige. On the equator, it's going to be lighter. Hold on. So what is sensitive about is the Cavendish setup measuring enough force? Does it have enough gravitational force to overcome the 0.2% change in weight from moving from the North Pole to the equator? Because if
it being a constant, it won't matter. It's a constant, Brian.
No, it's listen. I'm telling you, the force that causes things to lose weight at the equator. That's your claim, right? Things lose weight
but it does everything
from the acceleration of the Earth, right?
Let me address that. Let me address that. So that difference in weight is an up and down difference in force, right? And
it's from the acceleration, right?
What?
It's from the acceleration of Earth, right?
You're in the middle of his explaining to you.
I'm just
cut him off right in the middle of what he's saying, and you're interrupting me before I can get through asking you to
Thanks for interrupting us.
Let him respond. And let him respond, just like you're interrupting me right now. Let him respond fully, and then you can rebut him.
Okay, next time don't interrupt us both. I was done saying what I had to say, pal.
Oh, I didn't hear what you said. I was just saying that Cavendish usually you isolate up and down force. You set up in such a way that it only matters a horizontal force, right? So what's your question?
Right. My question is it not the Earth's acceleration which makes objects lose weight at the equator?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have established that the Earth is accelerating, and it's more at the equator, and that it's horizontal motion at the North Pole that's making it that things feel the acceleration, like a Foucault pendulum is going to turn more due to Earth's acceleration and being on that plane, the horizontal plane, correct?
It will process faster. Yeah.
Yeah, because of the acceleration.
Not
And the fact
acceleration,
it's lined up.
movement, just the rotation. Just the
Well,
rotation,
Okay,
not the
like
acceleration.
Wait, we've already
rotation
established
imply.
it's the
Yeah.
acceleration causing all these things, Howard. It's the acceleration causing all these
Every
movements.
rotation has a centripetal acceleration. I think that's the acceleration that Brian's referring to. If that's the case,
Yeah.
then it's correct.
Yeah, so see, Howard? No, I'm just fucking with you. But okay,
So, yeah, but
now
go ahead.
what we know is this. What we know is this, okay? Is that the Foucault pendulum is gonna, because it's set up horizontal, it's going to get the most motion from the Earth's acceleration at the North Pole, right?
No.
You'll say anything to get out of weasel out
No,
of this.
yeah, it's not measuring that acceleration. It's measuring how much.
No, I said what's causing it to move more is because it's lined up with the plane, and it's moving
talking
more
about-
because of it's lined up with the Earth's acceleration. Right?
Why are you talking about Foucault and the Cavendish at the same time? I mean, it's different. It's a different
You'll
thing.
find out. You'll
Yeah,
find out.
I
I
think
just
he's
want to
trying
make
to
sure
make
these are all things y'all taught me.
You're conflating two or three things here. Actually,
Brian, the
These are all
Glovers
things
don't
y'all
like to
taught
talk
me,
about
so
the
I want to make
pendulum
sure that
anymore,
y'all taught me correct.
Brian, they don't like to talk about the pendulum anymore. I ripped that away from them. They
oh
don't
no,
want to
you
talk-
didn't. No, you didn't. Woodson, you misunderstood
sorry.
that
I'm
again.
just making
Like you
sure they all
misunderstand
agree
most
that
everything
it's the
else.
Earth accelerating. I'm just trying to make sure they all agree it's the Earth accelerating, causing all these motions.
The movement of the Earth is causing the motion. Okay, so
Begging the question.
The acceleration of the Earth, right?
No, the Earth
Wait, if
is
the Earth was
literally
moving in a
accelerating.
straight line, hold on. If the Earth was moving in a straight line at a constant speed, nothing would move, correct?
You can't have
If it's
constant
not
acceleration.
rotating.
That's stupid.
What do you
No,
mean?
no, I'm
You
saying
can't
if it
have
was moving in a
constant
straight
acceleration?
line, if it's moving in a straight line, they told me it could be moving 1,000 miles an hour. But if it's moving in a straight line at a constant speed, there's no acceleration, therefore no force. Okay, so but the fact that it's spinning 1,000 miles an hour, we lose weight at the equator. And since
It's
the
accelerating.
Foucault pendulum is lined up with the horizontal plane, that it's going to spin. The force is going to affect it the most at the equator, so it's going to spin the most. So I just wanted to make sure that all on turn that it's acceleration.
Brian, they live in a world where they have to say that it's accelerating, but it's constant. So, I mean, what can you do with that?
What?
As long as they acknowledge the
wait,
force.
okay, I'll ask you:
does
does the Earth have a constant speed? Yes or no?
A constant speed? No.
Oh, okay, because every time we ask you why don't we feel it, it's like, oh, it's constant. You wouldn't feel it. So
No,
then it's constantly changing, so you would feel it. Gotcha.
No,
it's constantly changing by such a small amount that your ears won't feel it because your ears are not that sensitive to movement.
The way we
Here's
say
my
you can't
point.
feel is a constant velocity.
Well, I built
not
up for a
constant
finale.
speed.
I built up for a finale. Let me at least give the finale. Okay, so the amount of motion we get from the Foucault pendulum is the force from 45 degrees to the North Pole is enough to move that weight, all that weight, a lot more. Once you put it in motion, it's enough force to move that weight.
No, the weight doesn't.
In a full. Let me finish, man. It's my
The weight
crescendo.
doesn't move.
Okay. The Foucault pendulum, it's enough to make it
weight's not
move
moving.
during. It's enough for us to see it move. Okay, so the fact that the fact that that acceleration, which changes speed, is not enough to make Cavendish experiment process one bit. I'm roboting. Hold on. The fact this crescendo is this. If you shut up, it's the fact that that extra acceleration making it spin more, and however it's doing it, it is making it spin more. That it's taking way more force to make that Foucault do a full circle than it is to even budge the Cavendish experiment, which is so sensitive a fly fart could
Oh
make
my
it move.
God! See, the problem is that you have a fundamental
Shut up!
misunderstanding of
I'm waiting on
Cavendish.
Bacon to respond. Get out of this conversation, please.
You have a fundamental misunderstanding of Cavendish. Cavendish is nothing more than conservation momentum. From the pendulum's view, the pendulum swings in the exact same axis as you started him. The Earth
So the
moves.
hurricane. So the hurricanes
a different
conserve
story.
momentum too, right?
Hurricanes a
The
different
hurricane-
story.
Dude,
Yes, hurricanes also.
you're
First thing,
attributing
hurricanes are also conservation momentum, but it's slightly different
Wait, why are they conserving momentum in different directions?
because it's a low pressure center. I've gone over this before. Hurricanes
No,
are a
but
low
if it's
pressure center.
conservation momentum, then it's either the pressure or they're conserving momentum because of Earth turn.
It's the same. They're caused by the same thing, the Coriolis effect.
So the pressure or the Earth turn. My point is that's a lot of way more force, okay, to make the Foucault spin. The Earth's acceleration is what is causing the Foucault to appear to spin, right?
That's correct. The rotation of
You've
the Earth
all
is
agreed to that,
making
okay?
the
So
Earth's
the Earth's
pendulum
acceleration
appear.
is measurable. It's literally measurable from the North Pole to the equator on a scale. Okay, so a device as sensitive as Cavendish that can detect earthquakes and that can move if you're too close to it and all this shit. It can't feel the Earth's acceleration. You are just being biased.
Because again, for you to have an effect like Foucault's pendulum, the reason why it precesses is because it's changing. It's moving through different latitudes, and each one of those has a different velocity, right?
Different acceleration, right?
No, a different velocity. It's not about the acceleration. It's not the acceleration. It's not the centripetal force that is causing Coriolis to happen. Because if that was the case, you wouldn't need motion. You wouldn't need to swing the pendulum, and that's the difference between the pendulum and Cavendish. Cavendish isn't moving back and forth.
So what's making us lose weight? What's making us lose weight at the equator?
It's the centrifugal force.
Right, a force, right?
Yeah, but it's
causing that force?
It's a constant force.
What causes every force? Can't we attribute an acceleration to any force, right?
And vice versa.
But what do you expect it to do to the Cavendish, Brian?
He expects
Dude,
the
I'm
Cavendish
just watching
to
y'all.
spin.
I'm just humoring myself watching y'all fucking dance like
No,
monkeys.
we're just watching you. We're trying to explain
I'm not going to interact with you
your fundamental misunderstanding and conflating that the Cavendish
I'm so
and
sick and tired of that, man. Never ever can we have a genuine conversation about something.
Just because you conflate these two
but someone
and think
doesn't
that just because
understand,
they're
and you
moving
just
on the
have to
Earth,
keep
they
bumping
should.
people when they're in
they
the middle of
should
saying what they have to say instead of giving an honest response in what they're saying to you. It's so dumb.
Yeah,
You're conflating two different
That was a
experiments
great point,
just because
Gregory.
they both
That was
move.
such a good point that Gregory made.
Well, no, he is. He's
I don't
trying
know
to.
what the other
Hey,
guy
hold
was
on, mass
saying, but
attracting
Gregory was
mass
making
is
a
an
really good
acceleration,
point.
right? Hold on, let's measure. Let's do the math. Hold on, let's do the math and see the acceleration of mass attracting mass, and let's see which comes out with more force: the Earth acceleration at the North Pole, or the Cavendish. Okay, because they're both accelerations we can measure, right? Right.
The Cavendish is set up on a horizontal, Brian. It does not affect the vertical.
I'm taking it to the North Pole, Howard, to get it perfectly aligned.
I still won't do anything because it's not moving that fast. For fuck's sake, you're like trying to take I don't know.
NASA, come on. Right, the force in Cavendish depends on the masses you're using. You have to use a lot of mass just to have a barely detectable acceleration. With Coriolis, you don't need that. Whatever object you're using, you already have that same acceleration. So it's much easier to pick up Coriolis force. So if you try to come up with a scenario in which Coriolis force would affect Cavendish, like the forces don't work the same way.
Okay, well, tell me. Okay, let's move this to 45 degrees. We'll move it to 45 degrees latitude. Tell me any force in the world we can apply to Cavendish that won't make it move, please.
Any force that is either up or down won't make it move, right?
I mean, you're going to have to tell me a force weaker than gravity, right? Because if gravity is the weakest known force and it makes it move, then that means every force makes it move. Okay, so is gravity? I mean, I think you're just misunderstanding the whole point. The whole point is the Earth's rotation is acceleration that changes in your model at different locations. Okay, it's enough to make you lose physical, visible pounds or a portion of a pound at the equator for moving a couple thousand miles from the North Pole
But
to the equator.
That's a vertical force, Brian. The vertical
Right,
forces are not gonna affect Cavendish.
Not at the equator, right?
Not
But
anywhere.
even then, hold on, an earthquake 4,000 miles away moved it. What makes you think
2,000.
accelerating
2,000 miles.
2,000 miles? What makes you think an
Brian, that was the
accelerating
fucking
planet
ground shaking. That was the ground shaking, Brian.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, so the Cavendish was more sensitive than. Do you think Blue felt the ground shaking where he was at?
Nope. Nope.
You're right, but the
We saw it
Cavendish
though.
did.
I was
though,
there.
right?
I was there. We saw it.
Right.
Yeah,
And the
because the ground
Cavendish
shaking
detected
isn't.
it. Cavendish detected it, but you didn't feel it, right? Same thing
Yeah,
as Earth
because it's not
rotation, as I'm saying.
It's not just an up or down
He's
force.
equating the ground
The
shaking
ground
to
shake,
centrifugal
yeah, the
force.
ground shaking is not the same thing as a constant down or up force, Brian. A constant force up and down on Cavendish is what is accounted for when you do the experiment horizontally. So you account for anything that is just up or down, and it is constant, right? So if you're not moving to a different location, that force is not going to change. You have a constant force that is just up or just down, and you set up the experiment horizontally, so that those forces are not going to be a thing. I don't see where you're seeing a problem.
It's an acceleration, bro, that makes things change.
But it's
weight.
vertical, and it's
No,
constant.
it's not vertical at 45 degrees latitude, bro.
Yeah.
It's
combined.
It's 45 degrees there, right?
Yeah, no, but not exactly, because
no, it is exactly in your model. It is 100% exactly 45
yeah. If
degrees.
you want to look to if you want to look to that
Why'd
force
you say
in
not
isolation,
exactly,
sure.
bro? When that's exactly
I'm
the
trying to explain
model.
you. Yeah, if you look to that force in isolation, sure, it's 45 degrees. But your downward direction.
If I look to the force in isolation, what's that mean? If I look to the force in
because
isolation,
there are other forces. Because there are other forces, right? That
right.
Yeah. So let me get there. You get what I mean if you just let me explain what I mean. So the most significant force you have is gravity, right? Under our model, you have gravity, which points more or less to the center of the Earth, and then you have the
no, wait. The weakest force is gravity, right?
Sure,
So
as a universal force, but I'm talking about the ones in a certain experiment. So if you drop an object, it's gonna accelerate due to gravity. You're not gonna.
No, it's gonna accelerate due to you picking it up.
No, when you drop it.
No,
in our model, the acceleration.
Show me something falling without you touching it. Show me something falling without you putting energy into it. You're dreaming.
It's not related to what I'm saying, Brian. I'm saying that if
you're acting like free energy picks something up, or you could undermine something.
No, I'm not talking about energy. I'm just telling you. If you want to know what's the most significant acceleration, that's gravity. When you drop something, that acceleration is going to tell you how quickly it's going to hit the ground, right?
Right, but if they're slammed on brakes, everything at the equator would initially start flying off at 1,000 miles an hour, right? Before gravity got a hold of it, it would initially fly off or over and out, but it would fly initially at 1,000 miles an hour, right?
Okay, but I'm trying to get to a point, Brian. Don't feel like you're letting me get there. So, you first have just gravity, right? Let's forget about the other forces. Just gravity. That's the most significant for something like I don't know, Cavendish. And then if you take into account Earth rotation, that adds a second force, right? Which would be the centrifugal force in that frame of reference, and it's pointing away from the axis of rotation, right? Those two forces combined give you the net force. That net force is still more or less pointing to the center of the Earth. It's a little bit tilted now because you added up centrifugal force. But now you have a new downward vector. The combination of those two is your downward vector. So now if you want to look to what's the centripetal acceleration, it is up and down because it's already combined with the force of gravity. None of those forces are changing. So the combination of them.
Guess what, man? Guess what? Them balls still would have changed weight if I moved from the North Pole, okay, to 45 degrees. I understand what you're saying about the vector and everything, but y'all like to ignore the fact that the Earth is accelerating, and if it slammed on brakes, everything at the equator would fly off at 1,000 miles an hour until gravity, you know. But initially, everything would fly off at 1,000 miles an hour. But that spins only enough to make things weigh like 1 pound less per 200 pounds or something. And but here's the thing: if that device is so sensitive, there's no way that you're going to get a force strong enough to make things change weight, enough to make me lose a pound or half a pound or whatever. You're telling me the Cavendish ain't sensitive enough to detect that at that angle? That's insane, bro. If it's getting micro vibrations that we can't feel from 2,000 miles away, bro. With the vector doing what it's doing from 2,000 miles away, we didn't feel it. The dog didn't even feel it. The fly fart didn't feel it, but the Cavendish felt it. Okay, now you're telling me that the force that makes it change weight is not going to detect the Earth's acceleration? That's insane, bro.
No, it is exactly what you should expect given the setup of the experiment and given how those forces are acting.
Very simple, very easy.
If you're going to convince me of that, then how fast would the Earth have to be accelerating for the Cavendish to move?
It
17 times faster than it is.
No, because I'm told that if the Earth was just a 100, maybe 150 miles per hour more, then we would detect it barely, but we'd detect it if it was a little bit faster.
Yeah, it would cause us to lose weight, but it would have to go for the rotation, for the centrifugal force to negate the force of gravity. Earth would have to be spinning 17 times faster than it is.
What are you talking about? Negate it. I'm not talking about negate it. I'm talking about getting something that's horizontally sensitive.
Instead of the Earth moving, can you please stop talking about it?
Yep.
It would also not be a problem for Cavendish. Now you would be floating, and you could still do Cavendish.
Yeah.
Look, bro, we're not moving, bro. That's my closing statements. Bro, we're not fucking moving. Open up your eyes, bro. I don't care about shape of that. We're not fucking moving, Bacon. All right, that's it.
Oh, yeah. I understand. I understand that point of view. I just don't think your argument that Cavendish should be sensitive because Foucault's pendulum can feel that is actually. I don't think that follows, given how those two setups are, those two experiments are set up.
But why would it not follow? If Foucault's pendulum can detect the motion of the Earth, why can't Cavendish?
Yeah, because the mechanism that allows Foucault to detect that is because it's moving horizontally, and it's going through different tangential velocities, and that accumulates over time, and then you see a precession. Cavendish isn't. It's just
Cavendish is doing the same, is it not?
No, it's not moving back and forth, is it? I mean, there's a slight motion.
Yes, it is moving back and forth, bro. What are you talking about? It's exactly moving back and fucking forth.
It's a horizontal organization, Brian. It's not swinging.
That's why I didn't put him at the equator, Howard.
So?
Even at the equator. Like, okay, it does move.
You just said it's not a back and forth. It's fucking exactly back and forth. Why would you say that?
Cavendish moves back and forth. Aren't you just measuring the acceleration between the two masses? Isn't that what you're doing in Cavendish? And it usually takes like a long time for them to get close to each other.
Bacon, you know how
it's a horizontal oscillation.
Bacon, you know how Cavendish moves?
Yeah, the masses accelerate towards each other.
It oscillates.
It moves exactly like this conversation. It moves around and around and around.
Yeah. I won't disagree with that.
Maybe you can rethink it all now that you're arguing on false grounds, Bacon. Yeah, it oscillates
What do you
back
mean
and
false
forth,
ground?
and it's the tension of the wire.
No, that's not honest response.
Let me
Brian.
learn it. Let me teach you, bro.
It's
the
not
tension
false
of the wire
ground.
that makes it go the other way.
Well,
And
you
then
don't have to. I don't think you have to wait until it goes back and forth. Like if you just.
But it does, though,
until you
Bacon. It
accelerate,
does.
you just have to measure. Yeah, if you leave it there, then it might. But you don't even need it. You just need to.
You can't measure it if that's the whole thing you're measuring, bro. What the fuck, dude? Why don't you just say anything?
Well, let me get to the end of the sentence. I'm just saying the Cavendish is only meant for you to measure the acceleration. So if you know the acceleration,
You're measuring the oscillations, bro.
Okay, aren't you using that to get the acceleration between the masses? Isn't that what Cavendish is measuring? There's no acceleration between the masses.
Listen, you can use a wire, use a certain wire, right? And the mass supposedly attracts the mass or whatever it is, okay? And then it gets close and it starts tensing up the wire, right? And it's such a sensitive device that it's barely moving toward the mass. But then the wire overcomes that and then makes it go out the other way, right? And you measure the distance. Okay, this is part of the equation. You measure the distance of the oscillations. You know, it goes back and forth and back and forth.
No,
And
it's the period. It's not the distance. It's the period of oscillation.
You can't have the measurement without. Yeah, right. It is the period, right? It's the period, but it's also the distance. Okay, or else you could just keep letting it go till it stops. You don't have to do that, but you need a couple points of oscillation, right? And then you measure the rate, right? I'm not arguing that, Howard, but he didn't even think that it oscillated.
Well, I don't think you need it. Like if you just wait until you get to the most extreme point, that's just enough. You already get the acceleration right there. And secondly, it's not a similar motion as you have with Foucault's pendulum. Foucault's pendulum is just following an inertial path. The single weight
I'm gonna pass the mic, bro. You're just making Bacon. Listen to yourself, please. Not trying to be a dick, bro. You just saying anything, man.
No, I'm reasoning with you. If you don't wanna do that,
I mean,
I
it
will be
doesn't
honest enough
matter.
to
The
say I
so-called
understand your argument, but
pendulum
I'm
is
gonna pass the
moving.
mic.
The bar on the Cavendish experiment is moving, so the motion of the Earth would
slowly.
make the objects move.
No, it
The
doesn't.
bar is rotating. The bar is rotating.
You say it doesn't,
what would you
but
predict?
it would.
The bar is
No, it
oscillating.
Yeah, the bar is
It's a
that's
pendulum.
Yeah, it's rotating around an axis, and then it's doing that back and forth, right? It's an.
It's
Yes,
a torsion.
that's one kind
It's
of
not a
motion
pendulum,
that the
it's a torsion.
so-called pendulum is doing, but they're both objects hanging on a string or whatever. So the motion of the
Yeah,
Earth
but
would
that string
cause them
isn't
to move.
changing, right?
No,
No,
it
because
wouldn't.
the string of Cavendish.
Why not?
isn't- I'm trying to answer you. The
Like,
string of Cavendish.
hang on, because this
You
is
want
where
the
Brian's critique comes in, where he says you're just saying anything to save your position. Can you really not concede that if we're living on a humongous ball spinning around in space, that objects that are hanging on strings would be moving consequential to the move of the Earth?
No, they wouldn't.
Why?
Well, because that rotation just give you one vector of force, and if that vector of force is constant, then things wouldn't be hanging all the time. Wouldn't be swinging all the time.
You can't
They
use
would
that
be-
vector, bro.
You're not moving in one direction.
The fact it's
You're
hanging
moving in two different
alleviates
directions.
that force. You can't use
I
the
can't
fact
hear
that
you
it's hanging.
just speak at the same
The
time.
whole reason we hang it, Bacon, is to eliminate the force, the downward force. We offset the downward force by hanging it. And then you're still talking about the downward force, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, but the Cavendish is the string that is hanging isn't moving back and forth. It's just twisting. It's just rotating. Its latitude isn't changing. It's not going
back and
through
forth,
different
just like the
tangent-
Foucault, bro.
No,
Going back and
the waves are going back and forth in both sides of the bar, but the whole thing itself isn't changing its position.
Dude, it's so many
just rotating
times
around the sun.
magnitude more sensitive than Foucault, bro.
But it's
I mean,
not
why
moving
can't
in
you?
the direction.
It doesn't matter.
If you'll acknowledge what my point, I'll drop it, bro. If you'll at least acknowledge what I'm saying, that the Foucault, the
I
Cavendish
am
is a very
acknowledging
sensitive
it.
setup.
I understand that, but it doesn't matter how sensitive it is if the setup is not affected by this
Made
force.
to
You're saying-
detect accelerations on the horizontal axis. So if we're not on the equator, then we're getting horizontal acceleration, bro. It's made to detect horizontal acceleration. For fuck's sake, quit lying.
Which you don't have.
You're fucking lying, bro. Stop.
No, you don't have you don't have a horizontal acceleration, Brian.
The acceleration you have is downwards.
This is obfuscation. This is why
all agreed that the Earth was accelerating.
It's
Y'all
fact.
all agreed the Earth was accelerating. That's the first thing we established.
When I conceive of your paradigm, we live on a ball spinning. And not only do we live on a ball spinning in space, but we live on a ball spinning in space and moving in various directions over time.
Are you familiar with
Then you
vector?
appeal to Foucault's pendulum, which is just swinging back and forth oh so gently, oh so beautifully. But the implication of your paradigm is that if the Earth was just sitting still in space and spinning, then it would just be constantly swung in one direction, not swinging back and forth. And if we were sitting on a ball, flying in multiple different directions, that pendulum would fly all over the place.
No, because of with constant motion. Again,
He thinks
it's
he's
not
on
the
fair
fact.
ride.
Wait, we all agreed the Earth's
Stop.
acceleration is causing all these
The
things.
swinging of the pendulum is not the interesting part about the Foucault. It's the precession of the pendulum as it's
Which is not in conformity with your paradigm.
Yes, it
if
is.
we were just
It
sitting
is.
still in space, spinning, it would just swing over to the left or the right, whichever way the Earth is spinning.
Hey, it does. It does. It goes in clockwise or counterclockwise direction.
No,
Depending on
it's
what hemisphere you're in.
just leaning one direction.
No, it wouldn't. Why would it do that? There's downward
I
acceleration.
don't know, the gyroscope and the hurricane, dude. Why doesn't the fucking pendulum go with
Because
the
it's a
gyroscope and the
pendulum.
hurricane?
Because it's a pendulum. It's not a gyroscope.
That's ridiculous.
You got
It's just
excuse for everything, bro.
You understand
analogous to a Ferris wheel. Your paradigm is analogous to a spin wheel on the playground that the child's trying to hang on to. It's spinning in one direction. The child is trying to hang on for dear life so they don't fly off with the conservation of momentum. That's what the pendulum should be doing in your paradigm. It's not.
Let's get on the flat Earth thrill ride. We're going to strap you in. We're going to put a helmet on you. We're going to strap you in nice and tight, and then we're going to spin you around one revolution every 24 hours. Wow.
Yeah, you do that.
Really knock
You
your
do
head
that. And guess
That'll
what,
knock
though?
your head
Guess
back.
what? Guess what?
That's
Walk
gonna
outside.
fucking knock your
Nothing's
head back.
falling. Nothing's moving.
Right,
Everything's
because
just
everything's
sitting
moving
there.
at a constant
And you know
velocity.
what? We started this conversation. Y'all all agreed the Earth's accelerating, and
No,
the
the Earth
Cavendish. No, you
accelerating.
can't take it back because
Oh
we
my
haven't
God.
recorded.
Accelerating.
Oh my God! Yeah, we haven't recorded. Y'all all agreed the Earth's accelerating.
The problem is that you are
Wait,
now
now it's not accelerating, Kate?
No, the problem is you're now using acceleration in a different manner. The Earth is rotating. If you want to consider that an acceleration, okay.
Past the point with this red
Tell me
herring.
when I can talk.
Is
Just tell me
not
when I
the
can talk.
constancy of the movement. The point is the direction, the very direction of the supposed movement of the Earth. If the Earth is spinning like you say it is, then the pendulum would just swing over to the left.
No, it wouldn't. It's not that fast. It's not accelerating like that. It's on a constant. It's rotating
Just
at a
like
constant
a child
velocity.
on the play wheel.
It's
You
rotating
just
at a constant velocity.
that
What's that
implication
change?
destroys your position.
Quit interrupting him, Paige. Sorry,
It's
go
at a
ahead.
constant
Start
velocity.
over. You shut up, Paige. Let him talk without you interrupting. Go ahead, dude.
Just like the child on the spin wheel. I forget what the thing is called, but that spin wheel where you spin it around and they try to hang on. That's analogous to your paradigm. And the child is trying to hang on to the spin wheel is like the pendulum.
Again, get on that spin wheel and rotate it once per day and see how much
Yeah,
throw you.
yeah, and if it slams on brakes, you'll fly off at 1,000 miles an hour. So how fast would we have to spin it to where if it slammed on brakes, we'd fly off at 1,000 miles an hour?
You know that when
Don't try and church it up, bud.
When you take speed doesn't matter. Your body doesn't sense speed.
You agreed it's an acceleration, pal.
The speed of the thing moving is going to make you fly away.
No, the acceleration makes you fly away.
Hey, Messerschmitt agreed. It's an acceleration at the beginning.
Because again,
don't interrupt me, dude. Don't interrupt me.
Now the problem is you're now
I'm trying to make a quick point without you.
I gave you one acceleration. Now you're saying that means that all accelerations you can dream up.
Fine. Let's fine. Since you want to change it from speed acceleration, fine. The acceleration of the thing spinning will cause the thing to fly away, and it will cause it to swing in one direction and stay hung in one direction until the spinning stops.
It's not that strong. It's not strong enough to do that. We're not spinning that fast.
It overcomes gravity from the North Pole to the equator, right? It overcomes the entire Earth's gravity.
At what percentage? At what percentage?
Like 0.9% or something.
Yeah, something like really.
But the entire Earth. Hold on. If it can overcome the entire Earth's gravity,
it's not though.
Why? Shut up. Let me say my statement. If it can overcome a small percentage of the entire Earth's gravity, and we counteract the Earth's gravity by hanging the Cavendish balls, then what makes you think that acceleration that Cavendish won't detect it? It's insanity, bro. You're trying to change your whole entire argument.
No, you don't. If you didn't think, are you serious? Or are you just pulling my chain?
No, are you serious or are you just pulling my chain? If the Earth was moving the way you believe it is, there would be so much cosmic disturbance. You would not be having.
No,
why does reality hurt you? Why does reality hurt your head?
Reality hurts you because you can't. It hurts my head to think that you're trying to conflate.
Bro, I'm fighting to bring you back to reality. You're brain dead, bro. I'm trying to wake you up. Yes, the fuck you are. Besides the shape of the Earth, I'm trying to teach you reality, bro, and it's hurting your fucking brain.
You don't understand. You see, you say, "Oh, hey, the old force effect. How big? The old force effect is like tiny. We're not, it's almost they didn't discover it till like."
Bro, your brain will make your brain is just saying anything it can. It's going from accelerating to it's not accelerating.
That's you, sir. You're trying to stream up shit. You're trying to conflate two different experiments done 2 different times by 2 different people and say they're the same thing.
This is obfuscation now. The point is
I'm
lost.
trying to teach you common sense, bro.
No, you're not. You don't have enough common sense.
The fuck I am, bro.
They're very different experiments.
Bro, you've contradicted yourself 5 times.
This is going nowhere.
Listen to me one more time, Brian. The swinging back and forth of the Foucault pendulum is not the movement that we're interested in. It is the precession relative to a observer not on the pendulum.
It doesn't matter if you're not interested in it.
Hold on. The Cavendish is set up to detect horizontal acceleration.
No, the Cavendish is set up to detect.
What do you mean, no? It's set up to negate gravity by hanging and to measure the acceleration of mass attracting mass.
The gravity is down. It's designed.
Right. That's why they negate. That's why it's hanging on it's hanging on a torsion bar to negate the downward fucking force.
No, it's not negated. It's still pulling down.
It's measuring the acceleration of the mass attracting it. Right?
Sideways.
It is
sideways,
built to detect horizontal.
Sideways. It
right. Sideways. Call it what you want, bro. So at 45 latitude, latitude. Just shut up and listen. Hold on. You're going to contradict again, ain't you? But it is a sideways acceleration, right?
Not designed for that.
Oh, so it's not designed for that sideways acceleration. Just the mass attracting mass sideways acceleration.
Fine, because that acceleration is around the center of the rotation of the torsion bar. That's the acceleration was designed. He measured it. He isolated from everything else.
Acceleration, right? So it is designed to measure acceleration then, correct?
Only around the center point of the torsion bar. It's very well designed to take out anything other. It's basically isolated.
Very good. Very good. So it is designed to measure sideways acceleration, right?
Around the torsion point, not eastward acceleration, not eastward movement of the whole planet, because that's one. It's in one movement.
Wait. The Foucault pendulum is balanced in the center too, correct?
But it is free to rotate in all directions.
So the Cavendish, and it's way more sensitive.
No,
the Cavendish is set up ultra sensitive to go any way it wants. You're a fucking idiot, bro.
Listen to me one more time. The reason that the focal pendulum is different is the focal pendulum is moving, i.e., swinging.
So is the Cavendish.
No, the Cavendish is rotating. That's different.
It's oscillating.
Yeah, but it's not. It doesn't have any.
Matter.
It's rotating.
The difference between the motion does not matter. You just refuse to pay attention to the fact that these objects are moving, supposedly, and that the movement would be consequential to the movement of the Earth. You're just negating that. You just refuse to acknowledge that.
You refuse to acknowledge the fact
following the implications of your paradigm.
You refuse to acknowledge that the focal pendulum and the Cavendish experiment are very different setups. The
Cavendish is way more sensitive.
But not hanging on Earth's rotation. It has been isolated from Earth's rotation. The entire
Does it distinguish accelerations, Spade? How can it distinguish accelerations?
So sick of him dominating the room with his sophistry. The implication of your paradigm is that if the Earth was spinning, these objects would be spinning in the direction the Earth is spinning. It's very simple, just like the children on the play wheel.
You're the sophist, sir, not me. You have an
But we don't see that in reality, so it's not the case.
Can I
try to answer, Brian?
The pendulum swinging back and forth on your ball that's spinning at 1,000 miles per hour is not the implication of your paradigm. It makes no sense. We're supposedly living.
First of all, we don't. First of all,
but the pendulum is just swinging back and forth so gently.
We do not rotate in miles per hour. Miles per hour is not a measure of rotation. We rotate in like degrees per time.
Adjust the point. My point stands.
No, it doesn't, because you're measuring with the wrong unit. It's like saying, "Oh, I would like 5 months of gas, please."
What's the right unit?
I just told you, degrees per time, radians per time.
So say that, and my point stands. Substitute miles per hour with that, my point stands.
Can I try to answer Brian? Because I think Brian's making a different point than Gregory. I think Gregory is trying to argue for a lot more implications than what Brian's trying to argue for.
No, Brian has agreed with me earlier.
And I'm not saying he's disagreeing with you.
But the Cavendish was built to measure acceleration, bro. To measure sideways acceleration. Point blank. It can't distinguish. Every time I go to talk, dude, I'll shut up for 5 minutes.
I was speaking.
Anyway, hold on. It's specifically built so that it's so sensitive. It's ultra fucking sensitive to measure sideways acceleration. It can't distinguish what's accelerating, but the Earth's acceleration is way stronger than gravity. Okay, on that scale, it's enough to overcome gravity. The fact the Cavendish is hanging is to overcome and to the downward vector to make it a sideways acceleration it's detecting.
A rotation
let me answer that.
Around the point. It's not that sensitive to the motion of the Earth. That is what
it's free to move. It's free to swivel, bro.
It doesn't matter. There's no mass out there. It's not moving. There's no conservation of mass. That is the conservation of momentum. Excuse me. That is what the focal pendulum is.
We started off by you agreeing that we are accelerating, and if we slammed off brakes, we would fly off at 1,000 miles an hour. And if we moved from the North Pole to the equator, we'd lose a pound. We established that from the get-go, bro.
Nowhere near a pound.
Well, it depends on the mass. Because,
it's very near a pound. I think it's a little over a pound.
No, it depends on how much mass you're moving.
It weighs 300 pounds, bro. It's at least a pound.
It's going to be proportional to the mass you're moving.
Close to 300 pounds. That's about half of that.
Let's not branch the conversation even more. Let me just try to answer. I was trying to answer to Brian. Is that
Did you go through the calculation?
Shut up, Brian.
Yeah, the net force between the force of gravity and the centrifugal force from Earth's rotation, the net force of those is your downward vector. So when you're
on the equator, right? At the equator, correct?
Everywhere.
Oh, at the North Pole? At the North Pole?
Yes.
Okay, so they cancel each other out.
Yeah, if you sum up your...
How about 45 degrees latitude?
There too. If you sum up...
Then why do we lose weight, bro? Why do we lose weight then?
Precisely because of that sum of vectors. If you sum up those vectors.
No. We don't stay constant like you're trying to say.
Well, let me.
You said it's constant, but yet we lose weight.
Yeah, it's constant if you're not going to a different place, which is not happening on Cavendish.
But
So
you
if you're
just
going
said
to a
it
different-
won't change. It won't change, bro. Does it change or doesn't it?
In what scenario?
The centrifugal force does not balance with gravity equally from the equator to the North Pole, pal.
That is not
Anyway,
what
I
I'm
asked you to do the equation. How
Right.
fast would the Earth have to be rotating for the Cavendish to feel it? Because an extra 100 to 150 miles, the human vestibular system would detect it just a little faster, and
Bro-
humans would detect barely, but we would detect it, most of us. Okay, so how much faster would it have to be spinning for Cavendish to detect it, please?
Brian, that is not what I'm saying. I wasn't saying that the force of the centrifugal force is aligned with gravity. It's not aligned with gravity. It's only aligned with gravity at the equator. If you're not at the equator, those two vectors are not. They don't have the same direction. So if you add them up, you get a third vector as a result, and that's your local downward direction. It's not aligned with gravity. It's not aligned.
You
with
just
gravity.
said it.
It's also
You
not
said it
aligned
did at
with
the North
centrifugal
Pole.
force.
That's exactly what I said. I said only at the equator, and then I said,
No.
"What about at the North Pole?" And you said yes. At the North Pole, you said yes. Do you want me to
Yes to
make a
what
video?
question?
About it? You want me to mock you in a video?
No, I did say yes to the question that your local vector is the sum up of the centrifugal force vector and the gravity vector. That is everywhere. Whenever you are, if you sum up those two vectors, you're going to get your local gravity vector, which is not going to be.
Good.
So, like the Earth is not supposed to be spherical, right? It's supposed to be an ellipsoid, and the reason why
Oh, for
the surface.
fuck's sake!
Why is that a problem? That should be the case if you want a horizontal to be
Bro,
perpendicular.
go back and listen to yourself, please. When we're done, go back and listen to yourself and listen to
I know
Paige.
exactly what I said.
Just
So tell me what's the
objectively,
problem.
dude, it's fucking pathetic.
What's the
It's
problem with
pathetic
what
that
I
you
said?
think that
It's pathetic because Cavendish is made to detect acceleration on a horizontal axis.
Around the
No,
center of rotation of the mechanism.
Gravity's
It's
an
isolated from
acceleration,
everything
right?
else.
Paige, ain't gravity an acceleration?
Oh, fuck it, but downward.
Cavendish
Right, but the
detecting
mass
torque.
is not downward, right? We hang
Hey,
it
just
from a.
stop talking to them. They're not going
Hey,
to follow
wait
the
a minute.
implications of a
No,
paradigm.
no, the thing is, the Cavendish is
They don't
oriented
want to
in a
be
horizontal
consistent. They just want
position
the paradigm.
such that it will negate the downward acceleration of gravity. So you don't
Not
have to
just
worry
gravity.
about gravity.
So the less gravity side to side. So the acceleration side to side can be
Damn.
measured, right? The
It's
tiny
fucking
little.
ridiculous, man.
Wait,
It's been
Howard, what's
explained
ridiculous
thousands
that
of
the
times.
Cavendish? What's ridiculous that the Cavendish offsets the downward vector so it can measure the delicate little side to side acceleration? Howard, this is gold, guys.
It doesn't
This is
offset
gold.
the downward vector. It doesn't
I
offset
have
the
to
downward
agree
vector.
with
It
Brian.
hangs there.
I have to kind of agree with Brian. 'Cause I don't think Howard's answer was correct because when you set up it horizontally, if it was just to be perpendicular to gravity, then yes, the centrifugal force of the Earth would not be cancelled by this setup, but it's not aligned with gravity. It's aligned
Right.
with.
So I hear a yawn. So wake up, bro. Wake up, bro.
That's what I
Wake
mean.
up.
It's not
Wake
aligned with
up.
gravity.
Yeah,
I hear
it's
you
aligned
yawning.
with.
Beside
Wake
the
up.
point.
Let me
It's
finish my
not that
point, Brian.
difficult. You refuse to follow the implication of your
It's aligned.
pointing
It's
out the
aligned.
implication of the paradigm. If the Earth is spinning,
Never mind.
Foucault's pendulum would see it, detect it, and Cavendish experiment would
And
see
it
it,
does.
detect it, but
No.
it doesn't.
Because the focal pendulum
you're
sees
wrong.
gravity and detects it and stays, and that's why we see the precession.
You try to
of the
negate
pendulum.
what Brian is saying by appealing to, well, it's designed for this. Regardless of it being designed for this, the implication is that if the Earth
No,
is
it was
spinning,
designed to
all
outside.
these
It was designed
objects
to.
that are
The
not fixed
Cavendish
and
was
solid and
designed to
rigid to the
isolate
Earth,
itself.
as you rumpus me in the middle of the sentence.
That's because
All
you're
these,
you're
as
going
you
on.
rumpus
You're
me in the
going
middle
wrong.
of the sentence,
Nessa,
You're
let
going
him
wrong.
finish.
Oh, for fuck's
Let him
sake!
finish. Otherwise,
as
he'll never
you,
finish.
all these objects that
Wait,
are not fixed and rigid would be swinging in the direction the Earth is spinning. That is the implication. But then you try to negate that by saying, "Oh, but the experience is not designed this way." It's beside the point. The Earth, the world you see around you is not behaving the way it would, given the paradigm you subscribe to, with its implications.
We're
The
not
implications
spinning
of your
that
paradigm
fast.
are not manifest. Therefore,
We're
it's not the case.
We are not spinning fast enough for you to get the effects that you think you should get. We're not spinning anywhere near your freaking
Unjustified
funhouse.
retort.
No, it is. It's totally justified.
Justify it.
I just did. It's not spinning fast enough to do that. We're
How do
only
you
doing
know?
one rotation. You want to calculate the forces. We're doing one rotation every 24 hours. Strap in.
Okay.
We're gonna.
So let's do the math, Kate. Let's do the math. So how much
You don't know
weight
math.
would
Math is done.
Yeah, I don't. How much weight would the Cavendish balls lose if they're 100 kilograms at the North Pole, and then we move them to the equator? So let's offset the math. Bacon, you're good at
They would
math.
weigh the.
Let's offset
They
the
would
math.
weigh the same.
No, they wouldn't.
No, they wouldn't.
God.
No, they wouldn't weigh the same. I'm sorry. I'm talking about the horizontal force between the masses would be the same. But yes,
yeah.
they would weigh less at the equator.
They'd weigh like
Right, so the sideways force changes by like percent, 1%. Okay, does the
No, less
balls?
than that. The difference is like
I give up.
0.03%, like 0.003.
Yes. Very
This
little.
effect is very small. We're not spinning fast enough.
If I weigh 200 pounds, Paige, if I
where's
weigh
the
200 pounds, how much am I going to weigh? If I weigh 200 pounds at the North Pole, what am I going to weigh at the equator?
Where's the calculation that says how fast you have to spin in order for things to happen the way that
you
the way
See
that
where you
Gregory
stand at this
thinks?
moment. What's
If
causing
you
us to
weigh
lose
100
weight?
pounds, if you weigh 200 pounds at the North Pole, you're gonna lose a pound at the equator.
That's why I tried telling him. He tried changing it to 0.003 because he's a fucking piece of shit liar.
Well, because he's saying, well, that's a percentage. I think it's 0.005 from the North Pole to the equator.
The point is lost
No.
again. After I said what I said, NASA responded.
He said I wouldn't even lose a pound.
The implications of the paradigm. So how do you know those are not the implications of the paradigm?
Measurable.
We've taken stuff
that's
in
no.
order to get the effects you want. You to be
measurable.
spinning much faster.
It's 0.5, Bacon. It ain't
Well, I've lost
0.05.
answer
Or
again, 'cause you
especially
keep
not
talking to one another.
0.005.
Point
0.5.
no 0.5%, 0.005.
If it was 1%, I'd lose 2 pounds if I weighed 200, bro.
Yeah, it's
0.5.
half percent, but I wasn't saying percentage. I just
You said
something.
0.005, trying to.
Yes,
it's just
this
your
is
brain. I don't blame you.
percentage.
It's your brain
This
trying
is-
to agree with fat ass.
Because I wasn't using percentage. I was just telling you how much of the value. It's times 0.005.
You said 0.005. What does that mean? What
Yeah,
is 0.005? What else
this
could
how
it
much-
possibly mean? Bro,
Stop
you're going back to
screaming.
sleep on me. You're
Let me
you're
answer.
driven.
God damn it.
Brian, you can't keep doing that. 0.005, how much you multiply your weight? You multiply your weight by 0.005, which is half a percent.
What are you two talking about right now?
Exactly right. That's exactly correct.
It's
What are you
0.5.
talking
doesn't
about right
understand
now?
that.
I mean, it's wait. 0.005. That's 5 1,000ths. That's not 5. That's
Gregory,
not
what
5
they're
100.
talking about, Gregory, is the difference in weight between the pole and the equator is 0.5%.
Why did we zip to that? From
I
my
see what he's
question?
saying. I see what he's saying, though. I see what he's saying, but still, it's not. You can't call it a percent. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't understand. My question is, NASA retorts back to me, Gregory, what you say is implied by my paradigm is not implied by my paradigm. What you think would happen would not happen. How do you know?
Because we're not rotating fast enough.
It's measurable,
How do you know that?
Because we
It's
can measure how
measurable.
fast we rotate.
Bro, if you say we're not rotating fast enough, you have to have a comparison.
Yeah, we can take it and we have your little fun house thing. Just so you can calculate how fast the Earth would have, you can calculate how fast the Earth would have to rotate in order to have you fly off it. It's quite fast.
Well,
Significantly
just
faster.
to negate, like I said, just to negate the force of gravity, the Earth would have to spin 17 times faster than it is. And then you would just float.
How did you come to that conclusion?
You do the
Just
calculation.
math.
Something.
Can you explain more? Then why the fuck do y'all say that? That is so ridiculous. You sit up here acting like you so knowledgeable, and then the answer you give me is just calculation. Can you explain?
Yeah,
Look at this
we're
equation.
we're
Here are these
telling you that
variables. Explain.
Well, brother,
that's the
I'm
implication.
sorry you don't understand, but
You
that's the
haven't
way it is.
explained anything. What do you mean? I'm sorry you don't understand.
Yeah, the,
Well, you apparently don't.
I mean, if you know Newtonian mechanics is not that complicated
And you
to
don't
calculate.
understand. Oh my God,
If
that's heroic,
Like, of
Howard.
course I
That's
don't understand. You
ridiculous.
haven't explained nothing yet.
yeah, if you
Let me
know
give you
Newtonian mechanics,
a comparison. Let me give you a comparison. So I said the Earth, when we calculated this according to the centrifugal force and everything, and the downward acceleration of gravity, we decided that the Earth would have to be spinning 17 times faster. And then it dawned on me, how fast is the ISS going? Well, that comports with what we calculated.
Weird.
What you're failing to understand is that the masses change. The Cavendish masses will change from the equator
No,
to
they
the
will never
North Pole,
change.
but it's
No, the mass
it's built-
doesn't change.
It's built to
No, wait,
let
no,
me
wait.
finish.
Mass
It's built.
doesn't change.
I know that's what I'm trying to say. It's a downward vector, so it's a wash. Okay, the Cavendish is built to measure horizontal acceleration.
It measures
Agreed?
mass.
Hey, is it
of
not
mass.
built to ultra
Around
sensitive
the central point.
right around the central point to measure horizontal acceleration? Correct. Both directions around the central
Not
from
exact.
oscillation. Okay, now if we're not at the equator, okay, then we're going to have a horizontal force on us, right? I know. I mean, just please be honest one time. Find another way to weasel out of it.
Howard, can
Trying to
you
explain it
repeat your
in a way
answer
that
you
you'll
said to me?
understand, and it's obvious you won't. So I'm just going to
It's a
stop.
simple question, bro. It's a simple question. If we're at 45 degrees latitude, isn't there going to be a horizontal acceleration?
No, the acceleration is
The entire
no.
machine is accelerating at the same rate.
It's going to be half of what's at the North Pole, right?
The entire machine will be rotating at the same rate, no matter where you are on the Earth. You won't see any.
That's not my argument, bro. That's not my argument.
You won't
My argument
see
is
any movement of the Cavendish rotating pendulum because of the movement of the Earth. It's designed to
at 45 degrees. At 45 degrees, you're going to get half.
I think that
let him finish. Let him finish
experiment
so we
at
can
about
answer him.
40 degrees. So
Go on, Brian.
I'm sure it's exactly half, okay? Because 30 might be half. So let's go to 30. Okay, 30 degrees latitude is going to get half of the, it seems like it would be 45, but it's literally 30. So at 30 degrees, it's going to get half of the horizontal, it's going to feel half of the horizontal force than it did from the North Pole, right? So it's going to lose 0.25%, basically.
that's a weight.
Oh, it does.
It measures mass. The mass
doesn't change linearly,
change.
but let's say that's the right answer. So go on.
Okay, so it's a acceleration causing that weight change, right? It's the Earth's acceleration causing that ultimately.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, okay. So the reason it's not losing the whole entire pound is because some of that acceleration is horizontal. It's not lined up vertically. It's lined up at an angle, right?
No, because if you are at the equator, you would still not lose the entire. Oh, you mean right? The time pound you would if it was at the equator, right?
Okay, so there's an acceleration difference at the North Pole and 30 degrees latitude.
Oh, it's one thing you also you can't forget is that when you apply that force that remove how much you said 0.2 pounds, is that what you said?
I was just saying 0.25%, like half a pound.
All right, so the force that makes it lose half a pound changes the direction of down, right?
Yeah.
Right. So if we now orient Cavendish in this new
right, it goes from
direction.
straight down. So it does go from straight horizontal to straight down, and then we're talking in between, right? It does. So the force is straight down, and then at the equator, it's straight vertical, right? I mean, it's straight horizontal at the pole and straight vertical at the equator, right?
Yeah.
So it's half and
Okay.
half.
So, but you understand that the acceleration due to the rotation is a lot
Well, you
smaller
said-
than the. Well, I wasn't.
Yeah,
I didn't finish the question.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah.
Right. So the acceleration due to rotation of the Earth is a lot smaller than the acceleration due to gravity, right? So
Wait,
when
say
you
that again. Say that again.
Okay, so we have two accelerations. We have the acceleration due to gravity, and we have the acceleration due to Earth's rotation, right? So we have two accelerations, correct?
Prove it.
Well, literally, we have three. We have the Earth's acceleration, the gravity, and the mass of the lead balls.
Well, the mass isn't an acceleration.
Wait, Bacon, didn't we already discuss how, like, if
the force between the lead balls, right? That's y'all's whole claim. The force between the lead balls, the acceleration between.
Right. Well,
Brian, why don't you just cut it off at the head, though? Like, what's the?
I mean,
why would you not just cut it off?
that
at
would
the
be
head?
no fun. That wouldn't be no fun.
It is fun. It is fun. Even if all of what you're saying is true and all of these results are actual and consistent, it doesn't in any way prove that the Earth is spinning. You'd get the same exact
one's saying
result
that.
if the sky was spinning.
Yeah, but that's no one's
Thanks for
argument.
playing. Yeah, because it
No,
decapitates
hey, Witsit,
your
take
whole
over.
talking
Witsit, take over. I'm exhausted. Take over.
Oh, that's it. It just decapitates the whole talking point. It doesn't matter how many details you want to go into about what you think's happening. And well, if we assume the Earth's spooning, this is how it would work, and this would be different. And we have the accelerative, and we have the gravitational, and da 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 da. That's just all a cool story, bro. But the fact of the matter is, you'd get the same effect if it was the sky moving around the Earth.
By what mechanism?
Yeah, entirely. Yeah, Mach's principle, but that's an entirely different. That's entirely different conversation. Like I was trying to address Brian's point.
It's the
Let me
overarching
just
conversation.
just finish what I was saying. I was trying to answer Brian's point that the Coriolis force should affect Cavendish, right? So in your scenario in which the sky is rotating, that creates the same forces that we call pseudo forces. It would make the same prediction, so it would in no way address what Brian's saying. No.
Because this decapitates the whole thing, though.
No, Brian would still be wrong under that scenario, because if you still have the same. I
know I'm wrong, bro. I know I'm wrong. We're not moving, dude. Cavendish ain't gonna detect us moving because we ain't moving, bro. I know I'm wrong. I'm trying to point out the consequences of y'all's claims. I'm gonna make a video, but I'm gonna make it friendly. And
Why don't you point it out when nobody's talking, Brian?
Wait till they hear it, bro. Wait till they hear how many times
they want to do
contradict
this.
their own
They
self.
want to do this where they can go all in the weeds and try and find where they can pretend that you just don't understand. And because they want to paint this illusion that like it's just the Globers actually understand these things, and the flat earthers just don't understand them, and that's why they're flat earthers. But ironically, it is quite opposite, as you guys don't even understand the implications of your claims. Like I'll just read Skypush right here. Y'all, in all caps, must dismiss the Foucault pendulum because it destroys the non-rotating Earth.
Good. We're not
And
talking
now
about
we have
Therefore-
NASA saying yep.
Therefore,
right? So
therefore, you must destroy it because it disproves your flat Earth illusion.
For what
So
it's worth, I saw this coming.
You go all in
Saw it
for it.
coming.
You got to destroy this.
Oh, what
piece.
coming? Am I not allowed to talk? Okay.
No,
let me go
no.
back to watching you guys run through the weeds.
Well, they were also wrong about the weight differential in the North Pole, the equator. They're also wrong, right? That has nothing to do with gravity or Coriolis or any of that. I don't even know why that was brought up or relevant.
What does it have to do with? Why is it?
I'm just trying to repeat their claims. I'm trying to make them face the consequences of all the shit they've told me.
Well, I mean, on my picture, I think it's a simplistic diagram.
It's insulting, though, dude. It's insulting. The textbooks will tell us since we're moving it.
Nobody.
No, wait. I didn't hear you. I'm sorry, bro. You're muffled.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I posted an image at 4:11. It's approximate numbers. I didn't take any time to try to figure out what the real numbers would be. But you have a gravitational force, the force down. You have the angular acceleration, 0.0015 at 45 degrees. And that's the really approximate. And then you sum those two together, and you end up with a green line slightly tilted off from where it was.
Yeah, is that stronger
Okay,
than
so-
a gnat fart? Here, go ahead, Austin.
Well, here's the point. So his comment is objectively wrong when it says it destroys the non-rotating Earth, the Foucault pendulum. That's objectively wrong.
No,
When
no,
NASA
it's
jumps in and says,
100% right.
"No, it's not."
Yes, it is.
So
They knew that back in 1851 when he did it.
yeah, so actually, what happened in 1851, which you will interrupt. Let the audience take note. This guy can't not interrupt. So in 1851, then when they actually did it, the first time they did it, it went the wrong way. And then they
Ooh.
messed with it a little bit, and then they got it to go the right way.
Well,
and
good.
it just did it one time, and then they called it a day. But according to Einstein himself,
Which you're
listen
misinterpreting.
carefully.
You're
Now this is where
you're gonna
look.
misinterpret this, I'm
This
sure.
is
Let's go.
because NASA had. This is why NASA likes to come here, because he doesn't have any accountability. And even though I exposed him thoroughly
You haven't
about
all you've
2
done is
hours,
expose yourself as an idiot, Whitsit.
why
I'm
are you
sorry.
interrupting me?
Shut up, you fat piece of shit. Let him
Well,
talk.
come on. No, let him insult me some more. I mean, I can't insult him back. I
You
understand.
just called him an idiot. Shut up, and he won't be fucking so fucking talkative. I mean, let him get to his point.
Yeah, he said his point. Like, how many times you gonna let him say his
You
stupid
never
point?
talk unless somebody else is talking. That's when you.
Well, that's
you
because
just
you
can't.
guys, people like you, don't stop talking.
Bro,
You dominate
I'm
these
curious, do the Globers condone NASA's
between you
behavior? Do the Globers condone his behavior?
Between you and Whitsit, you talk like 90% of the time.
Bro,
I've
have
been in
some
here for
dignity.
I've been
Let
in
him
here
talk.
not
He didn't
talking
say
for the
shit for 2
last
hours.
2 hours. I've literally been sitting here quiet for 2 hours, NASA. So every time a flat earther talks, you interrupt him. So stop self-projecting. The reason I'm saying I'm exposing you is because you just did it again. You jumped in, you interrupted me. You said I'm misinterpreting him. But we found out earlier that when you said that, you actually have never even read it. So you don't know if I'm misinterpreting it or what the accurate interpretation would be because you've never read it. You
Oh,
just
I'm
keep
sure.
saying that
Well,
over
because
and over because you're dishonest. You are
no,
a
because you sir are
dishonest human
dishonest.
being.
You are
No.
dishonest.
So
Every time you quote Einstein, you quote him incorrectly. So I'm just, if you want to call it an assumption, fine, call it an assumption. I'm assuming that you're going to misquote him again because you always do.
Yeah,
I
that's the
never
most
misquoted
honest
him.
thing you almost said.
And I've heard this one before, and from what I can read up on it, you are misquoting him once again. But okay, go.
Okay, so you're just saying things, and this is why he won't offer any specificity because he's just bullshitting. And this is kind of my whole point. I don't know why the Globers allow it either. Like, why it makes your side look bad, just like certain flat earthers make flat earth. You see what I'm saying? This guy's behavior doesn't do anything for the Glober side.
Oh, I know. I get
And like,
I
so
get
I'm
with you and
curious.
wrestle in the mud. I understand.
Shut up, dude. For fuck's sake, shut the fuck up, man. Have some dignity.
Yeah, we have Glober
Here's
moderators
Brian
in
tell
here.
me-
I'm confused
here's
why
Brian
they
to
don't
tell
ever
me.
check NASA. Why is it that the Glober moderators don't check NASA? Because
There are
just
no Globe
objectively,
moderators.
he's constantly Left Lane is a moderator. He just
Yeah.
constantly interrupts, right? So this is objectively the situation. Bacon will agree with you. So maybe NASA and Bacon should argue about it because he agrees with what Einstein said, and you haven't read it yet, but you know that we're wrong about it.
Yep.
And that just shows dishonesty.
No,
Okay,
actually, it
so
shows pretty much what you do all the time. What's it? You're a
Okay,
dishonest fuck.
Dude, you're NASA. You're so dishonest. Will you at least listen and then apologize when he's done?
No, I'm not going to apologize to Whitsit ever. He's a
We know
dishonest
you're not going to
fuck.
apologize because you have no pride or dignity.
Oh, but if you actually say something right, I'll tell you say something right. But you haven't.
Bro, all you do is
Brian,
mumble
you've
in
never
every time
said
somebody goes to
anything right.
talk.
And you interrupt
Just
me
listen.
now.
Just let him finish, dude. Let
I'm
him
right with you
finish.
using your tactics, and you get upset when I use your tactics.
You are interrupting him. Let him finish,
Okay.
and then open
Come
your
on,
fat
I'm actually
mouth.
in the middle of loading, so I can't do anything. But y'all chill, man.
Yeah, so actually, this is what I'm going to do. NASA, if you continuously interrupt me every time I talk, I'm just going to mute you because I've given you like 50 opportunities today alone. So, anyway, this is the truth of the matter. You guys are getting into the weeds about, well, is the observation legit? And like, does it work within the globe explanation? Well, before we get there, we need to just acknowledge the objectivity in the fact that according to Einstein himself, according to relativity itself, according to the globe model itself, relativity, okay, not the anti-flat earthers, but just the actual model and the actual person that brought you relativity, you would get the same effect of centrifugal force in a translation of motion from the system revolving around a stationary Earth. So when you guys say this destroys a non-rotating Earth, you're just wrong within your own paradigm, meaning you don't actually understand what you hold to be true yet. So the first step would be making sure that you fully understand it before going around and trying to insult people about how stupid they are for not also believing. So there you go. I've already dropped it for you in the chat. It's a very simple concept. It isn't complicated. It just requires a little bit of intellectual honesty, and it would require some people in here to swallow their pride and ego because they've been screaming that Foucault's pendulum destroys a non-rotating Earth for many years. But sometimes in life, you gotta be humble and admit when you're wrong.
What's it? You got first off, we're not talking about Foucault's pendulum. We're talking about Cavendish. So you might want to try and catch up and keep up with the topic.
No, we started with Foucault, bro. It's all related.
But we're talking about Cavendish.
Yeah. First of all, I was responding to the comment about Foucault's, which you guys were bouncing back and forth. Secondly, we had already talked about Cavendish like an hour ago, and Blue was in here admitting that whenever he couldn't fully control electrostatics, it continued to mess with the result. So him himself admitted that the change in the result was always from electrostatics, even with it grounded. So that's cool. We've already discussed that, and that's not what we're talking. Whenever you guys make claims that quote unquote detecting effects of Coriolis prove the Earth is moving, you are wrong within your own paradigm.
Well, and as far as him claiming that it was all electrostatic, that's a horse shit. Because after he corrected the electrostatic problem, the effects still happened between the masses. So what would happen is it would move towards the side of the cabinet because the wood had a charge. He put in a Faraday cage, essentially. He copper lined the chamber, which then eliminated that, and the pendulum would not pendulum well, whatever the hell you call it, the mass would stay still. Then you put a mass there, then it would move through a Faraday.
Yeah, so Faraday cages don't eliminate electrostatics. They just attempt to minimize the effects of electrostatics. As we've already covered, if you tried to buy the most expensive Faraday cage in the world, it still would admittedly not attain zero. Now, the reason that's important.
Austin, you said Foucault was not 1851, right?
Yeah, 1851.
A quick word to support you is they were having this argument in the early 1900s whether the Earth was rotating or the heavens were rotating. And I pulled this up, so it says, quote, to the question whether or not the motion of the Earth in space can be made perceptible in terrestrial experiments, we have already remarked that all attempts of this nature, all attempts, including, I would think that they know about Foucault and that attempt. Okay, so all attempts of this nature led to a negative result. Before the theory of relativity was put forward, blah, 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 it was difficult to become reconciled to this negative result. Physicist Albert Einstein. Thank you.
That's right.
I disagree with him vehemently.
Okay, so you disagree with Einstein. Okay, but this is the reason that it's not as... This is the reason... Well, I just now quoted a letter where he specifically is talking about Foucault's pendulum, because what we found out was when we talk about, look, you guys talk about gyroscopes and how a ring laser shows the Earth is spinning by using lasers and light. And then we show, look, he actually said optical experiments can't prove the Earth is moving in the context of Michelson-Morley using lasers. And then you guys say, no, he's just talking about light. He's just talking about optical experiments, which means under your own script, then you can't bring up the ring laser gyro anymore, according to Einstein.
Ring laser gyro is not really optical; it's defined optical.
They don't understand, Witsit. They really, truly don't understand.
You can't say optical means every bit of light ever.
What's terrestrial mean,
No,
Paige?
ring lasers use light. Yeah, but so then the next quote says any terrestrial attempt, meaning anything on the Earth. Anything on the Earth. And this was 70 years after Foucault's pendulum. And then we've now brought to the table a letter, because the Globers still try to dismiss it. Now we've brought a letter where he specifically talks about the Coriolis effect and Foucault's pendulum, and how you get the same effect if it was actually the sky moving around a stationary Earth. And now you guys don't know what to say.
So how's the sky push work?
Chill. Can we see the letter?
Yeah, I've already posted it. I'll post it again.
Thank you.
So how does the sky push work?
It must be the molten iron core, Paige. Must be the molten iron core
Well,
pushing
that's
it, Paige.
understandable because of the Cavendish experiment and gravity, yes. But I mean,
Dude, you don't understand. You need to go study up.
How does
and
the
come
sky
back and
push
have a
work?
conversation with when you understand the English language.
How does the sky push work?
The sky what?
Sky push.
Must be a molten iron core down there, right?
Yeah,
Got to be a
well,
molten iron core down there, right?
There is a bunch of
To
gravity
cause the
down there.
perpetual motion, right?
Yeah, there is
So
a bunch of
when-
mass down there, so we know about
When
mass and gravity.
NASA says stuff like this, how does the sky push work? Like he's like we're
does-
stupid. And I'm talking.
I asked, how does the sky push work?
Shut
That's
up.
correct. So can you answer the question? Or are you going to just attack me?
Can you shut up?
Hey, when I do a blower, when I turn the blower on and set a ball in the middle of it, it just stays right there in the middle, don't it? Just spinning. Okay, what the fuck causes that, Paige?
Okay,
Are you actually saying that the we're blown down by air?
What causes
So you
something to
guys,
go to
you
the middle?
take his
If something's
bait.
first,
You take his bait though. Like basically, you should treat him like a child. Where when the person screams in the corner and wants attention, they don't get attention. Eventually, they stop screaming in the corner. If every time that he tries to jump in and change the subject with his talking point, and then you go follow him down the rabbit hole, he's just going to keep doing it because he's getting what he wants, which is attention.
How does
You're
Like a
right.
child.
Normally I tell him to shut up, but this is gold, dude. You have so humiliated him, dude. He's contradicted
he
himself 10
hasn't.
times,
No, he hasn't. He hasn't told me how this sky push works yet.
bro. You
Okay, so
don't
when he said,
understand the English language.
yeah, so when he says things like the sky push, right, and he says it as if the mere idea or like, you know, insinuation is very stupid and remedial, what he's saying is that the principle that Einstein himself stamped and said was valid, he's calling it a sky push and saying that it's stupid. But what that means is he just doesn't actually understand it.
How's
And
it
so
work?
he's self-projecting his
You-
lack of understanding
Did you
onto
understand
us.
it, Witsit? Do you understand it?
Yeah, it's very simple. It's
So how's
very
it work?
simple.
How's it work?
Okay, so if you have a empty shell or like a sphere that's empty, a hollow shell, and you spin the shell, whatever's inside of the shell will be affected by the motion of the shell moving. There will be a translation of motion to the
Oh.
inside of the system, and it will result in Coriolis and centrifugal effects. The only difference is that if it's actually the Earth moving within a fixed frame, those would be fictitious effects. And if it was the sky moving with the Earth as the fixed frame, they would be actual. Now, this is what Einstein says.
You have experiments to prove this, or you just have this one letter from Einstein?
Well, you have an
Yes.
inertial plane. You have a wooden body spinning overhead of different material. Wouldn't that cause a magnetic field, just the motion itself?
We've already determined that gravity is not magnetic, but okay.
You're saying the core of the Earth, but I'm claiming something we can see. The
I'm not
motion
talking
above.
about magnetic right now. I'm talking about gravity. But so gravity doesn't attract; it actually is pushed down from the sky. And so you have the equivalent of the Cavendish experiment for the sky.
When you
push.
say gravity, substitute that with mass attracting mass. Every time you say gravity, say mass attracting mass and see how
Whatever.
it sounds.
Do we have,
Okay, so
where's,
again-
where's the equivalent of the Cavendish experiment for the sky push?
Okay, so first of all, the effects, whatever effects there are the same effects for both of us. It's
You've said
not a
that
different
before.
experiment. So when you say, "Where's your different Cavendish?" you sound
How do you explain
retarded.
Cavendish?
But
Turn in a
you
clip. Turn in a
always
clip.
sound retarded.
How do you
That's-
explain Cavendish using sky push?
All right, well, listen carefully, buddy. So, for one, there's centrifugal force translated from the movement of the sky onto the Earth. Now,
You said that
in
before. I asked you a very
Cavendish,
simple question. How do you explain Cavendish using
If
sky
you
push?
ask him a
I've
question, let
given
him
you a-
answer.
I've given you about 5 warnings, dude, and I promise you next time I will just go mute. Okay, so
Okay, guys.
the additional variables here are electrostatics. Now, if you have any mass involved, then there's electrostatic involved because the very matter itself is held together by electrostatic attraction. The Faraday cage does attempt to control that variable and minimize it, but it does not eliminate it. Now, this is the point. The effect that's observed is so minor, it's such a small change that even the slightest electrostatics could cause it. And electrostatics is 10 to the 39th power stronger than gravity claims to be on the smallest scale. Meaning, if you can't fully eliminate electrostatics, and we know that it literally results in this very effect, to claim that you know it's something outside of that that's weaker is an unfounded pseudoscientific claim.
No, it's
And you can
not.
actually verify this by increasing
Well, then
electrostatics, and you would increase the attractive force, which can be done.
Well, that's actually interesting. So I mean, that'd be nice if Blue still has equipment. So you can charge that ball, add a
Hold on. Let me cut you off. If you say gravity, just say mass attracting mass instead.
He's talking, Brian. You
Brian.
can't interrupt them if we're telling them not to interrupt us.
Well, it's a one-way street in here apparently.
No, you're explaining the force, but you're explaining the actual force. I want them to do the same.
Let's let Mayak. Let's just let Mayak. Sorry, go Mayak.
Yeah, it's a two-way. It's just a one-way street. Even though I just jumped in and modded against a flat earther, and that's a great input. Feel free to go on mute. Okay, Moya, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. No. I mean, we could test to see whether the Faraday cage works well. I mean, we can't right now, but maybe Blue could go over to the college and experiment with it with this test in mind. If we raise the static charge on those external balls, and then move them in, we should see a marked change in its effect. Or we could measure the voltage potential between them, and we could compare that.
Right. So here's my question for you. So if we increase the electrostatics and then the attractive force increases, well, what is that going to show you?
Well, shouldn't I be able to get an anti-gravity machine by just reversing
No
it
one's
then?
talking to you. No one's talking to you.
Shouldn't I be able to get an anti-gravity machine then by reversing the charges?
Okay, so
You mean
literally
anti-mass attracting mass machine, right?
No, think about how stupid his claim is. Hey, why can't you get an anti-gravity machine by reversing the bending and warping of space-time?
Well, because we don't know how to manipulate that. We do know how to manipulate
Okay, so then
charges,
shut
though.
up. Thank
We do know how to manipulate electrostatic charges, though.
Right, and we can make shit
and
move
we
with
can
that.
make things float.
Can
we can literally
do
make things.
anti-gravity then?
We can make things float. Yeah.
Oh,
There's
man.
no such thing as anti-mass attracting mass. So don't say gravity. We're defining the force, bro. We are literally defining the force.
Yeah, we can
okay.
make things
So I
float.
want you to do the same. At least give us that. Define when you go to say gravity. Say mass attracting mass. So there's no anti-mass attracting mass machines because mass can attract mass.
Brian, again, do you see what's happening? So I asked Moyak, who was having a reasonable response, right? And then I asked him, okay, so if we increase the electrostatics and it increases the attractive force, what would that show you? And then NASA jumped in and said, oh, then why don't we have anti-gravity machines yet?
We should with it. We should.
There's no gravity, bro.
Sky push. Well, can we get an anti-sky push machine?
There's no such thing as a force without a counterforce, bro. Only gravity.
Now what? Wait, now Brian, but this is the thing, dude. Just you got to understand who you're dealing with, man. So again, when he said,
I need to shut up. Be blunt.
Just don't take the bait from. Well, just don't take the bait from him. Yeah. So like when he jumped in and said we should have anti-gravity machine, that's an attempt to divert the conversation away. But I did respond and said, yes, we actually can make things float. Then he has nothing to say other than why don't we have flying cars? So he can just go on mute then. So now we're in
cars. Hold on.
Either way, we're 10 million steps close.
Be blunt with me, bro, because I'm the type who I'll walk down the road and see count 100 tadpoles out the corner of my eye and step right on the fucking frog, bro. So be blunt with me. I respect you enough for that. But I got you now.
I don't know I don't know the numbers, but the electromotive force, I'm sure one could calculate. So I mean, I could change the voltage on that external sphere by I don't know, say 10 volts. And I can go and see it. Then I can compare and make sure that there's not a 10-volt difference. And I can see how much effect that has on the internal spheres, if any.
Right, now check this. Now, if you're in a Faraday cage, you're messing with the variable of electrostatics. So you don't go in there with a predetermined mathematical proportion. It's just the fact that if it changes, if electrostatics changes it, then that shows that it's electrostatic causing it, because increasing electrostatics isn't bending and warping space-time differently. So that doesn't matter how much it changes, or if it changes with the rate you think it should, because it's in a Faraday cage and it's grounded. So it's obviously not going to be as if you weren't doing those things.
Well, first off, that's the assumption that there would be a change. I mean, unless I put like 1,000,000 volts on it, and suddenly I'm starting to override the ability to wick away the energy through the grounding. But I don't see how you can conclude that there's only one force. There are multiple forces on everything. And we basically can eliminate the best of our ability some of those forces. So if you say that I can have this effect with, let's say, 100-volt difference, that doesn't mean that I can have any effect with a 1-volt difference or a millivolt difference.
Okay, but you're not actually addressing the question, which is, if you manipulate electrostatics, if you increase the electrostatics, and that increases the attractive force between the balls, then what does that show us?
That shows us that there is a force also involved. Now the question is
shows
that
us that-
force the cause of my problem? I would do that by eliminating potential differences, unless you're suggesting that I can get this electromotive force from a 1/100000th of a volt difference.
That doesn't
I guess
matter.
you could assert that, but it wouldn't be a logical assertion.
The amount doesn't matter. The amount doesn't matter though, Moyog. So the point is, like, we have a variable that's physically provable. So we can actually physically manipulate electrostatics. Now, we cannot physically manipulate the bending and warping of space-time. It's a concept that you think is there, you assume is there, and so you attribute the effect to that presupposed cause. But you can't actually manipulate it or change how much the balls are attracted by manipulating space-time or anything like that. Now, but if we manipulate electrostatics, which is a real thing, that's not just a concept that we're begging the question of, it's a real thing that we can tangibly manipulate. When we do that, it changes the attractive force. So if the balls are attracted to each other more with more electrostatic charge, and we can't fully eliminate electrostatic charge, and electrostatic charge is known to be much stronger than gravity on the smallest scale, then we have no avenue at all to claim that it is in fact an additional force that isn't a force that's causing it, because we didn't ever manipulate that independent variable. We just presupposed it, but we can actually manipulate the other variable and prove that it is in fact the cause of the effect. And I'm going to be doing this, by the way. I'm going to do it. But so, yeah, that's point blank, right? I don't see what could be misunderstood there. And if the Glober's honest, they should be like, I'm interested in this. I'd like to see what happens. But I think we actually all know what's going to happen. And we all know that electrostatics is an attractive force. And you can literally make the balls move towards each other using electrostatics, just like you can make things float using electrostatics. And again, any type of centrifugal or Coriolis effect attributed to the spin of the Earth can equally be explained with the spin of the sky around the Earth. So what have we discovered, guys? That there's literally not any exclusive evidence in any of this stuff being brought up that proves the Earth is spinning or that gravity is real. It's just a begging the question fallacy, and they've done so in such a way where they pretend there's no alternative option, but that's just patently wrong.
You have
So we can move forward from the honest.
You have evidence now of this sky push, right?
Okay. Do you have evidence of the sky, of the Earth being the one that's been?
I mean,
Yeah.
you have the equivalent of the Cavendish experiment that proves sky push.
Okay, so we don't need an equivalence of, it's the same effect. Again, I just explained in like rudimentary, elementary terms that you actually couldn't claim to know the cause of the effect when there's another cause that we know is there that causes that effect.
No, sky push doesn't explain Cavendish. I'm sorry, it doesn't explain.
No one's talking about sky push. First of all, we were talking about electrostatics with Cavendish,
And then when you're talking about centrifugal or Coriolis effects, that can be equally explained with the sky moving.
Which is a sky push, yeah.
Okay, but just because you're calling it that to try to make it sound stupid doesn't change anything, because you're now saying that Einstein was so incompetent that NASA paid Chill on Discord that hides his name and face is so much smarter than him, and the fact that he even considered this was a viable scientific alternative makes him an idiot. So good argument.
I'm saying that Whitsitt, who misquotes Einstein all the time, has misquoted Einstein one more time and really doesn't understand what he's saying.
So instead of you continuously saying that, why wouldn't you just read it and then support that claim? Because I've already dropped it in the chat like 3 times.
He'd rather lie, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
If he understood, he wouldn't be saying it if he understood what terrestrial meant. If he knew what any terrestrial example. In other words, no.
That's a different quote anyway.
Yeah.
That's a different quote, though. This quote is specifically about Foucault's pendulum and how the Coriolis and centrifugal force does not prove that the Earth is moving, because it could be the sky moving. It point blank says it.
You have the mechanics.
Bro, here's the thing, though. He denied visual and said it was optical. Okay, that doesn't count Foucault. Then we showed him the terrestrial, and then you showed him the absolute specifics. He's never changed his claim. If he was a humble man with dignity, he would retract it. Instead, he's calling you a liar.
I'm not calling him a liar.
Hold on. Don't interrupt.
I'm not calling him a liar. Stop. No, you're not going to call me a liar. You're not going to call me a liar and expect me not to interrupt you. Sorry.
I said you called him a liar. Shut the fuck up.
I'm not calling him a liar. Stop.
Somebody mute him and let me finish, please.
I saw that globe in the garage, by the way. Don't try to fuck around.
I just want to finish. If you could, somebody can mute him. I'll finish my sentence. I said you called him a liar earlier, over and over and over. And my point is that no matter what he showed you, he even found a clip where it directly specifies the Foucault pendulum, and you still claim he don't understand, and you still come in here calling him a liar. That's not honest.
I'm not calling him a liar. I'm saying that he is misinterpreting it. Quite possibly he's misinterpreting it because either he doesn't understand or he's got a bias, but he is misinterpreting this. I'm sure.
Wait, is it possible that I actually didn't misinterpret it and you just haven't read it yet, so you don't know?
No,
he don't understand.
That's not even possible.
You do not understand.
But wait, that's not even possible, NASA?
It's unlikely. Very unlikely.
So then you disagree with Bacon, then, right?
Oh, fine. I'll disagree with Bacon. It's unlikely that Einstein says what you says he says.
Well, Bacon and I both interpret it the same, so we're both misinterpreting what you have yet to read. Is that your claim?
Well, I'm reading it, and I think you're misinterpreting it. You still don't have the mechanics of sky push.
Wait, how am I misinterpreting it specifically?
He's talking about the sky push, just so it's a mass attracting mass pull.
Well, no, apparently it's not. Apparently, instead of being attracted down to the center of the Earth, we're being pushed down by the sky. So I don't understand the mechanics of this and how that would push the Foucault pendulum to do what it does.
Right, you don't understand that, and you also don't understand what Whitsitt's telling you either.
No,
just admit it.
How does sky push work? You don't understand how sky push works. You're just making.
No, why'd you call him a liar earlier? You called him a liar earlier.
Well, he is. He's often a liar.
No. He pulled up the quote, and at that point, you're supposed to apologize like a fucking man. Even Nathan Oakley apologized because at least he had the dignity. No, we know you're not going to apologize, you sack of fucking shit. But when you called him a liar, and then he pulled the fucking quote that specified his claim, and you still won't apologize because you are not a man of dignity.
I'm reading the quote, and he starts with the word "if" in both of these cases, which sounds to me like a hypothetical. So what's the mechanics?
Assume all you want. You called him a liar,
What's the mechanics of this sky push? rotating sky gravity?
He provided the quote that you called him a liar on. He provided
it. Says if.
It doesn't matter. He provided what you said he was lying about. It doesn't matter. You denied that the quote even existed, bro. You called him a liar. You joined this stream, call him a liar. Okay?
Even Nathan Oakley apologized. Do you think that you're tricking? Wait, NASA. Do you think that you're like pulling a fast one on everyone where You first said that I was misinterpreting it and that it was optical experiment. I told you a different quote. Then you said I'm stupid. I don't understand it. I'm a liar. I'm misunderstanding it. I'm misunderstanding it. And now you've changed it to where, oh, it's just a hypothetical statement. So now I didn't misunderstand it. Do you think that everyone in here just like doesn't see it?
Well, what happens here with it is you have this fundamental belief that the Earth is flat and stationary, and you'll do anything to prove it, even misquote people. So
wait,
So now
but
you're
he's
back
not
to saying I
lying. He
misquoted
provided it. But by
Citation
him
Now you're back to
providing the
saying I
quote,
misquoted.
sorry, real quick,
Now you're
by
back
him
to
providing the
saying
quote
that.
makes you not a liar, right? So he's not
So
a liar.
how
Will
do
you
you
at least retract that?
how does Skypush work? So I still want the mechanics of
Hold on,
Skypush.
at least retract. At least apologize for calling him a liar when he presented.
Oh no,
and
he lies all the time.
No, you said he couldn't provide that. You said he's lying that he never provided and he couldn't provide it.
If that's what you understood, okay, he provided a quote by Einstein.
Then what was he lying about, Paige? Because you came in calling him a liar.
That the Earth is stationary, and he had proof of it.
I didn't say
No,
that.
that's
So what I
bullshit.
said was that
That's not what he
all
said.
the claims from the Globers that Foucault's pendulum proves that the
It
Earth
does.
is moving
It does, yes.
is wrong, because even according to Einstein himself, if the sky was moving, then you would get a Coriolis and centrifugal effect. The only difference would be is that they would be actual as opposed to fictitious in your paradigm.
Like if I go out in the rain, I'll get wet. Kind of if. Like what kind of if are you pointing out here?
Like if the sky was purple, if the sky was orange, then I don't know.
Good story. Yeah.
Trees would be purple or something.
Wait, but that's
Hey,
our whole
why'd you
point,
call
though.
him a
Is
liar?
Einstein
Hey.
said he's not going to ever admit it, Brian. Dude, come on, bro.
I want to know why. No, I just want to know why. Why did he call you a liar?
Because he
He's
lies
not
all
gonna
the time.
No, you came in saying he lied about something. What was it that he lied about, Paige?
I don't remember. He lies so much; it's difficult to understand.
Fucking sack of
See,
shit.
look, TBT is now saying that Whittett's quote is from 1913. This quote is from 1954. He's now saying that it's not. I have the actual copy of the letter that was written, and it's right there for everyone to see it. And he's now made up a new narrative that this isn't a real letter, and this quote is from somewhere else from 1950. No, TBT.
One you posted.
TBT.
One you posted was 1913. It stated, right?
That's right, but I'm explaining that TBT's in the chat. See, this is the point, right? They have to do everything they can to undermine the validity of what it is being said, because they can't acknowledge what Einstein actually said. And to anyone that's honest, that's very telling, because if the truth is that we're just stupid flat earthers that for some reason think the Earth is stationary, when the facts of the matter is it's provable a million different ways and everyone knows and blah, blah, blah,
Prove the sky
you wouldn't
push.
have to constantly lie.
You constantly lie, Whitsett, because you haven't proven sky push yet.
Okay, so the point is that the pendulum doesn't prove one way or the other.
Actually,
so
it
I
does.
didn't.
It's a lot better than ground pull. So he wants ground pull. So he's gonna fuck with you. Since he likes ground pull, he's gonna nickname your shit Sky Push because he's a big fan of ground pull.
Okay, but here's the point. So now what NASA's doing is trying to pretend that I claim this proves that the Earth's not moving, but what actually happened was I'm saying that Foucault's pendulum doesn't prove that the Earth is moving, and here's why. And now he's trying to reverse the burden of proof and say, I need to prove the alternative explanation.
That's correct. You do.
Even though he hasn't proven his.
Actually, we have, but okay.
How so? Did you prove Foucault's pendulum detects axial rotation by using Foucault's pendulum? Is that how you prove?
Well, you have Einstein here, who's saying that motion is relative, and okay, so the motion is relative. In the meantime, though, you have no mechanics to prove that the sky is rotating or that the sky push exists. And so you say, oh, therefore it must not. Therefore, since I can't prove mine, yours must be false also.
What do you mean when you say mechanics specifically?
How does it work? What's the force behind sky push?
Centrifugal force.
Centrifugal
That's the 12th
force.
time it's been said.
Centrifugal force. Centrifugal force takes us down, pushes us against the Earth.
Wow, you're just now starting to understand?
When it pushes away from the Earth? When centrifugal Earth pushes us away from the Earth instead of to the Earth?
So you actually don't understand it, is the point.
Well, no, because you haven't explained it yet.
Yeah, so
just like Einstein.
He's explained it 100 times. He's explained
I'd
it
rather
so much,
sprint
I'm not
into a
even sure I
brick
believe it. I can
wall.
recite it.
Yeah, exactly. I'd rather sprint to a brick wall than keep talking with NASA. So here's just the objective recollection, and I'm gonna step back. Okay, whenever Globers bring up the pendulum and say that it proves that the Earth is moving, which was done in 1851, that's 70 years before Einstein said that no optical experiment nor any terrestrial experiment could prove the Earth's motion. That's, of course, way before 2007 when Stephen Hawking said the same thing. Then we get into specifics in 1913. Einstein wrote a letter to Ernst Mach based on the Machian principle saying, I apologize for any critique that you've gotten, and all these published works saying that you were.
In the meantime, we use gravity.
Turns out that you're actually.
I thought you were
Turns
done.
out that you're actually.
Hold on, he
no,
probably didn't hear
turns out.
nothing he said, Austin. Here's the point, Paige.
Okay.
This
Well,
young man right here.
Almost done.
Damn.
Yeah,
Okay,
go ahead.
So it turns out that it's actually that it actually is correct, your Machian principle, and that if the Earth was stationary and fixed and the universe was moving around it, that we would also get a translation of motion to the interior of the system, and then we would have Coriolis and centrifugal effects that would drag the Foucault's pendulum around on a stationary Earth. Thanks for playing.
And also it said that also it said that any attempt gave us no result. This this young man is going around the country standing up for what he believes in and exercising his rights, standing up for your right. Hold on, don't interrupt this. He's standing up for your right, man, because of what he believes in. He's seen the shit they show us and seen wires coming out of people's pants and guys grabbing at nothing and people floating by with a harness because they see glitches. Yeah, oh God, they see glitches and green screens, lines on the ISS, bro. The list is endless, bro. And he's going around standing up for what he believes in, bro. And you're shitting on him, dude. You're taking a shit on him, bro. Because whatever the shape of the Earth, bro, whatever the shape of the Earth, this guy is standing up for fucking our rights, what we believe in, and you just keep running your fat fucking mouth, and you have no respect for nothing, bro. What do you stand for, bro? What do you stand for?
You shut the fuck up occasionally.
No, you interrupted me the whole fucking time, you sack of fucking shit. You're a sewage rat.
For the last 4 minutes. You went off on a conspiratard rant for the last 4 minutes.
Bro, I didn't get one sentence out. I'm going to replay this too and make a video. I didn't get the first sentence out before your fucking mumbling started.
Can I ask you a question, Brian? You said Nathan Oakley apologized. What did he apologize for?
He made a public apology to Austin.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. What happened? What happened?
And dude, Cade came in and to his face said he's lying, that he couldn't produce that quote.
I'm literally
what
trying
did he
to
do? He
change the
produced the
subject.
quote. At that point, hold on. You've heard me apologize to you before, man.
Yeah, but Brian, I'm trying to move it away from you and him fighting. So can you tell me why Nathan Oakley apologized to Whitsitt?
For disrespecting him, man.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, I think it was something along the lines he said, I would never say that.
No, Austin never claimed science. Austin never claimed science, man.
He said, I would never talk that way to Whitsitt's face. I would never say that to him, to his face, because I respect him too much, and I know he's smart, and it was just on the show. I think it was something like that. His apology went.
So whether I agree with him or not, he didn't claim science. You know, he came in and he presented, and I didn't have a right to insult him. You know, whether I believe him or not. And Arwen kept butting in, and he's like, "Shut up, Arwen. You know, let me fucking apologize to the man." You know. Anyway, it was humble. And he's above Paid, because Paid came in calling Austin a liar to his face. Austin's a young man standing up for what he fucking believes in. Whatever the shape of the earth. If y'all come up with the best proof in the world, bro, he's standing up for your fucking right to fucking free speech, bro. That shit could backfire on you, and you might one day be thankful for what he did. Maybe not. But he's fighting for what he believes in. He's a young man. He ain't a liar, bro. You called him a liar.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah.
So
you called him a liar, Paige.
Yes,
okay?
I will.
And then he produced the documents that you called him a liar on, and you will not apologize after calling him a liar right to his face? That's because you have no dignity. You don't even have as much dignity as Nathan Oakley. Tell me what he lied about, Paige.
The earth isn't flat, and it is not stationary.
Really? That's the best you got. So what we're debating on, so that's how you enter the debate, is by calling him a liar because of the debate?
He misquotes Einstein all the time. He misquotes most everybody he quotes.
Bro, he produced it. You called him a liar, so he produced it. At that point, you're supposed to apologize.
No, at that point, sorry. You know.
Bro, I hope I run into you one day, bud. I'm out.
For real, for real. What was it today that they did on Ethan Oakley? There was some kind of skit about Darth Vader, and it was like, well, how did it go? It was Darth Vader saying, Darth Vader was the flat Earth, I think, and he said, Luke, I'm your father, I guess, of where your angles come from for a globe. And he said, no, it's not true. And he said, search your math. You know it to be true. Kind of funny.
And it sounded like the particles that decided to turn around. You know what? The rebel particles. You know what? We're going up. We're going in available space. But it's been almost 60 miles, and I'm not going another inch. I'm going to stop right here. I'm not going to keep filling available space. I'm going to stop right here, and I might even turn around. We're rebels. You know, we're going to the rebel particles that make up the Kármán line. This is a stupid fucking bullshit we fight
You think
against.
that's how the atmosphere behaves?
Bro, it doesn't matter, bro. I showed you a pressure gradient within 70 feet of a PVC pipe because of temperature. Okay, you know how gas ball works.
My
There's no gravity in gas
based
ball,
on
bro.
my question was based on what you just said, though. I'm asking you if that's how you think the atmosphere is
Bro,
thought to
if there's
behave.
available space, the air is going to keep going. The only thing
And
that's
do you
going to change
think- and do
the
you think that it
pressure.
doesn't?
Hold on. The only thing that's going to change the pressure, Coach. So use your common sense. Just go to sleep for 1 second and wake up. Okay. The only thing that's going to change the pressure is the temperature and the volume. Okay. So if there's a certain volume, okay, and then the temperature is going to be the only thing, pretty much. There might be
Okay.
some layers. There might be some layers, different kinds and gradations. We can demonstrate that inside of containment, bro. But if there's available space up there, it's going to fill it, bro. It can't gradiate down to nothing.
Okay.
And
Do you
that
think
amount
that
of
do you
space.
think that we think the gradient's down to nothing at the Kármán line?
Well,
Or
how
do you
could-
think that
how
it
could
stops? Do you think that we think that it
Well-
stops at the Kármán line, as you said?
At what point does it hit like negative 16 toward to nothing?
To nothing? If
Yeah.
it gradiates away from every point from your toes,
There's no such thing
above
as
it,
nothing, bro. That's the right
and
answer.
it doesn't matter how far away you get. It's as you get further from the source, it's going to until you get to another source. It's going to appear to be gradiating lower and lower.
Let me
Where's
tell
the
you
zero?
reality.
Where's the
No
zero?
matter how many horsepower, how much force you put on it, you'll never reach zero because it's mathematical.
Why would you expect to?
You can't reach zero, bro. No matter how
If
much
there's
power
particles
you
in
put
the
in it,
universe, why would you
never
ever
reach
why would you
zero
ever
because
get zero?
it's fictional. It comes with us assigning numbers to things. When we assign
Right,
numbers,
okay.
positive numbers to things, then zero is fiction. You can't reach zero. You can do it mathematically, but you can't in reality because you can always
Right.
get halfway closer, and infinitely. So
Okay, Brian.
it's just the way we assign numbers to shit.
Okay, Brian, I got you, dude. We're wrong for assigning numbers, except for the fact that those numbers represent something, and in this case, it's the pressure of the system, and this can be expressed by the particles and the energy they're pushing toward each other and the walls of the system, this and that. So as you move away from the source, like the Earth, and the downward weight of this air, and there's less and less particles.
What do you mean
can imagine
downward weight?
That pressure is going to decrease by the virtue of that.
No, you said
And,
weight.
Brian,
Whoa,
Brian,
you
Brian,
said weight.
Brian, I'm not finished. Because
You said
Brian,
weight, bro. I gotta
Brian,
stop you.
Brian, that's fine. And I tried to stop you, and I had no.
All right.
No.
I had to fucking go, bro. Yesterday, I was trying to say one last thing. You wouldn't let me.
Fine, Brian. I'm almost there, though, dude.
You still gonna claim weight, though?
Brian, let him.
Almost there, dude.
Well, we're telling him to reclaim weight. I want to be clear.
Brian, but this is the
I'm
thing.
gonna have to go back
you have
now
to let
and backtrack
everyone
what I was
talk.
saying.
Okay, listen. It's Coach Show's about to say something. You gotta let him talk. It doesn't matter if you're flat Earth or globe Earth. You can't just interrupt. Everyone else just wants to
No,
leave.
just keep saying he said wait. That's all. And he's Brian. I'm like, is it wait? Simple
Brian,
question, clarity. Is it wait?
Thanks for the time, Brian. I'm gonna have to start back a little bit.
Yeah, no, go ahead, Brian. Go ahead.
Thank you, Brian. So as I was saying, the source that is creating this pressure, which is the weight of the atmosphere and all that, and the pressure upwards and outwards, which is it's being balanced with. This is obviously going to be decreased as you move away, and there's less of that weight, and there's less of those particles, and there's going to be less pressure. So it's easy to imagine why there would be a gradation from whatever it is at the sea to higher and higher, closer to zero. However, this zero would represent a space where there was no particles whatsoever, because there'd be no pressure at all to define, and that would, if you were trying to find a place like that, it would have to be a place as big as the universe with no particles in it, and of course that doesn't exist. So there's not going to be there's no zero expected. There's no
a place as big as the universe doesn't exist.
Zero and more vacant space, but you're not going to get to a place where space has nothing in it.
Okay, good. So it's so it gradiates equally once it gets past the Kármán line, or the bulk of the Earth's atmosphere at 100,000 feet. Then it's equal gradation down to infinity, right?
No, it's.
What do you mean? No, hold on. You said there's weight. You said there's weight. Where is that weight?
From sea level, it's one value. As you move away from the surface, where the source is apparently the direction of it's coming from, you're going to have less and less of this pressure to do the thing I just described. And so it's not.
How could there be pressure?
Not like you get to a certain point and then it becomes constant. It's always decreasing. The only thing that's going to change that
is there's pressure. You said there's pressure up there, bro. How could there be pressure? How could there be pressure above the clouds, bro? You keep saying there's pressure above the clouds. How could there be pressure up there?
Why wouldn't there be, Brian?
Because it's made on the ground and it has weight, bro.
No, it's not made on the ground, Brian.
Yeah, it's produced on the ground. That's right. You keep saying it's above the clouds. You keep saying there's pressure above the clouds, but then you're saying it has weight and it's produced here on the ground. How could there be pressure above the clouds, bro? That doesn't make sense.
What I said to you was the pressure is a consequence of the weight of.
I've got no problem with the pressure, but where's the weight?
As you move away from the gases, as you move away from the source, and there's less and less gas above you, there's going to be less and less pressure, and this isn't going to stop until something else is influencing those gases, and they're going somewhere else. But if you're on the Earth, this pressure would decrease and decrease as you get further and further away.
Great. So there is no pressure. So how's there weight? You keep saying weight.
The Earth breathing or something.
Yeah, he keeps saying weight though, man. Like, why do you keep sneaking in weight? So is there extra weight on the top of my head, or is there less on my shoulders?
He doesn't want to say density.
Brian. If you have a cell phone,
he doesn't want to say the word density.
If you have a cell phone, Brian, you can measure this. There's something called pounds per square inch, right? Which is a weight per square inch. You can take your cell phone, measure the pressure at your feet and at your head. They can see the answer to the question you just asked.
Yeah, that's pressure. That's not weight.
That's force per unit area, and that force in this case is weight.
So every square inch, right? Not weight. Weight's downward, right?
The weight is
it's downward. It's got your G in it, right? It's downward, correct?
Direction of that force. That's right.
Right. So it's not weight then. It's pressure, right? It's every direction, right?
No, the pressure is in balance with the weight of the gases above you.
You just said it's 14.7 pounds per square inch.
Yeah, there's something called hydrostatic equilibrium. This equilibrium is describing the downward weight and the outward pressure.
So there's more weight coming down then, right?
There's an equilibrium, and that's the reason why the gases stay on the Earth.
So it's not a downward weight. And if it's 14.7, every part of my body, right? Every part of everything here at ground level, it's 14.7 on my nutsack from underneath, right?
That's right. And I'm telling you where that pressure derives from. The pressure
is good. So it's not weight. So quit calling it weight, bro.
The pressure is derived from the weight of the gases above it, just like in the ocean.
Quit calling it weight, bro.
It's like in your pool, the pressure on your ball sack, due to how deep you are in the pool, is due to the amount of water that is above your ball sack. Okay? Because the weight of the water and this is creating the pressure.
Equal and opposite pressure.
The equal and opposite case in this is the hydrostatic equilibrium. There's the downward weight, and then there's the outward pressure. And the balance that's found there is the reason why these things stay relatively, like I said, that's why the gases are still on the Earth.
But what are gases doing way up there at the top of Mount Everest above the clouds? They're produced here at the ground, and they obviously have weight, according to you, which is a downward vector, right? So what are they doing going up to Mount Everest? That's insane.
What are you talking about? They're produced on the ground.
I'm telling you that gas is produced underneath Mount Everest, the tip of Mount Everest. What's it doing, working its way up from ground level where it's produced up to Mount Everest? You say it's heavy with weight. What's it doing going up there?
Where was it before it was produced?
That's a stupid question.
He said under the ground.
Really? You're saying it's being produced?
It must have been a heavy puddle somewhere, I guess, bro. What was it? A super heavy puddle? I don't know.
I don't think it was somewhere else. I don't think that it was non-existent. I think the gases are here. There's a recycling system of the trees, and we breathing stuff in, but we're just transferring gases back and forth. It's not like it didn't exist and now it's created.
Right. So it's not weight then. It's going back and forth, right?
No, the pressure is not due to the cyclical system and the weather and the breathing of people.
You say if I capture
that's not what's causing the pressure.
But you say if I capture this air in a balloon, then I can weigh it. So I got to capture it to weigh it. But if I add some helium in that balloon, extra mass, right? I add extra mass in that balloon, it's going to float off. It's going to weigh nothing just from adding mass to that balloon that I needed to add air to even put on a scale. Okay, I had to trap the air, and depending on the temperature of the air is dependent on the weight. If it was hot enough, it would weigh nothing. It'd float off. It's all gas laws. Pressure, temperature dependent, and it doesn't weigh. It's pressure. It pushes everywhere. It pushes on my nutsack. It pushes on top of my head, my shoulders, equally at 14.7 pounds. There's no extra weight on the top of my foot, dude. I'd say try
to measure that. I'd say measure it, Brian, and see if you're correct, because I've measured it and you weren't correct. However, what you said about the gases floating, if you have a pool, okay, and you have you measure the weight of the water in that pool, and you have a beach ball, and you put a beach ball in the bottom of the pool and you try to weigh it under the water, what's going to happen is it's going to float to the top of the pool, and it's going to float and sit on top of the water, and it's still going to be acting downward on that water. And so if you weigh same system of water, you're going to see that the weight has increased when you added the beach ball. It doesn't matter if it's moving up in the system. The fact that it's floating on the system is increasing the weight. So when helium, for instance, floats up in the atmosphere,
comparing gas to water, bro,
finds its float point at about 120,000 feet. That float point is where the helium is still being active. It's still
active. Gas ain't water, bro, because that whole pool could evaporate. That whole pool could evaporate and float me up into the clouds, me and the beach ball. So quit talking about water being gas. It's not, okay? It's a dynamic system. No, you're fucking putting out a straw man, bro. You're saying the pool. Hold on. Hold on, bro. Let me make my point. He put a gravity chamber underwater, and it was more buoyant than the chamber filled with air. Okay, it's display. Hold on, it's displacing the same amount of water. Hold on, it's displacing the same amount of water. Why is it more buoyant than the chamber full of air? It's a chamber full of nothing in your world. Why is it more buoyant?
Wait till the finish, because you missed the whole point, Brian.
Bro, I know I heard your whole point.
When anything is floating, if you can use the word float, that implies that this thing is above that system or the medium, and it's resting on top of it, and it's still acting downwards in reference to everything, in reference to that system.
Which means there's a top and a bottom, right?
Brian.
So
Brian. Here's the point, though.
Bro, you just remade your point.
No, I didn't, Brian. Because
you did.
You're missing the whole point. The point is that when this happens, the thing that's floating on top of the rest of the system is still increasing it's still adding weight on the top of the system. that means that the beach ball is still adding pressure on the top of the pool to in reference to your ball sack. And that means that the helium that is now on top of the other gases is not somewhere else, not adding weight and pressure downward. It is still a part of that.
Okay, that's 3 times. Can I comment now? That's 3 times you've made the same fucking point. Okay, now I understand what you're saying. That you're saying there's a ceiling where the pressure just stops. By saying there's pressure, means there has to be a top and a bottom, or else it would just keep spreading out. Okay,
Brian,
it's not like on a certain. Hold on, let me comment, bro. Let me comment. On a certain day, there's not going to be more gas on top of my head pushing me down, bro. It's going to keep spreading up, sideways, until it gets stopped by something, bro. You keep thinking, if you miniaturize your whole system into like a box size, then you'll have little puddles of gas at the bottom of your vacuum chamber, bro. And that's not how it works, except you're thinking it'd be worse like that. But really, the
Brian,
infinite vacuum of space would be
you don't
way worse.
understand what
Here's my point. Why is
just
the
repeated my point, and you said this is what you're saying? That's not at all what I'm saying.
No, dude, I ain't even made my point, bro.
That's why
I haven't even made my point.
Don't get it.
You had to
Dude, you're interrupting me. You didn't want me to interrupt you, but I'm not repeating. I'm saying my whole point. My point is, why is the vacuum chamber more buoyant than the chamber full of air when it's displacing the same amount of water? Did it have more lift? Why was the vacuum more buoyant than the same size chamber full of air?
What are you talking about?
A vacuum chamber underwater, okay?
Brian, listen.
Yeah, you're gonna dodge this one, ain't you?
Brian, pay close attention, okay? Because no one's saying that there's a ceiling that the pressure stops.
Bro, I asked you a direct question and you're gonna dodge.
Brian, there's a ceiling that the pressure stops at. No one's saying that there's a point where there's no pressure. The pressure.
If there's not a ceiling, I'm saying there's got to be a ceiling, pal.
Brian,
dude, you're not hearing me, bro. I'm not saying that. I'm saying there's got to be a ceiling or the air.
Your whole response was a response to a point I didn't make.
Bro, I'm asking you a direct question. You can dodge it and keep saying my name like a bitch, or answer my fucking direct question. How is the vacuum chamber more buoyant than the same size chamber full of air?
Brian, first of all, rigid bodies that don't have any means of having anything underneath them are not going to be more buoyant. The only reason it's going to be more buoyant is if there's a way for the atmosphere to find a place to be underneath it. Otherwise, it's not going to be. Okay, this buoyancy is really only going to involve things that have the ability to be to change their volume. Okay, so I don't know why you're describing the vacuum chamber, and that was in response to a point that I didn't make, Brian. When you reinterpreted my point,
you said that if you add a beach ball to a swimming pool,
Brian,
you don't want to hear me. You want to start calling my name. Call my name, bitch. Call my name, bitch.
I don't want to hear you because I've already heard you misinterpret what I'm saying. You're
gonna have to let me speak to your dumb ass sooner or later, bro. Just keep repeating your bullshit.
There is no limit, Brian. Okay, the pressure is caused purely by the weight of the gases above it, and just because there's
where's the weight? Where can we measure this weight, bro?
Brian,
dude, you're not gonna keep repeating the same thing over and over and cutting me off, bro. You never even let me finish my fucking point.
I'm not cutting you
off, bro. You're calling my name like my wife, bro. Shut the fuck up and let me make a point. I'm not gonna let you monologue, bitch. Listen, dude, he's calling my name like a fucking bitch, dude. Let me make a fucking response.
Dude.
How, he keeps saying that there's weight.
Brian, I'm not going to speak to you anymore. Okay, how about that?
Dude, quit calling my name, dude. Call me B or something else, bro. Please quit saying my name over and over. Now, you said you added, let me respond. He said he added a beach ball to a swimming pool, right? He said that it added weight to the swimming pool. Now, that all depends on the temperature, because if you get the temperature high enough, then the whole swimming pool is going to evaporate, okay? And it's going to take the beach ball with it, and it's going to have lift. So quit attributing weight to gas, you fucking idiot. Go ahead. I'm just fucking with you, dude.
I just thought he had a really good point on the displacement of the gases and that more dense pushing the other one. Like I've seen this displacement even in outer space. Like when the astronauts, when they kick their little feet in outer space, you can see sometimes the wires will move in the distance or things will move. So they're displacing the outer space around the feet.
Brian, Can you tell me why things fall down then, if it's not due to gravity?
Walk outside and show me something falling down. I fucking demand it.
So
without adding energy to something, without adding energy to it, some way or another, show me something falling down, please.
Well, don't apples fall from a tree? Don't leaves fall from a tree?
Only if they fucking took all the energy from the sun and the minerals from the ground and the water from the rain and grew up over years and years and took a shitload of energy to get that up in the air. And yeah, it's going to return to where it came from. It came from the dirt. It's going to return to the dirt, and so are you.
Right, so you're saying it falls to an apple falls to the ground from the tree because of the energy from the sun.
I say from the dirt it came, from the dirt it will return.
Yeah. If we slowly videotape an apple tree growing, right,
yeah.
over 20 years, you'll see it lifting from the ground as the tree grows. Yeah.
My whole point is you can't say something falls, but you can't show it without adding energy.
Yeah, but according to you guys, it's all about the energy. Doesn't, an apple tree get some of its energy from the sun? So why does the apple
we
return
should have all
to
the energy
ground?
we need, dude. We got heavy air above us. We should have all the energy we need.
Brian, you gotta calm down. I wasn't even done.
Oh my God!
talking.
Now you're calling my name, y'all. Please quit saying my fucking name, please.
Because you just over talking everyone, Brian. I wasn't
Just
done
say
talking.
B or something like that. Say B. Okay, I was done with my comment, bro, and you started calling my name.
You've been hanging around.
I wasn't done talking, B. You gotta let me finish talking, B. All right. So
I was done with my comment, bro, and you started saying Brian. Already made my second comment.
So let's stop.
Talking, B. Control yourself. So if you guys say it's all about where it got its energy from, and we know that trees and plants get a lot of the energy from the sun. Like why doesn't the apple fall towards the sun? Like why the ground?
No, I'd like to see you bring something down underneath the water. It's gonna, if it's not, if you're not gonna have to spend energy to get it down heavier than the water, if it's something you got to drag underwater, it's gonna float right back to the top. You're gonna have to put energy to get it out of equilibrium too. The point is, you're not getting nothing out of equilibrium. You're not gonna undermine it without energy. No tricks today. Okay, you're not gonna dunk a beach ball without putting energy into it, and then the potential is going to turn kinetic on its way back up. But y'all keep saying something's falling. No, I walk outside, nothing's falling, dude. Everything is in equilibrium. Some things are arrested, like some things are cut off by certain things and arrest. But as soon as if it came from the ground, it'll return from the ground.
Yeah, I mean, you can test things. You can see like other factors, like maybe the ground. I mean, you can test the ground and see, if it has a negative or a positive charge, and see if the things that you pull from the ground have a negative or positive charge, and then see how they return to each other.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. So B, when I go outside,
wait. What do you mean if it has a negative charge? What do you think ground means, bro? What's ground? What's ground?
You can't just run me over and tell me to wait. Yeah, what the fuck is wrong with you, Brian? Calm yourself.
I was trying to respond. He made a point. He said something about a charge.
What do you mean? I was talking, bro, and you just over talking.
I'm just fucking with y'all, man, and y'all are taking it personal. Quit taking shit personal.
What were you saying? Were you saying something in response to me or not? Because if you weren't saying something in response to me, then you weren't really joining the conversation. You were.
I like you, bro. I was just fucking with you, man.
Bro, it's not just me and you in this.
Shut up, dude. We're trying to fucking say something. Anyway, I like you, bro. I was just fucking with you, man.
Okay, Caloric.
Are you high right now, Brian?
No, he's been hanging around Nathan Oakley too much. He's got the Nathan Oakley tactics
Can we stop talking about this and go to what Caloric
I do got a little buzz, man. I do got a little buzz.
I even forgot what I was. Okay, yeah. So what I was. Okay, so what I was gonna ask is, I mean, if we go outside and we see, water falling from the sky when it rains, like where is that water in equilibrium? Where is its equilibrium? Like where does it find equilibrium?
Well, first you gotta. Is it falling upside down from Australia, or is it falling just down? I mean, is it going up from Australia, or is it falling down?
Falling from the sky towards the ground. Okay. You go outside and you see water falling from the sky towards the ground. Where is water's
because of heat energy. I'm gonna say heat energy allowed it to go up. it changed equilibrium. Okay, the energy from the heat energy. Nothing moves without energy. I need y'all to understand that and quit arguing.
Right, but
Nothing moves. Nothing at all moves
getting,
without energy.
if it's getting the energy from the sun, why does it not fall towards the sun back to where it came from? Because you said a minute ago, if it comes from the ground, it goes back to the ground. So if it's getting energy from the sun, why is it not going back to the sun?
Because it's gonna find equilibrium. This whole speech is about equilibrium. It takes energy to take something out of equilibrium. That's the whole point. And if y'all keep arguing against this, I don't get it. How are you arguing to get something to move? You got to take it out of equilibrium. That takes energy. Okay, unless it's arrested, like hanging from a tree, which took energy to get up there to begin with.
Right?
Okay, so
you said it gets that energy from the sun, right? So if it's got the energy from the sun, and equilibrium says it must go back to where it came from, then why does the apple not fall up the way and go towards the sun? Because that's where it got its energy from.
Because it didn't come from the sun.
You're saying, yeah, you can't say it came from the sun.
You guys are all talking
time.
at the same time. So
So you can't say it came from the sun when you know it didn't come from the sun. It got its energy right from the sun. So what kind of energy did it gather from the sun?
It got energy from the sun, from the water, from the minerals, from the ground. It started from the ground, and to the ground it shall return.
All right, so its equilibrium then would have been at the ground, right? Brian,
No,
is that what you think?
Hey, Nate. So it's starting as water at the surface, right? Liquid water. That liquid water gets energized. The water changes into a gaseous state. It rises, it coalesces in the form of clouds, and eventually condenses back to its liquid state, which means it finds its original equilibrium point in its liquid state back at the ground.
Right, it loses the heat energy. Right, perfect. It loses the heat energy and falls back to the ground. Yeah.
Yeah, so I totally agree with most of what you said, Napalm, and I generally agree that nothing will move without energy. You know, that's the same as saying matter needs forces to move. But my question is equilibrium a like what do you guys mean when you say equilibrium? Is that a preferred position, location, state? Yo, there's someone talking under me.
Somebody's hot micing, man. Somebody's hot micing. Somebody needs to go on mute.
I'm not hot micing. Can you hear me?
This is just how I talk.
Were you talking, Carlos? Carlos, I was busy talking, man. What the fuck?
Can you actually hear me talking now?
Yeah.
Yes, we hear you.
The whole time. Can you hear me?
I hear you, man.
At its most basic level, like if you get down to its water, for example, or any liquid, basic level, there's a surface tension, right?
Carlos is in the middle of his sentence.
I don't know if
Do you have me
fucking hear
muted,
me or not.
Carlos? Can you hear me?
Stop talking, Bob.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Carlos, but I was talking and
Very
you kept
good.
like.
Then can you give me 20 seconds to say
No,
something?
stop.
Carlos, hold on,
go
dude.
ahead.
You came in and you came in and completely bowled over Nate. So go ahead, Nate.
Okay. So I just want to understand is when you guys say something is in equilibrium, do you mean it's in its preferred state of matter or in its preferred location?
No, it all comes from sea level, and like there could be something stuck underneath a rock underwater that is gonna go up to the top as soon as that rock moves, but it's gonna take energy to move that rock for it to float back to the surface. Same thing up high. It could be an arrest. In other words, something can be stopping it, but it's going to return back to sea level. And when it hits the water, it's going to float or sink depending on its density, buoyancy, whatever. It's going to hit the ground. It's going to hit the negative. Okay, so here's my whole point. So I've showed a video where they took these balloons and put them in liquid nitrogen, and they completely deflated. Completely. So is the air, and then when they warmed back up, it only took about 4 or 5 seconds. They inflated back up. I mean, a bunch. They went from being pretty big to nothing at all to it warming back up almost instantly, reinflating. So is there still air in that balloon when it got super cold and it totally deflated and was flat? Was there still air in that balloon? That's my question.
Yes.
Yo, Carlos, go
Even
ahead,
though
man.
it's not taking up so much
Before I
volume, it's
respond.
still there, right? That's my whole point. Is it's all dependent. You know, the gas laws
Yeah,
predict
we
it.
get the
It's
point,
all.
Brian.
So
If
in other words,
Carlos
there's
could
gas up
respond.
there. There's still gas way up there. Okay, it's just colder. It's colder, and there's not as much oxygen. I'll give it that. So it's harder to breathe, but it's expanding due to the cold. And if you got it cold enough, it would contract. It would contract if you got it cold enough, and then when it heated back up, it would re-expand. It all depends on the density, the pressure, and the temperature. It's all
So here's
related.
a question.
There's no way of escaping any of the three.
Carlos. Brian, you got to
Yeah,
pass
come
the
on,
mic.
Brian.
Let's give Carlos. Carlos is trying to get in. Go ahead, Carlos.
Yeah, and I'd just like to support the equilibrium notion that Brian's talking about. And there is one level lower than equilibrium, and that's surface tension. So any liquid like water or whatever, it's going to have a surface tension. And I suppose that all the other layers and gradients, they also have their own surface tension as well. So this is something that you could consider. All of these different gaseous gradients, they have their own surface tension, which actually is the next level down from reaching equilibrium. That's the thing that's stopping it from ultimate equilibrium.
Isn't surface tension an instance of equilibrium?
Yeah. So when you guys say equilibrium, like let's take the water cycle that Napalm explained to us pretty eloquently, right? Within that cycle, when is water in equilibrium? When it's in a liquid or gaseous state, or when it's located in the sky as clouds or on the ground? Like, where is it in perfect equilibrium?
What do you mean by
Relatively.
when you
So
guys
Relative
say
to everything around it. It's relative to the temperature around it.
So yeah,
Huh?
it depends on the state in which it's in.
It's not up
Right.
to the water or the
Right?
air. It's
So
all relative to each other.
so
Go ahead, Napalm.
yeah, so when water is in its liquid state, right? Its equilibrium is going to be, I guess you could almost define that as well as its more inertial state, right? So there's a different equilibrium or inertial state for the different states of matter that water can be in, right? So when it's in a different state of matter, meaning when water moves from its liquid form to its gaseous form, right? It no longer has the same equilibrium point or the same inertial point as it did when it was liquid, right? When it moves to the gaseous state.
Could I
So
ask
when
a
it
Here's the
question,
beauty
Napalm?
of all that.
when water
Let me
can
back that up. This is the
Napalm,
beauty of
could I
all
ask
that.
a
This will be the
question?
last thing I say, guys. The last thing I
Oh,
say
come on,
is
Brian.
the water.
Please,
The
Brian.
water is the
Please,
indicator. This is the
Brian,
last thing I say, and I
stop,
gotta go.
man. I'm really trying to
Listen, the
understand
water is the
Napalm.
indicator.
It's
Okay,
not
the water
about
is the
you
only
anymore.
thing
Someone
that can
has
get
gas
cold.
yield.
Hold
Fighting
on, man. The
for water
water
is not
can
going
get.
to help the situation.
If the water gets hot, it'll go up, and as soon as it loses energy, it'll go back down. And if you take water down and it loses energy, it'll go up. So the cold water will meet in the middle. The cold water will come down from above and up from below. And there's your point. You're asking me what point that is? It's right at the top of the water because
I
that's
ain't even
where it all
asking you
moves.
anything, bro. I'm
Thank y'all
talking
guys,
to
man.
Napalm. So can I
yeah,
please
it's
ask Napalm a follow-up question? Please, guys.
Yeah,
All right,
really
so
quickly.
Napalm.
I just
No,
wanted to say
guys,
something to Brian.
come on, man. I just want to
2
ask a
seconds.
question.
2
So,
seconds.
Napalm, just to clarify. No, bro, just wait.
Brian, that was a good video, Brian.
Fucking
Thank you.
wait. So,
Good, Brian.
and Napalm, just you could have typed that to him, you know? Fucking guy, man. So, Napalm, just to clarify. So you saying water will have a different equilibrium point based on the state of matter it's in. So, like, would I be right in saying this? That water in a gaseous state is in equilibrium when it's up in the air, and then water in liquid state is in equilibrium when it's on the Earth's surface? Is that right?
that would be kind of a crude way of saying it, yes, but really water is not going to tend to stay in its gaseous state, right? It tends to lose energy over time.
Kalora,
Yeah,
can I
but
ask
when
you?
is it?
It'll return
When
back.
is it
So
in?
it's all based on pressure. So like a pressure
So it's
mediation.
only in equilibrium in its liquid state. It's those other states are not in equilibrium, right?
And gas is in the process of seeking equilibrium. It's never still. So, but caloric. Can I ask you a question? When you ask questions, why do you always say? So,
oh, come on, man.
You,
I want
okay,
Napalm
whatever.
to answer,
Okay.
not you, Woodson. Please, man.
Yeah,
Napalm?
That's your room, dude. So you got.
let Witsit say what he's about to say.
No, caloric runs
All
the
right,
room.
fine. Woodson, go ahead.
Well, I'm just
I
confused
was
by
trying to
every
get
time you
understanding.
start a subject, every time you start a topic, this is what you do, and you act like no one notices it. You say, "So, according to you guys, so what do you guys think this is then?" With the implicit tone that we have come up with some new fantastical way to explain things, and you have the official way on your side, and we're opposing it. Like that's your implicit insinuation every time you ask a question. Like we don't know what you're doing. But how is equilibrium different to us than to you? Right? So when you say like, so you guys, it's this kind of like backhanded, like, derogatory tone, insinuating that we're like so beneath you in your understanding that you agree with all consensus and we have some different crazy way to look at it. I would really
I
appreciate
think he means we're boss, bro. He means we're
if you
boss,
maybe
bro.
just pay a little. I'm just asking not to start a fight. I'm saying maybe be a little more attentive of how that comes across. It comes across like very derogatory when equilibrium is not different for either one of us, and it's not like
I thought he was
you
kissing
have
our
it.
ass, Witz.
Okay, anyway, I'm making my point.
No, I'm just saying. I thought he was
Yeah,
like
Brian,
calling
you
us
don't
boss, like
have
you
to stop
guys, like the
interrupting
boss,
people.
the
You can
bosses
hear
rather
people
than the boss.
talking, man. You can hear people talking. Stop speaking when they're talking.
Yeah, Brian.
Yeah, I think.
I've got a question
Anywho.
for you, Brian.
Maybe that was it, yeah.
Well, come on,
Bri-
man. I just
Brian,
want to. Never mind.
Go ahead. Well, who was it? Wasn't Clark. It was the other guy. Who was talking?
You guys,
I've
it's
got
not
a
really
question.
that complicated. It's the idea of like a talking stick. You sit in a circle of people and there's a talking stick and one person has the stick and they're the only one talking. Everyone else is listening and then they pass the stick to someone else. That's what we have to do on here. Granted, we don't have a physical stick that you can hand off to someone, so we have to kind of like, orchestrate it ourselves. And I know sometimes people want to get in, but like just back off if someone else is talking and just be respectful to each other. Let someone say their piece and then wait till they're finished and then next person jump in. It's not that complicated.
Are you a Boy Scout, Geo? Because that only exists in Boy Scout.
The tactic we should be defaulting to is yielding. We should be defaulting to stop speaking when we hear someone else begin speaking.
I've got a question for you, Brian. You said that everything finds its equilibrium, right? And the apple falls from the tree because it goes to the ground, right? So that rots and grows a new tree, and the tree grows a new apple, right? So if I hold an apple over a well, right, which is pretty deep, when I let it go, is it just going to sit and float at ground level because ground level is where its equilibrium is?
Or did that well dig itself? Did that well dig itself? That's a good. You just sat there and tried to think of a fucking dirty, rotten trick for 15 minutes, bro. It took energy to dig that well, pal.
Probably like 15 minutes.
Right, but the energy it took to dig the well has nothing to do with the fucking
There's
apple
no
in the
trick,
tree.
bro. You can't move nothing without energy, bro. There's no way around it. Stop trying to fight your way around it. The only thing, water determines level. Water's the only thing that gets farther away from the sun, it gets colder. It gets closer to the sun, it gets colder. It always meets in the middle. It loses energy either way it goes, and it always meets in the middle. The focal point.
It meets the resistance, yep.
So Highlander, in your well example, is the air within the well that the apple is falling through more dense or less dense than the apple?
It's obviously less dense than the apple.
So why would you assume that it would stop anywhere?
Because he said that, that the apple goes to the ground because that's where it got its energy from and that's where its equilibrium is. So surely ground level, if the ground level is where the apple's equilibrium is, surely if you threw the apple down the well, it would come back up and sit at ground level because ground level is where its fucking equilibrium
What
is.
are
you talking about, bro?
Is that really an honest interpretation of what Brian just told you? So you think that Brian described some sort of pull akin to a magnet that the apple's just going to be pulled to the surface of the ground, even if there's no object beneath the apple for the apple to contact? Is that your interpretation? What he said?
The ground is an invisible plate.
I don't know what kind of fucking crazy magic he fucking believes in.
Wow, dude, all you're doing is
The point is that was not an honest interpretation of what Brian just said. I mean,
That's what he comes across to me.
He rumpus me as I'm speaking. You can understand that the man is describing an instance where the apple is in the environment, the medium that it's in, and it's not going to stop falling until it contacts something that presses against it.
Right, so I asked him why does it fall down, and he said because of the energy it has, the energy it got from the sun, and he said everything that's created from the dirt goes back to the dirt.
Okay,
if I watered you like a tree, bro. If I watered you
fucking words. Yeah.
If I watered you like a tree.
Electrostatic equilibrium. Electrostatic equilibrium. Is that a good answer for you, bro? Can we move on?
Right. That's why I keep saying ground. The ground. Okay. And if they want to try and like dig and undermine shit, yeah, you're going to spend energy doing that. And then when water finally hits it, it's going to float back up to water level. You know, it's all going to equalize. And yeah, the seed of the apple started as a seed in the ground. And yeah, it took energy from the minerals. It took energy from the water, energy from the sun, and it's going to return just like you are. You walk around, you're spending this energy, but nothing's falling. Just everybody keeps saying shit falls. Nothing falls. It takes energy.
Falls.
Yeah, if you lift it up, nothing falls. If you dunk something underwater, it's going to come back up, but not if you don't drag it underneath. Okay?
I'd like to state
it all goes
mention
back
a point,
to ground.
Brian.
It all goes back to ground.
I'd like to mention a point, Brian. Just because Brian is thinking outside the box to a degree, doesn't give everyone a right to jump on his shit and ridicule him, guys. Like, let's just try to be a little fair and let each other feel comfortable sharing ideas. All right.
This is true.
Thinking outside the box. He's fucking hell.
You haven't responded to anything he said with any substantive specificity, yet you're pretending that you're smarter than him. You don't think everyone else in the room can see what you're doing?
Jesus, my fucking goldfish is smarter than him, fuck's sake.
So you responded by
you
doing
in here beneath you? Why?
You can't respond with any specificity to what he said. So when you call him stupid, everyone sees yourself projecting because you don't actually understand it. So can you please, restrain from just ad homing everyone?
There's some fucker. He says that apples fall from a tree because nothing ever falls. But yet we see things fall, but never mind that. But
quit lying, bro. Quit lying. Did I ever say nothing ever falls? Did I ever say nothing didn't fall, or is that a lie?
You said that
said that 2 minutes ago, you fucking dickhead.
Look, here's the deal, man. You keep on just saying ad homs, though, so you're not actually providing anything of value. If every time you ask Brian a question, he answers, and you just respond by calling him names. So if you would like to just have an adult conversation and be a big boy, that'd be ideal.
I just said to him that it started as a seed from the ground. It took energy to get up. You are trying to think your way around me because you think I'm stupid. You're going to try and dig a well and put a goldfish at the bottom of it to come up with a filthy fucking trick to try and break equilibrium. But the reality is, hold on, let me finish. The reality is everything works off equilibrium, bro. And it's going to, if you start on the ground, you will return to the ground.
Take you fucking seriously. I never said anything about putting a goldfish at the bottom of the well.
You said I'm dumber than a goldfish as you interrupt me.
You lying, dirty cunt. That's all you are. Lying, dirty cunt.
I want to ask you, you said the thing about the well.
It's not an animal.
Is that a metaphor for poisoning the well?
Putting a goldfish at the bottom of a fucking well. And I never said anything about putting a goldfish at the bottom of a fucking well.
Can you hear me asking a clarification? I'm asking a clarification.
Highlander don't care, Larry. He just won't shut up.
Okay, I'm not talking to Highlander. I'm talking to the other guy from the States. When you said that he dug a well, was that like a metaphor for like poisoning the well with the goldfish stick?
No, he said if
What
there
did you
was a
mean by
well,
that?
he called me dumber than a goldfish for one, and it took him 15 minutes to think that if there was a well
No, what
next
did
to
you
an
mean
apple
by
tree,
that? What did you
because
mean
he
by
said
that?
if there was a well next to an apple tree, okay, he said if there's a well next to an apple tree, is that when apple falls over the well, is it still going to hit the ground? And I'm simply saying that it took energy to dig the well. So yeah, if there's nothing, if you spend energy to make it fall past ground, it's always going to return to ground. Okay,
And that
that's the
doesn't
whole
make
point.
any
There's no
sense,
way
my
around this,
friend.
dude.
That doesn't make any sense at all, Brian. I'm sorry.
What
I
you
mean,
mean
I
to
think I
tell
understand.
me? You mean to tell me that things can move with no energy, bud?
Me digging a hole in the ground has nothing to do with what falls in that hole.
You're misunderstanding
I
what
said
Brian is
everything
saying
returns to sheep.
because we want Brian. Some people want Brian to not make sense. But what I hear him
No,
say, what he said,
yeah, I know Brian. I mean, me and Brian's good and everything, but you know, and
let me
we're
finish.
able to talk about things without ad homing each other. You know, me and Brian get along pretty good.
So if I may finish
Well,
a
it's just the
sentence, what
closeness to
Brian is,
I was just fucking. Hey, I was fucking with Kosha earlier too, y'all. I mean, we talk all the fucking time. If anybody who's new, if they are, I'm fucking with Kosha, dude. We'll be talking tomorrow. I guarantee it.
if I may finish my sentence, what Brian is describing is y'all understand it already, but you just refuse to like assent to what he is sensibly describing. That the apple is going to fall, right? It's going to fall, but not without energy, because it has potential energy hanging up there on the tree, even whether it's above a well or not, and it's not going to just fall into the hole, but just to be suspended in the air above the hole and not fall down to another thing which it can contact to be pressed against, where it will find equilibrium, where it will find a rest. That's not what he's describing. That's what Highlander was trying to ask him and tried to shove what Brian was saying into, but that's obviously not the implication what he said.
He
So
literally
we're just
said
being
that. He literally quoted me. He said Brian said nothing falls. Like I never said that.
yeah.
Sorry, guys.
After calling him stupid 10 times, I mean, it's just like, can we just grow up?
Yeah, I agree. Brian, I just have a question. So basically the idea is something is in equilibrium when it's not moving, when there's no energy at all acting upon it?
Right. It's not a riddle, bro. It's reality. It's not a
Okay.
riddle. Quit trying to think your way around it. Everything is going to
So
return to equilibrium, and nothing's going to move or disequalize without energy.
okay.
The
So if
equilibrium Brian is referring to is the same one that you're aware of, Caloric. I don't know why you keep asking so many questions.
Right.
no, it's not.
So,
It's not at
so
all. That's
Nate,
why I'm asking questions so I can understand Brian better. So Brian, if a seed is in the ground, it's an equilibrium. And if
What is the difference
if
between the equilibrium he's describing and yours?
Why are you
there
cutting
is,
him off?
there is. That's why I'm trying to understand Brian. Please, Gregory. So
But you
Brian,
asking
two
questions
questions.
as though there's a difference in the
Gregory,
first
please.
place. But what's the difference?
Gregory, please. Allow me to try and gain a better understanding, all right? Please, man.
But he
So
just
Brian,
told
two
you the
questions.
equilibrium you know is the same one he's talking
Christ,
about.
man.
He's not talking to you, Gregory.
So Brian, two questions, man. So a seed in the ground is an equilibrium, and a
I was
seed
just trying to
within an
decide the
apple
thing.
hanging from fucking hell, Brian.
This is this
A
honest line of
seed.
questioning.
I hear you, bro.
Can
But
you
a seed from the
just
ground.
shut
Go
up?
ahead.
Please
So a
stop
seed in the ground. So a seed in the ground would be in equilibrium, and a seed in an apple hanging from a tree would also be in equilibrium, right? Or am I wrong?
No, the seed in the tree is in a rest. This
Is in what?
all come from a PhD, by the way. This ain't my idea.
hey Brian,
Yeah,
can I
but
kind of step in and break this
you
down
said the
from an energetic standpoint, maybe? Because I understand what you're saying, Nate, and you're saying the seed is in equilibrium when it's in the ground. Sure, yeah. When the seed is on the resting on the ground, it's in equilibrium, right? Now that seed
okay.
is a small object of potential energy, right? So as it starts to express its potential energy, it utilizes water and sunlight
Mm-hmm.
to generate energy, right, as a life form. So it starts to grow, and the energy that it's utilizing from the sun and its environment allows it to grow upwards from the ground, right? So when the apple is still attached to the tree, it's attached to the tree because it's receiving this energy. And at some point, it ceases to receive the energy that's holding it up. So once it ceases to receive this energy that's holding it up, it moves back towards the ground. One, because it is more dense than the air around it, right? So it seeks back towards its equilibrium point.
And the only way to
And-
prove all this wrong is to reach an absolute bottom or an absolute top. Can't reach
Right,
an
and the
absolute
same-
bottom or an absolute top, then the ground is
And
the
this-
sea level.
And the same principle can hold true for just the tree itself, right? Once the tree ceases to be alive, it starts to decay. And as it decays, eventually over time, the branches start to break. Everything starts to work its way back towards the ground because it no longer has that life energy that's allowing it to be up off of the ground, right? All this matter, all these branches that are heavier than the air around them are being held up by the life force energy that it has. Now, once it ceases to have that life force energy, eventually it starts to break down and works its way back to the ground, does its thing, fertilizes everything below it. It's a wonderful system we live in. It's actually pretty
And
beautiful.
if you dig that well too, one more thing, if you dig that well, it's going to take energy to do that, so the apple's going to fall further. But that water's going to rise up from the bottom of that well, and eventually water's going to work its way in there and level out with the rest of the water. Water's constantly going to flow, and like I said, it's always going to meet in the middle from up and down. And so there's no force needed. I mean, maybe there might be a bias, and I'll call that ground. But there's no gravity force needed. The force and all the energy is what we spend taking anything out of equilibrium. We could melt that seed, vaporize it. We could water it and grow it up into the air. We could dunk it underwater. It might float back to the top. It's all going to reach equilibrium. There's no getting around it. This ain't a riddle, guys.
Okay. All right. I think I get you guys. So for like an apple seed, its equilibrium would be when it's in the ground. That's like its starting point. Fine. How would this now work with, for example, water? Would water's equilibrium be when it's liquid on Earth's surface?
Well, if you're speaking about
If not, it'll
liquid
have pressure.
water, if you're speaking
Yeah.
about liquid water, yes, right? And it's always going to find and seek the lowest point, right?
Exactly. That's what keeps this whole system going. Because if it's below underwater, it's going to have pressure on it. If it's above, it's going to be like malnourished, for lack of better words. It's going to be
What
under
about
pressurized.
solid water? Where's solid water at equilibrium?
That it's
Just like any
solid
other
water is
solid.
always at equilibrium unless it's arrested. Always. That is equilibrium. Solid water, the water surface is it'll melt once heat hits, but it'll always seek equilibrium and eventually reach it and melt, and that's ground zero, right where that
So Nate,
ice melts.
But where
so Nate, think
is
of it
that
this way,
now?
right?
And it's in
Sea
equilibrium?
level, sea
On
level,
the
bro.
ground? What's sea
It
level?
No, sea level.
depends.
Yeah.
Okay. So like when
It's when it's at
solid
rest,
when,
right?
when you have ice crystals and clouds in the sky, those are not in equilibrium because they're not at sea level.
Sea level. Yep, sea level.
Okay. All right.
They go up,
Then
they
I
lose
think
energy.
I
Go down,
get
they
you
lose
guys.
energy, and return to equilibrium. But it's going to take energy to get them down, to get them up. You know, it's simple. It's simple, but it's thorough. And I'm glad y'all are listening, man. Thanks for entertaining me, man, because I've been trying to
So
preach this shit forever.
equilibrium would be its preferred location.
Preferred
Like
state
it's
of inertia.
starting.
So let me
Right.
ask you a question, Nate. What would you define? How would you define equilibrium and or inertia?
How would I define equilibrium? It's just like a.
I mean, do you have a differing concept of equilibrium and or inertia than we do? I mean, ours is a pretty standard
one question at a
understanding.
time.
I would say equilibrium would just be where, like you have no motion because all forces are balanced out. So over time, there's no change in motion or change in energy within
I'd
a
say
body.
inertia. Oh, sorry, I thought you said. I'd say inertia applies to energy. Equilibrium applies to matter.
Yeah, all forces balanced out. What Kosho just said, that would be equilibrium for me. But it doesn't seem to be the same for you guys. For you guys,
No,
equilibrium
it's the
seems to
same.
be
It's the
a
same.
preferred location. Like an apple seed is an equilibrium when it's in the ground, and solid ice is an equilibrium on Earth's surface. But when I asked Brian if solid ice, if like ice particles and clouds in the sky would be in equilibrium, he said no. So for you guys, it seems to be preferred location.
No.
So
No, that's not what was described to you.
Nate, what you're kind of doing here is you're taking water, which has 3 different states of matter, and you're trying to kind of equate its transition between these states of matter and say, oh, well, we can find liquid water in a cloud, so it's not in its equilibrium, which should be at the ground.
Let me explain. Give me one
what we
chance to
noticed
quickly explain it
is
better.
that,
We can.
hey, Brian,
We can draw.
But that's what Brian
Sorry,
told me.
sorry, I thought you were done. Sorry, sorry, sorry.
But I've been,
but Napalm,
I've been listening
that's what
to you
Brian
for
told me.
hours, bro. And
Yeah,
I'm
but
just
Napalm,
kinda,
I just want to clarify. That's what Brian told me. I didn't like just decide that.
okay.
Yeah,
Brian
no.
told me
You can draw energy from falling snow.
Brian told me that solid ice is only in equilibrium on Earth's surface. If you have
No,
ice
it's always
particles,
yeah, exactly. Once
they're
it
not in
hits ice,
equilibrium.
once it hits ice, it's heading for equilibrium, and you could draw energy from it. You could draw energy from the ice coming up to the top. You could spin a turbine, and you could spin a turbine from snow falling down to the ground. It might linger around for a minute, but eventually you're going to draw that energy, and it's going to apply its force in its direction, and it's going to give its energy back, no matter what.
I mean, it isn't as. I mean, come on with this. Like, how did this misinterpretation occur? Like, we understand what Brian just described. He's not saying that it's not in equilibrium unless it's touching the surface of the earth. When he says when it touches the ground, he's simply using common colloquial language, talking about the object is touching something else, upon which is pressing against it, and that object A, I'll say, touching object B, the earth, or whatever other thing that is under object A, so that the object A can find rest.
So an apple on the ground is in equilibrium. So I would imagine that equilibrium means that all the forces are balanced. But what if we put the apple on a scale and measure a weight? Like there's a
This is
downward
what you'll
deceleration
measure.
on it.
However much energy you took to lift it up is as much energy as that scale will read. And if you dunk it underwater or under moist soil or whatever, you'll start subtracting
goes
away from
away.
that weight. There's not a riddle, guys. There's no getting around this shit, dude. I was answering Howard.
So Howard, the apple, according to my understanding, the apple is finding rest on the scale.
So, according to Brian, that isn't the case, Gregory. I think you are not understanding what Brian's saying. According to Brian, because that
If
apple
it's not at
is
sea level, it's
registered-
not at equilibrium, bro. That's simple. It's not at sea level.
But Brian,
not at equilibrium.
Brian, listen. Howard asked you, what if we put that apple on a scale and we measure a weight, a force? Your answer was that force we are measuring is the force we use to pick the apple up, take it out of equilibrium, right?
I said that's how
Can I
much
chime
it'll
in really
weigh.
quickly? Can I chime in really quickly? Weight is not a force. If a force is required to counterweight, the weight therefore cannot be a force itself. And furthermore, unless you can identify all the variables associated with weight, then you can't necessarily accurately identify it.
We can identify the force.
So, Brian, just for clarity now, because I thought we were all on the same page, but it seems we all got confused again. Solid ice on the floor is in equilibrium. But when that solid ice is like, ice particles, ice crystals, and clouds in the sky, that's not in equilibrium?
No, that's less pressure. That's less pressure. In other words, if it's buoyant, okay, it's negative pressure. It's gonna get energy. It's gonna lose its energy and come back down. It's still got enough energy to stay afloat, but it's eventually gonna lose It's energy. I'm not saying every object, everything does this, but water is the definer. Eventually, it goes high enough, it's going to lose that energy and come back to the ground and give its energy back. You can turn a turbine by catching it on the way down. Same thing if you take water, ice underneath water, or just water deep enough. It's going to eventually get far enough away from the sun. It's going to lose enough energy, and it's going to freeze. Maybe not exactly like that, but I'm just making a equilibrium point. Is sea level where the ground meets the sea to me, and that's always going to change. That point where the ground meets the ocean is going to move around, but that point is always going to be perfect harmony. And if you take it underneath, it's going to have pressure, extra pressure on it. And if you take it above that point, it's going to have less pressure on it. Okay, it's only going to be an equilibrium at that one point, and everything is always going to seek that. And the sun that's what powers the sun, and that the sun's what powers it. It's that simple, man.
Okay. I fully understand you now, Brian, and I don't agree with you at all. Like I couldn't say this before because I didn't understand what you were saying.
Where do you
but
think
now
all
that
the
I
hydrogen
do,
goes, bro? From all the lightning around the whole entire globe, your globe. Where does all the hydrogen go?
all
You
the
know how many lightning
hydrogen.
strikes the ocean? You know how much lightning
There's
strikes
hydrogen
that.
everywhere. Hydrogen is the most abundant element in our universe, Brian. It's
I'm talking about from
everywhere.
the ocean. From the ocean.
What do you mean hydrogen from the ocean?
He's talking about unbonded hydrogen. Where does it go?
Uh-huh.
It bonds.
Yes. Every time lightning strikes the ocean, what do you think happens to that
It
hydrogen?
bonds with something.
No,
All of
hydrogen
it?
is a very
Yeah.
reactive element. You know.
Yeah, it's always trying to attach to shit.
Yeah.
So we don't have free unbonded hydrogen in your Atmos.
Maybe
Not
we
a whole
do,
lot of it.
but I
Not
mean,
not a whole lot of it because it likes to bond. It's a
yeah,
slut, you know. It wants to get down
yeah,
and dirty
not
with
a whole lot.
everybody.
So let's focus on the little bit then. Where does the little bit that's unbonded go?
Straight
just
up.
float. Yeah, it goes
It's
straight up.
floating way up there at the
This is
top.
the point I was making with Brian earlier that I couldn't, I guess, comprehend, well, at least the way I was saying it, which is that where it goes somewhere, it doesn't leave. It sits on top of the rest. That's what floating means. Floating doesn't mean that there's, it's not, floating implies that this object or this thing is now, it's still adding to the total weight of the system. It's just
Quit
sitting on
saying
top of it.
weight, dude. God damn it.
You guys don't understand weight. I don't understand why you keep invoking it. Weight is not the locus of potential energy like you've been taught. So you
Yeah,
gotta
weight is vector,
try to
medium,
wipe that out
location,
of your
and
head.
yeah, weight is
what?
medium, coherency, location, and vector specific, none of which you account for in your W equals mg.
That's because you're talking about two different things. One is called weight, which is understood as what you just described it, W equals mg, which is exactly what it is. And then there's the net weight, which is what you're going to measure if you try and use
Quote
a scale to
unquote
measure
weight
something,
is
which will be the weight that the scale will read due to the forces that aren't just at m equals the weight equals mg, because there's other things acting on it.
So it'll
Force of what?
pressure that it will push on my nutsack from underneath. Same pressure, not weight.
again weight, quote unquote, is
Yeah,
vector, medium, location,
pressure,
and coherency specific.
Again,
Austin, say that
like
one more
pressure
time.
from
you
the
should think that
atmosphere.
that's
That's
someone
why
who's
if you measure.
describing as net weight.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Wait, Austin, please say that again.
Weight is medium, location, vector, and coherency specific. So these are all
There's
variables.
actually a few more. There's actually a few
What
more
is-
variables.
Wait. What does coherency specific mean?
Specific to coherency.
does that
Okay,
mean?
then.
What does that mean?
Okay.
With
Yeah, if something you don't know if what it means if something's coherent or incoherent.
That sounds circular to me.
specific
No,
coherence?
it's no different. It's no different than analogously looking or describing a laser versus a light bulb. Like one is focused where the other one isn't.
Okay, in the example
Yeah,
of
but-
the
but-
weight, what is coherent in this example?
Yeah.
Yeah, so again, like if you
Why
were to
not?
have something more coherent, then it would change its weight, like a magnet, for example.
the coherency of its charges. But this is exactly my point. Is what you're describing is not weight itself, but net weight, which in scientific terms is something different than weight, because weight has a specific definition, whereas net weight would be what you would expect to measure if using a scale to measure weight, which would be all the forces, all the forces acting on the object, and what you end up with is the net downward weight.
Do you think this is a rebuttal? Do you not understand what the actual conversation is? The conversation is that the way that you guys are defining weight is incomplete. Then you go on to say, no, we don't consider that weight.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're making my point.
I didn't say we didn't consider that weight. I'm saying that I'm responding to what you just said about that it's not W equals mg, it's this other thing. And I'm saying, no, W equals mg is weight. This other thing is the net weight, the thing you'd measure. And we're not ignoring that fact. When we say the weight of the atmosphere, when we're saying the weight of the atmosphere, that's included in it. The net weight would be what you would measure.
Austin, D already told Kosho this shit. He ain't gonna listen. D already told him.
I know they're not. I don't know I'm gonna listen. That's why I just wanted to say it, and now I'm going back to work on the sink.
So what just happened is that Austin just said what he said, and then Kosho just reiterates what Austin is counter arguing. You think reiterating your position that is being countered is a rebuttal?
When someone says the words weight is not mass times acceleration, it's this, right? And I'm disagreeing with that. And
gas is measured in pressure, dude. Gas ain't measured in weight.
And they're disagreeing with you, Kosho, and you think the rebuttal to the counter argument is just to reiterate what is being countered.
So you disagree with that fact. You disagree with the fact that that what was described just now by Whitsitt is not the net weight, which is not the
gas
net
law
the force
doesn't measure weight. Doesn't measure gas in weight. It measured it in pressure because it's all temperature reliant. You could take something that weighs and heat it up. It's going to weigh negative. It's not measured in weight. It's measured in pressure. Gas laws are measured in pressure. Quit saying weight.
So it's like when you guys talk about what is this specific to coherence or coherence specificity or whatever, if something's more coherent, does it weigh more or does it weigh less?
Yeah, something more coherent could quote unquote weigh more, which is our point, is that the current explanation for weight is incomplete. Like, it doesn't address like a bunch of variables that we know to play a role. I mean, specific meaning relative to, meaning like dependent upon. So like medium as an example, like a 2-year-old can push a sumo wrestler in a pool, but not on the ground. Well, all that changed was the medium. And so like what we call weight, which is pressure mediation resulting in a downward force over a certain area, that's all relative to a variance of factors, and it's not just mass times gravity. That's just pseudoscience.
Yeah, you got magnitude, there's phase, the medium, vector, a few others, but I can't remember. But you have to address all these variables.
Can I ask you something, Dicelo?
Okay.
If I measure your weight on Earth's surface and then I measure it, I don't know, man, 1,000 feet in the air, there's going to be a difference.
You weigh more.
What's causing that? What's causing that difference?
Lack of
potential energy increasing.
There's buoyant force on you, but it's not as much, right? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, like I said, you would have to account for all these variables to be specific in addressing what it is.
I would say two variables. The difference in the buoyancy due to the less pressure in the atmosphere, and your proximity to the surface.
Well, yeah, exactly. So, like I said, you would have to account for all the variables. So, like, how far away are we talking?
In their world, they'd have to account for if their atmosphere is moving with the ground, they would have to account for the excess acceleration, and that's never figured in.
Well, I mean, I just named two that would be significant to the difference. The pressure, the difference in atmospheric pressure, and the proximity to the surface. What else would you need to include?
The higher you go, the faster you fall. No getting around it. No, don't try and think your way around it. Howard,
No,
there's no
that's
getting
due to
around it.
acceleration.
Higher you
That's
go,
due to
the faster you
acceleration.
fall.
That's due to acceleration, Brian.
Due to potential energy, bud.
But Dyslo,
So you think you think you're gonna weigh more up there or less? So if the higher you go, the faster you fall. You're gonna weigh more or less up there.
So Dyslo, would you agree with the answer Howard gave? That it's
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I would say Brian and Howard were on point. They're just kind of speaking the same thing in different ways, but yeah, I mean, all of these things have to be understood prior to going in and specifically saying, you
Why
know,
would you
weight
fall?
is.
Why would you fall faster? I mean, why would you accelerate towards the ground? If
The
you're
ground,
going
like
into a
you
denser
said, the
medium.
what? The what? Fall,
If
accelerate
you're
towards the
going,
what? He
if
just
you're
said
going
it.
into a denser medium, why would you accelerate down
Towards what?
the ground?
Wow.
The what? The ground. Yeah, the ground. Because that's
Like
where everything's
you're
gonna
speaking
be.
in terms of
The ground.
electricity, is in ground,
Hey,
or
left lane. So
just
when
dirt?
we're going into a when you said we're going into a denser medium, so if I drop something into water, does it keep accelerating through the water? Thanks for playing.
Well, it does. I'm pretty sure it does accelerate, but it's a slower acceleration though. Or maybe
It
it's just
slows down acceleration.
sure. I mean,
I thought
look,
accelerating was the opposite of slows down.
Acceleration is a trick term, and
Well,
the
okay.
globe
I don't
is
know.
trick.
No, but I mean, just the one question, not for another question. From the 1,000 feet,
Yeah,
why
but
would you
that is a
accelerate towards the ground?
that
You're
is actually
accelerating.
a
You're
good
gaining
question he
speed
asked,
towards the
Howard.
ground.
No,
Huh?
Yeah,
he's
but
asking
Howard,
if you drop something and it's accelerating towards the ground and towards the denser medium, then why does it keep accelerating? Okay, so what if I drop an acorn from 1,000 feet to a lake? What happens when it hits the more dense medium?
You're bringing in a
Yeah,
whole
every
nother
time
medium.
you fall, you're going to speed up and slow down with any significant elevation. You're always going
What
to
were you
speed
going?
up from zero and then slow down to the ground every time. Unless you're just talking about like just barely above the earth, you can pull one of your dirty rotten
Slow
fucking
down
tricks.
to the
But
ground.
from any elevation, you're going to start from zero and speed up, and then you're going to slow down
Slow
within a few
down?
seconds.
What?
Yeah,
How are
you're
you going
always
to
going
slow
to speed
down?
up and slow down because you're going to
Terminal
start from zero
velocity.
and you're going to end up you're going to start at zero and end up at zero. There's no getting around it.
Okay. Yeah, I know terminal velocity, but I mean, you're going to reach a certain
Yeah, like Dyslo said,
speed,
that's got a
and
lot of factors.
slow,
There's a
you
lot of factors in
determine.
that. You're going to
But are
always
you
start
going
at
to
zero.
slow down?
You're always going to start
Yeah,
from
when
zero
you're
and end at
reaching
zero.
terminal velocity at, let's say, 10,000 feet, right, you're starting to slow down. By the time you get to 6,000 feet, you're going to be going even slower. And by the time you get to 2,000 feet, you're
No,
going to be
we
going
we
so
were.
slow that you pull a parachute, you're not going to hit the ground very hard.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I'm
you're
talking.
going to
We were
speed.
talking about 1,000 feet. Not. I understand that. You know, if you go up, you know that's a whole nother situation. Like Felix Baumgartner, like supposedly broke the speed of sound at ground level, but he reached like 700 miles an hour. I think we're getting off in the weeds a little bit, though. We're talking about at 1,000 feet. Why would you accelerate towards the ground?
Because dude, we've already answered it.
There's no strong enough to pull you up.
well, real fast for the acorn thing, just real fast. From what I'm looking up, water's terminal velocity is like 20 miles an hour. So it makes sense that the acorn would have to slow down anyway because it, terminal velocity for air is like 120 something. So if it's
That was
it's
my
going
whole
to
point.
okay, I just wanted to bring that up though. But anyway, you guys go on though. Yeah, you guys go on.
Terminal velocity
Okay,
isn't
the Glovers are still
you
asking
need
the
to know
question.
more than just what the medium is to determine the terminal velocity. It's going to depend on whatever the
So-
surface area is.
That's true too.
Yeah, but it also has something to do with the medium. Yeah. So anyway, but what's so crazy is
No, I'm
that you
saying
guys
it's
keep
not.
asking.
It's you can't just pick one number just
I
because
guess
you know what the medium
go on
is.
mute. Okay, I'll try
Go
one
show.
more.
Yeah, go ahead, Witcher.
So you guys keep asking, well, why would it accelerate to the ground then? As if you have some exclusively viable explanation, right? Well, we've already explained that things are seeking equilibrium, electrostatic equilibrium. It's going to the ground. We have positive energy above that, and we have a negative surface charge. Therefore, we have an electrical equipotential gradient going up from the Earth. and everything's seeking its electrostatic equilibrium. So everything has a charge trying to find its resting resonance to have its potential to find equilibrium. So what is it that isn't understood?
That what you just said implies that everything that's not on the ground has some positive charge.
No, that's again. So you don't understand, right? So I'll say it one more time. So the air has positive charge as it goes up above the ground. Therefore, we have an electric gradient, positive going to negative, creating a downward current. If an object falls down in it, it doesn't have to have a charge. That's called a straw man.
Yeah, but you could equate the charge to negative pressure, though, Austin.
Dude. I only
Austin, you could equate the charge to negative pressure.
What he said, dude. Okay, because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that there's two charges between the ground and the air. If those are not the things you're talking about, you're talking about some object, if in the air. So you let something go in the air to imply that its equilibrium, electrostatic equilibrium, is on the ground, because that's where the negative charge is going to be. Would imply that this object has some sort of
No, he said
charge.
you build up your charge as you move away from the ground, bro.
There'd be no reason.
You're not
for it to be
listening.
attracted towards the ground.
He just said you build up your charge as you move away from ground.
So this is what I explained, very simple, right? So we have an equipotential increase in electricity as we go up from the ground. We have positive charge building up. We have a negative surface charge. If we drop an object, which is also intrinsically electrostatic, listen carefully. The object is also electrostatic. We're dropping it through the atmos, which has an electric gradient, and it's going to go to find its rest or equilibrium on the ground. Now, if something's lighter than air, it can go up also, right? Because the buoyant force of relative density will overcome the very slight, damn near negligible bias of electrostatics. And every object you drop that accelerates is electrostatic, which means objectively it's electrostatic acceleration. Now you're going to try your best to find a way to paint over this and muddy it and dilute
Why don't you
it.
just let me do the work of speaking? That way that you don't have to argue against yourself, strongly, me, right?
There you go. Dilute
Because, again, what you're
I give him
implying,
3 seconds to put words in your mouth with it.
What you're implying is that there's a charge in everything, because there's electrostatic charge in everything, and because of this reason, the charge in the atmosphere, which is negative and increasing higher and higher as you go. For this reason, there's going to be an electrostatic acceleration where these objects are going to seek equilibrium on the ground, and by implication, they're assuming that the charge is in all these objects, every object. If for some reason the equilibrium is going to be directed towards the ground. Which
The
would
Earth
mean that
is a
it would have opposite
Gaussian.
charge.
Earth
Which would
is
mean that the
Gaussian.
electrostatic charge,
It's like a
electrostatic charge that it has
capacitor.
is opposite to what the ground is.
So you don't understand
There's a
it,
roof.
or you're
There's a
intentionally
roof.
misrepresenting what I'm saying. Which one is it, Coach?
I told him
That's the
in
second
3
time.
seconds he misrepresents you in
Why
3
would
seconds, bro. It took
equilibrium
him
be?
2. Here's
Why
the point. It's a
would
Gaussian.
Hang on a second, Brian, you're going to have to let Kosho and Witsit interact. And
I told him
please
Kosho
stop
was going
talking
to misrepresent him in 3
but
seconds.
you're
Fine,
so
Brian. Why
what?
would
So
the
what?
equilibrium?
It
Trying to
only
answer
took him
Witz's question
2.
now. I'm trying to answer what's his question now, Brian.
No, now it's Coach's
I'm trying to put it in toe lock for him.
Don't speak for a second, okay? Yeah. Why would the attraction be towards the ground, and which you just stated was negative?
Because it's positive up higher, stupid.
Brian,
Yeah,
let the
Yeah,
two of
here it
them
goes.
talk, man. All you're doing is disrupting the conversation. Like, I appreciate your inputs, but if you're not adding value, just stay on
The
mute,
last
bro.
thing he said is that it increases in positive value, and Kosho
What does that
let
have
off
to do
with
with
it
the
with
electrostatic
increase in
charge
negative
of that
value.
material?
Okay, so let's see if maybe Kosho will actually listen, okay? So it is the actual environment that has the gradient. Now you are going to probably do it again where you want to skate past that entire part, which is the actual postulation, and start talking about the object again. Because you want to straw man what I'm saying. So let's see if we can do it one more time. There's an increase of positive energy above the Earth. It's equipotential. Increase in positive energy as you go above the Earth. Okay, the surface of the Earth is negatively charged. This creates an intrinsic up and down, an objective parameter for up and down, a downward bias, if you will.
we have a downward current that goes to the Earth. This results in pressure, downward pressure, very slight electrical pressure, but it's measurable and provable and on the Earth. So when you drop an object, the primary thing is going to be its relationship with the density of the medium, relative density of the object in the medium. But it's going to all fall within the parameters of that objective up and down that have been set with the electric gradient in its seeking of equilibrium. Now, is this where you respond again and act like I'm saying the object's being pulled down by electric charge? Is this what you're going to do?
Yeah, this is the part where I ask you how, in any way, any material in this medium is going to have any consequence due to this, when that potential is going to be the difference in charge from whatever point in the elevation you're talking about and the ground itself. It has nothing to do with objects. It has nothing to do with objects in that medium and which direction they're going to be compelled towards. That makes no sense.
He did just what you said he'd do.
Exactly. He's going to do it every time because there is no rebuttal to my argument. There's no rebuttal to my argument.
I'm asking you to make to place these objects in it and describe why these objects themselves are going to be compelled specifically downward.
Okay, so again, you just don't. I just answered it, so I'm going to do it one more time. And then if the Globers want to desperately pretend Kosho's actually rebutting me, I genuinely don't give a fuck. Okay? So here's the objective situation, right? I'm not saying that there's a charge on the ground pulling the object down. I'm saying that there is an electric gradient and we have a downward current resulting in a downward pressure that sets the up and down, objective, up and down on the plane that you live on, by the way. Okay, now we're going to drop an object. Now, if we drop a helium balloon or something lighter than air, it goes up, right? Things don't just go down, strictly go down. Things just go down. That's not true. That's not true. You beg the question and say that, and that when things go up, they're actually going down. That's a cool story, bro. Things don't just go down. So like I explained, the primary causal agent would be the density of the object relative to the density of the medium, because we can throw a beach ball up, it falls down in the air. Take it to the bottom of the pool, it goes up in the water, because we changed the medium. So we know that that's a primary causal agent that will result in a buoyant force, which is much stronger than, once again, the up and down, the objective up and down that's established by the electric gradient on the Earth that results in a downward current towards the surface of the Earth. Okay, downward current towards the surface of the Earth, resulting in a downward electric pressure. So we have an up and a down, and the natural direction things go to seek equilibrium is within this electric gradient on the Earth, unless you have a stronger buoyant force that overcomes that almost negligible bias and makes things go up. Now, can you please act like you actually understand what I'm saying, or just don't respond?
See, what you said you were going to do is not what you did, because what I asked you to do was to describe why, not that it happens, but why materials are going to go or being compelled downwards. I understand that you said, there's an over. I understand what you said. There's an over. There's a bigger, more encompassing. What do you say? The equilibrium through the
downward bias.
density equilibrium, which can overcome that and create buoyant objects. But why is it that these masses are going to be attracted towards this negative charge for almost no reason? Wow. There's no reason for them to be. There's no reason for that to create any kind of bias in anything, and unless there's a charge, unless there's something connecting these two charges, like a wire or something like that. And in that case, you'd be talking about the actual charge itself, and not.
Kosho, you're starting your argument by magically moving something out of equilibrium, bro. You're actually starting your fucking point by magically moving something out of equilibrium. He started with that ground as equilibrium. And then he said it's a positive energy, or it's positive charge as it goes up. And you started with it's getting a negative charge.
Why does something gain charge as it goes up? Why does something gain charge as it goes up?
The air gains positive energy increases as you increase above the surface. You didn't know that?
You're giving it positive energy, getting it off the ground, Howard.
Yeah,
this isn't true.
Without
Kosho
them putting electricity, I don't see how that could be possible.
Here's what Kosho likes to do.
Yeah, we got free energy figured out here in a minute.
Now we have free energy figured out. Okay, see, this is what's so sad, because the Globers always say stupid shit like that. Just like when I was talking about electrostatics, and then NASA jumps in and says, "Oh yeah, then why don't you have flying cars?" And now left lane.
But you just arbitrarily. You're just arbitrarily saying things gain charge as they go up in altitude.
No, it's
Okay,
gaining fucking charge because you're giving it you're giving it the energy, bro. Period. Y'all keep starting off with something fucking out of equilibrium, and then you want to time it, time it. You want to drop it and time
You're
it.
saying something completely different than what you're saying, dude.
He started with ground as equilibrium, bro, and if you work your way against it, then you're increasing your
I'm
charge.
trying to stay patient. I'm really trying to stay
Alright, go
patient. So left lane, here's the deal, my man. You just said I'm arbitrarily stating that things get more positive energy as they go up. Okay. First of all, I didn't say things do
You're
anything.
saying electrically. You're saying electrically.
God. Yeah. Okay. So I didn't arbitrarily say anything, left lane. Okay. There's a measurable atmospheric electricity on the Earth. I don't know if you didn't know that, but if you didn't know that, that doesn't make me stupid. That doesn't mean that I'm making something up, and that doesn't make it arbitrary. It's just objective. Okay. So we have atmospheric electricity on the Earth that increases with equipotential increase. Right? Lines of equipotential increase, meaning every 100 volts, it goes up the same amount. Every 100 meters, it goes up the same amount. Right? So equipotential. So 100 to 120 volts per meter increase, increase, increase. Okay. Now, like Coach said, you need a string to bring the current down. And you said we should have free energy. Yeah, that's what it is. We have a string go up in the air, and it harnesses the atmospheric electricity, and it spins the corona motor.
Why a kite?
It gives us it gives us a motor that works from the energy.
What's
So
a
this
corona
isn't
motor?
arbitrary. This isn't made up. This is just Globers don't like real science, don't like to talk about what's really there, so then they just spew bullshit. That's what happens.
Let's try to talk about what's really there.
Made up to me.
Yeah, let's talk about what's really there instead of confusing these things, because what's in the atmosphere is electrostatic potential. So when you're saying 120 volts or 100 or whatever it was per 100 meters, this is only because if you connect these two areas with some kind of like I said, a wire or something like that, if you can connect them,
And a corona motor,
then
right?
the difference between those charges will give will give you this voltage, right?
We'll give you the corona motor.
Hold on, dude. Hold on.
Lots of voltage.
So what that doesn't imply, what that doesn't
Just
imply is that
repeating
putting
what
something-
Austin said like it's contentious, dude. It's fucking a joke.
Brian, just stop. What that doesn't imply, though, is that if you put something in the air, it's somehow giving it this electrostatic potential or allowing you to, it interact with this in any way. This is only if you connect these two, these two areas with something that can, allow the charge to flow through it without the resistance.
So this is the thing that connects it all, by the way, is the background medium. Okay. Instead of responding before you actually understand, maybe actually think about it. Okay. So there's a background medium. So it is all connected. There is actually a transference capable just in nature because there's a background medium. Now I know you deny that because science told you to deny. I don't care. But that's not even the point. You keep saying that I'm basically saying that the atmosphere is giving this energy to the object and making it go down to the ground. But that's not what I'm saying, is it? I'm saying that there's an equipotential gradient. There's an atmospheric electricity that has a gradient. There's an electric gradient. This results in downward pressure because there's a different amount of energy at different levels. So the pressure is mediated relative to the amount of energy. What that does is creates a bias, a downward bias. Okay. So the object has a downward bias. So it's going to automatically seek equilibrium relative to that downward bias established by the electric gradient. It has nothing to do with the atmosphere giving the
It's a downward, but it's one thing. It's a downward and upward bias. Because if you spend the energy to bring something down, then there's an upward bias. There's an equilibrium bias. But you're right. It's all to ground, to ground zero. I agree with everything
to the surface. It's downward technically. So, things can go up or down. So this is what's so funny though. Like the only time that Globers can voice contention is to straw man what I'm saying, and then with the arrogance of pretending they're teaching me. So anyway, what I just said is objective. Things establish electrostatic equilibrium. That object's electrostatic. It's within an environment that has an electric gradient with downward pressure. And that's just all objective. I'm not saying that it's going to transfer electricity to the object. I'm not going to say, oh, you're saying it doesn't exist effectively and it has no effect unless you have a string. Well, you're just wrong, buddy, okay? Because that's not how energy works. Energy makes pressure mediate relative to the amount of energy there,
Okay, so each section of the Atmos has a certain amount of energy, so pressure is mediated accordingly. Oh, look at that! We have a pressure gradient. What a coincidence! And we have a downward
What?
bias.
Are you saying that electricity causes the pressure gradient now?
No, it's not a
Really?
sole cause.
Mhm.
It's not a sole cause, buddy. So try again.
Let me ask Kosho
You
a question
just
real
said.
quick. Kosho, why do
You're
you
not just
think
talking about
Kosho?
the
Why do you think
pressure.
the
You're just
gravity?
talking
Why do you
about the
think the
entire
gravity tank?
downward bias.
Let me, Kosho, why do you think the gravity chamber or the vacuum chamber was more buoyant than the air chamber, the same chamber with air? Why do you think it's more buoyant?
Yeah, Brian, that's a great question for some other person in some other conversation. However, in this conversation, what Witchett just said, once again, there's so many things that you're not like. You're implying that there's some truth that nobody else besides, I don't know, you and some other select people know, right? That there's some background, medium.
Kosho,
There's some background medium which allows these charge to flow through, which negates any
Kosho.
sort of resistance, which is
That's why
much
I said
greater,
vacuum, bro.
which is much
Because you're saying
greater
there's
than
no medium in that vacuum.
Jesus Christ.
Kosher, this is why I said vacuum. You're saying there's no medium there, right? So why is it more buoyant? It's a vacuum, right? There's
Because it
nothing
has
in there.
less-
Why is it?
That's right. It
There's
has
a
less
point.
stuff
There's
in
a
it.
point to this.
Brian, I'm trying to have a coherent conversation.
It has
I know,
less
but
stuff
you,
in it, Brian.
dude, straw man is too nice of a term to what you did to him. We just said that fucking energy. You keep just moving shit and starting it up in the air. You're not gonna move shit without fucking putting energy in it, bro. You're just saying that it's the atmosphere with all the energy. No, we're saying that ground zero, equilibrium, and you give it all this energy, and it accrues as it gets higher and higher because of the
You're not in
medium.
a position that it disagrees only with me. You're in a position that disagrees with what Witsit had said. Okay, so I don't know why you're speaking or why you think it's important that you put your word in there, but it's not in agreement
What
with
did
anyone
I
who's talking.
disagree with him
He did
about?
not
Please.
say that the ground is zero. He said that.
I said ground zero.
All right. So anyway, here's the deal, man. So I've said it many times, and then what you said, because all you could muster up to respond with is
Brian interrupted me.
all you could say, Kosho, was that I'm basically claiming to know something that no one else knows.
That's not all I'm saying. Brian interrupted
and
me.
that there's
before
a
I finished.
and that there's a background medium. But when I explained, yeah, you're breaking up because the ether's breaking you up. So the ether's breaking you up, bro.
It wasn't all
So-
I said. That Brian interrupted me.
But I'm
before I
getting out in
finished.
front of it, Kosho. I specified that
Why don't
the
I try to
background
get in front of
medium.
you? What the
It's
fuck?
not relevant.
That's
I
not what have a
specified that
conversation.
the background medium is not relevant. So would you like to retract that? I specified that that's
No, I didn't say the
independent.
background medium is not relevant. I'm saying you're claiming
No,
that
that's what
what's
I said.
allowing.
That's
what's
what I
you're
said.
saying that that's what allows this to
No,
have any sort
wrong.
of relationship with.
Wrong.
Yes,
You're
I'm
wrong.
telling you that this potential is only relevant. It's only relevant in the instance when you're connecting these two areas by means of something that allows the charge to flow through it and negate the resistance that's in the air, like a wire.
What potential? What
specifically like
potential?
little resistance. That's the only way that this potential has any relevance. It doesn't have relevance by putting an object in it and imagining that the this difference in electrostatic gradient potential, the gradient there is going to allow some bias downwards. It doesn't even make sense.
The matter causes
so
the
does-
gradient, bro. What pressure?
Okay. So does energy, is pressure mediation relative to energy that's present? Yes or no?
Sure.
Okay, so there's a certain amount of energy in different parts of the atmos. So the pressure is being mediated relative to that. So we have a downward pressure.
Yeah,
We
but
have a
that's what
downward pressure.
you're saying right there is not correct, though. Is what I'm saying. That
Why
certain
not?
amount of
Why not?
energy, that certain amount of energy is not dependent on where you are in altitude. It depends on what two places are being connected. This potential is the potential between the charge that is allowed to flow between these two areas in the atmosphere.
Then why is the vacuum chamber more buoyant than the air chamber?
Because there's no air in it. It has less mass in it, therefore it weighs less and it's
It's
more
placing
buoyant.
the same amount of water, genius.
You said it's more buoyant.
Why? I'm asking
'Cause
why
it has
is it
less-
more buoyant?
it has less
According
weight.
to the equation of buoyancy, it's displacing the same amount of water. That's what I fucking thought. Go on mute,
Yeah, just all you're
dickhead. Let Austin and Kosho talk.
We're going to get to ad hom or divergent. So anyway, yeah, Kosho, if you want to actually pretend that you're interested in the open-minded conversation, then yes, there's a background medium, and that would be the connection. That would be the medium of transfer. That would be the qualitative medium of transfer. But that's not really the point. The point is that we just have a downward bias, and that every object that's dropped is electrostatic. Okay, so that's it. So whenever it falls down, that's electrostatic acceleration. And we can prove that it plays a role in the direction of acceleration by manipulating that variable and changing the direction of acceleration. So when we manipulate electrostatics, we can show that things can go up or down relative to simply that being manipulated. Okay, so when things fall, it's intrinsically electrostatic acceleration. Things don't just fall. So it's relative density coupled with the intrinsic electrostatic makeup of all the material and the air it's falling through. Even if it's a vacuum, you have electromagnetic fluctuation and energy, right? So it's always present, and the ground itself is present, and it's seeking equilibrium towards the ground, which is why it's called that. Okay. You guys got to trash it. It's 2022. The Glover's got to update their script. Why do things go down then is not a good argument. Let it go. I destroyed it. You might have got a bunch of the flat
I was talking to somebody in real life, dude. I don't know what you said.
It's
but
2022.
I didn't respond. Doesn't mean, yeah, I don't know what all. What you said has no way of solving that problem. That in reality, that potential only comes from connecting those 2 points. So if there's no connection between those 2 points, then there's no point in talking about what the amount of energy that exists at this.
Really, what's the connection between the 2 points for? What's the connection between the 2 points for gravity?
No, that has nothing to do with this. What we're talking about with the 2 points is the electrostatic potential in the atmosphere.
Okay.
That electrostatic potential in the atmosphere is in reference to 2 points. That has nothing to do with gravity.
I'm asking you. No, this is what it is. It's either gravity or I'm explaining an alternative. So I'm asking you a question. So then what is it that connects, what connects everything for your explanation of downward acceleration?
Yeah, the downward acceleration in my paradigm was obviously the gravitational acceleration.
Based on the connection of what?
Well, I mean, you can go as how Einstein describes it in the mass working space-time.
Okay, thanks. So you think that there is a background medium comprised of space and time. And whenever you pretend that I'm stupid for claiming a background medium, you can see how it's ironic that you actually claim one that's composed strictly of concepts. So
the simple answer, the simple answer that for Kosho is you simply have to be in proximity of a large mass. That's all.
No, that's not the answer. The answer is that
that's
space
the connection.
No, the answer is no. Space time's the connection, buddy. Not
okay.
Proximity.
You can change my answer if you want, but it's still my answer remains
wrong.
the same.
But your answer's wrong. When you say proximity,
well, you can say that. You could say that.
I'm asking you what is between the 2 objects, and then you say it's in close proximity, which doesn't answer what's in between. It doesn't matter how close it is.
That's all that's required.
No. In your paradigm, space-time, the fabric of space-time is required.
Yeah, all that's required for you to experience gravitational acceleration is to be in the proximity of a large, massive body.
Would you experience that if there was no space-time?
How can there can never be no
I don't even know. I don't know how you say that if there's no space-time.
You made that shit
doesn't
up.
make sense.
Okay. So whenever you say that's all there is,
the universe
to it,
didn't
that's
exist.
not all there is to it.
If the universe didn't exist, would you feel gravitation? That's
okay, see, you guys are trying your best to pretend I'm stupid,
no,
but I'm clearly not the one that's stupid here.
That's what you just asked. You asked if there was no space-time, would you feel gravity? So if there was no universe, if there was no universe, would you feel space-time? Would you feel gravitation?
When you guys poke fun at me invoking a background medium or an ether, it's ironic because your paradigm also invokes a realm, background outside of the material world comprised of space and time. Actually, I'll just quote Einstein since it's basically like arguing with people that disagree with Einstein, but also simultaneously praise him because they don't understand their own belief and their religious zealots. So we'll just talk about what Einstein actually said, and what he said is, well, space-time must have physical properties. So in that sense, there does exist an ether. In fact, space without ether is unthinkable.
Okay, and he considers the ether to be space-time.
Oh shit!
And
sorry, what's is your microphone okay?
Space-time in this
you
case
just dropped
would
your
no
mic.
longer be a medium, but a field. The field being space-time. So I don't know what you're rebutting what I just said. The ether is space-time, then that doesn't disagree with what anybody here is saying.
Okay, so you didn't understand it. You guys never understand what I'm saying, but I'm the stupid one. So I'll repeat it again. So the point is that when you make fun of me invoking a background medium to explain this phenomena, it's ironic because your paradigm actually does invoke a background and says it's only comprised of space and time, but that it still has the same exact qualities that I'm currently invoking for my background, specifically
No,
specifically the physical properties part. And that's the part that we're talking about, the physical properties.
No, but
And
I
that's
don't
what.
disagree with that part, man.
Okay,
I
well,
disagree with the
cool.
part
Then
where
you
you're calling it a
shouldn't
medium.
have said anything, then, huh?
Yeah, you're calling it a medium. That's Einstein's not.
I called it a
He's saying
background.
that it has physical qualities,
I
which
called
is
it a
nobody
background.
on our side is disagreeing with.
I called
So
it a
I don't
background.
understand.
You call it fabric. You call it fabric of
You don't
space
call
time.
it fabric.
It's just
Well, that's what your paradigm calls it.
Oh, the fabric
That's
of
just
space time is just
conceptual.
an analogy.
Oh, it's just conceptual. Yeah. Is it a background? Yes or no?
It's an analogy. The fabric of
Is it a
space time is
background?
an
Yes or no?
analogy.
Is it a background? Yes or no?
It's
I wouldn't
field
call
of
it
It's not ether. It's not
everywhere.
physical.
Okay, so it literally is a background to the material world according to
That's
relativity.
what you
Okay.
say. That's what
No,
you
that's
say.
what relativity says, Left Lane.
No, you don't
So you have
understand
never
that.
read relativity, Left Lane. I know you haven't. So why are
Neither
you
of you
telling
do.
me I misunderstood
No,
it?
you don't know. You don't know whether or not I've read relativity.
Have you read relativity, Left Lane?
I've read portions of it. Yes.
Okay, so you must have skipped this part. Okay, so it's the background. So this is the whole point: is that it invokes physical properties outside of the material world. There's an area outside of space and matter. There's an area outside of matter, and it's comprised of space and time. Outside of matter, a different dimension than matter. Okay, and it's
What you're
space
saying
and it's
doesn't make
time.
sense, man.
No, that's what your religion says,
You're
buddy.
saying outside of a different dimension. Space-time are the dimensions. Those are the dimensions. It's not outside of that. What you're saying, what's being said is space-time is the construct that everything exists in, which is perfectly reasonable to say. It's not saying that it's a different dimension.
The construct that it exists within, also known as a background. Okay, and so what they're saying is physical properties. Einstein's explaining that space-time, for his theory to work, must have physical properties.
Correct.
So in this sense, the ether must exist. In fact, space without ether is unthinkable. So meaning that there has to be a background that gives mechanism to physical properties, has physical properties for the mechanism of motion. Okay, so whenever I invoke one for that same reason and you pretend it's crazy, it is ironic because it is literally what you have in your paradigm right now, known as space-time. And again, I'm going to quote it one more time. Einstein said that space-time must have physical properties. In this sense, there does indeed exist an ether. In fact, space without ether is unthinkable.
Okay. Can you take a break for a second? Okay. Again, the ether, what he just said himself, is he's describing what people thought of as the ether. He's describing it as space-time. And he's saying if you want to, if that's the ether, then that's what it is. I've just described it in my general theory of relativity, and special theory is space-time.
That's not what he's saying.
It is what he's saying. And in quantum field theory, they describe fields that pervade all space, like as you said, a background or whatever. And if you want to call that the ether, you can. But it's described in reference to it's described by the standard model of quantum field theory. So unless you're describing the ether in different ways, unless you're describing it in exactly those ways as those two models describe this background, these fields, then they're not agreeing with what you're saying. They're just using
you still don't understand.
word. They're using that word ether, and they're using their description to say, okay, well, this is what the description actually, or this is what the word actually is describing.
Okay, so you still understand, so I'll help you out. So first of all, you say that I'm invoking something entirely different, so it doesn't help me out. But no, actually, I'm not. I'm invoking the physical properties. We're in the context of the conversation we were having. The only thing required to be invoked is physical properties. Physical properties. Okay, so when you say that I'm invoking something entirely different and this doesn't help me out, you're just wrong because I'm talking about physical properties. See, you see how you were just not caught up to the conversation. So I'm talking about physical properties. No, left lane. I'm talking, bro, because when you guys interrupt me, you don't understand. It's wasting a lot of people's time. Okay,
that's what you're doing. Just make your point.
Well, then stop. Your inability to comprehend it is what's making it go so long, dude. Okay, so the point is, oh my god, yeah, left lane, teach me about relativity. Go ahead.
You're incorporating all this ether and misrepresenting Einstein, and then you're talking about electrical potentials and all kinds of other stuff that doesn't even involved in Einstein. I don't know.
Okay.
It's like you've mixed up
I
a
know
whole
you don't
bunch
know.
of stuff into a soup and tried to replace gravity with it.
Wow. Okay, so if you'll listen carefully, Left Lane, you're going to learn something. If you don't, you're not. But either way, you shouldn't interrupt me pretending you're going to teach me that I'm misunderstanding when you've yet to
I'm
understand.
not trying to teach you. I'm just
No,
expressing
you're
to you
not.
you're
You're not.
confusing.
If you
No,
just
I'm not confusing anything. So I'll try again and help you guys understand. So when he says there's an ether, I'm not saying Einstein said the ether, like Tesla's ether, like Maxwell's ether, exists. That's called a straw man fallacy. You guys want to write that down? ST.
Hey,
Okay,
Whitson, I'm
that's
going to
called a straw.
respond now because you're not doing the thing where you're never cutting out the rhetoric. You're not making your point.
I
I told
actually
you.
am making my
The,
point,
the
Kosho, and I
physical
will just talk
properties.
over you, my man. I'll mute you
Well, just
actually
make your
because I've
point
heard
then,
you.
dude. Just make the
I'm
point.
trying to
That
make
way
my.
you
Well,
won't
you
have
and
to
Left
spend
Lane need to
the
shut the
time.
fuck up, then,
You're
don't you,
spelling the
Kosho?
word straw man.
No, I only went 2 letters to make a point. So every time that you guys jump in and say that I'm conflating space time and relativity to ether, that's a straw man. Okay, that's why I quoted it verbatim, and I said space time must have physical properties in this sense, meaning in the sense of physical properties, not with everything else that came with the electromagnetic ether up to that point, because he replaced that, right? We did away with that. But the physical properties, in the sense of the physical properties, we must maintain that part. We have to keep that part for relativity. So we're throwing the ether out, but we're keeping the physical properties part. And in that sense of needing physical properties, there does exist an ether because space would be unthinkable without it. So that's my actual point. And when you jump in and say that I'm conflating that with electromagnetic ether, that's a straw man. And you did it 5 times.
That's not what I said. Oh, I'm saying that
Well,
you're
that's
not
what you and
making.
Left Lane both just did.
I'm saying you're not making any point at all because nobody here is saying that space-time is not doesn't have physical properties. And if the only thing you're the only thing you're saying is that what you're saying has physical properties, and what Einstein says space-time has physical properties, therefore you can use what you're saying. That doesn't there's actual reasons why a space-time can be regarded to be true, and people are confident it's real because there's evidence and there's experimental demonstrations of what space-time is. That's the reason we
Okay.
hold it as true.
You
Not
just rebutted against the opposite of what Austin just
not
said to
because it
you.
has physical properties.
You
So
just rebutted against the opposite of what Austin did. As you keep talking through me, as you keep talking through me, keep
I'm not
pressing
talking
your
through you.
point.
I'm continuing what I'm saying is what I'm doing. That's not
No,
talking through you.
end.
Yeah,
End.
That's not
Gregory.
talking
He's
through
not
you,
through
dude.
talking. Come on, man.
Jesus Christ.
But you have no problem with them interrupting, but okay.
You just said your rebuttal against the exact opposite of what Austin just said to you. He just reiterated relativity to you, including the notion that space-time has physical properties. But then you just said in rebuttal to Austin, no one is saying space-time doesn't have physical properties. Yes, that's what Austin just said. But you responded to him like he just said the opposite of that.
That's what I'm telling you. He's not making a point. Is that just because
Yes, I am.
space-time also has physical properties and it is a background field doesn't justify using something else that is postulated as being this background field that has physical properties because there's no evidence for that other thing.
Okay,
so
now I
just
didn't
because
say
this other
that
thing
it.
has physical properties doesn't justify using
Right,
that.
so
Him
I
using
didn't
that
say it
quote as a
justified it.
justification for his idea
I
doesn't
didn't know.
hold.
No, I didn't say it justified it. I said that when you jumped in, you and Left Lane, because Globers love to pretend that they're so much smarter than me. And when you guys jumped in and you rebuked me for uttering the word background medium, and I'm so stupid, oh, you're just making up this background medium that no one else knows about and all this bullshit. I brought up Einstein to point out, actually, as it relates to the conversation, which is some type of physical mechanism from top to bottom, that's the background encompassing the material, a physical mechanism, right? I'm not even saying anything different in that sense than what Einstein said.
You are, because the part I didn't just, I told you I don't disagree with the word background. I disagree with the other word you used. Medium.
Can I interrupt for a second?
He's not saying it's a medium.
Yeah, go ahead, because this is not going to go anywhere.
I haven't been talking a whole lot. It's just like a minute. So, did I know
You're
about
roboting.
quantum
You're
foam?
roboting.
No?
You're roboting, dude.
Let him come back.
Yeah.
How about now?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, did Einstein know about quantum foam? No. Did he know about zero? No. So is it possible that the model of gravity we have right now doesn't work because that number with 120 zeros maybe there's electrostatics involved with 0-point energy and other things that Einstein wasn't familiar with, and maybe the theory of gravity is incomplete or not working. Do you think maybe that's true, what I just said?
Oh, mic drop. You
Mic
drop your
drop.
phone?
Mic drop. So I've been over this with Hank before, right? I
Why are you
don't
so
know
mad?
why. I don't know why you're continuing to bring up that 120 discrepancy, which is a non-starter, right? It has nothing to do with anything. Einstein did know about these things eventually,
Gravity
right?
at the
He did know,
galactic
not when he
level?
wrote his theories, but
That doesn't have
eventually
anything to do with gravity
they're
at the galactic
unrelated to
level?
they're unrelated to what he had come up with in general relativity. So there's a lot of
Yeah, he
points
didn't address it
of
yet.
disagreement there. People not responding is not some kind of mic drop. It's already been discussed.
Yeah, it was.
Just an unjustified negation again.
Yeah, you didn't rebut it specifically, so that's all you got.
I
That's
just
why you
said
didn't.
5 different things. I just said 5 different
Okay,
things that
so
rebutted it.
You just
let
said
me help
5 different
Kosho out. What
sentences was
Kosho?
just a negation, which you didn't justify.
I
Of course.
did. I responded to 5 different points of what he said.
Okay.
I said
Here's
how
what Kosho's
Einstein
trying to
didn't know
say.
about these things.
You didn't
I
justify
said
the
he didn't know about
negation.
those things. I
You
said
can
they
hear me
weren't relevant to the
clearly.
cause.
I can help Kosho out, right? So what he's trying to say is that Einstein did know about some of these things, just not when he made relativity. And that relativity doesn't address these things specifically. So it's not that it's wrong, it's just not relevant to relativity. Although it actually would have been incorporated if known about obvious because it's about the dispersal of space. But anyway, and then what he's trying to say is that the 10 to the 120th power is a number that just a few people have come up with. It's a speculative equation, and many people disagree with that equation. It's not like it's this objective number that everyone across the board has found out is the actual discrepancy. It's based on 0-point energy and vacuum energy calculations, but some people have these other theories to try to explain away the mathematical discrepancy and have disagreements on what the discrepancy is. So that's what he's trying to say, better said, and that's just a cool story, bro.
Yeah, it's actually not what I'm trying to say. The vacuum energy and the cosmological constant. These are the 2 discrepancies that number comes up. But then it's based off of the measured value, right? And also what you said about the one person.
Not measured.
What you said about one person's predictive value. It is true. It's not one person. It's like a specific scenario. But that's what I'm saying. That's why it's a non-starter. It's because it's not a problem like he's stating it is.
Oh, so you didn't disagree with what I said? Yeah,
No, I
said
disagreed
it
with
better.
everything else you said except for that one part, like I said.
What theory did that, or what hypothesis did that discrepancy rule out?
What rule out? It just
It's the cosmological constant crisis. So basically, when you try to get the theory of gravity to work at the galactic level, it doesn't work. So they came up with this theory to try to make it work.
What
Dark
specific
matter.
hypothesis did it rule out? Right, so if there's a discrepancy between
gravity,
the prediction of relative
and
it's
measurement,
wrong.
that would
It predicts
rule
more
out
mass in
a
the galaxy.
hypothesis.
It predicts more mass in the galaxy specifically. It predicts much more mass in the galaxy
So
than is observed.
the measurement of the cosmological constant predicts more mass in the galaxy than observed.
Relativity.
How so?
Relativity predicts more mass. You didn't know this? It was discovered in the 30s, bro.
No, you said about the 10 to the 120 orders of magnitude Michikaku, sensationalized point. So what specific hypothesis did
Dark
that
energy, pal.
discrepancy rule
Stop.
out?
Dark energy.
No, it's dark matter, not dark energy.
Yeah.
So
it's all the energy.
dark matter.
Wait. Since you're acting like you know more than everyone in the room, why don't you tell us the answer to the question?
Oh, I want you
It's the
to tell
gap
me.
to fill Einstein's equations, bro. It's the big giant gap, the eternal gap, infinite gap to fill Einstein's equation. Dark matter don't do it. It's dark
Right,
energy.
so if I have a hypothesis, and my hypothesis leads to a prediction for the value of a measured result, and someone measures that result and it doesn't match my predicted value,
Then you invent some shit like dark energy. Please don't mute me again for feeling dead air. Dead air. I was just feeling it. Please don't mute me again.
And just so everyone understands, I pointed out the objective truth, which is relativity has certain predictions based on obviously relative location and mass. and its predictions fall apart on the galactic scale, like Hank said. One of the primary things we discovered, which is where dark matter was first found to be a problem, was in the 30s. They found that the galaxies only had 3% of the mass that was needed.
And
So
that's counting black holes. That's counting all the other quantum shit. That's counting the neutron stars and everything.
Dude, if I have a hypothesis, that leads to X value for a measured result, and someone measures that result and it doesn't come out to X value, that would rule out my hypothesis. So what hypothesis did this prediction rule out, or this
That's what we're screaming to the rooftops, bro. That's exactly what we're screaming to the rooftops. Instead of saying the theory's wrong, they're changing the facts.
What hypothesis it ruled out? What hypothesis did it rule out?
There is no valid hypothesis. Relativity has no valid hypothesis, but its predictions led to a gap so big that it's fucking, I call it infinity. And that counts all of the it counts all the black holes, all the white dwarfs, all the fucking, stars where teaspoons weigh 400 billion pounds, all this fake bullshit, and it's still an infinite amount off. So it's just a fucking gap filler, bro. No, nothing predicted that.
So what it actually
Scott agrees with that. That it's a placeholder.
There's two
for the missing
implicit
gravitation
assumptions made there, right? So what the predicted value really is the summed values of all of the quantum fields in their vacuum energy states, their contributions, right? And you have to model it a certain way. You have to do the calculations a very specific way, in which the QCD value that you get, you never do QCD calculations in this way other than in this calculation, right? And it gives you this gigantic number, right? Then you have to assume...
The other number is 60 orders of magnitude. It's not any better.
Then you have to assume that the dark energy is consistent of the vacuum energy of these quantum fields, when there's no evidence that that is true either. Right, and that's where the discrepancy comes. So when you make those two assumptions, you do a calculation in ways no one does those calculations for any other kind of measured or observable result. And then you assume that the summation of the vacuum energy from the quantum fields is what dark energy is. Yes, then you get this discrepancy. But when you do like things like lattice QCD, you don't get a discrepancy like that, and that's how.
So, what kind of discrepancy do you get?
Hold on, we were told
the orders of magnitude.
We were told that Newton works for the solar system.
Let him answer.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let him answer.
So you're cutting out, bro. I'm very sorry for interrupting, but you're cutting out. So I thought Newton explained the solar system, and then Einstein explained just the retrogrades, the Mercury and Jupiter. So what happens when you get to a galaxy? So it ain't just our galaxy where the stars are spinning the same speed on the outside as they are the inside. It happens to be every fucking galaxy, which throws the equation off. The theory's dead. You need to ratio everything. Kepler, Einstein, Galileo, and Copernicus have shit on fucking humanity. We need to move on and recalculate shit, reanalyze the sizes of shit, get down to reality.
Let him answer, because he's saying that the 120 orders of magnitude is wrong. So is it the 60 orders? Because I've seen that one too.
Yeah. So when you do things like lattice QCD, you can tailor the result, so you can have literally no discrepancy if you want, because there's no actual
so there's no crisis in cosmology. Is that what you're saying?
Actual evidence to suggest that the summation of the energies from quantum fields is what dark energy is. That's the big problem that's being assumed here. There's zero evidence to suggest that the summed energies of the quantum vacuum is dark energy.
Quantum theory does not predict gravity, bro, in the first place. What the fuck are you talking about? Quantum theory does not predict gravity.
I made no mention of gravity, Brian.
Well, why are you talking about quantum fields?
You're just scattergunning.
No, just one claim, bro. You just claimed quantum fields and related it to the cosmos. Quantum theory does not predict gravity at all.
Yeah,
So you're
that's
just
my
talking
exact
shit, or you're
point.
blurting shit
The
out, bro. Shut
summation
up.
of the energies from the quantum fields.
Go
There's
on
no
mute, dude.
evidence.
The
There's
irony.
no evidence to suggest that that is what dark energy is. That's just an assumption being made.
There's no such thing as dark energy, bro. It's a hole
What are
in
you
your
trying to
map.
counter? I don't understand the point of what you're saying.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Because
He's
this
not offering. He's not saying
discrepancy
anything.
only
He's not saying
exists
anything.
in your mind.
Every time their
He's not
math
saying
goes
this
wrong,
is
they
this is the
fucking
thing.
name
Okay.
it, bros. Every time
Okay,
their
look,
math goes wrong,
Brian,
they
this
name it.
It's
Brian,
just a
all he's doing is trying to
demonstration.
say this is. I disagree with what they've assessed the problem to be or how severe it is, and then he just wants to tap
One
out of the
guy.
conversation. He's just jumping in to try to act like he's smarter than the flat earthers when all we're using is a hostile witness, and it's not just Michio Kaku, it's many people that agree with that number. You disagree with that number, that's cool, but we asked you what the other number is.
There's
If you want
far
to
more
address,
people who
just because
disagree
you're
with
casting,
that.
I'm talking, dude, just because you're trying to cast doubt on, well, we don't know what dark matter is, we don't know what dark energy is, and I don't agree with what they think it is, that's irrelevant. The problem is still there, and until you can offer some type of viable solution to the problem, you're doing nothing.
There's far more people who agree with my stance than who agree with Michikaku and that small
the
little.
majority
Yeah, well,
fallacy.
fire
Way to go,
spreading,
John
bud. Fire
Malkovich.
No,
spreading.
I'm just saying if you're going
Show
to
us.
say that
Who
there's
agrees with you?
people,
Show us.
if
Who
you
agrees with
you're,
you?
shut up, man. Let me
Come on,
speak.
John Malkovich. Go
If
ahead.
you're going to say that there's people who agree with this discrepancy, well, I'm going to say there's far more people who disagree with it.
Bro,
And
just
they
name
know
it every
that
time their
they
math.
Hold on, guys.
understand.
Let me say something real quick.
They
One thing.
Hold on, guys.
understand
Come on,
that the
guys.
He made
people
a
Come on,
who
statement.
guys.
Hold on.
they
Apparently, he's told the
understand that the
scientists,
people
show
who
us the poll.
agree with
Show
the
us the poll.
discrepancy
Hold on. You made a
can't
claim.
show any
Show us the poll.
evidence
When did you
that
poll these
dark
scientists?
energy and the
Hold on.
energy of the quantum
Malkovich,
fields is
show
the
us the
same
poll.
thing.
Quit talking. Quit talking. Show us the
You're
poll
just
where you polled the
screaming over
scientists.
me, you lunatic.
Yeah, I know, because you made a claim. Show us the poll where you polled the scientists.
Bro, all they do is name when their math goes wrong, they give it a
What
fucking
is it?
name, bro. When their math their theory goes wrong, they give it a name.
Forget all that, Jace. What is the actual problem then?
There isn't a problem. It's confirmation bias. You're trying to create a problem because it somehow supports
Wait a
your
minute. Do you think that I
stand.
came up with a cosmological constant crisis? Like me personally, I created this
Do
problem.
you think the 120 orders of magnitude thing is the cosmological constant crisis?
If
Yeah.
it's not, then what is it?
No, it's
It's
not.
exactly. It's identical. It's the fucking dark energy. It's the missing mass, the missing matter. It's dark energy. You name it. Every time your equation goes wrong, your theory, you name it. Some bullshit, bro. That's what y'all been doing, and that's what you're doing now. It's dark energy. Just name our problem. Name it.
Wait, are
something
you going to
fucking fun.
address? Wait. Okay, instead of going in circles, Chase. Okay, you don't agree with that number. Okay, so what is it that you're trying to say, though? Like, you do acknowledge there is a problem, right?
That you have to make assumptions that there's no evidence that those are good assumptions to make.
So you think there's no problem? Then? Wait, Brian,
And,
please stop.
Yeah, that's
hold on, let me finish. And you have to model quantum chromodynamics in a way that is almost never done, other than
Okay,
in
I
that
heard you. I heard you say that, Jace. I get it, but I'm asking you, point blank. I'm asking you. So, are you saying there is no problem?
No, the actual problem is the discrepancy between the two methods of measuring the cosmological constant, between the CMB method and the supernova method. Their error bars no longer overlap with each other, and they're at like one group is like 67 and the other is like 70 for the value. That's the cosmological constant crisis. Not that
Okay,
it's
and you agree you do have to have dark
120
matter.
orders of magnitude.
But on a macro,
You're not making any
we get
sense.
it.
I
We get
mean,
you keep on repeating the same number because your talking point is that you disagree with that number, but we don't care. We're talking about the overall problems.
Let me ask him point blank. Hey, Malkovich, do you need 95% of the universe? Do you need dark matter and dark energy to make your model work? Yes or no?
To make the Earth a globe? No.
To make the model work.
To make the model, to make the paradigm. Don't start that. You heard what he said to you.
Okay, but what model?
Dude, it's really, it's technically it's 99.999%.
What model? Are you talking about the globe model or the flat Earth
The
model? What
entire
model?
No, the heliocentric model is it's not
The heliocentric model, we all know.
I'm playing
Let me
This
clarify.
is why you don't want to be a glober
This
to everyone in the
has
audience.
nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. This is
How are
heliocentric.
Spaceballs made? How are Spaceballs made? Are they made with gravity? Is there not enough gravity at the galactic level? It has nothing to do with it. Yeah, fool. How are Spaceballs made? By gravity?
Uh-oh.
Fucking idiot.
Here's
They're
the
just
main
trying
problem,
to
y'all.
Just to be clear with you guys, so that when people ask you which model, you understand why they're asking that. When that number 95% is adding two observations together, namely the one that the universe is expanding at an accelerated rate, which would add this energy that they don't understand exactly what that is, and then the other one that is implying that there's extra mass out there because the galaxies are rotating. And they're
Give energy to the vacuum, Kosho. Go ahead and act like we don't understand.
They're combining those two observations and the energy that is implied by both of them that is still not understood what those two things are. That's where that 95% or whatever is coming from.
Okay, but this is the point.
It's not a discrepancy against any model.
Kosho, but here's the point.
Kosho
Right?
gives energy to nothing and says we don't understand.
Okay, we know exactly what he just did. And whenever we're critiquing the current paradigm of heliocentrism and this massive expanding universe that we live in and how people think we know all about it, we're critiquing that claim and that paradigm. And we're saying, actually, they admittedly don't know all about it. And they don't know about what comprises 95% of it. They don't know what it is. And you guys want to say, oh, you think that debunks the globe? As if you can change the subject and separate them. And that's called being dishonest.
Austin, it's way worse than that, bro. Hold on, let me respond real quick. It's way worse than that. This shit includes fucking black holes. All that matter, it's really 99.9999. This includes black holes. Like all the matter that they're counting is black holes and fucking quantum stars and all these stellar stars, dude. The matter is like 0.00001%.
Rambling.
So, right, I stepped in because you were trying to propose this fake crisis that we have to support your belief in this. And that's what I was stepping in for. Yes, sure, there's 94 or 95% of the universe is dark matter and dark energy. So what?
Why do you say it's a fake crisis?
It doesn't have anything to do with the Earth.
Just talk to everyone. Why do you say it's a fake crisis?
He didn't talk through you. I heard you ask the question.
Explained precisely why what was said is untrue. And it's just a way to confirm your bias in your belief.
Okay,
everything we say, Left Lane's going to put in a little snicker and fucking smart ass comment. Everything we say, Left Lane has a snicker and smart ass fucking comment. He keeps muting me.
I'm not muting you.
So, Jace, obviously, like, please stop pretending like you weren't talking through a whole bunch of crosstalk and all that stuff. So, can you please say again clearly why you say it's a fake crisis?
Yes. So, to come up with that value of 10 to the 120 power order of discrepancy, you have to do two implicit things. You have to model something called quantum chromodynamics, which is a contributor to the magnitude of that value. You have
quit
to
adding time into your equation, bro. Get time out of your equation, bro.
You have to model it in a way that is only ever done for that calculation and never done for any other effects in quantum chromodynamics.
Then why do you still need 95% dark matter and dark energy?
We gotta let people finish. I'm trying to understand him.
He's adding time to the equation, bro. He's adding time to his bullshit.
Still don't understand, though. Please let him finish explaining.
So after you do that, then you get a value you get a number. Then you add that number to the value that you get from the calculations of QED. That gives you another number. You add
Which
those
borrows
together.
from the future, don't it? You're borrowing from the future.
You do that for all three quantum interactions, the weak, strong nuclear forces and the electromagnetic force, right? And then you have to assume that that value is what dark energy is, and there's no evidence to suggest that that's what dark energy is, and that's where the discrepancy comes from. When you do those two things, you model QCD in this bizarre way no one ever does, and you assume that somehow
You said no one
that
ever does,
value
then who did it to
is what
begin?
dark
Who
energy,
did it first?
and you assume that that's what dark energy.
Einstein did it.
Okay, so those are the two implications you said. Now, what's the problem with those things?
There's no evidence to suggest those are correct. So this,
Mark my words, guys. In another
There's
2 years,
also
dark energy will be the fifth dimension.
So
there's
this
also
10
no
to
way
the
to prove that
120,
gravity exists.
so this
The way you
10 to
guys
the
claim it.
120 order discrepancy thing is like imaginary. There's no evidence to suggest
Oh, good.
the way that
Then
value is calculated is
then
a
the
correct
26%
way
of
to
dark
do
matter
it.
doesn't exist, right? So we don't no longer need the 26% of dark matter that comprises the
You
universe.
guys would stop talking over me.
I'm
So
asking
there's
a
no
question.
evidence to suggest that the way that number is calculated is correct and that it has anything to do with dark energy. And the evidence of this
We
is
didn't
that it
claim it
doesn't
had to do with dark
rule any
energy.
hypothesis out. No hypothesis is
It rules
ruled
out
out
the
by that
special
result.
relativity. It doesn't work at the galactic
Hank, man,
level.
come on, man.
It rules out exactly zero
Sorry,
hypotheses.
this is my niche. I'm sorry, bro. I can't help it.
Yeah.
Okay, so why are they saying this in the first place then?
It's
For sensationalized.
being pathetically generous, bro. Pathetically generous. And
It's
he's denying even that.
It's sensational. It gets the public's interest in cosmology
Because
and astrophysics.
no, that's wrong. It's because the stars on the outside of all the galaxies are spinning at the same rate. They're trying to give it a whole other dimension, right? They're doing this. This is a word. They're coming up with a word to fill in their math fuck up. It's way worse than 95%. It's 0.00001%, bro. Here's what they're gonna do. This is my prediction. And within 2 years, dark energy will be the fifth dimension, right? And I'm telling you, he's just trying to spill bullshit y'all's way, bro. The whole thing is they're trying to call it vacuum energy. That's how desperate they are. The universe expanding, and they're getting their energy from the nothing. It's pathetic, dude.
Hey, Jason.
So, Gregory,
I've been speaking publicly. Hold on just a second. I've been speaking publicly about this for 7 years.
Someone has got to yield.
Can I just finish the point with Gregory without 30 other people freaking trying to talk? So Michikaku is a science communicator, right? So he wants to get the public's attention towards science.
He's Santa Claus.
He's a theoretical astrophysicist. So he's going to make sensational statements to try to get the public's interest in his field of work. And that's simply all it was.
Why do you think that's a plausible explanation for the motive of this man? So the motive is to get the public interested, and the means of achieving that end is to assert that the cosmological paradigm, which has been taught for more than a century, is off by a number that no one has a name for.
Bro, galaxies aren't what they thought they were, bro. It's so simple.
Bizarre.
Galaxies aren't what they thought they were. They were wrong.
Why he tried to push that off as the common consensus in science, it puzzles me as well. I have no idea why he would do that.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, you do.
Okay, can I speak now? Okay, so I want to say that you can Google it right now. 95% of the universe is made of dark matter and dark energy, right? They need this because their math for gravity doesn't work at the galactic level. According to Michio Kaku, the stars are spinning 10 times too fast at the galactic level. It's different than the solar system level. At the solar system, hold on, bro. Hold on. So at the solar system level, Mercury has the shortest year and Pluto the longest. Well, at the galactic level, it's the opposite. The inner stars have the longest year and the outer stars have the shortest. So they're spinning 10 times too fast, according to Michio Kaku. And if you're saying that he's sensationalizing his rhetoric, right? That means that he's lying on purpose, which I don't
No,
think that helps
I'm
your case
talking
at all,
about
bro.
something different, Hank.
He's being generous.
I
Dude.
made
He's
no
being generous.
claims. I made no claims about any of those things. I was talking about the specific 10 to the 120 orders of magnitude claim that Michikaku made. Has nothing
It's
to do
way
with
worse.
galaxies rotating and the percent of dark matter
Dude,
in
it's
the
right
universe.
there in
Has
his
nothing
speech.
to
What are you
do with
talking
any
about?
of that.
But
But that's a
Jace,
lie.
you
It's right there
you
in
have
the
a
speech. He starts
contradiction.
off, hold on. He starts off by saying, in cosmology, we have a crisis. You see, in science, if you're off by a factor of 2 or 10, we say that's horrible. You need a new theory. But in cosmology, we're off by 10 to the 120th. That's 10 with 120 zeros behind it. This is the largest mixed match in the history of science.
Yeah, and he gives a calculation of what that is of, Hank. And that's what I explained. Has nothing to do with galaxies rotating and the percent
Yes, he
of
said
dark
the
matter in the
stars are
universe.
spinning 10 times too
Has nothing
fast
to do
right
with
after that. You don't know
It's
what you're talking about, bro.
specifically to
It's
do
right there in the
with
Principal
what
movie. Anybody
dark
can download the principalmovie.com for $8 and see that this guy is a bold-faced liar.
Yeah,
This
but the
guy's
key
full of
thing,
shit,
the
dude.
key thing,
Galaxies aren't what they thought they were, guys. It's this simple. Galaxies aren't what they thought we were, aren't what we thought they was.
I implore
Period.
you to look into what
the,
he's
the key, the key thing there, when you read out what Michikaku said, he said, if we are off, yeah, in cosmology,
It's way worse
then
than that.
this how
Don't come in
much.
here lying, bro. It's way worse than that. That counts
Right.
black holes. One black
Is
hole
this
accounts for every
Brian going to
planet
get
in the
away with this
universe.
again?
Please
The
stop.
last time
You're just
I,
coming
the
in
last
lying,
time I
bro.
spoke,
Please
right? The
stop.
last time I spoke, he lied about what I said, right? And then I got muted because he was lying about what I said, right? And then he just jumps in and calls me a fucking liar again.
Bro, do you know about this? Are you a cosmologist?
Are you?
I just
Have you
I
watched the
read out
Principal
No,
what
but
movie?
at least answer
Michikaku
this
said.
question. We're talking about the cosmological constant. What's the cosmological constant, bro?
Wait. You don't need to restart the debate for him.
Brian,
Let me
right?
say this
You're
straight.
having a
Yeah,
go at
let's
me, right?
yeah,
When
let's
all I done was point out what the other guy said when he was reading out what Michikaku said. Right?
Hey,
That's
okay,
You
all
quoted
I'm
him
addressing.
wrong. You quoted him wrong, bro.
Hey.
I'm not gonna let you quote him wrong without bitching.
Right?
Sorry.
So why are you having a go at me if the guy on your side quoted Michikaku wrong? Why are you
What
having
did
a
I
go
say
at
that was
me?
wrong? What did I say that was wrong?
But Brian's
I'm gonna
saying, Brian's
post
telling you that it's wrong.
where another
No,
physicist
no,
talks about
no.
this.
Highlander's wrong. He said if we're off. No, the guy says we're off, not if we're off. Why you come in with that bullshit, dude?
So I posted a
said
video in the chat where another physicist talks about this quote and what the calculation that he did, which is what I was explaining, and why it's just nonsense. So you can watch it if you're interested. You can look into it more if you so desire.
Do y'all? Hey, let me say one thing, and I'll shut up. Y'all
Please let me
understand
say
that
this.
10
I've
to
been
the
waiting for a while,
120th?
Brian.
Y'all at least
Let me-
understand this. Please, y'all, when y'all keep saying 95%, then off by 10 to the 120th, if something's off by 10 to the 120th, that means it's 0.000, 120 is 0.1 right, not 0.5. Not 5% right. It means it's 0.0, 120 zeros 1 right.
So let me say this to Jace, because what he said, I detect a contradiction. They can't be both, that they actually went through a process of calculation and you disagree with the method. That can't be the case while simultaneously it's just sensationalism. It can't be both. Either they really went through a method of calculation and you disagree with the method, or they didn't go through a method of calculation and it's just sensationalism.
Gregory, there's multiple ways to do calculations, right? You can model this in multiple different ways, and he
You
modeled
misunderstood what I said.
one specific way that most of scientists don't agree that it should be modeled that way. And then to broadcast that to the public, to me, just looks like, when you're a science communicator, looks like you're looking for sensationalism. Because why would you broadcast something that's so blatantly
Called honesty, bro. It's called honesty.
No, it's he was looking for sensationalism.
No, Mitch or Neil deGrasse Tyson said we're 95% stupid, bro. We're fucking 120
That has
zeros
nothing
stupid.
to do with what I'm talking
Neil
about.
deGrasse Tyson's
Yes,
lying,
it
bro.
does.
You don't even
It's the
know
exact
like
same
what
thing.
you're
It's
talking about.
about dark matter.
You're
It's about dark matter,
conflating
which
multiple
comprises
different
26% of the universe. The rest of it is what we can actually observe.
one
And dark
specific
energy. You combine all that, it creates 100%. You're being dishonest, bro. It's disgusting.
I mean,
No,
you can
you don't
disagree
know.
that their method of calculation is wrong, but you can't sit up here and say there isn't a problem. Like, you have to give the argument against the calculation which you're trying to
Yeah,
refute.
you can use lattice QCD and you can get the exact value, but no one knows. There's
What's the
no
exact value
evidence,
then?
as I
What's the
said.
exact value? I asked you earlier, you wouldn't answer. What's
Guys,
the
you have to
exact
pay
value?
attention to what he's.
It's
I'm
Main
paying
point of what he's
attention.
saying
What's the
is
exact value?
the
What's the
assumption. The
exact value?
assumption that these two numbers should be the same. That this is this. That these two things should be the same value. That assumption, he's also saying, is one of the things that is an assumption. Which there's no. He's saying there's no.
Right, galaxies
so
aren't
what's
what
the
they
correct
thought.
number?
Kosho, be honest,
What's the correct
galaxies
number,
aren't what they
Kosho?
thought.
He said they did the math
the
differently. What's the new
values
value?
in between 67 and 71 kilometers per second.
Per megaparsec. Yeah.
What? Kilometers per second?
Yeah, kilometers.
Bro, they made a
from orders
prediction.
of
Listen, they made a
magnitude.
prediction. Hold on, real quick. They made a
Hold on.
prediction.
Recap
Dude, they made a
went from-
prediction.
It's the value of the Hubble constant. It's in between 67 and 71 kilometers per megaparsec.
It's not.
That is what they're trying to calculate.
It's not from that's not from prediction. That's from two different observation techniques.
Yeah, that's the value that conflicts with the calculated value, because there's no evidence to suggest the thing they're calculating the value of is dark energy. That's just
It come from a prediction, bro. Dude, why are you? It's a prediction. The prediction relativity makes, bro,
and it's
makes
wrong.
a specific prediction, bro. Y'all keep
First of
cutting me
all,
off.
dark energy has to do with the expansion of the universe. It doesn't have anything to do with the cosmological constant crisis. We're specifically talking about dark matter. So when you're talking about dark energy, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
What does dark matter have to do with
The
this?
calculation is of
The
dark
gravitation
energy.
that's missing
It's
at the
trying-
galactic level that you
it's
need
the
to hold the stars that are
calculation.
hauling ass around the outer edges of it.
The
Come on,
calculation
guys.
is trying
This isn't
to
rocket
sum
science.
the calculation is an attempt to sum the values of all the vacuum energy states of all the quantum fields and say
From
that
which
that
universe,
is
bro?
what
Quit saying
our-
quantum.
about the
From
galactic
which
level.
universe? The black hole
talking
universe or
about
the
the
Big Bang
galactic
universe?
level.
Because they're
And that's
different,
what
guys.
I'm trying to
Now
say.
we're switching to the quantum level.
Guys,
we're talking
stop.
about the
Hold on.
galactic level.
Yo. Guys, relax. One at a time, please. It's hard to listen to.
The calculation is an attempt to sum up the value of the vacuum energy states of all the quantum fields and then say that that is what dark energy is, and say, oh, this measured value for dark energy is 110 to the 120 orders of magnitude off. Well, no shit, because no one knows if that is what dark energy is. There's no evidence to suggest that.
And Hank, the
For the
problem,
last time, bro.
Hank,
For the last time, quantum
hold on,
physics does
hold
not
on, dude.
predict
Hold on.
gravity.
That's fine. I'm going to respond to what Hank said though, which was it's not. Those are two totally separate problems. They're not. It's not related to that same problem. That's
Yeah,
just a
they
different issue
don't-
that gives rise to the evidence for dark matter. But that's not the discrepancy between the vacuum energy and the cosmological constant.
No, tell them to give the results for the Big Bang universe. That's the black hole universe. They're not the same, guys. Give the fucking the prediction for the fucking Big Bang universe, pal.
So, Jace, are you saying there is no cosmological crisis?
No, there is. There is a cosmological constant crisis, and that the two different methods for measuring the Hubble's constant, their error bars no longer overlap with each other. Obviously, the value cannot be two different values. It has to be one specific value. So something is going awry in the way that they are measuring the Hubble constant. That is what the crisis is.
Yeah, but the
So,
difference
what is
between
the correct way to calculate this?
One of the methods is using supernovas. They use
here's the correct way to calculate it. Be honest and say the shit.
And the other one used
what
red
we thought it
shift.
was. It ain't what we thought it was, guys. These
I'm not
galaxies
being
that we
informed
first
right
spotted,
now.
made and applied our predictions to, ain't what we thought they were. We fucked up, guys. That's the honest way.
But I got to hear one person at a time. Jace, please say what you're about to say.
I was just saying, one is using novas, and their luminosity, the other is red shift, the CMB.
Try it again. You're cutting in and out for some reason.
Kosho, you can go ahead.
Very briefly, he just said that there's two methods. The different one for one, they use the red shift of the distant stars. The other one they use supernova, and those two the discrepancy between those two values is only between 61 and 70. So the difference is not this huge difference that is being claimed with the other problem.
What is the correct method?
Well, they don't. That's the issue. They don't know which one is the correct method. They don't know which one is the correct value.
That's
two
the
different
crisis.
values that don't agree with each other.
That's what the crisis is, Gregory. It can't be two values. It can only be one value. So something's going
Bro,
awry.
god damn, this is so fucking... Dude, I'm about to jump through this speaker. Are you serious, dude? You're acting like it's just a 12% difference, bro, because they're off by... Bro, just be honest and say, we were wrong. Galaxies aren't what we thought they were. We were off by a fucking factor that if we gave the real word, we didn't have enough time in this show to count the zeros.
I made no claims about
Can I
anything.
hold on? Can I just
He's trying to equivocate quantum with
will somebody mute this guy, please?
Yeah, go ahead, bro. I'm sorry,
Jesus
I'm back on.
Christ. Right. So what you're telling me is they took two different measurements using two different methods of measuring the same thing, and they got different results, and they don't know
That's a
which
lie.
result is correct.
Yes.
Why are you piping up saying I'm a liar?
No, not you. What they said was a lie because either they're ignorant.
This guy, please.
I'm sorry. I wasn't calling you a liar, bro. I'm sorry, Highlander.
Every time I speak, this guy
Why do y'all
jumps in
fucking
and
not
calls
listen to
me a
one another?
fucking liar.
I don't understand it.
I got muted earlier because of this fucking.
I'm sorry,
prick,
man.
and
I'm
now
sorry.
he's
I
jumping
didn't
in
mean you,
and
bro.
calling me a liar, and nobody's doing
I'm trying
anything
to
about
apologize,
it.
dude. I'm sorry, man.
What a
I
fucking
mean,
prick.
Highlander, can you hear him trying to reconcile with you right now? Do you hear that?
I apologize, man. I wasn't calling you a liar. I apologize for even calling you a liar in the first place, dude. If we're right or wrong, we all could be liars if we're wrong, if we want to say that. I apologize for being a dick, dude.
All I was trying to do was understand what the guys were saying earlier. That's all I'm trying to do. I'm just asking, did they take two methods of measuring something, get different results, and they don't know which one is correct?
Yes.
You're right. You're right, though, bro. I can't just call everybody liars if they're right or wrong. If I think they're right or wrong, I can't just call them liars. You're right, bro. Thank you, man. Sorry.
So what are they trying to find?
The Hubble constant value. It's just the expansion rate of the universe.
Like how fast the universe seems to be expanding. How fast the space seems to be expanding.
What speeds they got on it right now?
In either
What speeds
method,
do
they
got on it
detect a
right now?
discrepancy.
Oh,
Well, it's not.
is my mic fucked up?
It's one of those things where it's speeding up, right?
Check,
So they're having to come up with new theory on the dark matter. I'm sorry, excuse me, the dark energy, or say that there's more dark energy needed. So they didn't expect it to be speeding up.
No, right
Yeah,
now.
that's why I'm saying this. That's why I'm saying this after everything that's been said to me. I'm hearing two different methods that are both coming to the conclusion that there's an issue. But then I'm hearing a rebuttal saying, well, there is no issue because that method is wrong, this method is right, or we don't know which method is correct. But in both methods, they are detecting an error. So as far as you know, with however many methods there are, two or more, they're detecting an issue, a discrepancy in the cosmic model. So there is a problem in the model.
Well, we can't really say that both methods are wrong because we don't know what the actual value is. So one of the methods, could be correct, right? They're just one of them gets a value that's closer to 67 kilometers per second per megaparsec, and the other gets a value that's closer to 70 kilometers per second per megaparsec, and their error bars used to overlap. So it used to be potentially that just the instruments or the method that they were using, the error was just coming from that. But now the methods have gotten so precise, the error bars don't overlap anymore. So they have two different measured values for this one constant, and obviously that can't be true. It can only be.
They have literally added energy.
Hold on.
They have literally took the expanding universe and added that energy.
But wait, let me say
insane.
this.
You want to know what's really going on, bro?
Wait, I need to clarify something.
Respond, Brian. Can you have some decency, man?
I need to clarify something.
So he's making all this stink over 3 kilometers per parsec and saying that I'm off by 3 kilometers per parsec.
No, the thing you were talking about has nothing really to do with this. This is about the methods.
Then why'd you bring it up?
No, you guys did. Witsit did.
I
was
need to clarify
responding to
something.
that.
I need to clarify something. I never said that you said both methods are wrong. I said you said one method is right or we don't know which method is correct. But either way, whether you know which method is correct or whether you don't know which method is correct, the fact is that there is an error being detected. So there is a cosmological crisis.
No, exactly. That was why he brought it up, though. Is that's the real crisis? Is that there's these two values, and it can't be the case that they're both correct because that doesn't make sense. So one of them has to be wrong. That's all he's saying is that is the actual issue. There's not.
A parsec is their sneaky way. Here's what a parsec is, guys. It's their sneaky way of saying of compounding the light years of 3.5 almost. It's their sneaky little fucking backhanded way of saying like almost 3.5 light years. They're fucking snakes, dude.
Brian,
Look,
you're
the
so
whole thing,
clueless and so off.
not you.
Stop interrupting me.
I'm talking about the mainstream cosmology, bro. Thanks for cutting me off, though. Thanks.
Parsec is, man.
But either way, but either way, regardless of whether you disagree with one method or the other, both methods are coming to the conclusion that the paradigm is very much off.
No. That's not the only problem.
Go ahead, Gosha. Go ahead.
Well, I'm saying the only problem is that they disagree with each other. I think one thing that is apparent is the fact that you have two values which are actually fairly close. Probably tells you that they're both on the right track, and that does imply that there is this expansion. So that's fine. The problem is that one of them is for some reason wrong, and they don't know why. Which one of them is obviously wrong.
Exactly. So why is John Malkovich blowing his hot air for like 30 minutes over like 3 meters per parsec or whatever the fuck discrepancy is so close to the other one? It's not even worth him saying anything.
Because
I hear people directing attention from the fact that the resulting calculations is saying the model, the paradigm, the cosmic paradigm is off. I hear attention being directed from that would say, no, it isn't that the paradigm is actually off. It's just that there's a disagreement as to which method is correct. But both methods that are in dispute are both coming to the conclusion that the paradigm is off.
Bro, one parsec means they're off by 2 to the fucking 13th almost, dude. 2 to the fucking 13th. That's what one parsec of
that's not a discrepancy, dude.
Typically,
that's the differential, bro. That's the differential.
It's a kilometer per second per milliparsec per.
Y'all make it sound like an innocent 12.
That's an extremely small fucking acceleration at a very small distance, dude. What you're saying is not.
You said one said 61, the other said 49.
Like 30 minutes about how I got it wrong, and I'm off by like what, a margin of error in the calculations.
But right,
he said 61 and 49. One of them said 61, the other said 49. You know how much that is?
There aren't calculations. The Hubble constant is just a measured value. You can do what Michikaku did and erroneously try to calculate it. And
dude, it's a simple calculation, bro. Quit being a fucking dick. It's a simple calculation.
Can you stop cutting me off? Right? Because no scientist anywhere is saying they know what dark matter is. So there isn't a way to properly do the calculation because we don't know what.
Bro, how much is a parsec? How much is a parsec, bro?
Constant is just a measured value. And there's two methods. There's actually three methods of doing it, but the crisis arose when there was only two, and their error bars started to not overlap.
A parsec. How much is a parsec?
What?
How much is a parsec? You heard me yelling.
It's one.
You don't fucking know. So quit saying the word parsec and act like it ain't nothing.
It's like 2 to the 10 to the 13th miles.
No, it's 3.26 light years. You're fucking lying. Mute and shut the fuck up, please.
Okay, let's
You're thinking of a parsec,
How much
Brian.
parsec? Let's see. 1 parsec equals 1.
Dude, to even put it in fucking
Shut up. 1 parsec equals 1.917 times 10 to the 13th miles. So about 2 to the 10 to the 13th miles. Like
you said 10. You started off with 10, bro. You're already off by a fucking factor of 10.
To the 13.
He said, "Shut the fuck up."
Bro, it's a simple answer, bro. It's 3.26 light years. It's simple shit. It's a snake. It's a snake measurement. It's like what do they call the distance between the Earth and the Sun? Instead of saying for what it is, they try and shrink it down and call it a astronomical unit. It's just a galaxy snake method of that, bro. But dude, you didn't know. Don't act like you didn't hear me the first time, bro. Just let us have a good conversation, bro.
It's also 2
Jeremy can't even get a word in, bro, because you keep hogging the mic.
It's also 2 times 10 to 13 miles, exactly what I said. But you can keep pretending, Brian.
Bro, I told you it was 2 times 10 to the 13th. That's the first thing I said. It was 2 times 10, almost 2 times 10 to the 13th. That's how I entered the conversation. You're just repeating what I fucking said.
Kosho, did you hear him say that? I did.
I heard him. I heard him say it.
When?
Bro, do you want me to post my fucking? Oh my god.
I don't know, Coach. Tell me.
So
if I'm
how did it? I got a question. Malkovich. How did it go from being off by a factor of 2 or 10 is horrible, and cosmology we're off by 10 to the 120th, right? So that's a factor of 10 to the 120th, and now, like you're talking about parsecs, which is a measurement of distance. How are those two things the same?
Did you miss the conversation, Hank?
I am at work. I may have. Well, that's all.
The one you were involved in, you missed that one? The one we were talking
Yeah,
back and
I got to
forth?
work for a living. I don't have like trust fund bank accounts. Like, I don't think
You
guys
missed
even
the
work.
conversation that me and you were talking back and you missed that one. Where you were talking to me, I was talking to you. You missed that conversation?
I am at work. What do you do for a living? Do you work?
I'm a
a
propane
bio-
salesman. I sell
No,
propane
a bio-
accessories.
I'm a He-Man woman hater.
So you can't answer the question.
What is your question? I didn't hear a question.
How did it go from off by a factor of 2 or 10, right? But in cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120th.
That's
You
what I
said
was-
no, that's the wrong. You said no, that's wrong. We calculated about something parsecs, which is a measurement of distance. How did it go from factor to a measure of distance? Where did that happen?
Okay.
Hey, what's funny is if he equates that 2 times 10 to the 13th times the 9 that he's off, he'll get 120. 2 times 10 to the 120th. That's the comedy out of all
He
this.
steps through the what you're doing and why it's wrong.
He thought by saying 61 and 49 he could church it up, guys. But he just said 2 times 10 to the 13th. Multiply that times the difference in there, and you get the 120th factor of being off. It's simple fucking math.
To get the value Michikaku is talking about, you have to model quantum field theory in a very specific way where it's usually not modeled that way to make any other calculations. Like
Michikaku promotes string theory, bro. Okay, so he's trying to promote string theory.
Yeah,
He's trying to
quantum doesn't
connect.
deal with fields. Quantum has nothing to do
Michikaku
with
is trying to connect quantum with the macro. That's
Can
what
I
Michikaku is
finish
trying to
the
do with string
thought
theory, right?
about
And I mean, I'll give Michikaku this. They're dogging him out, right? But he's got a pretty fucking almost flawless equation trying to connect the macro with the micro. But but if it's wrong, it's wrong. but they are so wrong. It's a damn
You're
fucking joke, dude. I
interrupting
don't
me.
blame Michikaku for saying that his nice fucking math and equations and everything that explain almost everything, but shrink everything down is fucking right. And calling that this guy here is bitching at Michikaku saying he don't know nothing when he's fucking way closer with his predictions than they are.
Okay, so Hank, the how this relates is Witsit number one brought it up. That's what I was responding to originally. But what Michikaku did is model quantum field theory a very specific way. Like I said, that is almost never done. You're doing calculations in like chemistry and biology and stuff. You would never
It's called
do it
string
that
theory,
way.
bro. It's
And
called string theory.
then he got a result, a number that he got from those calculations. He then says that this number is what dark energy is. And therefore, the measured value, the two measured values, which are close to 67 and 71, therefore, those are 110 to the 120 orders of magnitude off from my calculated value, where I've assumed that my calculated value is what dark energy is. There's no evidence to assume that. And I modeled QCD in this very obscure way that no one ever models it in to get the number. So the number isn't even correct.
All right, so this guy Michikaku, he's working on string theory. Hold on, bro. You just talked for a minute. So this guy's working on string theory. Some people call it M theory or the theory of everything, right? He's trying to make everything like one model. And when he tries to do this, he's off by that number with 120 zeros behind it, right?
No.
So what he said,
No,
yes,
that
that's what came
number
out of
is
his
for
mouth,
a
bro.
specific
That's the
phenomena.
number that came out of his mouth. It's his theory. How are you going to say
The
that he's wrong
number
about his
is
theory?
for a specific phenomena. It's a freaking value of the quantum field theory energies summed together. That's what the number
Yeah,
is.
I get it. He's trying
That's
to
not
make the
string theory.
quantum
That's
and
not
the
a
solar
theory of
system and the
everything.
galactic
Can you not
level.
talk to him,
Well, he's
Jay?
trying
Like
to
you
make,
hear him talking.
he's trying to make one
Wasn't
theory.
done.
He's trying
Go
to make
ahead.
one
Go ahead.
theory for everything. You guys can't have a model with one theory working in everything because gravity doesn't work at the galactic level the same way that it works at the solar system level or the same way that the solar system works at the quantum level. Thanks.
Yeah, but that still doesn't change the fact that that value that he's talking about is a specific value for a very specific phenomena, and it has nothing to do with dark matter and galaxies rotating and gravity.
Okay,
But
And
that's
that's
a
well,
red herring. I mean, we've heard it. Like we've heard it. Okay, we've heard it.
so
So
then
that's a red herring.
stop
The point
saying
still
it.
is that the cosmic
Correct
paradigm is
yourself.
off. That's the point. You just talking about that you disagree with his method to ascertain that knowledge. But
Yes,
like you
because
just told us
you're
earlier, no matter
using
which method you
that.
use, they keep coming to the conclusion that the cosmic paradigm is off.
You're saying that the cosmic paradigm is off, and then you're using that value that Michikaku's talking about as the evidence for that statement.
Okay,
And
so
I'm
the point
trying
still
to
stands.
show you why that is erroneous and why you
Okay, so
should
the point still
correct
stands though.
yourself.
Well, either method you use, whatever method you use, they keep coming to the conclusion the cosmic paradigm is off.
Every
No,
time you add a
that's not
dimension,
true.
you
You
shrink the
have to
galaxy, guys.
show that.
Every
You have
time
to
you add
provide
a
evidence of
fucking
that.
dimension, you in essence shrink the universe. Okay, so when they try and say 11 dimensions of string theory, that's Michikaku trying to shrink. I mean, mathematically, it shrinks the universe. It's like saying something squared or cubed, right? So it's shrinking basically the universe. That's what they're trying to do with this vacuum energy. What he's saying with this vacuum energy, he's trying to expand the universe and try and claim they're not off by this much and church it up when all they're doing is expanding shit, adding in all this fictitious crap. The actual matter that's out there, guys, the actual lights we see, don't even make up 0.1 to the fucking 100% of that 95%. That's a false number. That's a churched up number. It's way, way, way wrong. They need to just say we were wrong. Galaxies aren't what they thought we were. The shit out there ain't. Where our prediction was wrong and start over. That's how they're off so bad. It's fucking laughable, dude.
you're free to show us where we're wrong, Brian, but what isn't going to work is just misrepresenting what scientists say to try to disprove science.
Okay, enough with you. Like you keep
Like,
emphasizing your red
that.
herring. Like stop emphasizing your red herring. No matter
No,
what
you just
method
chop
you
him.
use, they
Just
say
chop
the
him off.
paradigm is off.
Don't just
Somehow
chop
you
him off
think
like
that
that.
So I got a question.
Somehow you
Why
think
is there a theory of dark gravity?
somehow
Why is there a theory
you
of dark gravity?
that makes sense,
Wasting
and that
time.
isn't going to work to change anyone's mind. Now, if you can come up with a better hypothesis and present that
How about
hypothesis,
dark gravity?
data and
I'm
evidence
presenting
that
it.
supports it,
How about
then
dark gravity?
scientists will listen.
Yeah,
Until
this is
then,
red herring from
just
our point. So let's say that
misrepresent
the method that Michio Kaku
isn't
uses is
going to
wrong.
work.
No matter which method you use, like you told us, they are coming to the conclusion the cosmic paradigm is off. Period.
No, they're not, dude.
Any
That's
wild
not
guess is
what
going to be better than what they got now. Any
That's
wild
your
guess.
misunderstanding.
You just told us that earlier. Make up your mind.
No, I
You just
said
told us that they
there's
use this
no
method or they use
way
this method,
to
and
do
there's
the
a discrepancy, there's a
calculation.
disagreement about which method is valid, but they keep coming to these figures 10 to 60, 10 to 70, or whatever, that the cosmic paradigm is off. Either method you use, they're coming to the conclusion the cosmic paradigm is off.
Gregory, I
That's the
gotta
point.
tell you, man, you're not really paying attention, dude. That's not at all. What Jason said is that issue that has to do with the 10 to the large exponent issue. He's saying that that's not an issue, and that is that he's saying that's not at all an issue. But then he's saying the real issue here is between these actual measurements, which are not that huge discrepancy. It's the only problem is that there's two numbers, and one's 67, 174. They don't know which one it is. Well, we'll find out. That's the actual problem, which is not that big of a problem. It's just the actual cosmological problem. The one
What is that figure supposed to
problem
represent?
with the fucking observation. The universe is expanding and the galaxies are shrinking. So how do you explain the universe expanding and the galaxy shrinking, please?
The measured
God,
values.
let's make this clear. What is that figure supposed to represent? What is 10 to the 64, 10 to 70? What is that? What is it supposed to represent?
The measured values aren't zero. So the phenomena exists. Just you're trying to say, oh, there's this discrepancy in the measured values, therefore we could just say it doesn't exist. But the measured value is not zero. So the phenomena exist. And that number is just a theoretical calculation that really has no meaning, Gregory.
Okay,
yes,
so
it does.
what
Arms
it
of these galaxies are moving as one. I repeat, the arms of these galaxies, all these spiral galaxies, are moving as one. So they are missing so much mass. So what they're trying to do is to give it. He's trying to give all that energy to the vacuum and expand it, and just write it off like there's no problem. It's an expanding universe. Galaxies are shrinking. Universe is expanding.
Okay,
that's what he's really saying, bro.
Galaxies.
The reason there's confusion is because people keep speaking up. I'm not going to name names, but they sound like they're just ranting random words, and it confuses the entire point of what's being said. The question that you asked was what those two values represent, and all they're meant to represent is the apparent expanding of the universe, and so how fast the space between any two given points are actually moving away from each other. So they're saying that 1 megaparsec of space is like 2 points that are 1 megaparsec apart from each other are expanding as fast as 67 kilometers per second in one case and 74 kilometers per second in the other case.
And what's mega mean? What's mega mean again, Kosha? What's mega?
What
a million, right? A million. So 3.26 light years times a million, right? So when you just sneak in a little parsec, don't you really mean to say 3.26 million light years with just trying to sneak in all these parsecs? Ain't that what you really meant?
It's a big number, Brian. Ooh, scary.
Yeah.
The funny thing is,
we're supposed to believe that two things are moving apart from each other when neither one of them shows any signs of motion.
Yeah, those are measured values, but regardless,
these are wait, hold on. It's based on the assumption that when they see redshift or see red or blue in the cosmos, they're assuming that it's the Doppler effect, right? Which is a whole nother issue.
It's based
so when they see red or blue, it could just be plasma that they're seeing, right? Red and blue plasma, because what's supposed to be up there Exciting gases.
It's based on the assumption that the same way in a lab when you're doing atomic absorption spectroscopy, the spectrum of hydrogen will shift, the lines will broaden, and they will move as the atoms move towards the detector and away from the detector. So we're saying that the universe works